Chapter 152, Second Reincarnation. The air in the cabin seemed to catch fire with Sarai's furious cry, crackling with violent magical power. The thigh-thick light spear barely grazed Kurtz's shoulder, piercing through the wooden wall and leaving only a charred black hole. Clearly, the elf miss wasn't entirely consumed by anger. Kurtz pulled his head back, his smile immediately vanishing, replaced by guilt and nervous flattery. "Calm down, Sarai, listen to me." Kurtz quickly waved his hands, enduring Sarai's gaze that looked ready to bury him alive, and spoke with forced courage. "You want to explain?" Sarai approached step by step, her footsteps hitting the floor with deliberate menace. "Explain why you didn't tell me earlier. Explain why you lied to me." She couldn't quite voice the rest of her words, and hidden shame welled up. It was all this damned guy's fault. She should personally bury this man in the dirt, so she would never have to see that annoying face again. "Elf, I didn't lie. This body has indeed reached its limit," Kurtz quickly explained, raising his hands in surrender. Sarai's steps halted, the anger in her eyes replaced by confusion. "Then, what about the method to extend your life you just mentioned?" "It's reincarnation." Kurtz took a deep breath and continued to explain. "You remember I told you before that to remove the goddess's leftover corruption, I was forced to use a secret reincarnation technique on myself." "Yes, I do, but I thought you could only use such a secret technique once. After all, it's such a dangerous thing and has never been done before." "It is indeed very dangerous," Kurtz admitted honestly. "The most important point is that one must possess the authority of life." He pointed to himself. "And I happen to have this authority, so, what do you think? Can I use this authority to undergo another reincarnation?" "But it's too dangerous. One wrong move and the soul will be completely destroyed." Sarai's voice carried genuine worry beneath the lingering irritation. "But are there any other options? And each reincarnation makes my magic formula more perfect. In other words, the more reincarnations I undergo, the less dangerous it becomes." "Don't worry." This man was right, they truly had no other choice. Last time, he disappeared for 30 years to complete this magic, and this time, he wouldn't disappear. She only needed to wait. 30 years, huh? Sarai murmured, feeling a bit lost about the concept of time. For elves with long lives, 30 years or 50 years was nothing. As long as this man could stay by her side forever, all waiting would be worth it. How long will it take this time? Sarai hoped to hear a smaller number from this man, so her waiting time would also be shorter. "I don't know, I can't guarantee the time for each reincarnation. The last one took 30 years this time, maybe faster, maybe slower," he said honestly. "I can't give you an exact time." This time, Sarai took Kurtz's hand, just as this bold human had loved to do over the years. Her fingers intertwined with his naturally. "It's okay, 30 years, 50 years, even 100 years. I'll wait for you here, but..." Her voice carried a hint of pleading. "Don't go alone this time. I want to stay by your side." Though it was a command, the elf spoke it with a hint of pleading, so how could Kurtz refuse? His original plan was to proceed alone, like last time, to avoid any interference and risk. But at this moment, he could not refuse her request. He nodded firmly. "Okay, we'll go together." In the following days, Kurtz transformed the entire house into a massive magic circle, with complex runes carved all over the floor and walls. Last time, due to the rushed situation, Kurtz didn't have time to carefully adjust the magic circle, which led to a period of struggling with his new body after the reincarnation was completed. So this time, he planned to optimize it, at least to skip the recovery phase. After all, this so-called reincarnation was essentially reshaping a body for himself. It wasn't even like changing bodies. Your body was still your body, with no difference. Sarai also helped from the side. Although she did not possess the authority of life and could not participate in the specific magic, she was also a powerful mage. She could fully help Kurtz in constructing the magic formula. Her expertise in ancient runes proved invaluable. Once all preparations were complete, Kurtz slowly lay down in the center of the magic circle, surrounded by light, under the expectant gaze of the elf. Sarai returned to a solitary life. But this time, she was not alone, but waiting for someone's return. Outside the cottage, Flowers bloomed and withered through countless cycles. Seasons changed like turning pages, but the light within remained constant. Her initially anxious heart gradually settled down with each passing day of waiting. She no longer counted the years that had passed. She watched Kurtz, gazing at the familiar figure surrounded by light. Sometimes she would read nearby, other times she would tend to the garden, but her awareness never strayed far from the magic circle's gentle glow. 50 years passed in what felt like no time at all. The magic was finally complete. The light of the magic circle reached a peak unlike anything before, capturing Sarai's attention and stirring her calm heart. After so long, the sudden change felt almost unreal. The light gradually gathered and contracted. Finally, it completely faded away. In the center of the magic circle, a familiar figure stood quietly. It was Kurtz. Kurtz, once again radiating vibrant life. He stood before Sarai in a brand new form. He moved his new body. This time the magic was very successful. There was no discomfort like before, and naturally, no rehabilitation was needed. Then, his gaze fell upon the figure who had been waiting not far away. Sarai stared at him blankly, looking at that familiar face. 50 years of waiting had built up into long-suppressed joy. Kurtz! She could no longer hold back her emotions and actively embrace the figure she had waited for so long. It's me, Sarai. Kurtz hugged her back, feeling the warmth in his arms. I've made you wait a long time. Sarai shook her head vigorously in his embrace, as if thinking of something, then looked up and asked, In that case, will you live with me forever from now on, and go on an adventure with me? Kurtz stroked her head. The person in his arms was very gentle, without any hint of resistance. As long as I can keep reincarnating, I can keep walking with you, I'll always be here. Sarai's eyes burst with pure joy, but then doubt flickered in them. She keenly caught the key phrase in Kurtz's words. As long as I can keep reincarnating, are you saying this body's lifespan isn't infinite? Kurtz's expression became somewhat helpless. Yes, I can't figure out the life magic formula for creating immortal races yet. Perhaps I can conquer it over a long period later, but at present, I can only rely on continuous reincarnation to live on. The light in Sarai's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly brightened again. She reached out her pale fingers, gently caressing his familiar face, and then slowly took his hand. It's okay. Her voice was soft but firm. Even if I have to wait 100 years next time, I will wait for you here, waiting for you to return to my side. As long as your soul remembers to return, my waiting will always be worth it. Kurtz clasped her hand tightly in return, feeling the softness in his grasp. Perhaps there would be countless farewells and reunions in the future, but as long as they looked forward to each other, every wait would be worth it. Hear me out. New novel fanfiction, idea. Nuceria, a world without origin or natives, where the night remembers the sun and lost fragments of every reality fall from the sky. Among the first to ever arrive, one traveler rides through the golden sands beneath a sky that refuses to darken. Basically, with no end, it just never ends. Who knows what reality is? But till now, no one has found whether it's round or flat, whatever. Now, imagine you have MC obviously, but this world of golden sand is connected to a fictional universe, and many times it pulls these characters into this world. For now, let's call it Nuceria. And that's how we build this up, like people getting dropped from all background normal anime characters, movie characters, eldritch, and it's everyone, just not people sometimes even things. Imagine you are on a camel riding the land on a glowing night, and suddenly, a fucking star destroyer drops from the sky slowly and loudly, burning, and you are the only one who knows what it is. And did I tell you about one of the most beautiful aspects of this world, that unlike our world, the night, Nuceria, doesn't really happen like night? I mean, yes, there is dim light, but still it is very much observable. The sun has set, but the land is still glowing. Nuceria's night isn't glowing unnaturally. It's just brighter than any natural night we've known, like stepping back into an age before artificial light ruined the world's darkness. The sky is deep and cosmic, but the land softly holds the memory of day, enough that you can see every dune's curve, every shadow's edge. You don't squint, and you don't need a torch. the air itself feels like it wants you to see. It's that pre-electric, mythic kind of night, the kind travelers, poets, and ancient wanderers used to write about when they said the moonlight painted the earth. Only in New Syria, the land itself seems to return that light. Well, that's all from me. How do you like the idea? I mean, it has potential even as an original novel. What do you say? Chapter 153, The Last Old Friend. Time continued to flow endlessly, never stopping for anyone's will. Kurtz and Sarai, through countless cycles of physical aging and soul reincarnation, spent a couple of centuries together. The stories of heroes gradually became background elements in the bard's songs. The world was changing, new magical theories were constantly being updated, but none of this concerned the two individuals living quietly in the forest. However, there was still something they absolutely had to do. The kingdom of dwarfs. The atmosphere in the once glorious dwarf kingdom was heavy at this moment. Somo, the former dwarf king, a hero who saved the world and Kurtz and Sarai's last companion, had reached his own end. His once strong body now struggled even to move a finger, and his eyes had become cloudy, yet when he looked at Kurtz and Sarai, a final spark of light still burst forth. The empty room was left only with the heroes of yesteryear. Everyone else had been sent out by Somo, including his family members. In his view, he had accompanied his family long enough, and for this last period, he wanted to spend more time with his old friends from the past. Kurt sat beside Somo, his magic unfolding, sacred light surrounding him as he tried to ease his final pain. Somo was approaching the end of his natural lifespan. Sacred magic could no longer heal him, at most, it could only lessen his suffering before his departure. Sarai, meanwhile, sat by the window a little further away, looking out at the scenery. Although she didn't look at Somo, her presence there was the last farewell she could offer. Kurtz, it seems my time to say goodbye has also come. Somo's voice was very faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. Kurtz replied gently, indeed. Your life has been extraordinary, and I hope you have no regrets. He did not propose the idea of extending his life. He understood his dwarf companion, knowing that he would make the same choice as Norn. Yes, no regrets at all. It's time to go see those two guys. Somo's gaze settled on Kurtz's still youthful face. Kurtz, are you happy with your life? Over these past few centuries, Kurtz had also come to find him, and he had learned the secret of his immortality. However, he didn't feel any envy, only a little pity for his old companion. It wasn't really pity, though. After all, Sarai was by his side, so he wouldn't have to endure these long years alone. If it were Somo himself, without someone to accompany him, he couldn't imagine his future days. This was also an important reason why he had never asked Kurtz to extend his life. After all, his life had been extraordinary enough, there was no need to continue on. Hearing Somo's question, Sarai's body moved almost imperceptibly by the window, but she did not turn her head. In fact, she was also very curious. During the time Kurtz spent with her, was he truly happy? Had she caused him any trouble? Companionship needed to be mutual. She needed Kurtz to stay with her always, and Kurtz should need her too, right? The elf was a little uncertain. For some reason, she subconsciously hoped to hear Kurtz mention her. Kurtz smiled and answered honestly, very happy. As long as there's someone to accompany me, everything is happy. Sarai turned her head with relief, thinking to herself. Sure enough, this man needed her too. Is that so? Then continue this happiness. Kurtz, the path ahead will be up to you and Sarai. Somo's breath grew weaker and weaker, his eyes began to lose focus, as if he saw the figures of his old friends, and with all his strength he raised his hand. I see. Have you come to pick me up? His voice finally faded into the air, and his raised hand lost its last bit of strength, falling limply. Kurtz silently placed his hand back on his chest, tidying his old friend's appearance. The ritual felt both sacred and final, a last act of care for someone who had walked beside him through world-shaking battles. Once again, he had seen off a friend. Sarai finally stood up from the window and walked to Somo's side. She extended her pale fingers, and the magic of comfort and blessing emerged from her fingertips, offering her farewell to the dwarf who lay in eternal sleep before her. Goodbye, Somo, her voice was very soft. I will remember you." Somo's funeral was as grand as Norn's. After all, both were kings, and upon their deaths a dignified funeral was expected. Kurtz did not attend the funeral. He merely glanced at it from a high vantage point before leaving. But before leaving, he still took the armor his friend had used, along with the longsword Norn had used back then, and Eric's staff, setting up 3 gravestones for them, to remember his companions of yesteryear. It was a pity that they had not left behind any statues or similar monuments. Only the legend of their god-slaying was sung by all. And legends would eventually fade away with the passage of time, and the stories of the heroes would be buried in the long river of history. Even Kurtz could not change this. After seeing off their last companion, time seemed to become even thicker and longer for Kurtz and Sarai. Kurtz would still reincarnate every so often, and during the waiting periods, Sarai would research various magics, occasionally strolling through the forest to pass the time. The years blended together in a comfortable rhythm of study, waiting, and quiet companionship. Until one ordinary day. A slightly flustered sound of footsteps came from within the forest, and an elf girl appeared before them. Her emerald eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of fear, and her slender ears trembled slightly from nervousness. Sarai was somewhat puzzled by the elf girl who suddenly appeared before her. She had clearly set up many warning spells on the outer perimeter, so why was this girl able to silently bypass these spells and appear before her? Could she have used some special concealment magic? But from her appearance, she seemed too young, probably not even a magic apprentice. It was possible she possessed some innate special ability. Even Kurtz was drawn over, peering out from the window, watching this uninvited guest with interest. The elf girl also saw Sarai and was immediately drawn to this ancient and powerful elf, rumored to live deep within the forest. After all, over these past few centuries, Sarai had cleared all the magical beasts from this forest, and her existence had become known to the elf villages on the forest's edge. At first, they had sent people to contact Sarai, but they were all driven away. This was the first time in nearly 100 years that someone had suddenly appeared before her like this. The elf girl felt somewhat flustered under Sarai's calm gaze, standing awkwardly in place, unsure where to put her hands. Her small frame seemed to shrink further under the weight of that ancient, knowing stare. Kurtz was curious what Sarai would do next. NOOSOMO, sniff everyone's Gani, MHY. Chapter 154, Sarai's First Disciple. However, to his surprise, Sarai did not use a cold tone to tell the other party to leave as he had expected. She closed her book, stood up, walked to the steps, and looked down at the elf girl. "Are you lost?" The elf girl nodded vigorously and whispered, "I was chasing a very beautiful butterfly, and then." "Your sense of danger is too poor. Be careful, or you might encounter a beast and lose your life directly," Sarai commented bluntly, but her gaze lingered on the little elf for a moment, as if evaluating something. She sensed the presence of magic from this young elf in front of her. The other party seemed to be a natural talent for learning magic. However, Sarai said nothing. She just raised her hand, a small, gentle ball of light formed at her fingertip, and she gently pointed it towards a certain direction in the forest. "Your tribe is over there. Just follow the light and you can go back." The elf girl looked at the guiding light, then looked up at Sarai in surprise, gratitude, and admiration welling up in her large eyes. Thank you." She bowed, then carefully ran in the direction of the light. After a few steps, she couldn't help but look back again, her expression filled with wonder at the magic she'd just witnessed. Kurtz leaned against the window, watching her run off, then looked at Sarai, who had returned to her seat and picked up her book, and chuckled, "I thought you would just chase her away. I didn't expect you to kindly show her the way." Sarai didn't even look up, focused on the book in her hand, her tone still flat. It was just convenient. Kurtz chuckled softly, saying nothing more. After all, even if Sarai didn't do it, he would have guided the elf back. However, a few days later, the elf girl appeared again. This time she wasn't lost, she came prepared. She timidly carried a small basket of berries and placed it on the steps of the cottage. After Kurtz discovered her, she lowered her head and quickly ran away. Then came the third time, the fourth time. Sometimes she would bring some beautiful stones, and sometimes she would just stand far away, watching Sarai practice new magic. Her eyes were filled with pure curiosity and longing for magic. This look reminded Kurtz of the girl, named Lisa in the first human village they had taught. Finally, one morning, when the elf girl once again mustered her courage and stood in front of the cottage, looking eagerly at Sarai. Sarai finally took action. She stood up and walked under the eaves, looking at the small figure in front of her. "You," Sarai's voice was still clear and cold, "what is your name?" The elf girl looked up in surprise. "Isla, my name is Isla." "Isla," Sarai repeated, then said indifferently, "Do you want to learn magic?" "I do, please accept me as your disciple." The elf girl bowed without hesitation, requesting. "Good," Sarai's lips curved upwards. "I will teach you magic, and you will be my first official disciple." When Isla successfully gathered magic in her hand for the first time under Sarai's guidance, she was so happy she almost jumped. Even Sarai herself showed a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. The small orb of light flickered between Isla's trembling fingers like a captured star. Kurtz couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly interested in taking a disciple?" Sarai was demonstrating to Isla how better to control the flow of magic within her body. Hearing this, her movements paused. She turned her head and glanced at Kurtz, her tone carrying apparent calmness. "It's exciting, isn't it? Watching her clumsy attempts at learning, from ignorance to finally growing into a powerful magic user, this process should be fascinating." During her adventures with Kurtz before, Sarai had also taught some humans magic, but it was always brief, and the magical knowledge she shared was minimal. It was completely different from Isla, whom she had officially accepted as her disciple. She withdrew her gaze and continued to focus on her movements, as if talking to herself and also as if speaking to Kurtz. "And I always need to find something to do. In this long wait, living alone can be very difficult." The time for Kurtz's reincarnations seemed to be getting longer and longer. At first it was 50 years, then 55 years, and the last time he made her wait 60 years. According to him, he was continuously perfecting this magic, which was why it took longer and longer. Sarai was somewhat puzzled by this. If he was continuously perfecting this magic, shouldn't the time taken be getting shorter? Why was it getting longer and longer? But even if she asked, this man never gave a reasonable explanation. Sarai had no choice but to stop focusing on the matter. Anyway, for her, as long as she could wait for this man's return, 50 years or 100 years made little difference. During this waiting period, she would do something interesting to pass the time. Kurtz looked at Sarai's focused figure as she taught Isla, at her golden hair that glowed softly in the sunlight. The elf who had once been proud and almost indifferent to others seemed to be quietly changing. A warm feeling surged in his heart, and he smiled. "Yes, it's very interesting. Do you want to join too? This child is a good prospect." "I'll pass," Kurtz tactfully refused. He wouldn't compete with Sarai for the title of the ancient magician ancestor. "However," Kurtz deliberately drew out his words. "However what?" Sarai asked without looking up. "However," Kurtz walked to her side, looking at Isla, who was distracted by their conversation and whose ball of light had shattered, causing her to feel annoyed. He quietly lowered his voice. "If a certain human, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, hadn't refused you back then this little one's position now would probably be mine, right?" Sarai's hand movements stopped in midair. She turned her head and stared at Kurtz intently for a long time. Her eyes were complex for a moment, as if she remembered a very, very long time ago, that fellow who suddenly burst into her life in the forest and boldly refused her offer to take him as a disciple, instead choosing to stay by her side forever in another way. Then the elf showed a very subtle smile. She turned back, telling Isla to concentrate, and at the same time said in a tone only Kurtz could clearly hear, "That's different, Kurtz. What you gained is a far more important identity than that." Her voice was very soft, yet it made Kurtz's emotions fluctuate. He looked at Sarai, who was once again focused on teaching Isla, at the elf girl diligently learning, and thought of the relationship between himself and Sarai that had lasted through the long years. Yes, he had long since obtained the most precious and irreplaceable bond. This was something no master-disciple relationship could compare to. He suddenly felt a little fortunate that he had refused the elf's proposal back then. Kurt said nothing more, just stood quietly beside Sarai, watching Isla clumsily grow under the elf's guidance. Donate a power stone in memory of those who have gone. Also, can you, give a review on the book page, please? You. Also concept art for the Nuceria here in comment. Chapter 155, The Constantly Evolving Demon Race. You're awake, Kurtz. Waking up from a long slumber once more, Kurtz slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the familiar face he expected, but a beautiful elven girl. Kurtz blinked in confusion, his thoughts seemingly still lingering in the chaos of his long-sleeping soul and body's reconstruction. It took him a while to realize that the elf before him was not the elven girl he was familiar with, but her apprentice, Isla. Isla, why are you here? He instinctively searched for her familiar figure, but besides Isla, the only other presence in the room was Orger, lying quietly by the bed, emitting a soft glow. Orger was currently maintaining a translucent, pale golden barrier surrounding the entire bed. Sarai had an urgent matter and had to leave. Before she left, she asked me to guard you and ensure your reconstruction process wasn't disturbed. Kurtz, how do you feel? Can you first disarm this barrier? Sarai said only you can fully control Orger. Isla pointed to Orger, which was continuously casting barrier magic nearby. Although Sarai had left, she had left Orger behind to cast a barrier spell for Kurtz. In Sarai's opinion, there were almost no mages in this world who could break Orger's barrier, but just in case, she still had her apprentice, Isla, guard Kurtz. What happened? Kurtz sensed the state of his new body. The reincarnation went perfectly, without any issues. With a subtle thought, he sent an intention to Orger. The next second, the pale golden barrier quickly faded away, allowing Isla to approach Kurtz. I'm fine. Kurtz stood up and stretched his new body. What happened? Where did Sarai go? She rarely leaves during such a critical moment of my reincarnation. It's the demon race. About a week before you woke up, traces of the demon race suddenly appeared in an elven town not far from the forest. They attacked the town, and many people died in it. The demon race, Kurtz's brows instantly furrowed. He hadn't expected that, after only about 1,000 years, these demons would emerge again. Like unkillable cockroaches, they had now gathered once more and directly launched an attack on an elven town. How many are there? Are there any powerful demons among them? I don't know the actual situation right now, Isla shook her head. When the news reached here, Sarai was very angry. She immediately decided to take action herself. Isla's voice conveyed absolute trust in her teacher's powerful abilities, but a hint of worry was also visible in her eyes. Her teacher had been gone for almost a week, even though that town was only a day's journey from here. A week, Kurtz's heart sank slightly. With Sarai's strength, dealing with ordinary demons shouldn't take much effort. An entire week without returning meant the situation might be more complex, or rather more dangerous than he had expected. Tell me the location of that town, I'll go find her. Kurtz, your body. Isla was a bit concerned. Although Kurtz said he was fine, he had just completed his reincarnation after all. Don't worry. Kurtz picked up his weapons and a verge, ready to set off. Although the magic power of his new body had not fully recovered, he didn't mind letting those demons experience what a close-range mage was like. But before he could act, a powerful and familiar magical energy appeared within Kurtz's perception. As the other party continued to approach, Kurtz and Isla simultaneously looked towards the door. The room door was pushed open. Sarai's figure appeared in the doorway. She was still in her familiar white robe, her delicate face unchanged. Only her complexion was a bit paler than usual, seemingly a side effect of excessive magic power use. Even her breathing was much more rapid than usual. Although she tried her best to hide it, it did not escape Kurtz's eyes. Sarai, Kurtz walked over. Sarai, Isla also immediately stepped forward. Sarai's gaze first fell on Kurtz. Seeing him successfully awakened, her cool eyes were filled with joy. She nodded slightly to Isla. Isla, you can go back for now. Yes, Isla looked worriedly at her teacher, then at Kurtz, and finally bowed respectfully before exiting the small house. After the door closed, Sarai fully turned her gaze to Kurtz. "How do you feel this time?" Her tone sounded no different from usual, as if she had just gone out for a stroll. Kurtz, however, did not catch her words. He simply came before her, took her small hand, and carefully sensed the magic power within her body. Sarai did not resist at all, simply allowing the man to hold her hand and let his presence probe into her body. "Such a large loss of magic power," Kurtz's tone deepened. "What happened? Did you encounter a powerful demon?" Sarai turned slightly, released Kurtz's hand, and walked to the table, taking out a bottle of magic recovery potion. It was still an incredibly bitter taste, but after so many years, Sarai had long grown used to it. Only her furrowed brows remained unchanged. Only after finishing the potion did she slowly speak. "The demons in the town have all been cleared out. Most of them were not a threat, but—" Her expression suddenly became serious. "There were a few demons among them that were very special." "Special?" Kurtz pressed. Sarai nodded. "Do you still remember the demon we encountered 1,000 years ago who called himself one of the 4 heavenly kings? The one with petrification magic?" Kurtz recalled the existence of this demon from the depths of his memory. Although his strength was not great, his magic was very special, as it was able to ignore some of Sarai's defensive magic. "This time I encountered the same type." Sarai paused, seemingly recalling the battle. "Their attacks could bypass my defensive magic." "You mean completely bypass it?" "No," Sarai shook her head. "It's more like penetration or perhaps being nullified. It's hard to describe in words." Sarai's tone carried a hint of disbelief, an emotion Kurtz rarely saw in her. "Kurtz, the demon race is evolving. I'm worried." She didn't continue, but Kurtz already fully understood her meaning. Indeed, the magical knowledge of this world was constantly evolving, and the demon race naturally wouldn't remain stagnant. After all, to some extent, the demon race was the most gifted race in this world. This time, Sarai encountered demons that could bypass her defensive magic. What about the next battle? Would she encounter demons that could directly pierce through her defensive magic, along with the mage behind it? Sarai seemed to have already imagined their appearance. Kurtz's expression also darkened. He walked in front of Sarai and asked in a deep voice, "Did you take care of all those demons?" I dealt with them. To make sure, I used the same high-level magic I used against the goddess back then. These damn annoying pests, face and Tanger." Chapter 156, Great Demon Shiraheart. At this point, Kurtz finally understood the true reason why Sarai's magic consumption was so immense. "You even used magic of this level. It seems the situation at the time was indeed very tricky." Sarai placed the empty potion bottle on the table. "Rather than tricky, I would say it felt more like it was planned." What do you mean?" Kurtz was a bit puzzled. Sarai had not appeared before the world for nearly 1,000 years. Even if someone wanted to find them, it should theoretically be impossible. Because the demons and monsters in this attack were specialized to target magic users. So I suspect someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Sarai turned to grab a magic book, but stumbled slightly. Kurtz quickly reached out to steady her and then noticed a tear in her robe on her arm, revealing her fair skin beneath. There was a shallow wound on it, giving off a faint dark aura. "You're injured," Kurtz's voice suddenly deepened. He had initially thought the Sarai just was suffering from immense magic consumption, but he hadn't expected her to be injured. Although it was minor, Kurtz felt he had never been angrier. He gently brushed his finger over the wound, attempting to heal it with the power of holy magic. But unexpectedly, the dark energy on the surface seemed to be activated, attempting to climb up his fingertip. However, it was immediately purified by Kurtz's holy magic, vanishing without a trace, and taking Sarai's arm wound with it. "This isn't ordinary demonic energy erosion," Kurtz's voice carried suppressed anger. "It's mixed with a special destructive power, specifically designed for magic users. That's why it could penetrate my shield. But what's more troublesome is that, when I was suppressing this power, I discovered." "Discovered what?" Kurtz quickly asked. "This power is too targeted. Sarai raised her eyes, her expression extremely serious. It's like it was specifically designed to counter elf magic users. Hearing Sarai say this, Kurtz fell silent. He was starting to suspect whether those demons had discovered his and Sarai's whereabouts. Or perhaps those demons discovered Sarai's whereabouts and used targeted magic to lure her out. But they didn't expect to be completely wiped out by Sarai, who had explosive combat power. But no matter what, this matter had to be thoroughly investigated. Kurtz and Sarai exchanged glances. No words were needed. A millennium of understanding had already made them know each other's decision. Isla, Kurtz called out loudly. The door immediately pushed open, and the elf maiden quickly walked in. Teacher, Lord Kurtz. Get ready, we're going on a long trip, Sarai said calmly. Where are we going, please? Here, Kurtz pulled out a map and pointed to a cave to the west. He had a thorough understanding of the terrain around the forest over the past millennium. If there was any most likely hiding place for demons, it could only be this cave. Even if they got it wrong, it didn't matter. They could just keep looking. Isla looked at the mysterious area on the map and nodded vigorously. All right, I'll get ready in a bit. She turned and quickly left, her movements already showing the agile style she had learned under Sarai's guidance. Sarai then looked at Kurtz, a little worried. Your new body. After all, Kurtz had only recently reincarnated. She felt it wouldn't be too late to wait a bit longer. The magic effect is better than expected. Don't worry about me. Kurtz clenched his fist. Rather, what about you? Are you all right? It's fine, Sarai said, having gone through a lot. The magic potion worked very well. Besides, if there truly is a mastermind targeting us, we can't give them any more time to plot. Kurtz nodded and said no more. The three prepared briefly and then set off. The magic here is extremely chaotic. My senses are severely interfered with. Standing above the cave, Sarai closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said in a deep voice. It seems we've found the right place. Kurtz also sensed the faint dark magic in the surrounding air. Clearly, this cave was the hiding place of those demons. The three concealed their auras and quietly approached the cave entrance. At the entrance, they discovered a forbidden magic array that had been deliberately set up. Once triggered, it would surely alert the demons inside. Sarai snorted coldly, magic gathering at her fingertips, directly and forcefully breaking the barrier in front of them. The magic array on it flickered violently a few times, then silently broke apart and scattered. Stepping into the cave, the aura of dark magic grew increasingly strong. As they went deeper, the path suddenly opened up, and a massive underground cavern appeared before their eyes. In the center of the cavern, there was not the expected demonic army, but only a single figure. He floated in midair, tall and slender, his black robe covering half of his face. His skin was an unhealthy pale white, his eyes were pure black, and he had a pair of large horns characteristic of demons on his head. When Sarai appeared at the entrance of the cavern, the other party's gaze fell upon her. Sarai. Clearly, this demon recognized Sarai. It was likely that the demons who attacked the town earlier were also under his command. You actually found this place. His tone carried a kind of indifferent control, as if he wasn't surprised that Sarai had found him. However, when his gaze swept over Kurtz beside Sarai, the depths of his calm, pitch-black eyes showed a change for the first time. But you. His dark gaze locked onto Kurtz. His cold voice carried a hint of confusion he couldn't quite hide. Why do you have such a blurry existence? Why do you have such a dangerous aura? Kurtz calmly met the demon's eyes. Orger was casually held in his hand, but its light was already quietly gathering. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. That was a lie. Kurtz killed countless demons over his life, and he never bothered with remembering their names. Back then, the Allied Army's pseudo-god strike had killed many demons, and later, the battle at the Demon King's city had destroyed the demonic army's main base. The reason he asked this was merely to see if this demon in front of him was one of the great demons from his memory. If he really was, then he apologized, but he might have to steal the show from the future hero's party. The floating figure, Shira Hart, was silent for a moment. In his pitch-black eyes, countless future scenes flashed wildly, his foresight magic completely unleashed. Along with this came an incredibly strong warning, a direct intuition from his innate magic. Unspeakable. Speaking his actual name would lead to an irreversible outcome. Ultimately, he did not speak his name. He simply slowly raised his hand, his palm pointed at Kurtz and Sarai. Magic was instantly released. Several dark spears instantly appeared, shooting directly at Kurtz and Sarai. The attack angles were extremely well placed, sealing off all space for evasion. But the two were already prepared for this. Be careful. Sarai let out a low cry, releasing her magic. An elf-specific defensive magic shield, along with an ice wall, instantly unfolded in front of her. To prevent the demon's attack from also having the ability to penetrate magic shields, Sarai specifically added an extra layer of ice wall. And indeed, it was as Sarai had expected. The moment the dark spears touched the shield, their tips gave off a strange ripple, like passing through water, and directly pierced through the magic shield. But fortunately, they were blocked by the ice wall released by Sarai. Thank you for being so supportive through Power Stone, and for your feedback. Chapter 157, Invincible. Black spears shot toward Kurtz, but unlike with Sarai, they didn't attempt to seal off his escape routes. They simply attacked head-on. Kurtz snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced without casting any defensive magic. He could have raised an ice wall like Sarai had, but the great demon's magic wasn't strong enough to pierce through both their defenses simultaneously. Yet he's avoiding direct confrontation. Orger blazed with light in his grip. Rather than releasing sword energy to intercept the spear's mid-flight, Kurtz simply swung with his pure physical power. Ding, ding. The blade struck each spear's weakest point with surgical precision and shattered them into wisps of dissipating black mist. Xuanhuan maintained his impassive expression, continuing to unleash various powerful spells. But Kurtz dismantled them all, one by one. For the first time in several years, a crack appeared in that eternally unchanging face. Astonishment flickered through those dark eyes. A warrior, this human dissolved my magic through brute force alone. Even troublesome was his foresight magic, which couldn't see this opponent clearly. Xuanhuan shifted targets. Sarai would be easier to handle. He could see her future, after all, which gave him the advantage. He redirected his assault toward the elf, while maintaining interference spells against Kurtz. Sarai remained calm under the barrage of tricky, penetrating attacks. The elf's defensive magic couldn't fully block them, so she layered ice walls and vines instead, weaving counterattacks between her defenses. For several exchanges, she and Xuanhuan traded blows evenly. Kurtz's eyes narrowed. Something was definitely wrong here. The angles of attacks were too precise and the timing too perfect. Each of Xuanhuan's attacks seemed to predict Sarai's next move, forcing her to burn through magic power just to keep pace. She should be dominating him. Sarai had lived 1,000 years, and this demon felt young, a newly manifested one. Yet somehow he was fighting Sarai on equal ground, which should be impossible. His fighting style wasn't built on experience. His age didn't support that level of mastery. Is he using a special ability to target Sarai? Or something worse, is it precognition? It was weird when the demon fought against Kurtz. Its attacks were straightforward, almost lazy, as if it didn't know how to fight properly. But the moment he engaged Sarai, they transformed into calculated surgical strikes. Whatever it is, this show can't drag on for too long. Kurtz made his decision, no more holding back. Magic power flooded into Orger like a dam bursting, rushing through the blade in torrents. At the same instant, his own future sight activated. In Kurtz's vision, the demon's next 3 moves laid themselves bare. He will deal with this demon first, then find his purpose. Buzz! After being sealed away for a millennium, Orger sang as it was pulled from its sheath. Sacred light erupted from the blade, flooding the cavern in brilliant radiance. The oppressive miasma Xuanhuan had been radiating burned away like morning fog. What? Xuanhuan's pupils contracted sharply. Terror, raw and unfamiliar, seized his chest. That power, that sacred aura made his very soul recoil, and that sword. It's no ordinary holy blade. Rumors spoke of Sarai wielding Athos, the elven holy sword, but this couldn't be Athos. How could a human wield it? The only outsider Athos ever accepted died centuries ago. His prediction magic kicked into overdrive, desperately trying to see Kurtz's attack pattern, searching for an opening, a counter, anything. He got nothing. Kurtz's future remained shrouded. Worse still, Orger's unleashed power actively suppressed his magic. Even his foresight of Sarai collapsed into static. The moment his predictions failed, Kurtz moved. No flourishes, no wasted motion, just a single devastating slash. Orger's blade extended into a 40-meter arc of golden light, cleaving downward toward where Xuanhuan hovered. Impossible, there was raw panic in that scream. Xuanhuan threw everything into layered barriers. He created one shield after another in desperate succession, and somehow, they caught the first impact. It was not because the demon's defenses were strong, but Kurtz was still holding back, hoping to capture him alive. Not anymore. Kurtz poured his full power into Orger. If I can't take him alive, then he dies here. Xuanhuan felt his end approaching him, facing that terrible brilliance, as if he was caught in death's onrushing shadow. Xuanhuan couldn't foresee how he would escape from here, which made it all the more inevitable. Against Orger's true power, his hastily erected shields were as flimsy as tissue paper. Cracked. Golden energy sheared through every barrier like they were rotted wood, then bit deep into Xuanhuan himself. GHK, purple-black blood erupted from his mouth, thick with organ fragments. His body hurtled backward like a snapped kite string, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crunch. His black robes hung in tatters. Charred wounds covered his torso. Even the horns marking his demonic heritage had been sheared clean off. Only his survival instinct, triggering one final burst of predictive magic at the last possible instant, had deflected the strike from his heart. Otherwise, that single blow would have erased him. Fear. Absolute, crushing fear drowned every other thought. The prediction magic he'd relied on meant nothing before this man. That sword's power completely restrained him. Invincible, this human is absolutely invincible. Cough, cough, I have to. Despite his mangled state, he tore open the escape route he'd prepared beforehand. Before Kurtz's second strike could fall, Xuanhuan fled, not even looking behind. Boom! The follow-up slash carved through empty air and demolished the wall behind where he'd been. Sigh, little birdie got away. Kurtz lowered Orger, staring at the rubble with cold eyes. Shame I couldn't keep him here. Still, that wound would be enough. The demon would surely remember this moment for the rest of his existence. Done. Chapter 158, The Miserable Xuanhuan. Sarai walked over to him, looking at the pool of purple-black blood and the broken horn fragments on the ground, her brows furrowed. His moves were strange, as if he could see my next move. It's a bit like the prediction magic, isn't it? Kurt said with a serious expression. He suspected that the demon just now was the omniscient Schlacht. But if it was really the Schalkt, then during the battle just now, both of us should have seen each other's future. Looking back, it seemed that only he saw the demon's future and not vice versa. So Kurtz was a little unsure whether it was really Schlacht or just another demon, who didn't appear in the original story. If only that guy had told me his name honestly, I wouldn't have to think about it for so long. HMPH, kids these days have no manners. Magic that can predict the future, is it really true? Sarai was a little surprised. She knew that the demon's innate magics were all kinds of strange powers. For example, in the mythological era, there was a demon whose innate magic was camouflage magic, with an extremely large range. It was with the help of this magic that the demons were able to transform into the Skywing tribe, easily approach the coalition forces, and destroy the forest of elves right under their noses. But magic like this, which could predict the future, was beyond Sarai's understanding. It might be a weakened version, I'm not sure, but it's a possibility, Kurtz replied. Hearing Kurtz say this, Sarai wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing his furrowed brow, she had to focus her attention elsewhere. But why did you only use Orger to fight? Where is your magic? During the battle just now, Kurtz only used Orger to fight the entire time and didn't even use magic. In the eyes of that demon, it would not be an exaggeration to mistake Kurtz as some powerful warrior. Because it's useful, I am thinking of becoming somewhat of a melee mage. A melee mage? Sarai looked at Orger in Kurtz's hand with a complicated expression. It seems a bit unorthodox, but if it's you, it's not that far-fetched. This legendary divine sword would surprise her every time she witnessed its true power. And if the user were Kurtz, that would be fine too. Let's go. Kurtz's eyes swept across the messy cave. We can't stay here anymore. He waved his hand and he called Ella in. Ella, you can come in and also clean this place, please. Yes. Ella immediately began to release magic to destroy this demon's stronghold completely. On the other side, Xuanhuan was huddled in a relatively secluded underground cave, his body filled with disordered demonic energy. The holy power was eroding his wound every second, making him suffer in pain nonstop. However, the pain in his body was far less than the turmoil in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it, who the hell is that man? He frantically recalled the brief yet terrifying encounter that had just occurred. Someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the great elven magician Sarai, and even take the lead in a fight, was by no means ordinary. The only human in history who was qualified and capable of standing beside Sarai was that one. Kurtz, the godslayer who killed the gods believed in by the demons thousands of years ago, causing all demons to lose the favor of the gods. Impossible, Xuanhuan subconsciously denied. Kurtz is human. How could a human live for over 1,000 years? He should have died long ago. 1,000 years is an unattainable length of time for human beings, long enough to turn any hero into a legend, and the legend to get buried in time. Could it be Sarai's new disciple? No, impossible. He immediately rejected this idea. That powerful strength, that feeling that even his foresight could not fathom, this was definitely not a power that a mere human disciple could reach. Moreover, there was something wrong with the way Sarai looked at that man. In the end, apart from being her disciples, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Or rather, he didn't dare to think about the most likely possibility. That sword, Xuanhuan recalled the terrifyingly powerful holy sword. Such terrifying power truly deserves to be the holy sword of the elves. I never expected it to be wielded by another race again after 1,000 years. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Kurtz, the name itself was a taboo among demons, a nightmare symbol that ended the last glorious era of the demons. If it really is him. If that godslayer were still alive. Xuanhuan shuddered violently, and the severe pain in the wound seemed to intensify. No, it can't be him. He forced himself to calm down and tried to analyze it rationally. It's impossible. Humans can't be immortal, they cannot live for so long. Yes, that must be a terrifying human genius cultivated by Sarai. This was the only rational possibility that made any sense. Xuanhuan felt a little relieved after coming to what he thought was a realistic conclusion, but then he fell into deeper worry. Even if the young human was not the godslayer himself, he was still far too dangerous. All his hard work is now in shambles because of him. He originally wanted to deal with the legendary elven saint, the most powerful magician among the elves, and then take action against the monk craft, so that the entire elven race would lose its two most prestigious people. But he didn't expect that the appearance of this man would disrupt all his plans. Moreover, Sarai's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. It was obvious that the demons he sent out were all powerful and were specially arranged to target Sarai, but she killed all of them. Not a single one escaped. They did not even injure her, yet she and his disciple found him so quickly. The plan must be changed. Soon, Xuanhuan made a decision. Sarai and that mysterious human are far too powerful. Now is definitely not the time to confront them head-on. He felt the lingering divine power within him, a lingering fear in his heart. I need time, even more time. A long-term plan quickly took shape in his mind. Let's lie low for now. He gritted his teeth and made the wisest choice. Abandon all attacks against Sarai and the elves, and then hide completely. 100 years? No, 200 years. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said, human lifespan has a limit. No matter how powerful a human is, he will eventually grow old and die. 200 years from now, that human will no longer exist, and then we will only have to deal with Sarai. During this time, he began to mobilize his magic power to repair his injuries. We must find a new king for the demon clan, a demon king so powerful that he can replicate the great achievements of the demon king of Castle 1,000 years ago. As long as the Godslayer holding Orger is gone, as long as the man who ended the previous era completely disappears from this earth, the era of their demon clan will finally come. And this time, no one will be able to stop it. Then he completely blended into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Only one determination remains: to wait for time. Let time erase that human life, and then will come the era of the demon race. Chapter 159, A Game of Time. The cave crumbled to ash under Alia's magic, and the last remnants of Shirahart's presence were utterly destroyed. Yet the doubts lingering in Kurt's and Sarai's hearts refused to dissipate. He escaped quickly, Sarai observed as the final traces vanished, her voice cold. If his ability to foresee the future holds even a grain of truth, then finding him, if he wishes to remain hidden, will be nearly impossible. Come on, Sarai, passive waiting has never been our style. Kurt sheathed Orger. They dared to reveal themselves and target you because they believe they have a chance. We've been silent for too long, so long they've forgotten why they should fear us. Sarai met Kurtz's gaze, and 1,000 years of understanding passed between them in an instant. She nodded slightly, then we'll remind them. After a millennium in seclusion, the legendary elven saint Sarai stepped once more into the outside world. The news struck like a boulder cast into still waters, sending ripples across the entire continent. When Sarai appeared in the Elven Kingdom, the whole nation was in uproar. Sarai, the great saint who brought the age of mythology to its end, held prestige equal only to that of the legendary warrior monk craft. And now she had returned. Her mere existence served as the strongest reassurance for elvenkind. Kurtz, by contrast, maintained a far lower profile. He wore an inconspicuous cloak with a deep hood shadowing most of his face. If any elves in the kingdom still recognized him, it would complicate matters considerably. Sarai tactfully avoided introducing him in detail, referring to him only as a traveling guard she'd encountered on the road. The name Godslayer Kurtz carried too much weight and would draw too much attention. What they needed was to find traces of the demons, not terrify them so thoroughly they'd burrow underground and never resurface. Kurtz understood well. If the demons came out know he still lived, the truly powerful among them would only hide deeper. The two began touring the continent, searching for any sign of demonic activity. The results proved disappointing. The demons seemed to have evaporated overnight. Occasionally, they'd encounter some scattered demons, but these were all newly manifested ones, incapable of providing useful information. Those moderately powerful demons that had terrorized elven villages vanished, as though they'd never existed. No trace remained behind. They've gone too deep underground. Standing in a desolate wilderness, Sarai gazed at the gray sky, her tone carrying rare helplessness. Failing to kill that demon was a big mistake. He likely saw our movements and ordered all demons to hide beforehand. And now he's waiting for who knows how long. Kurtz fell silent, his fingers rubbing together unconsciously. He could sense an invisible miasma enveloping both Sarai and himself, yet its source remained hidden in darkness with no clear avenue of approach. Shirahart's strategy was elegantly simple: use endless time to outlast the limited lifespans of mortals. Against such tactics, Kurtz's predictive magic proved useless. After all, his prophetic abilities weren't innate like Shirahart's, but derived from Orger, a nearly passive form of foresight. Naturally, such magic couldn't actively locate hidden demons. If it were anyone else, he might have been obviously defeated by this approach, ending up with the same fate as Yoriichi Tsujikuni, dying alone with lingering regrets of both past and future. Unfortunately for the demons of this world, Kurtz was not anyone else. He was Yoriichi transformed into a demon. Their little plan was doomed from the start. Sarai and Kurtz continued their search, though instead of searching, it was more of living old days, traveling together on the continent. During their search, they passed through the human kingdom Norn had established long ago. What had once been a modest city-state had blossomed into a vast empire. The royal capital, originally no larger than a town, now sprawled as a magnificent metropolis. In the capital's central square stood a statue of King Norn I. His achievements were inscribed on the pedestal, including, naturally, the legendary tale of fighting alongside the elven saint, SOUSOU, and the godslayer, Kurtz. Seeing the ideal nation they'd once fought for developing so positively offered rare comfort in their long lives. Norn did well, Kurtz murmured, his voice so soft only SOUSOU could hear. SOUSOU hummed acknowledgement without turning, though a smile flickered in her eyes. They disturbed no one, departing the prosperous city as quietly as any ordinary travelers. Time pressed forward, merciless and inexorable. 1 year, 2 years, 5, 10. Kurtz and SOUSOU moved across the continent like phantoms. Though many evildoers, demons, humans, and any other fell wherever SOUSOU traveled, the true target they sought remained concealed in deeper shadows. Moreover, Kurtz could clearly sense his current body was reaching its limits. Though currently there is not much reaction, when the day comes, rushing into the resurrection hastily would be very dangerous. SOUSOU noticed as well, or rather, she'd been carefully tracking Kurtz's remaining time all along. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Kurtz, let's go back." Kurtz paused, meeting SOUSOU's gaze. In her eyes, he saw the same helplessness he felt. "It's meaningless, Kurtz." SOUSOU's voice was soft but resolute. "He's playing a waiting game with us. Even if we continue searching for 20, 50 years, we might only catch some useless pawns, but never the one that truly matters. Your reincarnation is more important, as long as you are alive." She left the sentence unfinished, but her meaning was clear. As long as Kurtz lived, as long as he could continue reincarnating, that demon was destined to lose this game. Kurtz and SOUSOU held each other's gaze for a long moment before he finally sighed. Now he felt certain. That demon was or might truly be Schlacht of the future. Only that demon could be so cunning, so cautious, so patient. "All right," he agreed, "let's go home." They returned to their secluded cabin deep in the forest, as though concluding a long and fruitless journey. Time in the forest remained unchanged. Alia had long since matured into an accomplished elven mage, and she greeted their return with unbridled joy. In the years following their return, Kurtz continued his magical studies, making increasingly refined preparations for his next reincarnation. SOUSOU occasionally ventured beyond the forest to teach magic to those with talent, though she never formally accepted disciples as she had with Alia. Both lay dormant, quietly accumulating strength, waiting for the enemy lurking in time's shadow to bare its fangs once more. Waiting for the next reincarnation to begin. Waiting for the birth and emergence of those familiar figures, yet to come. Kurtz reclined in his rocking chair, gazing at the verdant landscape beyond the window, lost in thought. What will the world look like when I wake up next time? And time flowed on, silent and unrelenting. Well, new era is coming, folks, buckle up. Chapter 160, My Name is Flam. 200 years had passed in silence, and the forest had only grown thicker. Kurtz and SOUSOU's cottage still stood in the same spot. SOUSOU's preservation magic kept it from aging even after 1,000 years. It looked exactly the same. But Kurtz's chair by the window was empty now. Deep inside the cabin, a huge magic circle made of countless runes glowed with power. Kurtz's form flickered at the center, fading in and out. He was in the middle of reincarnation, his soul merging with a new body. Like always, SOUSOU stayed in the cabin, watching over the magic circle. The faint pulse of life from it was the only thing that kept her going through these long, lonely years. Ella had left a century ago to start her own journey. Now SOUSOU was alone again. Maybe it's time to find a new student, she thought. That peace shattered when a messenger bird arrived. She quickly untied the paper from its leg, and the moment she touched it, Ella's message appeared in her mind. "Teacher, demons are attacking the dwarven city in the southwest. There's also demon activity in the north. Please be careful." Demons? SOUSOU's hand clenched, crushing the paper to dust. The killing intent she'd suppressed for 2 centuries flared up like fire. those damned demons were back. Her eyes turned toward the glowing magic circle deep in the cabin. Kurtz was at the most critical stage and couldn't be disturbed. Any violent interference could ruin the ritual and cause irreversible damage. She couldn't leave, absolutely not. Her fighting spirit burned like wildfire, but Sarai forced herself to stay calm. In the end, her concern for him outweighed everything else, so she pushed down every urge to hunt them down. But just 1 year later, Sarai sensed an overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura. To prevent demons from sneaking into the forest, she and Kurtz had set up a massive detection ward covering the forest and several nearby settlements. And now, that ward was picking up their presence. She recognized the direction. There was a human village there. Demons, how dare they act so openly, appearing this close to her territory? Did they think Kurtz was dead? Was that why they felt so bold? They were in for a disappointment. But more importantly, did they really not take her seriously? The thought made the elven mage even angrier. This time, she couldn't hesitate. Kurtz, she walked to the edge of the magic circle, looking at the blurry figure inside. The circle's light made everything hard to see, including the man who had no idea what was happening outside. Sarai drew the holy sword Athos and poured massive amounts of magic into the blade, activating the strongest defensive spell in history. As more magic flowed in, Athos hummed, lifted from her hand, and floated directly above the magic circle. A thick, solid, pale golden barrier spread out instantly, completely covering both the circle and Kurtz. As the legendary Holy Sword of the Elves, no, of the entire continent, Sarai was absolutely certain no demon could break through this barrier. But that wasn't enough. Sarai kept weaving spells, layering invisible warning enchantments that spread like a spider's web in all directions. With the barrier as the center, they covered several thousand meters around the cabin. Any hostile magic or physical approach by an enemy would immediately trigger an alarm. After finishing these preparations, Sarai glanced one last time at the sleeping figure inside the barrier, then turned and released flight magic, racing toward the demons at full speed. When Sarai arrived at the human village, the air was thick with blood. What she saw looked like a scene from hell. She and Kurtz had visited this village before, just watching from a distance to see how these humans lived before leaving. She never imagined that when she came back, only burned ruins would be left, corpses and broken houses everywhere. The victims had died in different ways, but every single one had the distinctive dark aura of demons. Sarai stood at the village entrance, her face, unchanged for 1,000 years, twisted with rage she couldn't control. She was too late. Those demons had moved fast. Whether for cruel fun or just casual evil, they destroyed the village and left immediately. Cough, cough, cough. A faint sound came from beneath the rubble of a collapsed house. Sarai vanished and reappeared beside the ruins instantly. After clearing away the debris, she found a small human girl, possibly 7 or 8 years old. She was filthy. Her simple white robe was stained with blood, and her thin body was covered in scratches. But there were no tears or fear in her eyes, only silence. And buried deep in that silence was hatred. Deep, bone-cutting hatred. The little girl seemed to sense the light and raised her head with difficulty. When she saw Sarai's elven features, confusion flickered across her face before being swallowed by deeper hatred for the demons who destroyed her home. Even her tiny body trembled with rage. Sarai crouched down. The little girl's hateful expression caught her interest, and through her magic, Sarai could tell this human child had considerable talent. She cast healing magic, quickly fixing the girl's wounds. The child froze, seemingly unable to believe it, but the hatred in her eyes didn't fade at all. This made Sarai even more interested. She hadn't planned on taking a human apprentice. After all, human lifespans were so short, and the only person she really needed to wait for was him. But this little girl's appearance quietly changed something inside her. "Where is your family?" The girl stared at Sarai, and finally a hint of emotion broke through that hateful look. "They're all dead. Those monsters killed them." Tears finally fell. Sarai looked at the hatred-filled child in front of her, felt the wave of powerful magic inside her small body, and made a decision. She held out her hand, not to comfort, but simply calling to the little girl. "Come with me, I'll teach you to control your power. I'll teach you how to get revenge. Tell me your name." Looking up at the beautiful elf before her, the little girl spoke. "My name is Flam. She is here." Chapter 161, Me Teaching Flam Magic, Is That For Real? Sarai brought the young Flam back to the cabin deep in the forest. The light golden protective barrier remained stable, clearly indicating that nothing had happened during her absence. Flam followed her into the cabin, her gaze immediately drawn to the mysterious magic circle. The intricate patterns glowed faintly in the dim interior, pulsing with an energy that made her skin tingle. She curiously approached, examining the hazy figure in the center of the magic circle. That figure filled her with a sense of awe and an inexplicable attraction. What was that? A sleeping elf? But the hatred welling up in her heart quickly suppressed this curiosity. The faces of her parents flashed through her mind, their final moments. Her fingers curled into fists. Power. What she needed was the power to kill all demons, not to investigate this mysterious existence before her. "That is something you need to ignore," Sarai's clear voice sounded behind her. "Do not go near there, your room is over here." She pointed to a small, simply cleared space on the other side of the cabin. Flam obediently nodded, taking one last look at the figure in the light, burying all her doubts deep in her heart, leaving only the yearning for power. May I ask your name, elf miss?" Flam asked hesitantly. "Sarai." "Sarai?" Flam repeated the name carefully, as if suddenly remembering something, and quickly asked, "Are you the great Sarai, the elf saint who traveled with the godslayer Kurtz?" "Why am I mentioned second?" Sarai's focus was a little strange. "Theoretically, shouldn't she be mentioned first, and then Kurtz?" "I'm very sorry, because I've heard the most stories about great Kurtz." Flam quickly bowed her head in apology, afraid that Sarai would punish her for her displeasure. "Never mind, suit yourself." Sarai eventually gave up the idea of pursuing the matter of the title. Humans and their peculiar priorities. Looking at Sarai's retreating back, Flam secretly clenched her fists. With the legendary elf, Saint Great Sarai teaching her, she would definitely be able to kill all the demons in the world. But who was the figure in that magic circle? Could it be Great Kurtz? But Great Kurtz was just a human. It was impossible for him to live so long. No matter how Flam's small head thought about it, she couldn't guess, and in the end, she could only suppress her curiosity. From that day on, the rhythm of life in the cabin completely changed. Sarai became Flam's teacher. She did not rush to teach Flam powerful offensive magic, but started with the most basic mana circulation. The girl's raw power was evident, but unrefined, dangerous without proper foundation. Flam's magical talent was strong, and she decided to unleash it fully, so she wasn't in a hurry to achieve quick results. Moreover, Flam showed astonishing perseverance. Her hatred had now transformed into a powerful driving force, enabling her to endure tedious meditation and recite failed spells repeatedly until she achieved success. Sarai watched her practice late into the nights, hands trembling with exhaustion but never stopping. 2 years quietly passed in cultivation. Until one day, the light of the magic circle began to flicker violently. Sarai, who was guiding Flam in magic practice, suddenly stopped, turning to look at the magic circle, an uncontrollable anticipation welling up in her heart. That man had finally returned to her side once more. Flam was also startled, stopping her actions, looking in surprise at the suddenly activated giant magic circle. During this time, she also noticed the change in her master's expression. It seemed that the figure in the magic circle was a very important existence to her. Who could it be? The light grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire cabin, and after reaching its peak, it suddenly converged, shrinking into the center of the magic circle. A figure appeared before everyone. In Flam's eyes, it was a young man with black hair. Apart from being quite handsome, there was nothing particularly special about him. Kurt slowly opened his eyes, his thoughts gradually returning. He instinctively moved his body, ensuring that the fusion had no issues, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, his gaze naturally fell on the figure he always saw first whenever he opened his eyes. Sarai, long time, he was about to speak but suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted slightly downwards, landing on the small figure beside Sarai. It was a human little girl, about 10 years old, staring at him with a pair of large, clear, unblinking eyes. This tender yet familiar face made his thoughts momentarily freeze. A strong sense of déjà vu surged into his heart. He frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the girl and Sarai, filled with inquiry. Sarai gently patted Flam's shoulder, pushing her half a step forward. "Kurtz," Sarai said faintly, "she is Flam, my new disciple." "Flam," Kurtz's voice rose slightly, a change he didn't even notice himself, which naturally aroused the curiosity of the two girls. But Kurtz had no time to explain, he was completely stunned. Flam, the oldest human mage, whose title he had taken. The legendary figure who created countless magical theories, and even influenced the entire magical system of later generations. Now she was standing right in front of him, becoming Sarai's disciple. And still a little girl. He felt as if the timeline had been mischievously pushed during his slumber. The weight of meeting someone from the original story pressed down on him. He had only slept, although it was a long sleep, but Sarai had picked up Flam. Wasn't something a bit off here? Kurtz looked at the slightly tender, but stubborn-eyed little girl in front of him, the immense shock leaving him momentarily unsure how to react. Kurtz cleared his throat, suppressing the thoughts in his heart. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he squatted down, bringing his gaze level with Flam's. "Hello, Flam, I am Kurtz." Flam looked at the man who had emerged from the magic circle, and especially when she heard his name, her big eyes instantly lit up. "Your name is Kurtz." Flam's voice was filled with unbelievable excitement. "The same name as the great godslayer Kurtz from history." The smile on Kurtz's face froze for a moment. Damn it, he had become a stand-in. Shouldn't she be thinking that he was the real person? One could only say that habitual thinking killed people, leading to the assumption that humans couldn't live forever. Just the same name. He tried to make his tone sound as natural as possible. As for why he didn't tell Flam the truth, consider it one of his little quirks. That's truly enviable. Flam's eyes brightened even more. "Do you know, my greatest idol is the godslayer Kurtz. When I was little, my parents often told me his stories. Great Kurtz is the oldest human mage, and he's the person I most want to become." Her small hands gestured excitedly, her eyes full of admiration for her idol. "Kurtz." He instinctively glanced at Sarai beside him, only to see the elf turn her head away, her shoulders shaking slightly, clearly barely suppressing the smile on her lips. Kurtz rubbed his brow helplessly. It was rare to meet a fan of his, but it turned out to be Flam, which made him feel strange. So he reached out and gently patted Flam's small head, making his voice as gentle as possible. "Is that so? That's good. From today on, I will also teach you magic with Sarai. I hope that one day you too can have your own legend." Flam nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will definitely work hard. Teacher Kurtz, Teacher Sarai." She naturally called out the new titles. Sarai watched this scene. Although she was curious why Kurtz would choose to teach Flam, she didn't rush to ask but walked to his side and whispered, "Welcome back." "Yes, I'm back." He glanced out the window. "It seems that the peaceful days will temporarily come to an end, but this isn't bad either." Chapter 162, Two Different Ideologies. Day after day, life became different with Kurtz's awakening and Flam's presence. Flam's talent was indeed astonishing. Her understanding and control of magic far surpassed most magic apprentices, and the motivation stemming from hatred made her progress incredibly fast. One day, Flam was practicing Sarai's newly taught magic alone in the open space, outside the small house. Kurtz stood by the window, watching quietly. Sarai silently walked to his side, her gaze also falling upon that small figure. "Why?" Sarai's voice was soft, breaking the silence between them. She didn't look at Kurtz, only at Flam. "Why are you suddenly interested in teaching her with me? This isn't like your usual style." During these thousands of years, Kurtz and she had seen many beings from the outside world. To pass the long hours, she would choose to teach magic to some creatures with good magical talent. Among them, Aura was her most outstanding disciple. Kurtz, however, had never done such a thing, as if the Godslayer who had spread magical knowledge everywhere 1,000 years ago was not the same person as Kurtz 1,000 years later. To this, Kurtz's reply was, civilization finds its own way, and so does magic. He had already given humanity in this world a head start. Now it was time for them to develop freely, as that was the true path for magic. Now, facing Sarai's question again, Kurtz did not answer immediately. He thought to himself, to be able to teach that legendary human mage, watching her grow step by step, and finally become that flam. This was simply an unparalleled and wonderful experience. But of course, he couldn't say that. Just passing the time. Kurtz tried to make his tone sound as casual as possible. Watching her gradually master power is quite interesting, and, he paused, his gaze falling on Flam's focused profile. Her talent is indeed worth nurturing properly. Sarai turned her head, scrutinizing Kurtz, as if trying to dig out something deeper from his calm expression. She felt that Kurtz's attention to Flam seemed to be more than just passing the time, but what exactly it was, she couldn't say. In the end, she merely gave a faint hum, without pressing further. Her progress is very fast. Sarai's gaze returned to Flam with a hint of satisfaction. That hatred is the best fuel to drive her forward. Kurtz frowned. This was precisely what he was worried about. In the subsequent teaching, Kurtz increasingly clearly felt the unusual nature of Sarai's teaching methods. Sarai's core teaching was extremely simple: how to more efficiently kill an opponent. Whether it was demons or other races, it was all the same. Most of the magic she taught Flam was destructive, specifically targeting the opponent's weaknesses. With every practice, Sarai would emphasize the practical application of magic, simulating combat scenarios, and requiring Flam's spellcasting to carry a clear, killing intent. This action reminded him of when he first met Sarai, and she asked him to use light arrow magic, which also had to be done with killing intent. Sarai continuously reinforced the sole goal in Flam's mind, which was revenge. Under Sarai's guidance, Flam also became increasingly cold, beginning to be driven by hatred. Kurtz saw it with his eyes and worried in his heart. He understood Sarai's starting point and the hatred in Flam's heart. But he knew even more clearly that being completely driven by hatred was an extremely dangerous path. The reason why Flam in history was great was not only because of her powerful strength, but also because of her sufficient rationality, and built upon that rationality, her exploration of magical knowledge. He could not let this original ancient human mage fall. Thus, Kurtz began his plan. He did not directly deny Sarai's teaching, nor did he question the goal of revenge in front of Flam. He chose a more circuitous, more subtle approach. He taught Flam the magic from the Holy Scripture. Sometimes, healing magic was the best antidote to heal a person. Although Flam somewhat didn't understand why teacher Kurtz wanted to teach her this kind of magic that couldn't kill people, she still diligently learned it. Once, a wounded fawn suddenly stumbled into their view. Flam instinctively moved to kill it with the light arrow she had just learned, but Kurtz stopped her. Wait, Kurtz crouched down, releasing soothing magical power to prevent the fawn from running off. Try using the healing magic I just taught you. You don't need too much power, just a little. Flam was stunned for a moment, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Healing. This seemed to go against the goal teacher Sarai had taught her. But under Kurtz's persistent gaze, she still hesitantly extended her hand. When the light representing vitality appeared from her fingertips, covering the fawn's bleeding area, and she watched the wound slowly heal, along with the fawn's gaze gradually becoming docile, a sense of satisfaction surged in Flam's heart for the first time. Something shifted inside her, brief, fragile, but undeniably present. Sarai stood not far away, taking all of this in. She watched Kurtz gently teach Flam, and watched the momentary confusion in Flam's eyes. She did not step forward to stop them, nor did she express any opinion. Her golden pupils were utterly calm, showing no emotion. She just quietly observed. Observing Kurtz cast a few stones named rationality and gentleness into the hatred-filled heart of Flam, attempting to stir up some different ripples. She understood Kurtz's intention. Kurtz was worried that hatred would destroy this child. But Sarai also had her persistence. It was this deeply ingrained hatred that gave Flam such astonishing perseverance, allowing her to make rapid progress in such a short time. And this motivation would lead her to a whole new level, for which all sacrifices were worthwhile. The differing ideologies between the two quietly clashed within Flam's small body and mind. Flam, caught in the middle, sometimes felt confused. When she practiced destructive magic, her heart was filled with hatred for demons. The memory of flames and screams drove her forward, sharpened her focus. But when Kurtz taught her healing magic, and even took her to help a weak creature, a subtle but unsettling happiness would arise in her heart. She didn't understand why teacher Kurtz would teach her these things that were useless for revenge. Didn't revenge only require killing the opponent? But she trusted both teachers, especially the one who shared a name with the godslayer she admired. So, although confused, she still diligently learned everything Kurtz taught. Sarai saw Flam's confusion and Kurtz's actions. She did not interfere, but occasionally, when Kurtz taught Flam magic, she would fix her gaze on the two of them. As if weighing something, or perhaps just patiently waiting for time to provide the final answer. Chapter 163, Sarai's Questioner. How surprising! Sarai's clear, cold voice broke the tranquility of the magic practice. Just a short distance from them, Flam was practicing a brand new magic. Sarai's tone carried a hint of imperceptible admiration. Her talent is the second best I have ever seen among humans. Kurtz glanced at her, not responding. He knew who the first referred to, undoubtedly himself. Sarai's gaze shifted from Flam to the sky, as if recalling. Humans, though weak and short-lived, always manage to give birth to beings that defy convention. Perhaps it was truly as Kurtz had said, humans would be the most dazzling existence on this continent, and indeed, they had already begun to be. Only a little over 1,000 years had passed, and the traces of humanity had begun to spread across the continent, a stark contrast to their scarce presence a millennium ago. Even around the forest where she and Kurtz resided, human villages had appeared. Meanwhile, Sarai's statements continued. 1,000 years ago there were Norn and Eric, mortals who fought against gods, and 1,000 years later, Flam appeared and... She paused, her gaze returning to Kurtz. And your very existence is a mockery of all creatures in this world who hold a narrow view of humanity. I think Flam should be considered an exception, Kurtz calmly replied. He knew better than anyone how dazzling Flam's talent was in human history, but it was probably the only case. In the original historical trajectory, she almost single-handedly ushered in a new era in the theoretical and systemic construction of human magic. This achievement was, in itself, a miracle born from the convergence of many factors. An exception, Sarai's lips curved into a self-mocking smile. I think it's still not as outrageous as you are. Flam's talent was indeed excellent. She could cast light arrow magic soon after beginning to learn magic, and this year, her third year of studying magic, she was already proficient in several different elemental types of magic. The only thing she might lack is practical combat experience. After all, although Sarai often trained and sparred with her, they always held back, never truly putting her life in danger. Sarai was already considering whether to take Flam to find some monsters or demons for some practical experience. Kurtz raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. Me. Look, Sarai raised her hand and pointed at Flam. She took a week to learn light arrow magic initially, and you. A complex look flashed in her eyes, a familiar surprise from witnessing countless inhuman feats. You just took one look and learned it, even improving upon it. The gap between you two was already a chasm before she was even born. Flam's progress was indeed rapid, but that was all. In the face of Kurtz's talent, this rapid progress seemed ordinary. Perhaps what Flam now mastered was just the tip of the iceberg of what Kurtz had achieved in the same amount of study time back then. Sarai did not want to dwell on this. There are also differences between people, Kurtz shrugged, trying to gloss over it with a light remark. Indeed, Sarai nodded in deep agreement, with a strange sense of resignation. Sometimes, the gap can be as vast as heaven and earth, so great that the pursuit itself seems meaningless. She let out a soft breath, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Once she might have held onto the idea of living long enough to eventually surpass this man. After all, she was an elf, an almost eternal elf. As long as she lived long enough, she would eventually leave this man behind. But after Kurtz also broke free from the shackles of time, she completely gave up. In the face of pure talent, eternal time also lost its greatest advantage. Flam's training seemed to have entered a critical stage. She tried to compress the flames in her hand into a ball, but the turbulence of the fire element exceeded her current control limit. With a hiss, the uncontrolled magic exploded violently. The scorching flames mixed with a shockwave spread outwards, and Flam was directly knocked to the ground, her small face pale, her palms burning red, clearly burned by the backlash. Sarai frowned, about to step forward. Kurtz, however, was a step faster than her, his figure flashing to appear beside Flam, and the light of healing magic instantly covered her burned hand. Compressing fire is a bit more complex than light. You can't rush it, Kurtz comforted. Take a break first and try to feel the flow of magic when it went out of control just now. Flam looked at the healed scars on her hand, and under Kurtz's soothing words, the panic in her heart also subsided. She nodded, walked to the side, sat down, and closed her eyes, beginning to recall. Sarai remained where she was, watching Kurtz comfort Flam. For some reason, she felt a little displeased. She was here first, after all. Feeling her mood begin to sour, Sarai turned and walked deeper into the forest. Kurtz seemed to sense it and followed her. The two walked one after another for a long time, until they reached a clearing in the woods, before Sarai stopped. She turned around and looked directly at Kurtz. Why? Kurtz met her gaze. Why what? Why are you so insistent on interfering with my teaching of Flam? Sarai originally did not want to question Kurtz, preferring to let time slowly determine Flam's future path. However, after seeing Kurtz's concern and comfort towards Flam just now, she couldn't help but ask her question. Her hatred is her driving force. I don't see any problem with her using that hatred to make herself stronger. Moreover, I could have ignored your actions or waited for her to make her own choice, but now I want to know your reason for doing this. Her gaze was fixed on Kurtz, as if trying to dissect his calm exterior to uncover his true thoughts. Are you worried that my methods will cause her to go astray, like those foolish mages who can't control their own power? Even if that happens one day, it will only be her own problem, a consequence of her insufficient skill. Kurtz was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something, then he slowly spoke. Sarai, you are right. If Flam truly goes astray in the future, it is indeed due to insufficient skill, a result of her failure to control her own power. But he changed his tone, looking at Sarai with utmost seriousness. But there's a prerequisite for that, and that is if no one interferes. That's entirely different from you letting her only pursue the power of hatred. Chapter 164, Bringing the Elf Down to Earth. What's different? Sarai was somewhat confused by what Kurtz meant by different. From her perspective, there was nothing wrong with her allowing Flam to use hatred as motivation. Flam wanted revenge, wanted to become stronger, and as her teacher, Sarai should fulfill that wish. Moreover, she looked forward to the day Flam became stronger. Wasn't the role of a magic teacher simply to ensure their student became powerful enough? Because she's still young, Kurtz's tone grew heavier. Flam, she's only 10 years old, her mind is far from mature. Sarai had never interacted with children, let alone human children, so she didn't know how troublesome it was to cultivate a human child's personality and their very being. The only child she had interacted with might have been Aura, hundreds of years ago. But Aura had her parents and didn't need Sarai to teach her in that regard. Sarai only needed to teach her magic. Aura's parents were responsible for nurturing her personality and her very being. In truth, Kurtz also didn't know how to raise a human child, as he had no experience. However, he would act based on knowledge from books he had stumbled upon in his previous life. After all, no one is born a parent. Although it sounded a bit strange to say, Flam wasn't his child, but Kurtz didn't mind learning and helping Flam become the powerful mage he remembered. And Sarai, lacking this knowledge, naturally wouldn't consider such issues. Flam's life has just begun, yet it's already enveloped by hatred. Her world, at the very time she most needs guidance to understand it, has been forcibly given one goal: revenge. Kurtz took a step forward and firmly pressed Sarai's shoulders. Sarai, since you have become her teacher, her guide on the path of magic, we must not only impart magic to her, but also help her use this power correctly. Do you wish for Flam to one day become a bringer of disaster to this world? Hearing Kurtz's last sentence, Sarai's eyes instantly lit up, but under his gaze, she still spat out the words, "I don't want to," through gritted teeth. She thought it would be very interesting if that day truly came. For her student to become a bringer of disaster to this world, nothing could be more interesting than that. But what Kurtz said also made a lot of sense, causing her to fall into a dilemma. After all, from her perspective, for Kurtz's sake, her love for war could be completely suppressed. Who told this man he seemed to dislike war? You teach her that power is for slaughter, that magic is the most efficient tool of destruction. Against demons, there's no problem, but this is only a partial truth. Power can also be used for protection, and magic is a path to the world's essence. It encompasses everything, not just destruction. If we only teach her to seek revenge, to strengthen herself through hatred, then the world in her eyes will forever only reflect hatred and destruction. She might become an incredibly powerful avenger, a terrifying godslayer for the demons, yes, but she will also lose the possibility of experiencing other colors of life. Her heart might forever be consumed by hatred. Kurtz's tone carried an almost pleading quality. Flam's future holds infinite possibilities, Sarai, but this one possibility is not the outcome I wish to see. So I want to guide her towards a perfect outcome, because after all, I am her teacher. Kurtz's words echoed in Sarai's ears, each word weighing heavily on her heart. She stood there quietly, her eyes reflecting Kurtz's figure and her own thoughts. The expression on her face seemed to show a subtle, almost imperceptible loosening. Over 1,000 years, Sarai had taught many beings. She imparted knowledge, taught them the magic they wished to learn, and pushed the potential of every talented individual to its limit, making them powerful mages. She had never considered that the role of a teacher carried such a heavy responsibility beyond that. She was accustomed to viewing the death of life from an elf's perspective. Human life, in her eyes, was inherently short. It was already difficult for it to bloom with dazzling light. Flam's hatred was her motivation, and using this motivation to make her quickly grow strong was, in Sarai's opinion, the most efficient method. As for whether her heart would become cold and twisted because of it, perhaps that was the price she had to pay for power. After all, in Sarai's long life, she had heard too many examples of people being consumed by power. She had long grown accustomed to it. But Kurtz was different. He was human. He understood the complex emotions and possibilities contained within that short life. He saw Flam not just as a remarkably talented magic apprentice, but as a little girl who needed his guidance. His definition of a teacher was from a human perspective, caring for the growth of another human. This perspective was one Sarai had never considered. She recalled Kurtz's teachings to Flam, which now stood out with striking clarity, highlighted by his words. The healing magic, the wounded fawn, the quiet moments of gentleness woven between the lessons of destruction. Time seemed to freeze in the clearing for a long while. Sarai's gaze shifted from Kurtz's face, the indifference in her eyes gradually disappearing, replaced by a look of confusion and contemplation. Ultimately, she neither refuted nor agreed. After all, Flam was the first person Kurtz was willing to teach, someone who could simultaneously receive training from both a godslayer and a saint. And her talent was worthy of such treatment. Kurtz's words alone couldn't fully convince Sarai, because to her, simply teaching these people magic was already benevolent enough. She had no obligation to care for them like children. But since this man had taken the initiative to speak, let Flam be an exception. Sarai nodded, her movement so slight it was almost imperceptible. Then she spoke, her voice carrying a complex emotion that even she found unfamiliar. I understand. Only a few simple words. Even without explicit agreement, Kurtz understood the meaning contained within them. This was the first time Sarai truly began to contemplate the deeper meaning of the word teacher, beyond simply imparting power. It was a crack in the veneer of her long life's detached emotions, the beginning of a change. Kurtz looked at the contemplative light in Sarai's eyes and understood. Changing the mindset of an elf who had existed for thousands of years would certainly not happen overnight. But to make her start thinking, to begin to shake that elf mindset, was already a huge step forward. He believed that time would change everything, and it would also bring this ever-transcendent elf down to earth. And then, his opportunity would also arrive. Hola amigos, how are you? Fine, happy, or just passing by HMM? Chapter 165, Sarai, do you want a daughter? After that heavy conversation, Sarai seemed to have truly taken Kurtz's plea to heart. She didn't change immediately, nor did she say anything to Flam, but a subtle shift quietly appeared in her teaching. The initial changes were reflected in daily routines. Sarai no longer used demons as examples to ignite Flam's hatred after every magic practice, as she used to. Instead, when Flam successfully cast a spell, Sarai would comment on the deficiencies in her magic circulation, allowing the little girl to do better and more perfectly next time. Flam keenly noticed this change. She was a little confused, but more than that, she felt a sense of relaxation. Previously, every successful spell felt like adding a shovelful of earth to the graves of her hometown, and the pressure of revenge was always present. But now, Teacher Sarai seemed to rarely force her anymore, which unconsciously relaxed the tight strings of her heart during practice. Next, Sarai began to adjust the proportion of training content consciously. She would still teach Flam powerful offensive magic, which was core content and naturally wouldn't change, but she would also, along with Kurtz, teach Flam holy magic. These contents, originally taught only by Kurtz, were now also included in Flam's daily curriculum. Perhaps Sarai truly regarded Flam as a special case. She was willing to spend more time cultivating her. Flam, of course, didn't know the content of the conversation in the clearing, but she instinctively attributed this change to Kurtz. She had experienced how gently Teacher Kurtz guided her. And now, Teacher Sarai also chose to do so. Although neither of them told her the truth, Teacher Kurtz must have persuaded Teacher Sarai. This realization filled her heart with gratitude and a deeper sense of closeness towards Kurtz. She also no longer felt the indecision and pressure of being at a loss, due to the differing teaching philosophies of her two teachers. Although Teacher Sarai was still strict, the direction of her demands seemed clearer, allowing her to immerse herself wholeheartedly in the ocean of magic. And Teacher Kurtz was like a lighthouse in the sea, providing guidance and care when she felt tired or confused, leading her to appreciate the broader side of magic. In this atmosphere, Flam was able to devote all her attention to learning magic, growing rapidly in a completely different manner than before. Her progress not only did not slow down, but, due to the reduced burden, showed even more astonishing potential. One afternoon, Kurt sat in his small rocking chair, watching Flam demonstrate her magic in front of Sarai. The little girl from yesteryear could now be described as a young lady. Although still somewhat naive, she already possessed a certain level of combat capability. In Kurtz's opinion, it was time to take Flam for some practical combat training, but the prerequisite was that there had to be magical beasts around. Flowers in a greenhouse are too fragile, and the path Flam was destined to walk was a journey fraught with wind and rain. Flam's magic ultimately succeeded. Several light spears appeared around her, controlled by her, flying towards the ground not far away, causing an explosion. Very good, you did well. Sarai rarely gave such direct affirmation. Flam smiled happily. Her smile contained not only the joy of success, but also a pure love for magic itself. In the magic Flam just released, it wasn't just simple light spear magic, but also had some tracking magic functions attached. Although for Sarai and Kurtz now, this magic was rarely used. Ever since Kurtz improved all his magic to be large-scale, Sarai herself was unwilling to waste time specifically controlling the direction of magic in battle. After all, instead of predicting the opponent's escape route, It's better to seal off all of their escape routes directly. This was Sarai's choice. But it was limited to herself. Ordinary mages couldn't bear such intense magic consumption. Only she, Sarai, could do such a thing. As soon as she thought of this, Sarai's entire small face lifted. Kurtz watched this scene, picked up a cup of fruit tea, and walked to Sarai's side, handing it to her. Sarai naturally took it, her gaze still fixed on the excited Flam. "How does it feel?" Kurtz asked softly, with an implied meaning. Sarai took a sip of fruit tea and did not directly answer Kurtz's question. Human cubs are indeed much more complex than elves. It was Sarai's first time interacting with such a young one, but Flam brought her far more surprises than all of her past millennia. Watching the other party slowly grow under her guidance, being gradually shaped in both strength and essence by herself, that sense of satisfaction was something Sarai had never experienced. However, Sarai only planned to experience this satisfaction once. Just as she had thought before, Flam would only be a special case. A special case that she could cultivate and guide from a young age. Sarai looked at Kurtz, her eyes no longer held the previous coldness, replaced by a glimmer of interest. Observing her as a special case, perhaps, it really will be an exciting thing. She acknowledged Kurtz's statement, and clearly indicated that this would become a story worth savoring in her long life. This was not just a compromise to Kurtz, but a proactive acceptance. Kurtz looked at the clear light in Sarai's eyes, knowing her thoughts. She no longer merely viewed Flam as a talented magic apprentice, but truly saw her as a human worth understanding and guiding. "Yes, very interesting," Kurtz echoed with a smile, looking at the small figure in the sunlight. Watching her grow, watching her understand, watching her find her own path, this itself is the most moving miracle outside of magic. Flam seemed to sense the gazes of her two teachers, turned her head, and gave them a brilliant smile, waving vigorously. In response, Kurtz also waved back at her. But deep down, a bold idea quietly arose. "By the way, Sarai, do you want to experience this feeling again?" "Huh, what do you mean?" She looked at him in confusion. Kurtz lowered his moving closer to her face and said, "I have a way that will let you experience this process again, and even more than once if you wish. Perhaps, probably, maybe, possibly." If that day truly came, his lovely daughter's magical talent should be no less than Flam's, right? "I cannot comprehend the weird thing you say." It was still too difficult to expect Sarai to understand the subtext in Kurtz's words. However, one experience like this is enough. Flam will only be a special case. Seeing Sarai refuse, Kurtz said nothing, just smiled and did not continue speaking. Anyway, there would always be an opportunity. The question of importance is, do you want? Chapter 166, The Naive Flam. The afternoon sun was warm, and even the scent of grass and earth in the air became pleasant. Or perhaps it was because she had received praise? Flam wasn't sure. She sat beside the crater created by her light spear magic, her chest rising and falling slightly from the magic power consumption, but a smile she couldn't hide graced her face. Sarai's rare and direct affirmation made Flam feel somewhat lightheaded. This was the first time Teacher Sarai had praised her like this. Unlike Teacher Kurtz's usual gentleness, Teacher Sarai was very strict with her, even to the point of being harsh. However, Flam had no complaints. She also wanted to become stronger, stronger than all demons, and then kill all demons. But with Teacher Kurtz's intervention, everything changed. Even Master Sarai became much gentler, rarely demanding strictness from her anymore. Flam didn't know if this was good or bad, but she only knew that she was very happy now. And that was enough. She subconsciously looked in Kurtz's direction, just in time to see Teacher Kurtz walking towards Teacher Sarai. Their figures standing side by side in the sun appeared so harmonious, as if they had been like this for 1,000 years. Teacher Kurtz's gentle smile and Teacher Sarai's subconsciously gentle tone when speaking with him caused a strange emotion to grow quietly in Flam's heart. What was the relationship between them? Why did they seem so close? It was truly enviable. Flam wasn't sure what she envied. Was it simply the intimacy between the two of them? Or was it that Teacher Sarai could be so close to Teacher Kurtz? She didn't know. She waved vigorously at them, and Kurtz's encouraging response was her reply. Sarai merely nodded slightly, but the gaze in her eyes was enough to satisfy Flam. Watching her grow is, in itself, the most moving miracle beyond magic. Kurtz's words drifted into Flam's ears, warming her heart. She was indeed growing, at a speed that surprised even herself. After no longer being driven by hatred, even learning magic became much easier, and many previously incomprehensible magical concepts suddenly became clear. Was it really Teacher Kurtz who did this? After hearing Kurtz's words, Flam had confirmed her previous guess. And the result of this was that Flam's reliance on Kurtz further increased. If possible, she also wanted to be like Teacher Sarai. Time flew by quietly in the study. The naive little girl who first arrived gradually grew taller, revealing the slender figure characteristic of a young woman. In Sarai's eyes, her magic power deepened daily, and her every move subtly showed the demeanor of a mature mage. She could skillfully use many of the spells Sarai had taught her, and had begun to try incorporating her own understanding to make subtle adjustments. She was trying to create her own magic, like Kurtz. Sarai did not stop her. After the end of the Age of Myths, the development of magic no longer focused on large-scale destruction, and the threshold for creating new magic was significantly lowered. Sarai had heard of many strange and wonderful spells. If it were in the Age of Myths, she would have considered these spells useless. A spell that couldn't kill an enemy wasn't a good spell. But now, under the influence of a certain man, Sarai's views had quietly changed. In fact, over the past 1,000 years, she herself had tried to create different spells. And Flam's actions were exactly what she wanted to see. What Sarai didn't expect, however, was that as Flam grew older, a new restlessness began to sprout in her heart. She was no longer satisfied with just learning magic itself. Her gaze lingered more and more on her two teachers, especially Kurtz, the only male she had interacted with on her growth journey. He was like a magic book she could never finish reading. He possessed magical knowledge that even Teacher Sarai hadn't mastered, and not just magic, but also history, races, and even some legendary stories about the Godslayer and the monk craft that she had never heard Teacher Sarai speak of. His patience and gentleness towards her were completely different from Teacher Sarai's strictness, making her want to get closer. And then, even closer. This sense of closeness grew in her unknowingly. When she saw Kurtz and Sarai talking in low voices, exchanging a knowing glance, or Sarai naturally taking something Kurtz handed her, Flam always felt a pang of exclusion and loss. She didn't understand what this emotion was, but she instinctively felt that Teacher Kurtz's gaze towards Teacher Sarai seemed more complex than his gaze towards her, containing a bond she couldn't intervene in. It was as if the two had been together for a very long time. This made her somewhat envious. She longed for more attention from Teacher Kurtz, even to become someone like Teacher Sarai. This thought startled her, and what puzzled her even more was what kind of existence Teacher Kurtz truly was. He never personally cast powerful spells, at most demonstrating some basic techniques. Teacher Sarai was a recognized progenitor of mages. Her power was beyond doubt. But what about Teacher Kurtz? What was his true strength? Why would an existence as proud as Teacher Sarai allow a seemingly ordinary human to be her equal, even obeying his words in some aspects? A bold, almost absurd guess grew wildly in her mind like weeds. Could Teacher Kurtz be that legendary Kurtz, the Godslayer, who ended the age of gods 1,000 years ago and saved the world? Every time this thought surfaced, she forcibly suppressed it. It was too crazy. What kind of legendary existence was the Godslayer? He was the protagonist in stories, a figure living in myths. How could he be standing alive before her, teaching her magic patiently like a gentle older brother? The timeline didn't match either. How could a human live for 1,000 years? This was absolutely wishful thinking. It must be Teacher Kurtz's unique aura that made her have such unrealistic associations. She tried to convince herself and buried this incredible guess deep in her heart. But once the seed of doubt is planted, it is never easy to get rid of it. Flam began to observe Kurtz's every word and action more carefully, trying to find clues, yet also afraid of actually discovering something. Days passed in this complexity. Flam studied even harder, seemingly wanting to fill those unanswered doubts with progress in magic. Until a peaceful afternoon was broken. Chapter 167. Chapter 167, White Fortress, the City of the Dwarves. A carrier pigeon, carrying a paper inscribed with magic and emanating a familiar magical aura, passed through the forest's barrier and arrived before Sarai. It was a letter from Ella. After Sarai finished receiving the message, her previously calm face instantly turned cold. To the north, the dwarves' city of White Fortress has suffered a large-scale demon attack, resulting in heavy losses. At the same time, the newly emerging human country to the west is constantly clashing with elf country. Ella suspects that demons are instigating this from behind the scenes, attempting to divide human strength. Upon hearing teacher Sarai's words, Flam's heart sank. El country. She knew that place. Not only had Kurtz told her about it, but her parents had spoken of it as well. It was the first human kingdom, a place yearned for by all humans. Those demons, they had appeared again, and this, they had even attacked El country. Even though the flames of revenge had been suppressed by reason, they had never extinguished. Now, this news instantly ignited them. Kurtz finished reading the letter, his brows tightly furrowed. He looked up, his gaze meeting Sarai's in the air. No words were needed. Their years of tacit understanding allowed them to grasp each other's intentions instantly. The peaceful time of teaching had ended. The test of practical combat had arrived early. This was not only a trial for Flam, but also a response to the current situation. Flam, take your staff, it's time for departure. Flam's body trembled as she met Sarai's calm gaze. Fear? No, it was more of a completely ignited fighting spirit and awakened hatred. She nodded. Yes, teacher Sarai. Kurtz noticed the tension hidden beneath the girl's surface. He walked over to her and gently patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous, Flam. Trust in your own strength. He met her eyes. No matter what, Sarai and I will be by your side. The words eased something tight in her chest. She looked at Kurtz gratefully, the complex emotions in her eyes known only to her. Before long, 3 figures burst out of the tranquil forest like arrows released from a bowstring. Kurtz and Sarai decided to head north to the city of the dwarves first, to resolve the demon attack and to see if Shilahat was behind it. As for the 2 human countries, the situation was far less critical than that of the dwarves. The journey was long and monotonous. During a brief outdoor encampment, by the campfire, Flam finally couldn't resist and cautiously asked Kurtz the question that had been swirling in her mind for a long time. Master Kurtz, where did you learn so much magical knowledge? In Flam's eyes, teacher Kurtz was a human not much older than herself. Although she didn't know his exact age, he shouldn't be a whole generation older than her. Yet the magical knowledge he possessed rivaled that of an elf like teacher Sarai, who had lived for thousands of years. This unusual disparity made Flam unable to resist asking. The longer one lives, the more one sees, and naturally, the more one knows. Kurtz's answer was calm, yet it carried a hint of something unspoken. The longer one lives. Flam chewed on these words. The clouds of doubt in her heart churned again. She secretly glanced at Sarai nearby, who was dozing against a rock. Moonlight spilled on her profile, a beauty that made one instinctively look twice. A human, an elf, how did such a cross-racial relationship between them come to be? And how long was the long that teacher Kurtz spoke of? She did not ask further, but the curiosity about Kurtz's true identity, like a vine, wrapped around her heart, tightening more and more. The closer they got to the north, the colder and drier the air became. Flam saw continuous mountain ranges for the first time, and also saw a tall mountain with one side covered in snow and the other side lush green for the first time. Kurtz noticed the curiosity and confusion in her eyes, so he took the initiative to explain. It wasn't until they crossed another towering ridge that the sight before them made Flam hold her breath again. In the distance, at the center of a vast, circular mountain range, stood a magnificent mountain city that surpassed all imagination. The entire city seemed to be carved out of a gigantic, hollowed-out mountain, with countless white stone houses built into the mountainside and crisscrossing stairs, forming an incredibly spectacular fortress. However, at this moment, the city was engulfed in war. Outside the city walls, a dense, tide-like army of monsters was frantically assaulting. Even in the sky, dozens of flying monsters circled, throwing various fireballs at the dwarves' defenders on the city wall, causing explosions and screams. On the city wall, the dwarven warriors fought valiantly, even bringing out many of the dwarves' black technologies. Barrels of gunpowder were thrown, crashing into the monster army, causing an explosion. On the city wall, one could even see the glimmer of magic, clearly indicating that the dwarves' hired mages were casting spells. But the demons' offensive was extremely fierce. Some sections of the city wall had already been breached, and small groups of monsters were pouring in through the gaps, engaging in intense combat with the defenders inside the city walls. The smell of blood was carried by the wind, constantly stimulating Flam's senses even from a distance. The brutality of war unfolded before her eyes without reservation, far more shocking and terrifying than any description. Her face instantly turned pale. Her stomach churned, and her palms, gripping her staff, were covered in cold sweat. The fighting spirit she'd felt during practice seemed so small in the face of war. "This is a battlefield." Sarai's voice sounded in her ear, without a ripple, as if stating a perfectly normal fact. "Put away your weakness. Remember, for every second you hesitate, more dwarves will die below. Do you see those flying monsters? They are the biggest threat. Your first goal is to eliminate them. Can you do it?" Sarai's command was beyond doubt. Flam looked at the rampant monsters in the air as she was told, and immense fear seized her. Those monsters were extremely fast in the air, and she needed to hit them precisely with magic on a chaotic battlefield. Flam began to doubt if she could do such a thing. Her voice trembled slightly. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Kurtz's voice sounded in her ear. "Flam, believe in yourself. Just like when you practiced in the forest, lock onto your target and then guide the magic." His grip tightened slightly. "Don't worry about monsters interfering with you. Sarai and I are right here by your side." The words seemed to carry a strange magic, dispelling the panic in her heart. She recalled countless practice sessions in the forest. If she backed down now, wouldn't she be letting down the guidance of her two teachers? She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, closed her eyes, concentrated, and began to channel the magic within her body. Chapter 168, Flam's First Battle. "I understand." Flam suddenly opened her eyes. Although there was still some nervousness in her eyes, it was mostly a light of firm conviction. She raised her staff high and began to cast spells rapidly. Invisible magic power fluctuations emanated from her, which was the detection magic invented by Kurtz. With the help of this magic, Flam was able to perceive the target's position in the chaotic battlefield below. Her gaze locked onto a monster in the sky that was diving down, preparing to throw a fireball at a group of dwarves. "Now!" Flam's staff pointed at the target, and magic power surged out. Her staff was made by someone Kurtz found. For a magic apprentice, a staff was indispensable. Unless one day Flam becomes as powerful as Sarai, she will naturally no longer need the help of a staff. But for now, she still needed a staff to help her cast spells. 3 light spears, faster and more dazzling than before, appeared out of thin air. They did not shoot straight but drew subtle arcs in the air, as if predicting the monster's flight trajectory. Under the guidance of the detection magic, they ignored other chaotic interferences on the battlefield, shooting precisely at the flying monster. The monster seemed to sense the danger, letting out a sharp screech and flapping its wings violently as it attempted to dodge. But the light spears locked onto it firmly. No matter how it changed direction, they would instantly adjust their own direction. At this moment, Flam had perfectly integrated detection magic, light spears, and tracking magic. Puffed! The next second, the soft sound of an arrow-piercing flesh was heard. The monster's body stiffened in midair, and several large holes were opened in its chest and even its entire head. It couldn't even let out a wail, falling directly from the sky like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the group of monsters below, causing a stir of chaos. Success! Flam's heart pounded, almost leaping out of her throat. This was her first time killing a monster. There was no discomfort, only a kind of post-survival exhaustion and a hint of unbelievable excitement. She really did it. Well done, Flam, keep going. Kurtz's praise came in time. Don't just stand there, keep going. Sarai's voice followed closely. She didn't even turn to look at Flam's battle results. Her petite figure had already rushed towards a huge gap torn open in the city wall, where dozens of monsters were roaring and pouring in, fighting with the dwarf warriors. Even more monsters continued to pour in along the gap, forming a dense mass, like a black tide. Seeing this, Sarai raised her slender finger and gently pointed at the monster tide. Whoosh! Space seemed to be compressed instantly. A terrifying magic power shockwave, visible to the naked eye, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed heavily into the monster crowd. Boom! Deafening explosions drowned out everything. Broken stones and the remains of demons were all mixed together, and then instantly cleared by the subsequent shockwave. The previously crowded gap, along with all the demons within a dozen meters outside the gap, completely disappeared. This shocking scene stunned the dwarf warriors fighting nearby. They stared blankly at the petite figure hovering above the gap. But they quickly reacted and immediately began to clear the remaining monsters that had already poured in. Having lost their subsequent reinforcements, these monsters that had entered the city wall were quickly annihilated by the dwarf warriors. On the other side, Flam, not far away, was deeply shaken by this terrifying blow. Is this the true power of Teacher Sarai? Crushing, pure crushing. Perhaps no monster in this world would be a match for Teacher Sarai. As for the demons beyond that, Flam didn't know. She had never seen demons, and even on this battlefield, she hadn't seen the figures of the demons Kurtz mentioned. But at the same time, she also saw the corners of Teacher Sarai's mouth turn up. Teacher Sarai seems to really like battlefields. Flam didn't dare to think deeply. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and raised her staff again. With the first successful experience, the fear had receded a lot. She quickly locked onto her next target. This time, Flam set her sights on 2 flying monsters. 6 light spears flew out. In groups of 3, they shot precisely at their respective targets. Thud! 2 monsters followed in their companions' footsteps, falling to the ground. Flam's movements didn't stop, and her magic was continuously released. The light spears were like the arrows of the Grim Reaper, one after another, and the rampaging monsters were precisely targeted and fell from the sky. She gradually found her rhythm, her casting speed becoming faster and faster, and her magic basically never stopped. The cost was also obvious. Her face began to turn pale. However, Flam's attacks were very effective, greatly deterring the remaining monsters in the air. Their formation began to become chaotic, and their offense clearly weakened. The pressure on the dwarf defenders on the city wall suddenly decreased. They saw the continuously appearing light spears and falling monsters in the air, and they also saw the young figure continuously waving her staff in the distance. Although they didn't know who she was, cheers still rang out. Well done, mage. The dwarf's morale was greatly boosted. Flam heard the vague cheers, and a warm current surged through her heart. She wasn't fighting alone. Her magic was truly protecting others. Just then, a huge flying monster seemed to be completely enraged by Flam's continuous sniping. It let out a deafening roar, abandoned its original target, flapped its huge wings wildly, stirring up strong winds, and charged straight at Flam with astonishing speed. It could even cast spells. The monster opened its huge mouth, and a highly condensed green energy orb was rapidly forming within it, clearly some kind of special magic. Quickly use magic. Sarai, who was in the distance, saw this scene and immediately shouted. She was dealing with another group of monsters entangled with the dwarf warriors, too far to help. Flam's pupils constricted. The flying monster's speed was too fast, bringing with it a deathly oppressive feeling. Her magic had just locked onto it, and magic needed time to cast. There was simply no time to release it. Should I dodge? Flam immediately rejected this thought. Her speed could not possibly be faster than this diving monster. As for the defense, Teacher Sarai mentioned. Could the magic shield she hastily put up really block this long-charged magic attack? Flam didn't have that confidence. A huge fear surged into her heart, making her mind go blank. Flam even forgot that Kurtz was standing beside her, forgetting that she did not need to be afraid at all. Chapter 169, Flam, I'm very curious. At this critical moment, a pure white light, more dazzling than any of Flam's previous spells, shot out from less than a meter away from her, arriving first despite being launched later, and flew directly into the monster's open maw. Thump! There was no violent explosion, only a jarring sound that made one's teeth ache. The monster's enormous body stiffened abruptly in midair, and the light in its mouth instantly dissipated. The next second, starting from its mouth, its entire head, along with half of its chest, silently annihilated. The massive body, having lost its entire upper half, continued to surge forward for a few meters due to inertia, then crashed down not far in front of Flam, kicking up a cloud of dust. Flam's heart almost stopped beating. She slowly turned her head. Kurt stood beside her, slowly lowering his raised finger. A trace of pure white magical light, still lingering on his fingertip, seemed to send shivers down her spine. But the light vanished in an instant, as if it had been merely an illusion. Don't be afraid, no matter what, I am right here beside you. His words carried a strange, penetrative power, instantly dispelling all of Flam's fear. Master Kurtz. Flam's voice trembled with the relief of having escaped a close call, and tears welled up. An immense sense of gratitude and a more complex dependence emerged in her. Thank you, Teacher Kurtz. She was incoherent, almost instinctively taking a step forward and grabbing Kurtz's sleeve for support. After all, Flam was still an underage human girl, and it was understandable for her to be scared in such a situation. Kurtz naturally understood this. He gently patted Flam's shoulder. No need to thank me, Flam. It is also a teacher's responsibility to protect his disciple. However, this brief moment of warmth was instantly shattered by a cold voice. Responsibility. Sarai had arrived not far from the two of them, at some unknown point. The magic lingering around her had not completely subsided, and her piercing gaze made Flam's already calm heart uneasy once again. Even the small hand clutching Kurtz's clothes tightened a bit. If you can't even handle this much difficulty, then this so-called responsibility is meaningless. Flam's body stiffened. Her smile froze on her face, then was replaced by shame. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Sarai's gaze. Sarai's gaze swept over the giant monster remains on the ground, then coldly fixed on Flam. I taught you that a single magic shield cannot withstand this kind of monster. Her tone carried undisguised disappointment. Why didn't you create more layers of magic shields? Why didn't you use magic to interrupt its attack? Standing still was simply utterly foolish. Every word added to the shame on Flam's face. Yes, she panicked, completely lost her composure. Before, she had kept her distance, constantly ambushing those monsters, so she hadn't felt how terrifying they were. But once she was targeted by the opponent, facing that dark aura up close, all her magic and adaptability vanished without a trace, leaving only instinctive defense. If it weren't for Teacher Kurtz. I was wrong, Teacher Sarai. Flam's voice was very soft, tinged with shame and self-reproach. I was too scared at the time, I'm sorry. Fear is an excuse for the weak. Sarai's tone did not soften in the slightest. On the battlefield, fear will only make you die faster. What you need is calmness. Your ability is enough to cast instant spells faster than it, but you panicked and became unconfident in your magic, thus not doing so. Seeing that Sarai seemed about to continue her stern criticism, Kurt stepped forward at the opportune moment, shielding Flam. All right, Sarai. For her first experience with this intensity of life-and-death combat, Flam's performance has already far surpassed most mages. As for the final panic, it's a normal human reaction and requires the accumulation of experience. Flam hadn't even killed a single monster. For this period, the two of them had protected her too well, to the point where she hadn't had any actual combat experience. It might also be related to the fact that after rescuing Flam, Sarai had completely cleared out all the monsters and demon races within dozens of miles. In any case, this was Flam's first real combat, and it was such a large-scale battle. In Kurtz's opinion, Flam's performance was already quite good. Moreover, I believe that, when you just took action to clear out the monsters surging towards the breach, you weren't entirely calm either, were you? He hinted with a pointed glance at the large crater blasted out by Sarai in the distance. He had naturally seen the elf miss riding across the battlefield, with a smile on her face. She and Flam were two extremes. The latter panicked when facing the monsters directly, while the former was so engrossed in the thrill of battle after 1,000 years that she couldn't control herself. So, in Kurtz's opinion, Sarai also needed to remain calm. After all, the real big boss hadn't appeared yet. Sarai's eyes flickered slightly, as if Kurtz had hit a nerve. She snorted coldly, her gaze shifting from Flam to the battlefield below, tacitly agreeing with Kurtz's words. I'll go clear out the remaining small fry. You too, she paused, her gaze sweeping over Kurtz and Flam, finally resting on Flam's tear-stained face, her tone still cold but with less criticism. Stay here. After speaking, without waiting for their response, her figure once again transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the most densely populated area of monsters. Wherever she passed, all monsters turned to ash with astonishing efficiency. Flam watched Teacher Sarai's retreating figure, and her taut nerves finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. She secretly wiped away her tears, her gratitude towards Kurtz deepening. It was him again, protecting her just in time when she was being severely reprimanded and felt utterly humiliated. It's all right now, Kurtz turned around. Sarai is just, quite strict. She has high expectations for you, so her demands are exceptionally harsh. I understand, Teacher Kurtz, Flam said softly. I didn't do well enough and I disappointed Teacher Sarai. She tightened her grip on her magic staff. I'll go help now. No, Flam, Kurtz stopped her from continuing to fight. What you need now is rest, not to force yourself. But teacher, I can still. Flam wanted to say she could still endure. Your magic consumption is already near its limit. Kurtz's gaze seemed to see through her condition. Forcibly overdrawing your magic will not benefit your future, and, he looked downwards. There, Sarai's figure was like the eye of a storm. Her figure weaved through the chaotic battlefield. Wherever she went, bursts of bloody flowers erupted. It seemed the elf miss had learned more interesting magic. Do you see? With Sarai there, the outcome of this battle is already decided. His tone was very calm, yet it contained immense trust in Sarai's strength. At this moment, standing before these monsters was Sarai, a great mage who had lived for over 1,000 years. Flam followed Kurtz's gaze, and shock once again surged in her heart. Teacher Sarai's power was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 170, Schlack's Conspiracy. That overwhelming power made any number of enemies seem like insignificant ants. In comparison, her own struggle just now, though it had played a part, seemed so minuscule. After relaxing, a deep sense of fatigue also emerged. Her magic was indeed running low. She no longer insisted, nodding obediently, but her curious gaze involuntarily turned back to Teacher Kurtz beside her. Teacher Kurtz stood quietly there, his gaze following the small figure on the battlefield, his face showing an emotion that Flam couldn't understand. She recalled the pure white light on Teacher Kurtz's fingertips just now. That pure and powerful strength was on par with Teacher Sarai. A godslayer, this almost absurd thought once again uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. This time, it was no longer a vague guess, but a jolt of strong intuition. Only an existence from legends, one who ended the mythical era, could possess such power that transcended mortal comprehension, right? Her heart pounded violently again, not from fear, but from the excitement and disbelief of glimpsing an astonishing secret. If Teacher Kurtz truly was that legendary existence, then what kind of story would be the bond between him and Teacher Sarai, a bond that spanned a long time? She was truly very curious. In a hidden cave far from the Bai Fortress's main battlefield, in the deepest part of the shadows, a tall figure stood silently. It was Schalkt. Through magic, he could faintly see the small figure in the distance. Even if he couldn't see clearly, he knew that this figure was Sarai, the world's strongest mage. Every time she cast a spell, it was accompanied by the complete annihilation of large numbers of monsters. That overwhelming power, even from a great distance, made him feel a trace of instinctive tremor. The last time, he had used foresight magic to contend with her temporarily, but as time passed, SOUSOU would inevitably find his weakness. And then, only death would await him. Not to mention that other person. The giant horn on his head had a diagonal break near its base, with a rough cross-section, as if it had been forcibly cut off. And that was indeed the case. That man, the one SOUSOU had trained, the man wielding the holy sword, not only cut off his horn with a single strike, but also left a penetrating scar on his chest. Even after a long 200 years, the wound still ached faintly, as if reminding him of the crushing defeat that had almost completely ended him. The man's face, merely a fleeting thought, was enough to stir up immense hatred and bone-deep fear within Xuanhuan. To avoid this man, and to eliminate the sacred power remaining in that sword wound, he had spent a full century. And the broken horn, unable to regenerate, became a lifelong disgrace for him. However, thankfully, 200 years had passed, and that human had long since died, so he no longer had to worry about encountering him. HMPH, SOUSOU, Schlack's deep voice rang out without a hint of surprise. As expected, she came exactly as the vision showed. He had already seen through foresight magic that SOUSOU would appear on this battlefield and crush his painstakingly gathered army into dust. This was not an accident, but a calculated part of his plan. Kill to your heart's content, Miss Ancient Mage. Schlack's lips curled into a cold smile. Use your power to turn these inferior beings into dust. This is exactly what I want to see. He didn't care at all about the monsters constantly dying on the battlefield below. Those monsters, even some powerful individuals among them, were merely expendable pawns, bait he used to stall for time and attract attention. As long as I can hold you back, as long as I can keep your attention on this insignificant dwarf city, Schlack whispered, then their sacrifice will be incredibly worthwhile. SOUSOU, your human disciple. What astonishing magical talent he possessed, but unfortunately too fragile. How can a mere human with 100-year lifespan bear your long expectations? In Schlack's time-based calculations, that human who had briefly shone by SOUSOU's side and might even have threatened the demon race should have long since died of old age and vanished into the river of history. This was the logical outcome. Humans, after all, were short-lived beings. You alone, SOUSOU? Schlack's gaze refocused on the invincible figure on the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented confidence. You are indeed despairingly powerful, but no matter what, you are ultimately just one person. He had planned for long, too long. Gathering a large army of monsters, even deliberately spreading the news of the monster army attacking this city, all of this was for one ultimate goal. That was to firmly nail SOUSOU, this sword of Damocles hanging over the demon race, right here. Let your power be fully unleashed upon this scorched earth. Schlack enjoyed this grand performance. Little do you know, within the seemingly solid bulwarks of our country, those foolish humans have already begun to fight amongst themselves, and the glory of the holy sword of faith will also be eroded. He slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a purple crystal emitting an ominous glow trembled continuously. Inside the crystal, countless tiny magical runes were faintly visible, flowing and emitting a familiar magical fluctuation. This was the killing move he had poured countless efforts into creating. A plan sufficient to bring ultimate victory to the demon race. A killing move that utilized the contingency left to humans by the Godslayer from 1,000 years ago. SOUSOU, enjoy this battle to your heart's content. By the time you notice the anomaly in the west, it will be too late. He no longer paid attention to the doomed battle below. No matter how fierce SOUSOU's magical storm was, it could not shake him in the slightest. Losing some cannon fodder troops. What did that matter? As long as the plan succeeded, the entire El country, and even the whole continent's landscape, would be rewritten by him. 200 years of dormancy, 200 years of pain, 200 years of waiting, wasn't it all for this moment? Xuanhuan secretly clenched his fist, and the dark purple crystal's light was completely obscured. His tall figure retreated backward, merging deeper into the shadows, as if he had never existed. Only that voice, full of absolute confidence, echoed in the air. "This time, I fear nothing. Because you will ultimately be isolated and helpless. And His Majesty the Demon King shall reign." Chapter 171, Haze on the Battlefield. Sarai's magic was like a relentless storm, sweeping over the increasingly chaotic monster army again and again. Moreover, it was as if it were intentional. The moment Sarai appeared on the battlefield, the monster army, which had been relatively orderly, instantly became disorganized, as if they had lost their commander. All the monsters began to attack the city, driven by their instincts. But in return, Sarai's magic strike was even more ferocious. After losing control of their commanders, the monsters, who were already in a panic due to their companions being continuously instantly killed by Sarai, completely collapsed. They no longer continued to charge the city walls, but instinctively scattered and fled, only seeking to escape from that petite figure who was like the god of death. All the monsters trampled over each other, and even the remaining flying monsters in the sky had long since vanished without a trace. The battle, under Sarai's absolute power suppression, ended so suddenly and comically. The dwarves' defenders recovered from their initial shock, letting out earth-shattering roars and cooperating with Sarai's magic, began to beat the fallen dogs, chasing after the fleeing monsters. Kurt stood on the mountaintop, surveying the entire battlefield and the distant sky. He did not make a move, not because he couldn't intervene in this battlefield, but because he spread his magic like an invisible spider web to detect any powerful magic fluctuations belonging to the demon race that might appear. Especially just now, when Sarai was slaughtering all sides, he clearly captured a very faint trace of a peak, which flashed by as if it was an illusion. But Kurtz knew that this was not his illusion. Instead, there really was a demon race, using magic to peek at this place from beyond the battlefield. He tried to trace the source, but that magic was too faint, making it difficult to grasp in the chaotic battlefield. It seemed that even the owner of this magic could not clearly see the scene on the battlefield, and could probably only see a general outline, perhaps not even able to see the situation on his own side. "None," Kurtz frowned, muttering to himself. This was illogical. A demon race member must have commanded such a large-scale monster army, and it might even be a great demon. Given Sarai's high-profile intervention and the impending defeat of their troops, how could the other party endure not showing up and not even attempt any long-range interference or sneak attack? Were they overly cautious, or did they have other plans? He looked to the west, and the information about the friction between human kingdoms mentioned in Ayla's letter resurfaced in his mind. The name Schlacht flashed through his mind. That demon, which narrowly escaped 200 years ago, with its cunning, would never give up easily. Abandoning this army so quietly seemed more like a cover for a larger conspiracy. However, Kurtz was also unsure, because from any perspective, the situation of the dwarves seemed more dangerous. As for the human side, it was just friction, and they hadn't even started fighting. It was far from as urgent as the dwarves' situation, where the city was about to fall. But the more it was like this, the more suspicious Kurtz became. The battle below quickly came to an end. When the last monster attempting to make a last stand was precisely blasted into dust by a casual light arrow from Sarai, there was no trace of any monster outside Bai Fortress. The dwarves' cheers of victory echoed through the sky, filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster and supreme reverence for the magic user who had descended like a deity. However, this Miss Magic user clearly did not care about the dwarves' respect. Her figure flickered a few times, and she returned to the mountaintop, landing in front of Kurtz and Flam. Sarai stood steady, allowing her aura to stabilize, and even the suffocating magic pressure around her body subsided slightly. And there was some dark red blood on the hem and cuffs of her white robe. This was not because she was injured, but monster blood, which looked particularly jarring. There wasn't even a hint of fatigue on her face, only a slight paleness due to the large consumption of magic. She walked directly in front of Kurtz, ignoring Flam, who was sitting to the side, and looked at him calmly. "It's over. What do we do next?" Her voice was very calm, as if the earth-shattering killing just now was merely a casual act. Kurtz withdrew his gaze from the west and looked at Sarai. You've worked hard. He paused, then continued. Although the monster army has been defeated, there's no guarantee they won't return. To be safe, we should stay in this city first. Firstly, we can gather more detailed information and look for clues about the demon race. Secondly, we can ensure that this city will not be threatened again in the short term. After all, after we leave, they will also need time to rebuild their defensive fortifications. Sarai nodded slightly, having no objection to this arrangement. I'll listen to you. When the group returned to the gates of the White City, dwarf soldiers had already been waiting for a long time. They had initially thought that this powerful master magic user would leave directly, preventing them from expressing their gratitude, but thankfully, this master magic user had returned. In the middle of the soldiers, a dwarf, though short in stature, but exceptionally burly, approached the two, surrounded by a squad of soldiers. His thick, reddish-brown beard was braided into thick plaits. He wore heavy armor and held a large war hammer stained with monster blood. The other party was clearly the lord of the city. He came closer, his gaze first falling on Sarai. The huge contrast between her petite body and the world-destroying posture she displayed just now made even him, a dwarf lord accustomed to grand scenes, feel a sense of disbelief. He took a deep breath, heavily struck his armor with his right hand, performing the dwarves' most solemn salute. Noble and powerful master magic user, I am Bailing, the guardian of White Fortress. He gazed gratefully at Sarai. On behalf of all dwarves in the city, I extend our deepest gratitude to you. If not for your timely intervention, our city might have already been overrun by monsters. We will never forget your kindness. His words were heartfelt, and even the dwarf warriors behind him collectively saluted, expressing their respect to Sarai. Facing such a grand expression of gratitude, Sarai's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining her indifferent demeanor, only nodding slightly as a response. She seemed uninterested in such scenes. Bailing clearly also noticed Sarai's indifference, but he didn't mind at all. Magic users always had peculiar temperaments. His gaze then shifted to Kurtz beside Sarai and Flam, who was sitting on a stone. He noticed Flam's slightly pale and tired face and the lingering magical aura on her body, seemingly indicating that it was this young human girl who had attacked those flying monsters just now. Two noble sirs. Bailing turned to Kurtz and Flam, also saluting solemnly. Thank you for your help, especially this young girl. It must have been you who eliminated those damned aerial monsters, right? Truly astonishing magical ability. He noticed that this human male seemed not to have made a move. But how could someone who could stand beside that terrifying master magic user be an ordinary person? Kurtz smiled in response. You flatter us, City Lord. This is Flam. He introduced gently, while giving Flam an encouraging look. Chapter 172. An Unreachable Ending. Flam quickly stood up. Although still weak, she tried her best to straighten her back. Hello, Lord Bailing. It's my honor to be of assistance. The words came easier than expected. Flam was very happy to receive someone's thanks in person. Even the physical exhaustion she felt was somewhat alleviated. Bailing's gaze focused on Sarai again, and he cautiously asked, Esteemed mage, please forgive my presumption, but may I ask for your name? Sarai glanced indifferently at the excited dwarf lord, seemingly finding it a bit troublesome, but eventually spoke. Sarai. Her voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like thunder in the ears of Bailing and the dwarf warriors behind him. See Sarai? The expression on Bailing's face instantly froze, and the warriors behind him gasped. This name that only existed in legends, sung by countless bards, and regarded as the supreme idol by all mages. The Grandmaster of modern magic, known as the strongest mage alongside that godslayer, the legendary being who ended the age of mythology. After several hundred years, she had actually reappeared and stood before him, saving their city. Bailing trembled with excitement, almost incoherent. It's you, the great Sarai, then these two beside you must be. Bailing's gaze fell on Kurtz and Flam again. Could those who accompanied this great mage be her servants? Following Bailing's gaze, Sarai also looked at Kurtz. A rare mischievous glint flashed in her clear, cold eyes. In response to Bailing's question, Sarai replied in a flat tone, "He is Ada, and like Isla, they are both my disciples." Everyone fell silent. The expression on Bailing's face was as if a pause button had been pressed. It completely froze. He looked incredulously at Sarai, then at Kurt standing beside her. Disciples. This seemingly ordinary human before him was actually the disciple of this legendary grandmaster of magic. This is too astonishing, isn't it? He remembered that Sarai did have disciples, seemingly an elf female named Isla, who had quite a reputation on this continent. And these two humans before him, could they be Sarai's newly taken disciples? This human girl looked like one, and coupled with the magic she used earlier, it seemed reasonable to call her a disciple. But this human male, he didn't look like one at all. Kurtz, upon hearing Sarai's sudden introduction, was slightly taken aback, then shook his head helplessly. He knew Sarai too well. His name was indeed a legend, but surely she didn't need to change his name when introducing him to others, did she? Perhaps these dwarves, like Flam, would mistake him for someone with the same name as the historical godslayer. Probably. Actually, Kurtz wasn't so confident. After all, a human walking with Sarai, who also happened to be named Kurtz, would probably make anyone immediately think of the historical godslayer. Now it seemed, this elf miss occasionally had a bit of, well, a mischievous streak. Especially when she had just satisfied her desire for battle, and seemed to be in a good mood. Watching Bailing's incredulous expression, Kurtz found it somewhat amusing. Not only did he not expose Sarai's prank, but he cooperated fully, turning to Sarai and in an extremely natural tone, calling out, "Teacher Sarai." That Teacher Sarai, though not loud, was like a huge rock thrown into a lake, instantly unsettling Sarai's calm. A change appeared on her cold, small face. Her long eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly, and a faint blush appeared at the base of her pale ears, visible to the naked eye. Although she still maintained her calm expression, Kurtz knew her too well and immediately noticed this hint of shyness. Clearly, Miss Elf hadn't expected Kurtz to be so cooperative and to cooperate so perfectly. That Teacher Sarai was called out too smoothly and naturally, which caught her a bit off guard. She glared at Kurtz, her eyes carrying a warning mixed with a hint of annoyance, as if saying, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Kurtz met her gaze, the smile on his face deepening, an expression that said, "Yes, I did it on purpose." This silent eye contact between them was filled with an unspoken understanding that only they shared. However, this scene, falling into Flam's eyes, instantly made the joy she had just felt from receiving the Dwarf Lord's thanks vanish. It was replaced by an extremely uncomfortable feeling, like a tiny thorn, unexpectedly pricking her heart. She saw Teacher Kurtz so naturally call Sarai teacher, with a tone she had never heard before, almost bordering on teasing intimacy. She also saw that on Teacher Sarai's usually placid face, there seemed to be a hint of a blush. And the way they exchanged glances, as if no one else was around. An inexplicable, strange feeling, without warning, surged into Flam's heart. This feeling was unfamiliar, making her feel flustered and confused. Why? Why were Teacher Kurtz and Teacher Sarai so close? Why was Teacher Kurtz's demeanor towards me different from his demeanor towards Teacher Sarai? Flam was already 15 years old this year, an age when a girl's feelings begin to blossom. But unfortunately, no one was there to guide her through these feelings. Her two teachers, one a human who didn't understand a girl's emotions, and the other an elf who didn't understand human emotions, were quite different. Without guidance, the bud in Flam's heart would grow like wild grass, ultimately leading to an unreachable ending. Flam looked at the smile on Kurtz's face, a smile she had never seen before, a doting expression unique to Sarai alone. The inexplicable feeling in her heart deepened. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her magic robe, trying to suppress this inexplicable emotion. But that inexplicable feeling was already entwined around her heart, refusing to dissipate. Bailing was completely bewildered at this moment. He looked at the silent Sarai, then at the smiling Kurtz, and then at Flam, who was looking down, lost in thought. The air itself felt heavy with something he couldn't name. He just felt that the relationship between these powerful individuals seemed very complex. He wisely decided not to delve deeper into the authenticity of the titled disciple. This was clearly something he couldn't understand or participate in. He coughed loudly, his booming voice breaking the delicate atmosphere. "Esteemed sirs and madams, please do come into the city with me so that I may express my gratitude." Sarai, having returned to her previous cool demeanor, merely nodded slightly. "Lead the way." Her words were concise and clear. Kurtz also put away his smile and said, "Thank you, Bailing." He glanced at Flam, who was still looking down. "Flam, let's go, you need a good rest." Flam suddenly looked up, meeting Kurtz's gentle gaze, and the inexplicable feeling in her heart instantly faded a little. She quickly nodded, "Yes, Master Kurtz." Chapter 173, Dark Clouds Over the Kingdom of El. In stark contrast to White Fortress, the northern dwarf city that had just endured a bloody battle, the Kingdom of El, located in the center of the continent, was currently bathed in a seemingly calm undercurrent. A millennium had passed. The human kingdom, once led by the first Emperor Norn and symbolized by the Holy Sword, El's light, left behind by Kurtz, the Godslayer, had long since expanded its territory and influence far beyond what it once was. However, decline after reaching a peak seemed to be an eternal law. Over the long years, internal divisions, shifts in power, and burgeoning darkness, like invisible carving knives, had left deep marks on this once ideal country. To the south of the Kingdom of El, several new human kingdoms had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, competing, forming alliances, betraying, and annexing each other. After hundreds of years of brutal struggle, a country named the Southern Unified Empire began to emerge. It continuously swallowed up smaller surrounding kingdoms, eventually achieving substantial unification of the vast southern lands, becoming a behemoth whose strength was no less than that of the Kingdom of El. Now, this southern beast, having completed its integration, had already cast its greedy gaze towards the Kingdom of El, which symbolized human orthodoxy and ideals. Border frictions escalated continuously, and small-scale conflicts occurred frequently. The Southern Unified Empire's army, like sharks smelling blood, frequently appeared near the border, bringing heavy pressure upon the Kingdom of El. At this moment, the capital of the Kingdom of El, this great city personally established by Saint King Norn, stood quietly in the afterglow of the setting sun. 200 years had brought no change to this royal capital. Only the statue of the first Emperor Norn had become somewhat dilapidated. And this dilapidation, conversely, vaguely represented something. Deep within the imperial palace, the current Emperor El-Fidel was wearily rubbing his brow. He was in the prime of his life, and the shadow of Norn was faintly visible between his brows. On the large oak desk, emergency reports piled up like mountains, suffocating him. "Your Majesty, the Southern Unified Empire's army has once again crossed the border, destroying 2 of our outposts and capturing nearly 100 soldiers. A border grain transport convoy was attacked by unknown armed forces, suffering heavy losses. It is suspected to be the work of bandits supported by the Southern Unified Empire." The anxious reports of the ministers still seemed to echo in his ears. The Southern Unified Empire was like a tightening noose, making it difficult for the Kingdom of El to breathe. When exactly did it happen? These insignificant small countries had actually transformed into such a colossal empire. 100 years, or 200 years? El-Fidel was unsure. Facing the vast and fanatical army of the Southern Unified Empire, even with better equipment and more mages, the Kingdom of El felt somewhat powerless. The main reason was that they, El, were an ideal country, meant to be the home of all humans. So, even as the Unified Empire continuously provoked, El-Fidel had always exercised restraint, trying to avoid military conflict with them. But now it seemed that his concessions had only fueled the other side's arrogance. The threat of the demon race had not completely disappeared, yet these fellows had already begun to turn their butcher's knives on their own kind. El-Fidel felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The glorious epic of his ancestor, Norn uniting humanity and fighting against gods with the great Godslayer, now seemed more like a mockery of his own incompetence. El's light was still enshrined on the holy sword pedestal deep within the imperial palace. It was the kingdom's divine artifact and a symbol of faith for all El citizens. But it was too heavy, too sacred. Unless it was a crisis of national destruction, no one dared to use it lightly. It was more like a spiritual totem than a sharp blade to break the deadlock. Just as internal and external troubles nearly suffocated Elfidel, a man appeared before him. The man introduced himself as Grossum. He had been introduced at a court banquet by several ministers. When Grossum stepped into the audience hall, the magical fluctuations emanating from him silently declared that he was a mage of unfathomable strength. "Esteemed Emperor Elfidel," Grossum's voice was slow yet elegant, "please allow me, Grossum, to extend my highest regards to you. I have traveled the continent and heard that the Kingdom of El is facing unwarranted provocations from the Southern Unified Empire. As a member of humanity, I wish to offer my humble strength to ease your worries, Your Majesty." His self-introduction was humble and appropriate, instantly winning the favor of many nobles and ministers present. Although Elfidel was wary, Grossum's powerful magical aura, composed demeanor, and the stance expressed in his words made him unable to ignore him. Especially at a time when the kingdom desperately needed powerful assistance, especially from a mage who was not from their own country. The Kingdom of El did not lack mages, and it had a large number of powerful mages. However, these mages all belonged to St. Calla, the first human magic academy, and Elfidel was unwilling to summon these mages unless it was a moment of crisis. "Sir Grossum, thank you for your kindness. May I ask what method you propose?" Grossum smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, the Southern Unified Empire relies on nothing more than its vast army size, but as long as they are human, there will always be weaknesses. In the face of power and slaughter, even the largest army will become timid." He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. He revealed his own magic power and began to guide it skillfully. Although it was impossible to discern what specific magic the man in front of him excelled at, this exquisite and unparalleled control of magic amazed the court mages present. Grossum's voice carried a convincing magic. "If Your Majesty trusts me, I can personally go to the border and give those arrogant fellows a profound lesson." He suddenly clenched his fist, and a powerful magical shock wave spread outwards, causing everyone to take half a step back instinctively. This powerful display of strength strongly moved Elfidel's heart. He desperately needed power. He desperately needed a resounding victory to boost morale and deter the Southern Unified Empire. Grossum's appearance was like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. "Your Excellency's strength is truly admirable." In his excitement, Elfidel even stood up. A powerful mage who was not from his own country seemed like a godsend to resolve the current situation. "If Your Excellency can truly help me resolve the threat of the Southern Unified Empire, the Kingdom of El will surely satisfy all your demands." "It is Grossum's honor to serve Your Majesty." Grossum bowed gracefully, but a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes, so quickly that no one caught it. The smile on his face was flawless, like a meticulously carved mask. However, beneath this perfect facade lay a terrifying truth capable of overthrowing the entire Kingdom of El. Chapter 174, The Controlled Emperor. Grossum was not human. He was a demon, and a very rare one who could use mental magic. His ability was mental control, like the most skilled musician, who could silently stir the deepest, most secret melodies within a target's heart. And his approach to Elfidel was not truly to help the Kingdom of El resist the Southern Unified Empire. Even the threat of the Southern Unified Empire, and everything in its rise, subtly bore the shadow of demon activities. This was a part of Schlack's grand plan, used to distract the Kingdom of El's attention. Grossum's true goal was the Holy Sword, El's light, enshrined in the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, which had accumulated 1,000 years of human faith. The secret that El's light could mobilize the power of faith should have only been known to El's royal family. But after so many years, a few degenerates always appeared. Then, this secret was learned by Schlack. He even boldly speculated that 1,000 years ago, the God-slayer was able to contend with the gods precisely by borrowing the power of faith, and El's light was its vessel. Therefore, this holy sword, left behind by the God-slayer Kurtz, was like a deadly poison to the demons, but also contained an irresistible temptation. After centuries of research, Schlacht developed a crazy plan. If he could seize the holy sword El's light, pollute it with demon magic, and reverse its core power, then even they, the demons, would be able to call upon the immense power of faith within it. At that time, the entire continent's pattern would be instantly overturned. The kingdom of El, having lost its greatest trump card, would be insignificant, and the demons, possessing the power of the holy sword, would be invincible. Even the current strongest mage, Sarai, would not be their opponent. And to approach that heavily guarded holy sword, the best springboard was to first approach the current El-Fidel. What Grassam had to do was to gradually gain El-Fidel's absolute trust, and finally use mental magic to guide the emperor, or at least allow himself to approach the holy sword. In the following days, Grassam demonstrated his astonishing strength and personally went to the southern border. During a probing attack by the Southern Unified Empire, he, with his strength alone, unleashed a magic that covered the entire battlefield. This magic caused thousands of Southern Unified Empire soldiers to fall into a state of self-slaughtering madness, ultimately collapsing into disarray. The news spread back to the Kingdom of El, invigorating the entire nation. El-Fidel was overjoyed, and his trust in Grassam soared. He was even invited to the St. Cala Academy of Magic to give a magic lecture to the magic apprentices there. And Grassam went there with pleasure. His teaching method was mysterious and efficient. Those students indeed showed significant improvement in the short term after listening to his lecture, but the strange light occasionally flashing in their eyes went unnoticed. Grassam's position in the court became increasingly stable, making him a hot commodity by the emperor's side. He always catered to the emperor's worries at just the right moment, offering seemingly reasonable suggestions. During this period, he also used his powerful mental magic to continuously strengthen the emperor's worries about the Southern Unified Empire. He was like the most patient hunter, setting traps, little by little leading El-Fidel in the direction he had predetermined. And the time was gradually ripening. One night, the council hall of the imperial palace was brightly lit. El-Fidel was once again troubled by an urgent military report, which showed that the Southern Unified Empire's main army was gathering on a large scale at the border, clearly preparing for a formal war against him. "Your Majesty," Grassam's voice sounded at the right time, "these people's ambitions can no longer be restrained. This time, I'm afraid it's a decisive battle with the full might of their nation." El-Fidel's face was ashen. "Grassam, once war breaks out, it will be a scene of great suffering. Although the Kingdom of El's strength does not need to fear the opponent, I still do not want to reach this point." El-Fidel did not fear the Southern Unified Empire. What he truly feared were the demons hidden deep in history. Once he and the Southern Unified Empire were both wounded, if the demons attacked again, how would they cope? "Your Majesty," Grassam took a step closer, his eyes fixed on the emperor's anxious gaze, a trace of dark light rippling gently like water in his pupils. "Conventional power will indeed only drag the two nations into the quagmire of war, unless you use extraordinary power to end this war quickly." El-Fidel's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously said, "You mean?" Grassam's voice carried the allure of magic, clearly entering the emperor's ears and echoing directly in his mind. "The holy sword El's light." "The holy sword?" El-Fidel trembled. A hint of eagerness flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by immense awe. "No, the holy sword must not be used unless the nation is in its most dire times." Saint King Norn had left a dying wish that El's light could only be used when the Kingdom of El faced a crisis of annihilation or when confronting demons. And now, their Kingdom of El had not yet gone to war with the Southern Unified Empire, far from meeting the conditions for use. "Your Majesty," his voice suddenly rose, carrying a strong mental impact that instantly overwhelmed the emperor's hesitation. "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Now is precisely the moment for the holy sword to be unsheathed, to let the Southern Unified Empire witness this power, and thus completely dispel their greedy ambitions. Under Grossam's mental guidance, Elfidel's thoughts gradually leaned towards his suggestion. But even if El's light is used, its full power cannot be unleashed. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Grossam's lips curved into a mysterious smile. I have traveled the continent and am very familiar with the holy sword. Perhaps I can guide out the true power of El's light. Powerful mental suggestions, like an invisible tide, impacted Elfidel's psychological defenses wave after wave. Normally, Elfidel would be difficult to influence, as he himself was a mage, and although not very powerful, he had a certain resistance to magic. But Grossam's mental attack was covert, causing Elfidel to fall victim to it during their daily interactions subtly. Now, under the continuous influence of demon mental magic, the awe in the Emperor's eyes for the holy sword was gradually replaced by a fanaticism. He seemed to see the holy sword unsheathed, and the Southern Unified Empire's army turning to dust. At that time, their kingdom of El would surely be great again. Do you really have confidence? Elfidel's voice was hesitant, but his eyes shone with a dangerous glint. Grossam bowed gracefully. For Your Majesty's glory, I, Grossam, am willing to do my utmost and try. Good, Elfidel suddenly stood up. Tomorrow I will take you. As you command, Your Majesty. Grossam lowered his head, the smile on his face widening in the shadows, carrying a trace of coldness that Elfidel could not detect. Chapter 175, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Meanwhile, far away in the northern dwarf city of White Fortress, Kurtz, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep. He sat up, looking towards the capital of the Kingdom of El, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Just now, Aura's power had allowed him to sense an extremely subtle dark fluctuation. However, the distance was simply too far. Spanning half a continent, coupled with the obstruction of the Kingdom of El's own defensive barrier, this sensation was like looking through a thick piece of frosted glass, blurry and unclear, making it difficult even to discern the specific nature of the malice. Kurtz's brows were tightly furrowed. This sense of unease far surpassed the faint prying he had sensed on the battlefield. The West, the Kingdom of El. He murmured to himself, and he thought about Isla's intelligence. A newly rising kingdom in the West was clashing with the Kingdom of El, suspected of being instigated by demons. However, according to the intelligence they had gathered along the way, the friction was limited to minor skirmishes, far from escalating to the level of war. Its tension was even less than the monster siege that White Fortress had recently experienced, which had nearly led to the city's fall and loss of life. However, ever since he and Sarai intervened in this battlefield and helped the dwarves completely defeat that massive monster army, everything had fallen into an eerie calm. It was too quiet. The demons had vanished as if into thin air, never reappearing, and not even a trace of a greater demon's magical residue had been detected. Those scattered, disorganized monsters also seemed to have been completely swept away by an invisible force. The dwarves repeatedly searched the surrounding areas, yet found no trace of any monsters. It was as if that grand siege battle was merely an abrupt nightmare, leaving no trace once you woke up. This extreme calm, rather than a continuous threat, made Kurtz feel more uneasy. Demons were certainly not ones to give up easily, especially if the commander was suspected to be that lingering fellow, Schlacht. After 2 centuries of licking his wounds, he would never send a cannon-fodder army just to Sarai, just for shooting practice. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, Kurtz thought of this old saying. For some reason, it fit pretty well to the situation he was facing right now. If that were truly the case, the demon's real target was likely not this dwarf city. Their grand offensive on White Fortress, even at the cost of a considerable army, had a core objective: to hold Sarai, the most threatening existence to the demons, in this remote location. And the friction mentioned in Isla's letter was probably no accident. There might truly be the shadow of demons behind it. If this were true, then was the malicious fluctuation sensed in the distant west targeting the Kingdom of El itself. Or something else. But the kingdom of El was the least likely possibility, because for the demons, there were still the two behemoths, the elf kingdom and the dwarf kingdom. They couldn't possibly expend all their energy on a country that, apart from the title of humanity's initial nation, held no value. Just then, Kurt suddenly thought of something. Yes, there was still the holy sword El's light. That sword, left by his own hands, condensed the faith of humanity for 1,000 years, and was the most potent weapon of the kingdom of El. He had intended for it to one day become a weapon to save the world again, but once the demons tainted it. Kurtz's heart sank sharply. If this were truly the case, then he had to rush to the kingdom of El as soon as possible. Creak, the heavy wooden door of the stone house was silently pushed open a crack, and the elf, bathed in moonlight, quietly stepped inside. "Can't sleep," a clear, calm voice broke the silence in the room. Kurtz turned his head without surprise. Sarai stood at the doorway, quietly watching him, her golden hair gleaming softly in the moonlight. Kurtz nodded, not hiding anything. "I sense something from the west in the direction of the kingdom of El." Sarai walked to the window, also looking southwest. She was silent for a few seconds, seemingly sensing something in her own way, then spoke. "It's too far." Although Sarai's perception ability was excellent, it hadn't reached the point where she could sense the demonic aura from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Was it the holy sword being passively triggered, or something else? Sarai asked directly. It seemed that the only thing that could make Kurt sense something was the holy sword he had left for the kingdom of El. "Not sure," Kurt shook his head. "But combined with the eerie calm here, I suspect we've been tricked. Sarai, Schlack's target, was likely never here from the start, but somewhere else. He wanted to use the monster army to trap us here." Sarai's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with coldness. She hated being schemed against, especially by demons. "These guys have gotten a bit smarter." Her voice carried a hint of displeasure, but more so, a dense killing intent. "So, go to the kingdom of El now." Her thinking was direct and simple. Since a potential, luring the tiger away from the mountain, was detected, then immediately heading to the true target location was the optimal solution. Kurtz remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the bed frame. Reason told him he had to leave immediately. The holy sword El's light could not be lost. But this was ultimately just his guess. He had not completely annihilated the demon army, there were still remnants. Once he and the others left, if the demons launched another counterattack with their army, this city would still not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the internal situation of the kingdom of El was currently unclear, and Kurtz didn't know what consequences rash intervention would lead to. "Let's set off tomorrow morning," Kurtz finally decided. Anyway, he and Sarai had stayed long enough. Since the demons hadn't appeared, it was better to seek them out actively. This time, Kurtz didn't believe that Schlacht could hide for another 200 years. "What about Flam? If you want to rush back quickly, she probably can't keep up with our speed." He and Kurtz could use flying magic to reach the kingdom of El in a short amount of time. But Flam couldn't. It was a bit late to teach her flying magic now. As for Flam, Kurtz paused, "Let her come along. Leave Flam in the relatively safe Biffortress." Kurtz instantly rejected this idea. Not to mention that this city had just experienced war, and its defenses had not yet fully recovered. If the demons staged a surprise attack, Flam would be too dangerous to be alone here. Keeping her by their side, though risky, at least under his and Sarai's watchful eyes, her safety would be more assured. Sarai had no objection to Kurtz's decision. She was silent for a moment. "Okay." Regarding Flam's arrangement, Sarai did not raise any objections. In her opinion, since they had already decided to make an exception for this human cub and teach her, allowing her to experience some crises was also part of her growth. Though it was a bit troublesome. Chapter 176, The Unhappy Elf Miss. "I'll go wake her up and tell her to get ready." Sarai turned and walked towards the door, her efficiency as swift as ever. "Wait, Sarai," Kurtz called out to her. "Let her sleep a bit longer. I need to go greet Bailing first." Sarai stopped, turned around and looked back at Kurtz. Feeling a little uncomfortable under her gaze, Kurtz asked, "What's wrong?" "I was thinking," Sarai shifted her gaze, lowered her head, her hair falling to cover part of her expression. Are you being too pampering toward her, or is doting a better word? Don't talk nonsense, and your choice of words is wrong. Kurtz's face instantly darkened, feeling a vein throbbing on his forehead. What kind of word was doting? That word was too ambiguous and too easily misunderstood. Even spoiling would be better than that. See, Sarai seemed oblivious to Kurtz's change in expression, or perhaps she noticed but didn't care. She actually raised her fair fingers and began counting them one by one, her tone very serious. Let's not mention the dot. Preferential treatment during the teaching process for now. The seriousness with which you teach her magic is way more than it was for me back then, and your tolerance for her mistakes is also much higher. Moreover, you also specifically prepared magic recovery potions for her, and even the magic staff she uses now, you had a dwarf master forge it, didn't you? She paused, then raised her eyes, locking onto Kurtz again, her somewhat flustered face clearly reflected in her eyes. Including what just happened, you even specifically let her sleep a bit longer. Isn't this preferential treatment? Her voice began to rise, carrying a hint of almost insistent questioning. I'm very curious, Kurtz, why is this? Kurtz was momentarily unable to refute the elf miss's statements of fact. He indeed treated Flam with more favoritism, something he hadn't even realized himself. But when Sarai pointed it out so directly, Kurtz suddenly discovered that this was indeed the case. Why? The honest answer might be guilt arising from having taken her place in history, or perhaps a desire to witness the birth of a legend. Kurtz wasn't sure either. Although he was already a legend himself, he had no choice back then. Since he and the elf miss embarked on their journey, fate had already invisibly arranged everything. And when he drew Aura, Sword of Divine Authority, he had already been forced onto the path of god-slaying. This was something no one could change. His life was like a duckweed pushed by the tide. He had no choice but to keep moving forward. Sometimes the stage lights were too dazzling, making him occasionally wish he were an audience member below the stage. And the appearance of Flam gave him such a choice. However, he absolutely could not tell Sarai about Flam. This involved his identity as a transmigrator, and it couldn't be explained clearly by simply using magic that allowed him to see the future. Sarai, don't overthink it. I just think Flam is still young, and this time she spent so much of her energy, so resting a bit longer will help her better recover. Besides, my teaching method for her is different from yours. What's so strange about that? Your talent is much stronger than hers. Learning any magic is no difficulty for you at all, so naturally, it doesn't require as much effort. Sarai's talent and starting point were indeed incomparable to Flam's. However, Sarah was not someone who could be appeased with a few words. She didn't speak, just stared at Kurtz, her eyes clearly showing disbelief. She pursed her lips slightly, her small face devoid of expression, but the atmospheric pressure around her clearly dropped. An emotion called "I'm unhappy" spread, more oppressive than any verbal questioning. Kurtz's scalp tingled under her gaze. His little elf was jealous. To calm her down, he had to give a reason that she could grudgingly accept, a good enough explanation to get past this temporarily. In a moment of desperation, a thought flashed through Kurtz's mind and he blurted out, all right, I admit it. Maybe I subconsciously treated her like a daughter. Yes, that's the feeling." "Daughter?" Sarai tilted her head, a clear look of confusion on her face, as if she had heard an extremely unfamiliar word. Elves have long lifespans and long reproductive cycles, and the elven way of raising children is completely different from humans. While parent-child emotional bonds exist between individuals, they are far less intense and concretized than in human society. She understood the concept of descendants, but the expression "raising her like a daughter," which was full of human emotional color, was very difficult for her to comprehend. "Yes, daughter." Seeing that Sarai seemed to be intrigued by his explanation, Kurtz quickly seized the opportunity. Watching her progress little by little, getting stronger little by little, growing from a little girl into an excellent magic user, that feeling is like watching your own child grow. "But there is no blood relationship between you," the elf miss coldly retorted. That's not important. For humans, emotion is far more complex than that. Seeing such a promising junior naturally makes one want to take even more care of them and protect them more. It's a sense of responsibility. Kurtz racked his brains, trying to make this reason more plausible. Sarai listened quietly, seemingly trying to digest Kurtz's words. She looked at Kurtz's somewhat eager expression, then recalled Flam's appearance. She was indeed very promising and needed guidance. She tried to substitute Kurtz's description for the elven way of nurturing excellent juniors, but she always felt it was still not quite the same. Elven elders would also teach diligently, but never as meticulously as Kurtz. However, she could understand the words, sense of responsibility. After all, wasn't it because she herself felt that Flam was a promising anomaly, that she was willing to spend far more time and energy teaching her than ever before? Although the methods were different, in some ways, it seemed there was a slight similarity. So Flam was also her daughter. Still incomprehensible. So, your preferential treatment of her is because you treat her as a daughter who needs care, Sarai summarized. Yes, that's exactly it. At Kurtz's affirmation, Sarai remained silent, seemingly weighing the credibility of his explanation. Finally, she softly hummed, signaling her grudging acceptance of the explanation. The unhappy atmosphere lingering around her also dissipated instantly. I understand. Her tone returned to its usual coolness, but Kurtz keenly noticed that the confusion in the depths of her eyes had not receded. Was she still thinking about something? Her gaze lingered on Kurtz's face for a moment, then she turned away, no longer speaking about Flam, only saying faintly, "Then I'll go look outside." With that, she left the room directly. Chapter 177, The Demon Race Attacks Again. Kurtz let out a long sigh as he watched Sarai's retreating figure disappear through the doorway, uncomfortably aware of the sweat on his back. That emergency response just now was even more mentally taxing than dealing with a group of demons. I finally managed to fool her. He wiped away non-existent cold sweat, still feeling lingering fear. The excuse of raising her as a daughter, even he felt he was talking nonsense, but somehow it had actually fooled Sarai. His feelings for Flam were simply a desire to witness the legendary magic user from history, without any personal selfish desires mixed in. The reason he was so good to her was just human nature. Like when people see something cute and subconsciously pay more attention to and care more for it. He just hadn't expected Sarai to misunderstand it all. Kurt shook his head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts. The most urgent task was bidding farewell to Bailing. He stood up and quickly walked out of the room, but he didn't know that Sarai hadn't gone far. She stood in the corridor shadows, watching him leave. Her golden eyes didn't move away until his figure was completely out of sight, still carrying unresolved confusion and a hint of vigilance that even she herself hadn't noticed. Daughter, she repeated the word in an almost inaudible whisper. Why would humans consider a non-blood-related existence as their own child? Sarai couldn't understand. Human emotions were indeed complex and difficult to comprehend. But for some reason, she vaguely felt that her most important thing was being stolen, or perhaps had already been taken away by someone. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. My most important thing. Is it magic or something else? Sarai wasn't sure either. Time passed in oppressive silence as the night slowly gave way to dawn. On the other side, Kurtz recalled all the information about the current El Country Emperor, El Fidel, which he had learned from Bailing. With his abilities, he might be a decent ruler who maintains the status quo in peacetime. But in the current situation, where the demon race is advancing and internal strife is beginning among humans, can he hold on to this foundation? Can he protect that holy sword? Kurtz did not dare to gamble. Demons are cunning creatures. Once they disguise themselves, it's hard to recognize them. The more he thought, the stronger the unease in his heart grew. A millennium of peace seemed to have made humanity, and even the entire continent, too complacent. Although in this life, due to his involvement, the elf race had not become as rare as in the original story, decline was inevitable. The sky began to lighten, with the first hint of dawn appearing on the distant horizon. The dwarf King Bailing was busy with the complex tasks of post-war reconstruction. Upon hearing that Kurtz had come to bid farewell, he immediately put down his work. Bailing, Kurtz didn't exchange many pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Thank you for your generous hospitality, but we must set off." The smile on Bailing's face instantly froze. "Leave? Now, Lord Kurtz, why is this? Is it because we were not hospitable enough?" He nervously rubbed his rough hands, eyes filled with confusion. Lady Sarai is currently the strongest presence in their city. If they leave, what if the demon race returns? "No, Bailing, you misunderstand." Although he really wanted to complain about the Lord Kurtz title, Kurtz still held back and quickly said, "It's just that for so long, there have been no signs of the demon race here, and we have received news from the Southern Unified Empire and our country that the demon race seems to have appeared there as well." Bailing frowned. "I have heard that the demon race appeared openly within the Southern Unified Empire." As a city that has dealings with our country, Bailing also had some understanding of the situation there. Apparently, the intelligence he received was more detailed. "That's troublesome," Kurtz emphasized. "The demon race is very cunning. During this time, they haven't shown any abnormal behavior. I'm worried that their true target isn't here, but somewhere else, so we must hurry there to confirm the situation." Bailing saw the unprecedented solemnity on Kurtz's face and knew that he was determined to leave. He sighed. "I understand, Lord Kurtz. Our dwarf kingdom will never forget your kindness to White Fortress. Please be sure to be careful." "Okay, I understand." Bailing was about to say more and arrange a farewell when a sudden, urgent report interrupted him. "Bailing!" A dwarf warrior rushed in, not even bothering to salute, shouting hoarsely. "It's bad. A large number of monsters have appeared outside the fortress, and there are even figures of the demon race." "What?" Bailing's huge body swayed, almost losing his balance. He didn't expect the demon race actually to return, and this time, the scout even mentioned the figures of the demon race. This meant that this monster army would be even harder to deal with. Kurtz's heart tightened. He also didn't expect that just as he decided to leave, these demons would launch an attack. Is it a coincidence, or did they sense something? "How many demons are there?" Kurtz stepped forward, staring intently at the panicked dwarf warrior. The dwarf, affected by Kurtz's aura, composed himself slightly and reported quickly, panting. "There are at least 12 leading demons, and 3 of them are particularly large, and the magical aura on them is also stronger than the other demons." 3 greater demons. Clearly, these demons were serious. Unlike last time, this was an organized, premeditated, true siege army. Immense pressure, like a tangible weight, pressed down on Bailing's shoulders. This city alone simply could not withstand this monster army. Although they had already sent a plea for help to the Dwarf Kingdom, it would take time for the other side to dispatch troops. Now they could only place their hopes on Kurtz, or rather, on the legendary magic user Sarai behind him. Kurtz took a deep breath, and all sorts of thoughts in his mind were instantly replaced by anger. Luring the tiger away from its mountain, or stalling for time. Very good. No matter which it was, he didn't mind utterly crushing these ignorant fellows in front of him first, and letting Schlacht see what a painful price his plan would entail. Bailing, Kurtz's voice carried a reassuring and powerful confidence. "It seems our farewell will have to be postponed slightly. Since these ignorant fellows have come again, we will help you completely crush them." "Lord Kurtz," Bailing's voice trembled with excitement, "thank you for your help. All the soldiers of White Fortress will fight alongside you." The heavy sound of the horn once again echoed throughout White Fortress. And Kurtz's figure disappeared from his original spot. Using spatial magic, he appeared directly above the entire city. From here, he could overlook the entire battlefield. Chapter 178, Overwhelming the Battlefield. In the distance, a massive horde of demonic beasts surged toward White Fortress like a black tide bursting through a dam. The scale of this army far exceeded the last one. Even the number of flying demonic beasts in the sky surpassed 100, forming a small dark cloud that obscured some of the sunlight. At the forefront of the demonic beast army, 12 figures were particularly eye-catching, and among them, 3 had exceptionally powerful magical auras. These were clearly the 3 greater demons mentioned by the dwarves. HMPH, so many demons, Schlacht is truly generous. Kurtz quickly calculated in his mind. The 3 leading figures all looked formidable. Working together, they would be even more troublesome. Surai, the front lines are yours. I'll scout for any hidden demons. Flam, be careful and protect yourself. Just do as we practiced. Understood. Surai responded indifferently, her tone carrying a hint of icy killing intent. She appeared in the sky at some unknown moment, magical radiance illuminating around her, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. Okay. Flam gripped her staff and stood behind the dwarves, also beginning to prepare her magic. The demons clearly noticed Surai as their most obvious target. The 12 demons quickly made arrangements, with a full 10 demons going to deal with Surai, while the other 2 charged separately towards Flam and Kurtz. Facing the demons' offensive, Surai merely sneered, raised her hand, and manipulated her magic. Hundreds of light arrows formed an arrow rain, pouring down on the demons charging toward her. Earth-shattering explosions and dazzling light erupted simultaneously. All the demons were forced to unleash their most powerful magic to counter Surai's attack. To alleviate the pressure on his companions, one of the greater demons cast a spell, forcibly pulling in the demonic beasts from the army, continuously merging and twisting them until they formed a hideous behemoth. Seeing this, Surai recalled the first demon she and Kurtz had faced 1,000 years ago. Now, seeing the same type, that deep-seated feeling of disgust resurfaced, and even the magic she released became specifically targeted. Without any hesitation, she immediately cast a high-tier spell, a beam of light fiercely striking the ugly, twisted monster. In an instant, the monster vanished without a trace, as if wiped away by an invisible eraser, leaving only a few ashes to prove its former existence. Times had changed. The once troublesome monster could no longer withstand even a single move from Surai. She then slowly shifted her target to the demon who had summoned this ugly creature. The demon immediately felt a fatal threat. However, before he could react, Surai had already raised her finger, locking onto him. Bang! A soft sound, like a bursting bubble. The demon, who had just finished casting his spell, along with the terror in his eyes, was completely crushed as if by an invisible giant hand. A powerful demon, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move in front of Surai. This shocking scene left all the demons besieging Surai frozen in place, afraid to move. The dwarves, meanwhile, erupted in thunderous cheers. The great Lord Surai was still the unparalleled master mage. At the same time, an exceptionally large demon had already arrived before Kurtz. Compared to the demon, Kurtz was as tiny as an ant. The demon was clearly a warrior type. After letting out a deafening roar, its massive fist, like a falling meteor, smashed towards Kurtz. As the fist moved, the air compressed, creating a resounding boom. Facing a punch capable of pulverizing metal, Kurtz raised the odge at his waist, not drawing it, but simply gripping the hilt and meeting the fist, which was larger than his entire body. Boom! The demon's unstoppable punch was halted less than a meter from Kurtz's head. Seeing his full power strike easily blocked, the demon's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this seemingly weak human possibly block his attack? If he had looked closely, he would have realized that rather than Kurtz blocking his attack with the unsheathed odge, his attack had actually struck the magical shield on the surface of the blade. However, from the side, it looked as if Kurtz had easily blocked the opponent's attack with the odge. Too weak, Kurtz's voice was almost bored. He pushed his palms slightly forward, unleashing the gravity magic he had learned from the elf. Rumbled. It was as if an invisible mountain had crashed down fiercely. The incredibly massive body, as if struck by a 10-ton hydraulic press, was directly pressed to the ground by an irresistible force, deeply embedded in the rock, forming a huge crater, with dust rising into the sky. The same move. A seemingly powerful demon was completely suppressed by Kurtz's pure gravity magic, unable to move. On the city wall, Flam watched as her 2 teachers effortlessly suppressed powerful demons with mere gestures, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. But she dared not hesitate. The light of magic flared at the tip of her staff, and she controlled light arrows to attack the demonic beasts in the sky, attempting to relieve pressure on the dwarf guards. However, just as Flam focused on clearing out the flying demonic beasts, an aura silently locked onto her. It turned out that a demon had, at some unknown point, broken through several lines of dwarf warriors, and appeared like a phantom not far from Flam. He then unleashed magic without hesitation, a dark light spear shooting towards Flam with such speed that she had no time to react. "Watch out!" a nearby dwarf cried out in alarm, but it was too late to provide aid. Flam also felt the deadly killing intent the next moment. A magical shield instinctively manifested instantly, but this hastily cast shield appeared very fragile before the demon's full power strike. Rip! The dark spear directly broke through the magical shield, its momentum unchecked, heading straight for Flam. Flam's breath caught in her throat. Death's shadow was right there, far clearer than the last time she'd faced it. Just in this flash of lightning. An even more solidified magical shield appeared before her. The dark spear struck this shield, unable to break through as easily as before. It couldn't even penetrate the opponent's defense even after its magic was completely exhausted. However, it seemed that not only a shield appeared at the same time. A light spear also aimed at the demon who had attacked Flam, equally swift and equally unstoppable. The demon instinctively dodged, but it was still a bit off, and its entire arm was completely obliterated by this attack. He let out a desperate scream, his eyes filled with terror. He hadn't even seen where the attack came from. The demon didn't hesitate and immediately began to retreat, attempting to escape this battlefield. However, it was too late. Dozens of light spears had already targeted him, blocking all his escape routes. Without any surprise, the fleeing figure was hit by countless light spears, truly dead beyond dead. Flam turned around, still shaken, only to see Kurtz already by her side at some unknown point. Clearly, the magic just now was cast by him. "Remember to observe your surroundings during a battle, Flam." "Yes, Teacher Kurtz, I was careless." Her voice was steadier than her hands. She had indeed been somewhat distracted by seeing her two teachers' overwhelming victories, thus neglecting to be vigilant of her surroundings. Kurtz nodded, his gaze once again turning to the chaotic battlefield below. The demons besieging Sarai were simply unable to resist her, finding it incredibly difficult even to stall for time. In just this short while, several demons had already died under the full power attacks of the elf mage. Sarai even managed to spare some effort to clear out the demonic beast army on the ground. Each wave of her hand could clear a large area. However, despite this excellent situation, Kurtz's unease did not dissipate. Instead, it grew heavier as these demons appeared. He was now sure that Schlacht was behind this. The opponent was sending out so many demons at all costs to stall for time, surely plotting something big. And the situation in El Country was not optimistic. They had to end the battle here as quickly as possible. Chapter 179, Schlacht, Kurtz is coming for me. As Sarai's magic mercilessly reaped the demon race, a familiar figure stood in a dark cave far from the clamor of White Fortress's battlefield. Before him, a translucent magical light screen floated, from which Sarai's figure, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, could be vaguely seen. Although her face could not be seen clearly due to the great distance, there was only one such powerful magic user in the world. The greater demon Schlacht stood before the light screen, his eyes fixed on the figure wantonly slaughtering demons in the projection. HMPH, hahaha. After the initial disbelief, Schlacht let out a suppressed laugh. Sarai, your power is as terrifying as ever. He had dispatched 12 demons, 3 of whom were greater demons. His original intention was to probe or delay the elf mage, and it would be even better if there was a chance to wound Sarai severely. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. In front of Sarai, the so-called greater demons were as fragile as humans. Their encirclement seemed more like actively seeking death. If he hadn't relied on his future-predicting magic back then, perhaps his outcome would have been the same as theirs, easily killed by Sarai. Now, watching his capable subordinates being easily eradicated, Schlack's heart bled. The birth of every greater demon was extremely difficult, requiring hundreds of years to accumulate enough qualified magical power. Heavy losses, truly heavy losses. Schlack muttered to himself, his clenched fists turning slightly white from the excessive force. His knuckles ached. However, this pain was quickly replaced by another thought. His mouth curved into a smile, his gaze sweeping over Sarai's unsettling figure in the light screen. But, fortunately, Glarisam's plan is almost successful. Sarai, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? You ultimately can do nothing. He shifted his gaze, looking towards the distant El country. There, his true trump card lay waiting, a secret plan executed by another greater demon, Glarisam. Their target was the Holy Sword El Light, which had been passed down for 1,000 years in El country and condensed the power of countless human beliefs. Glarisam should be about to succeed, right? Schlack's eyes gleamed with greed. That sword has accumulated 1,000 years of human belief power. The energy it contains is unimaginable. As long as it can be successfully corrupted or even eroded, then, even you, Sarai, will be useless in the face of absolute power. Thinking of the Holy Sword's power, the gloom in Schlack's heart was dispelled mainly. Sacrificing these demons now, if it could be exchanged for a weapon capable of suppressing or even destroying Sarai, this transaction would be very worthwhile. He refocused his attention on the projection, observing battlefield changes and evaluating Sarai's true strength to prepare for the decisive battle ahead. Just then, another figure's effortless defeat of the demons also caught his attention. Due to the great distance, he couldn't see the human's face clearly. He could only see rough movements. What concerned Schlack even more was that the humans seemed to be constantly on guard, repeatedly looking up at areas beyond the battlefield. This human is not simple. Schlack frowned slightly. Is he a new disciple of Sarai? His perception is truly sharp. The magic he was currently casting was a detection magic, created by the first god slayer, Kurtz, and written into humanity's first magic book. Schlack had come into contact with this magic book and was deeply shocked by the many spells within it. Just what kind of person was that god slayer, Kurtz, to be able to create such astonishing magic? Schlack suddenly felt a bit wistful. Why hadn't he been born in the era of that person? Why couldn't he explore the many incredible aspects of this god slayer? And now he had spent 10 years improving this magic, naming the improved detection spell Eye of the Abyss. The original detection magic, in Schlack's view, was like echolocation, only able to detect the approximate number and direction of enemies. But his magic could directly project his vision into the target area, like an invisible magical eye, capable of seeing every movement of creatures within the target area. Of course, the prerequisite was that the target area couldn't be too far away. If it were too far, it would be like now, where only rough movements could be seen, and the specific scene within the area couldn't be clearly discerned. And doing so naturally came with a cost. Greater magic consumption and more significant magic fluctuations. If he encountered a magic user with sharp perception, it would be easy for them to detect his prying. But Schlack believed that at such a great distance, coupled with the chaotic situation on the battlefield, these fluctuations were negligible and should be able to evade Sarai's perception. However, he was wrong. Just as Schlack released his magic and focused his attention on the human warrior, the figure in the image suddenly stopped. That human didn't look at any monsters or demons on the battlefield, but suddenly raised his head, his eyes piercing through layers of spatial obstruction, looking directly towards Schlack's location. And Schlack saw it all, including the moment the human raised his head to stare directly at him. What? Schlack's pupils constricted violently, and he instinctively took a step back, bumping into the stone wall. Impossible, it's an illusion, this must be a coincidence. Schlack tried to comfort himself. He can't possibly perceive my magic. He had never imagined that a human would detect his proud spell, and at such a great distance. This was simply impossible. Moreover, through the light screen, Schlack could vaguely see the human's eyes, and from them, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Those eyes. Had he seen them somewhere before? No, he had definitely seen them somewhere. The man withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and said something to the human girl beside him, just as Schlacht was feeling relieved. He moved. Without any complex spellcasting movements, the man's figure suddenly blurred. It turned out he had directly released flying magic, just like SOUSOU. But his speed was even faster, instantly transforming into a streak of light almost imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly leaving the white fortress battlefield. On the other side, SOUSOU, who was fighting the demons, also noticed Kurtz leaving and muttered, "Did he notice?" The elf had vaguely detected Schlacht's prying last time, but because of the great distance, she wasn't sure if it was her imagination. And this time, she detected it again. However, because her attention was entirely focused on dealing with the demons in front of her, she hadn't bothered to care. Now, seeing Kurtz take action proactively, SOUSOU naturally unleashed all her magic without reservation, beginning to bring death upon these reckless demons. On the other side, Kurtz also unleashed all his magic, maximizing his flying speed, rapidly approaching Schlacht's location. "He's coming for me." Schlacht's pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size, and an uncontrollable chill instantly surged into his heart. Not only did the other party perceive his prying, but he was also able to complete reverse tracking and positioning in such a complex magical environment, in such a short amount of time. What terrifying level of understanding of detection magic would be required to do that? A horrible realization crept into Schlacht's mind, cold and certain. Unless... Chapter 180, Battle Ends. "Damn it, stop him," Schlacht's order cut through the chaos. He'd positioned monsters outside the battlefield as a fallback, insurance in case his forces needed to retreat. He'd never expected to use them for something like this. But what the light screen showed him now was far worse. The man's speed was inhuman. The flying monsters sent to intercept him couldn't even touch his clothes before being left behind. When they tried to block him with their bodies, a single spell from his opponent tore them apart, scattering remains across the battlefield. As the distance closed, the figure on the screen grew larger, clearer. Schlacht stared at the approaching silhouette with mounting dread, desperate to identify this arrogant human who dared charge at him alone. He forced more magic into the eye of the abyss, locking his focus as the face came into view. Black hair, young, male, a human face with perfect composure, but those eyes, they held something else. Endless, patient killing intent. And there, unsheathed at his waist, was a sword he recognized immediately. The memories hit like a physical blow. 200 years ago, that battle, the one that had broken him. That terrifying swordsman, the elven holy blade, Athos, burning in his grip. That single strike that had shattered every defense Schlacht possessed and taken his horn. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Schlacht froze as if struck by lightning. Color drained from his face, leaving only a corpse-pale mask. The fear was suffocating. It locked his chest until the burning in his lungs forced him back to consciousness. His hand trembled as it rose to touch the crown of his head. Where a magnificent horn should have grown, there remained only a smooth, severed stump. That stump was his shame, his disgrace. The reason he'd spent 200 years in hiding, afraid to show his face. "It's him, that swordsman, Athos." Schlacht's words came out distorted, barely recognizable beneath the weight of his terror. How is he alive? 200 years? How does a human even live 200 years? He had deliberately extended his exile from 100 years to 200, certain that time itself would consume this human, grind him to dust and memory. Why is he here? Panic seized him. The absurdity crashed down like a physical weight. This swordsman, the one who dragged Schlacht to the edge of oblivion, the one he'd believed time had finally claimed, he hadn't simply survived, he had returned. And he'd brought SOUSOU with him, that elven mage, that other terror. All of Schlacht's plans, all his calculations, they meant nothing now. The delays, the L country scheme, none of it mattered, not against a man wielding that sword, not against strength born from something beyond understanding. One thought dominated Schlacht's mind: run, get out now. He cut off the magic flow and activated the contingency he'd prepared decades ago, a small teleportation array. Normally, such an array demanded more power than most beings could generate. Schlacht had never expected to need it, but necessity changed calculations. He poured everything into it, drained his reserves to dangerous depths, pushed past the limit into overdraw. It still wasn't enough. He'd accounted for that. From a pouch at his side, he withdrew a crystalline focus, a rare artifact designed for this exact scenario. Magic flooded into it, and the missing power surged into the array. The spatial gate materialized before him, edges writhing with eldritch light. On the far side lay safety, coordinates he'd memorized decades ago, a sanctuary he'd sworn never to need. Opening this gate came at a steep cost. Schlacht's reserves crashed into critical overdraw. He wouldn't be able to access magic for months, perhaps longer. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered except escape. The moment the gate expanded enough for passage, he threw himself through without looking back. In that instant before his form vanished, an attack struck the cave above with devastating force. The earth shattered. Stone cascaded down. The mountain opened like a wound, venting destruction across the space where he'd stood moments before. The swordsman had arrived. Schlacht. The voice followed him even as he fell through the veil between worlds. Calm, certain, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. He'd never told this man his name, never spoken it aloud, yet somehow this stranger had divined it. The knowledge sent fresh terror spiraling through him. Schlacht forced himself deeper, abandoning control, throwing his consciousness into the void itself. Behind him, the gate sealed shut. Spatial ripples faded to nothing. He had escaped just as he had 200 years before. But Kurtz's voice, cold and measured, was now carved into Schlacht's being, more indelible than any scar. Schlacht understood with perfect clarity now. His greatest enemy had never perished. He had merely slumbered, and now he had awakened in a form far more terrible than before. Worse still, the man remembered him. Kurtz descended slowly through the dissipating dust. Below, the mountainside lay open like a wound, exposing raw stone and the hollow chamber beneath. He studied the crater he'd torn into the earth, watching residual energies dance across its surface. The moment he'd sensed Schlacht's aura, he'd released his attack. But by then, the demon was already gone. The spatial fluctuations told him everything. Schlacht had burned through his reserves to open a teleportation gate, escaping to some distant sanctuary. Coward, Kurtz muttered. He'd underestimated how far the demon would go. Opening a gate at the cost of shattering one's own reserves spoke of primal fear, terror deep enough to override every other consideration. 200 years was a long time to carry a wound. Apparently, long enough for it to fester into something like this. Kurtz made no move to pursue. Tracking a teleportation was possible but dangerous. An opponent cornered enough to make such a sacrifice would have prepared traps, contingencies, perhaps worse. There was no guarantee he'd survive the other end intact. Besides, the battle at White Fortress wasn't finished. Flam remained, and Schlacht's presence here had confirmed Kurtz's suspicions. The demon had been buying time, stalling them. Which meant the real threat lay elsewhere, to the west in El Country. If Schlacht had coordinated a massive assault, if he'd personally commanded forces with the intent of tainting El's light, of corrupting Athos itself, the consequences would be catastrophic. But even if he was wrong about the details, the conclusion was the same. Schlacht needed to be stopped, and El Country was where it would happen. The dwarves and their problems could wait. After 2 consecutive failures, Schlacht would need months to gather enough forces again. The immediate threat was contained. Kurtz dispersed his flight magic and dropped toward White Fortress. The battle had largely concluded. Sarai hung suspended in the air, her magical aura still settling. The ground beneath her was devastated, craters scarred the earth in every direction, each one marking where she'd unleashed her power. The 10 demons surrounding her were gone. So were the reinforcements that had come to their aid, all reduced to ash, scattered on the wind. The dwarf warriors were cheering and clearing away the last of the scattered monsters, their eyes full of awe as they looked up at Sarai. Chapter 181, Discussion and Decision. Flam hurried forward to greet him. "Teacher Kurtz, you're back. Where did you go just now?" Flam naturally noticed Kurtz's sudden departure, as they were the closest at the time. I went to find the demon race's true commander. Did you find him? Sarai slowly descended, the magical radiance around her completely retracted, and the expression on her face returned to its calm state, as if the mage who had been slaughtering on the battlefield just now wasn't her. No, he ran too fast, it was Schlacht. Kurtz was concise, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The elf's actions were truly ruthless. The entire battlefield was covered in cratered marks. Upon hearing the name Schlacht, Sarai's eyes narrowed slightly, then a cold look of disgust flashed through them. She had a deep impression of the demon she had fought. In her long life, the demons who could make her take them even slightly seriously were few and far between. The one from 200 years ago who could briefly contend with her, and didn't even reveal his true name, was definitely one of them. In fact, when Kurtz asked for the other party's name, Schlacht's unwillingness to reveal it made her feel that there must be something fishy about it. Although Kurtz later confirmed the other party's name as Schlacht through some unknown method, Sarai was too lazy to delve deeper or verify it, simply defaulting to that address. That magical aura just now was his, right? It was very far away, so he must have used some method. Sarai also noticed Schlacht's prying. Because she sensed the distance was too great, Sarai didn't react immediately like Kurtz, but instead planned to deal with the demons on the battlefield first before taking action. Then Kurtz beat her to it. It's a bit like a modified detection spell. I sensed a familiar magical formula in it, Kurtz added. Also, it seems he could see the scene. He must have recognized me and directly tore through space to escape. No wonder you couldn't catch him. Sarai's lips curved into a sarcastic arc. Heth, it seems you left a deep impression on him 200 years ago. To make a greater demon scared to this extent, perhaps only this man in the world could do it. So what now? If he hides for another 200 years, things will get troublesome. It's fine, he can't hide this time. Kurtz turned to Sarai, his tone becoming serious. Schlacht launched an attack of this scale at all costs, even personally commanding it. I am now even more certain that he's delaying us. Coupled with the dark fluctuation I sensed earlier, I vaguely feel that his true objective is very likely related to our country. Kurtz did not reveal all of his conjectures, as he was not sure if his guesses were correct. He needed more information to confirm. El country, Sarai frowned slightly. Yes, Kurtz affirmed. Regardless of whether my conjecture is correct, we must go to El country immediately. Even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity to check the situation there. That holy sword, which condensed a millennium of human faith, was an important means he had left behind. Checking it was perfectly fine, especially with the current frequent demon activities. Okay, Sarai agreed to Kurtz's judgment with hardly any hesitation. After all, if not for today's demon attack, they were already planning to set off for El country. So, how do we get there? If the situation is too urgent, flying directly would be too slow. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Kurtz. I remember that in El country, Norns secretly constructed a large teleportation array anchor point back then. Although it's ancient, as long as the core runes haven't been destroyed, connecting to it should allow us to teleport directly to the El country royal city. Is that so? Why haven't you told me about it? Kurtz was a little surprised. He had never heard Sarai mention this before. Because it was never needed. Norn's original intention was that if one day El country encountered a disaster that even the Holy Sword couldn't resolve, they could use this teleportation array to help their citizens escape. But he didn't expect that after he founded the country, El country had a smooth journey. Let alone a national destruction crisis, they rarely even experienced war, so the teleportation array was always put aside. So that's how it is. Kurtz's brows furrowed after hearing Sarai's explanation. But activating such a cross-continental teleportation array requires an enormous amount of magical power. Even if you and I combine our strength, we can't fill it. Even if we overdraw our magic to activate it forcibly, we don't know what might be waiting for us at the end of the teleportation. Draining their magic to activate the teleportation array was too risky. If they encountered a strong enemy immediately after teleporting, he and Sarai would be very passive. Sarai's gaze did not leave Kurt's, but instead carried a hint of "did you forget something?" as it slowly moved downwards, finally settling on the Auge hanging at his waist. More precisely, it fell on Athos's seemingly unremarkable scabbard. "Did you forget something?" Sarai's lips curved, her tone teasing. "What you have hanging at your waist, isn't it a mobile source of magic?" Kurtz instantly understood Sarai's meaning, and, subconsciously, reached for the scabbard at his waist. The source of magic Sarai mentioned was precisely the holy relic stone slab, containing immense magical power that they had found in the dwarf ruins years ago. Over the years, Kurtz had secretly found the continent's top dwarf forging masters, spending a huge price and a long time to forge that indestructible stone slab and the magic contained within it, ultimately making it the core base of Auge's scabbard. At this moment, this holy relic stone slab truly became Auge's scabbard. Use the magic in the scabbard to power the teleportation array. Kurtz's voice carried a hint of hesitation. He had always regarded the holy relic magic in the scabbard as a trump card for critical moments, to be used when needed, especially when he had to unleash Athos's full power without reservation. Otherwise, Sarai raised an eyebrow. "Do you still expect the dwarves to provide you with enough magic, or do you want to fly slowly, giving Schlack's subordinates enough time to carry out their conspiracy in El Country?" Kurtz fell into a brief deliberation. Using the magic within the scabbard meant expending one of his important trump cards. But Sarai was right, time waits for no one. Schlacht went to such great lengths. If his conjecture was true, he had to get to El Country as quickly as possible. "I understand." Kurtz finally made a decision. However, Athos's magic cannot be completely used up. The magic in the scabbard is too pure, the teleportation array doesn't need that much, and excessive infusion might damage the array foundation. He looked at Sarai and stated his plan. "I will use a portion of the magic stored in the scabbard as the core activation energy. We will partially supplement the remaining deficit, and then we will ask Bailing to have the magic users hired by White Fortress make up the rest. This way, we can ensure the teleportation array activates quickly while maximizing the conservation of our own magic, avoiding weakness after teleportation." This plan was both efficient and relatively stable. Sarai nodded. "Okay, let's do that." The two quickly reached a consensus and prepared to act separately. Chapter 182, Ultralong Distance Teleportation. Kurtz went to communicate with Bailing, mobilizing the mages he had hired. Sarai, on the other hand, began to sketch complex aerial magic runes based on the spatial markers in her memory, attempting to establish a connection with the ancient teleportation array in El Country. Their conversation and subsequent actions were swift and efficient, completely without avoiding Flam, who stood by. At this moment, Flam was no longer the ignorant little girl who could only follow behind her teacher to learn. Although she was not yet an adult, she had already understood many things. When Kurtz and Sarai were conversing, she stood quietly by, listening in silence. But the conversation between the two teachers had already stirred up a storm in her heart. The large teleportation array constructed back then lived for a very long time. A profound impression left 200 years ago. Keywords, like scattered puzzle pieces, began to assemble in her rapidly working mind. 200 years ago. The greater demon Schlacht, whom teacher Kurtz mentioned, they met 200 years ago. Moreover, from what teacher Sarai implied, teacher Kurtz had left such a profound impression on Schlacht that, 200 years later, merely seeing his image through magic scared him out of his wits. How could a human live for 200 years? Unless he was not an ordinary person at all. Flam felt her breathing almost stop. A long-buried suspicion deep in her heart, which she had never dared to delve into, now grew wildly like a seedling breaking through the soil. Legend has it that in ancient times, so long ago that even historical records were vague, there was a human hero. He was humanity's most ancient mage and first great sage, possessing power beyond the mundane, even capable of contending with the gods of legend. He and his companions traveled the continent, leaving countless legends. The most shocking of which was his act of killing the world's most powerful existence, a god with a human body. His name was Kurtz, exactly the same as Teacher Kurtz. Flam's gaze was fixed on Kurtz's back, her hands trembling slightly at her sides. The first time they met, she had simply, naively thought that Teacher Kurtz and the God-Slayer were merely namesakes. After all, no human could live that long. But as Teacher Kurtz displayed his powerful strength, his familiarity with ancient legends, and even the tacit understanding between him and Teacher Sarai, all clues converged into a clear outline at this moment. Why was Teacher Kurtz so knowledgeable about ancient history and lost magic? Why did he possess a lifespan far exceeding the limits of human life? Why did he possess strength far beyond his youthful appearance? Why was the legendary elf mage Sarai so close to him? There was only one answer. This Teacher Kurtz, who taught her magic, was the God-Slayer, Kurtz, who lived in legends and was long thought by the world to have vanished into the river of history. What was once suspicion had now become reality. Although she was mentally prepared, Flam instinctively took a small step back. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, as if trying to break free from all restraints. It was the drumbeat of joy, the ecstasy of being in close contact with her idol. Flam finally understood why she always felt that Teacher Kurtz had a sense of being beyond his time. That was not an illusion, but the result of the accumulation of years. Flam, Kurtz's voice pulled her back to reality from her excited thoughts. Yes, Teacher Kurtz. Flam quickly forced herself to calm down, hoping her voice didn't shake. Get ready, the teleportation array is about to activate. This should be your first time experiencing such a large-scale spatial teleportation. You might feel an increase in gravity during the process, so remember to use magic to protect yourself. Kurtz did not notice the intense fluctuations in Flam's heart, merely giving his usual instructions. His attention was focused entirely on the teleportation array that was about to be completed. I understand. Flam took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Regardless of who her teacher was, whether a legend or an ordinary human, at this moment, he was the person she trusted most. She had to follow her teacher's footsteps closely. At this time, in a temporarily cleared space in the central square of White Fortress, a magic array with a diameter of only 2 meters had been drawn. The number of people to be teleported was only 3, so Sarai did not construct a particularly huge teleportation array. She only needed to establish a connection with the teleportation array on Al-Country's side. Now the connection had been established, and the teleportation array had been constructed. All that remained was to replenish it with magic power. Not far away, the dwarf city Lord Bailing personally led the mages he had hired to infuse magic power into the teleportation array. However, the magic power of these mages was clearly a drop in the bucket for such a cross-continental teleportation array. But at least it could share some of the burden. Kurtz walked to the core of the magic array, took off Athos with its scabbard from his waist, gripped the hilt, and immersed his mind deep into the scabbard, establishing a connection with the core of the holy relic sealed within. A vast wave of magic power began to emanate from inside the scabbard, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. He carefully guided the magic power emanating from the scabbard into the teleportation array. Whoosh! As magic power was continuously filled, the magic array instantly burst forth with dazzling light. At the same time, Kurtz and Sarai simultaneously injected their own magic power into the teleportation array, filling the last missing piece. As the missing magic power filled up, a huge but stable magic power vortex appeared in the center of the entire magic array. In the center of the vortex, a deep spatial passage was slowly forming. It's ready, the situation is very stable. Sarai's clear, cold voice sounded. Kurtz stood in the center of the magic array, sensing that the magic power stored in the scabbard was being rapidly extracted. Although the consumption was huge, it was far from touching the source and was entirely within his acceptable range. This made him feel a little relieved. Flam stood not far behind Kurtz, feeling the violent magic power fluctuations around her. The shock in her heart was beyond words. She gripped her staff tightly, mobilizing all her magic power to form a faint barrier around her body, preparing to welcome the impending spatial teleportation. The giant magic power vortex finally stabilized completely, and the spatial gate appeared accordingly. "Let's go," Sarai said. Kurtz took one last look at the dwarf city Lord Bailing and others, nodded slightly in greeting, and then stepped into the light gate without hesitation. Sarai followed closely, her figure disappearing into the light curtain. Flam took a deep breath, took one last look at the land where she had experienced an actual battlefield for the first time, and then stepped into the light gate. With a flash of light, the figures of the three completely disappeared from White Fortress Square. The light of the huge, complex magic array slowly receded, leaving only the dimmed magic runes on the ground, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. The dwarf city lord gazed at the empty square for a long time before muttering in a tone filled with reverence, "May everything go well for you all." Chapter 183, The Erosion Begins. Deep within the El Country Imperial Palace. This was not a resplendent hall, but a vast underground chamber. In fact, this basement was quite empty. Aside from the stone platform in the very center, there were no other miscellaneous items, only the soft glow emitted by the magic ore embedded in the walls. And upon that stone platform, a silver longsword quietly floated. Holy Sword El's Light. This holy sword, having been broken and reforged, was not as dazzling as Orger, Sword of Divine Authority. Instead, its blade displayed a rustic, dark silver hue. Kurtz had specifically inscribed corresponding magical runes during the forging process to allow it to carry the power of faith, and now these runes flowed quietly across the blade's surface. Even without emitting any light, its mere presence here seemed to be the center of the entire space, enough to attract everyone's gaze. Grossum was no exception. The moment this greater demon stepped into the basement and his gaze met the holy sword, his perfect disguise was shattered almost instantly. He grunted, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if subjected to an invisible mental attack. This sword, this legendary human holy sword, emitted such pure power of faith that the moment his eyes touched it, he felt a burning pain searing through his very being. It truly lived up to Schlack's desires. Grossum couldn't even imagine what terrifying power this holy sword, which had absorbed 1,000 years of human faith, possessed. He endured the burning pain, forcing himself to stand steady. His fingers dug into his palms, drawing blood. Deep in his eyes, an unconcealable greed and shock had already replaced everything else. El's Light, the legendary artifact entrusted by Godslayer Kurtz to the dwarves for forging, condensed the power of human faith. It was one of the three most powerful swords in this world, on par with the missing Orger, Sword of Divine Authority, and the holy sword Oj held by the elven sage Sarai. Witnessing its existence firsthand and feeling its terrifying power, Grossum truly comprehended the madness of Schlack's plan. What a magnificent feat it would be to reverse the power of this holy sword. "Master Grossum, what's wrong?" El Fidel, the Emperor, deeply affected by mental magic, asked with a hint of confusion. He saw Grossum's face turn pale, and his body tremble the moment he saw the holy sword, as if he was enduring immense pain. The holy sword's presence also filled him with awe and an invisible pressure, but his reaction was far less intense than Grossum's. "Nothing, Your Majesty." Grossum quickly regulated his breathing, forcefully suppressing his physical discomfort, and forced a smile back onto his face. "The holy sword's might is indeed formidable. Even I felt boundless shock, so I was momentarily distracted." If Fidel were in his normal state, he would have long since noticed the impropriety in Grossum's words. After all, mere pressure certainly wouldn't cause injury. And Grossum's discomfort, even pain, upon seeing the holy sword was peculiar. It must have triggered some passive mechanism of the sacred sword. But the current Fidel was firmly controlled by Grossum's mental magic and was utterly incapable of connecting these dots. Therefore, regarding Grossum's explanation, he nodded without the slightest doubt. "I see, but if the power of the holy sword is so terrifying, then we." He looked at the holy sword, his eyes filled with longing. Grossum took a deep breath, knowing that the opportunity was fleeting. He had to get close to the holy sword and complete the most crucial step. He cautiously stepped forward, walking towards the holy sword suspended on the stone platform. With every step closer, the pain from the divine might grew more intense, but the madness in his eyes burned even brighter. Closer, even closer. Finally, he stood before El's light, trembling as he reached out his hand and slowly grasped its hilt. The moment he gripped the hilt, buzz! Holy sword El's light suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The light was not an attack, but an instinctive repulsion. A shockwave composed of the power of faith suddenly burst forth from the blade. Ah! Grossum let out a sharp, anguished cry. Under this shockwave, he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, tumbling several times across the floor before stopping, then spitting out a mouthful of dark purple blood. Damn it! Grossum cursed inwardly, struggling to breathe through the searing agony. He had been careless. He hadn't expected the holy sword's repulsion to be so strong. Although he had previously learned from Schlacht that holy sword El's light had a special protective mechanism that required the blood of the El royal lineage to unlock its first layer of power restriction. He had only wanted to approach the holy sword to probe this seal, but he didn't expect to be directly thrown back upon mere touch. Fortunately, he had put considerable effort into manipulating Fidel successfully. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to complete the first step of the plan. Lord Grossum. Fidel rushed over, and when he saw Grossum's twisted, charred arm, his face was filled with confusion. What happened? Why did the holy sword attack you? Facing Fidel's inquiry, a hint of violence and shame flashed in Grossum's eyes. Cough, cough, Your Majesty, it's nothing. Grossum struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his uninjured arm. The power contained within the holy sword is too immense. My magic suffered a backlash. It seems activating it will be more difficult than I imagined. He painstakingly fabricated an excuse, secretly pulling out the crystal that Schlacht had given him, a thing that emitted an ominous dark purple light. Then what should we do? Emperor Fidel became even more anxious. He looked at the floating holy sword, then at Grossum. Controlled by mental magic, he had lost all ability to think and instinctively trusted the human before him. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Grossum's voice carried a drowsy power, and his powerful mental magic was unleashed once again at full force. Under the interference of this mental magic, the slight suspicion that had arisen in Fidel's heart regarding Grossum's injury vanished without a trace in the next second. I have other methods to try, but I need you to do me a small favor. Please speak, Your Excellency. Emperor Fidel immediately nodded, his eyes once again becoming utterly vacant. Please use your blood, Your Majesty, to unseal the first seal of El's light. How do you know that, Your Excellency? Fidel instinctively asked. The fact that only royal blood could unseal the first layer of El's light had always been a closely guarded secret of their royal family. How did Grossum know this? Facing Fidel's inquiry, Grossum did not answer immediately, but continued to release his magic, then explained. Your Majesty, please do not concern yourself with these matters. What is most important now is to unleash the power of El's light. Chapter 184. We arrived just in time. Ah, right, you're right. Fidel's suspicions vanished. He slowly walked towards El's light, then extended his hand, letting his finger trace the tip of the sword. Blood dripped steadily onto the blade. As Fidel's blood continued to merge into El Country's holy sword, the repulsive force that Grossum sensed weakened considerably. Moreover, in his magical perception, the magic circle on the base of El's light revealed its core as the seal lifted. Next would come corruption. Lord Grossum, the seal has been lifted. What should I do next? Grossum suppressed his inner excitement and said, Your Majesty, now you can temporarily look away and pray to the holy sword in your heart. My magic requires absolute silence and cannot be disturbed in any way, not even by a single glance. Grossum had underestimated Fidel's willpower. He hadn't expected that this emperor could still harbor doubts about his own actions, even under his mental manipulation. To be safe, he simply made the emperor turn his head away, lest he see the dark aura-emitting crystal and become suspicious. All right, I understand. Emperor Fidel turned around without hesitation, lowered his head, and remained silent, seemingly truly praying to the holy sword. Good opportunity. Grossum moved swiftly. He approached El's light and slammed the crystal onto the stone platform beneath the holy sword. Although the first seal had been lifted, he did not dare touch the blade directly. Instead, he targeted the critical node of the magic circle that channeled the power of faith into the sword. Reverse. Grossum roared, injecting all his magic into the crystal without reservation. Hiss! The dark purple crystal erupted with black light. Countless twisted black substances surged like living things, transforming into tendrils that wrapped around the entire holy sword base, then extended upward, attempting to reverse corrode the blade through the magic circle. Upon contact, corruption and holy energy collided violently. The pure light on the sword's body was visibly tainted with dark color, and a blasphemous aura spread around it. El's light seemed to sense this threat. Its sword body vibrated violently, letting out a mournful cry as it radiated brilliant light, attempting to dispel the filthy corruption. But the crystal's power was relentless, like a bone-deep ulcer, stubbornly corroding its origin. Seeing this, Grossum became ecstatic. Success, although he couldn't directly touch the holy sword, as long as he could pollute its energy core and reverse its attributes, the plan was largely successful. Now he just needed to wait. No matter how powerful El's light was, it was ultimately an inanimate object. How could it withstand the lingering power from a god? However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. Not far from Grossum's feet, on the empty stone slab, a magic circle about 2 meters in diameter formed without warning, erupting with dazzling white light. In the next second, space tore apart. A stable spatial passage opened instantly. 3 figures emerged from the passage, standing precisely between Grossum, Emperor Fidel, and the Holy Sword. It turned out that El Country's teleportation array was built in this basement, beside Holy Sword El's light. Seeing the 3 people who appeared out of thin air, Grossum was stunned. In the basement, the power of the Holy Sword and the filthy corruption still fiercely contended, emitting sizzling sounds of erosion. Even Fidel was startled by the sudden movement and turned around, lifting his head to see the newcomers. Grossum stared fixedly at the figures before him, and when he clearly saw Sarai among them, his eyes widened in shock. His brain crashed. Sarai. How could she be here? Wasn't Schlacht already holding her back? Kurtz and Sarai, having experienced teleportation before, felt no discomfort. Flam steadied herself quickly, her gaze drawn to the bizarre scene. The holy sword was floating in midair, the intertwined auras of holiness and filth, and the mage radiating strong dark magic fluctuations. Upon seeing Sarai appear, all the blood in Grossum's body froze. All demons knew of Sarai's power. Over the past 1,000 years, she had killed many demons. Within the demon realm, she was known as Sarai the Destroyer. With just the first glance, Grossum knew he was no match for her at all. Moreover, the other party had already discovered his identity. He had no chance of triumph whatsoever. He instinctively tried to withdraw his hand from the crystal, wanting to escape immediately. But the corrosive magic and the holy sword's energy were in their most intense state of confrontation. The powerful energy entanglement made it impossible for him to extricate himself for even a moment. If he delayed longer, the holy sword would be completely corrupted, then he wouldn't need to fear this elven mage in front of him at all. The moment he stepped from the teleportation array, Kurtz fixed his gaze on Grossum. The holy sword, the polluted base, the bewildered emperor, and the mage whose demonic aura was completely undisguised. Everything was crystal clear. Sarai also instantly locked onto Grossum. In her view, his unique demonic aura was fully revealed. There was no expression on her face, but in the depths of her eyes, killing intent had solidified into substance. Even Flam noticed the unusual expressions on her 2 teachers' faces. Both of them seemed to have simultaneously felt killing intent toward the black-haired man before them. She didn't know why, but she raised her magic staff, ready to cast a spell at any moment. There was a pin-drop dead silence. Only the sizzling sound of energy confrontation and Grossum's heavy breathing remained in the cave. Kurtz's gaze settled on Grossum's contorting face. His voice was calm, but carried a hint of mockery. It seems we arrived just in time. Chapter 185, Stalling for Time. As Kurtz spoke, the deathly silence was broken. Grossum shifted his gaze from Sarai to him. The black-haired man before him lacked Sarai's terrifying, sharp magical fluctuations. He appeared exceptionally calm. Yet when his eyes swept over Grossum, something shifted. Every disguise felt exposed. Even the deepest demonic essence of his soul lay bare. A tremendous sense of crisis arose, born from pure instinct. Who exactly is this man? Although Grossum had heard from Schlacht 200 years ago, Sarai had an incredibly powerful human swordsman at her side. But like Schlacht, he'd assumed, 2 centuries was an eternity. Even powerful humans turned to bone dust. Besides, he'd never met this man before. There was no reason to connect them. Yet the icy killing intent in Sarai's eyes, coupled with the terrifying aura from the stranger, made one thing clear. If they moved against him, he would be reduced to ash in the next second. No, absolutely not. The corruption had reached its final stage. He could feel the core of El's light being devoured by divine power. Just a little more time. Between fleeing and stalling, Grossum chose the latter. He suppressed his demonic energy with desperate effort and forced a smile onto his face, a mask of goodwill. Lady Sarai, I have long admired your name. I never expected to meet you here. My name is Grossum. His gaze swept between them, but instinctive reverence for Sarai's 1,000-year reputation made him address her first. I think there might be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The black-haired man's voice held subtle amusement. He gestured toward El's light, its surface writhing with twisted vines. Then his eyes found Grossum's carefully composed face. To dare lay hands on the holy sword's power, this misunderstanding is indeed quite significant. Kurt studied the corrupted blade, his expression calm. He wondered what these demons were thinking. How dare they target El's light, a creation designed to absorb the power of faith? That power belonged to gods. Ordinary magic should have no effect whatsoever. The holy sword still resisted, still fought back. Kurtz trusted his work absolutely. Unless confronted with power of equal strength, El's light would never fall. Yet something about that twisted dark matter clinging to the blade felt familiar. He couldn't quite place it. Tell me what magic you used, he said, his tone almost casual. If I'm in a good mood, I might leave you a complete corpse. Your Excellency is joking. Demons dissipate directly upon death. How could there be a complete corpse? That's right. Kurtz's words were calm, but something deeper ran beneath them. After all, you lost the favor of the gods long ago. You are the only life form in this world without the favor of the gods. Upon death, even your bodies turn directly to ash and dissipate. Grossum's heart trembled violently. Who exactly is this man? That demons had lost the gods' favor was no secret. In the mythical era, demons still left corpses when they died, until the god slayer killed their demon god. Only then did demons become formless upon death. But why did he detect nostalgia in this man's tone? As if he had personally witnessed these events. Grossum was skilled in mental magic, which made him naturally sensitive to emotion. He could read feelings the way others read faces, and the emotions contained in this man's words rang entirely true. Not performed, not calculated, genuine. And that calm gaze, it pressed down on Grossum with more weight than even Sarai's presence. Her power was destructive sharpness, a blade ready to cut. But beneath this man's composure lurked something far more ancient and terrifying. There was no time to unravel his identity. Grossum saw Kurtz's finger twitch slightly upward. That single motion sent every hair on his body rigid. He's moving. Wait, the word burst out. I have information regarding Lord Schlacht and His Majesty the Demon King, our newly ascended Demon King. I believe this will definitely interest you. A gamble, pure desperation. He was betting that this powerful, mysterious man would react to that single phrase, Demon King. For 1,000 years after the first Demon King's death, the demon race had fractured. The emergence of a new Demon King meant everything was changing. The entire continent would tremble at such news. Kurtz's raised finger paused. Demon King, he frowned. Your race has birthed a new Demon King. Kurtz did not know when the Demon King would emerge. He couldn't verify this claim, but if it was true, it warranted investigation. Either way, letting this demon speak a bit longer costs nothing. Grossum felt the killing aura lock onto him shift, loosening slightly. His heart soared with triumph. He'd gambled correctly. Sarai exchanged a glance with Kurtz, her surprise evident. A new Demon King. This was no minor matter. That's right, Grossum seized the opening, speaking quickly to stall. Lord Schlacht discovered a trace of the original essence left behind when His Majesty the First Demon King fell at the old site of the Demon King's city. Using this fragment, we found the perfect successor, an adult with unparalleled talent and power. All demons have revered him as the new Demon King. Every word was true. Lies would not help him now, only authenticity could buy him time. Besides, it didn't matter if they learned this. The rise of the Demon King was irreversible. As he spoke of this news, information that would shock any faction leader, his peripheral vision remained locked on El's light. Just a little more. Unseen within the blade, the light at its core was being replaced by purplish black at visible speed. The anguished wails from the sword weakened with each passing second, replaced by increasingly frantic black tentacles writhing across its surface. Kurtz observed all of this, yet for reasons he didn't examine, he did not intervene. He simply listened to Grossum's narration, his expression unchanged, as if hearing an irrelevant story. And that silence was exactly what Grossum needed. Time was everything now. So, Lord Sarai, and this powerful excellency, the situation on the continent is about to change. His words cut off mid-sentence. A tremendous roar erupted from within Holy Sword El's light. Hiss! All the twisted black matter, entwined around the sword's body and base, suddenly contracted, then surged into the holy blade like a tidal wave. And then, Holy Sword El's light changed. Chapter 186, Kurtz's Indifference. It still floated in the air, but the dark silver on the sword's body had turned a deep red like blood, mixed with ominous dark patterns. The corruption was complete. They now had the power to mobilize the massive force of faith contained within El's light. It's done, Hayahaha. Grossum could no longer suppress his ecstasy. All pretense fell away. He moved, taking advantage of Kurtz and Sarai's attention fixed on the holy sword's sudden transformation. He grabbed the hilt of El's light. The moment his fingers closed around it, the patterns on the blade ignited with light. An unimaginable surge of power tore through his arm and into his body. Intense pain mixed with an overwhelming force instantly consumed him. One mistake, one moment of weakness, and his entire body would rupture from this power. But Schlacht had anticipated this. He'd prepared contingencies. The holy sword's power was restricted. Most of the faith contained within remained locked in the blade itself. Only a fraction flowed into Grossum's body. But even that fraction filled him with a sense of command he'd never known. Kurtz felt a flicker of surprise at Grossum's recklessness. This demon was ruthless enough to bear the power of faith directly through his physical body, something even Kurtz would not attempt. If he could master this technique, then perhaps the magical formula of life could. Kurtz's eyes flickered as he watched Grossum actually manage to withstand the divine power, lost in thought, considering. Is this the power of the holy sword? It is indeed incredibly powerful. Stop! Sarai's hand came up, brilliant light condensing into a spear in an instant. She hurled it forward, and it tore through the air toward Grossum's heart. Get lost! With the holy sword in hand, Grossum's confidence soared. He didn't dodge. He brought the blade down hard, meeting Sarai's light spear head-on. Red sword aura clashed with brilliant light. Boom! Two terrifying energies collided with violent force. The light spear buckled, gradually overcome by the red aura, which continued forward with undiminished momentum. Sarai's pupils constricted. She threw up layer after layer of magical shields. Bangs, bangs, bang. The first shield shattered instantly. The second held. Barely, but the impact still drove her back a step, her face hardening with new respect for the weapon in Grossum's hands. Wielding the corrupted holy sword, he was far stronger than she'd calculated. Ha 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 ha, do you see, Sarai? This is the power of El's light. One strike had repelled the legendary mage. Grossum's euphoria knew no bounds. Could anyone else in this world withstand such power? His eyes turned toward the silent Kurtz, filled with provocation. And you, human, come, let me see you. His words stopped. Because Kurtz moved. The moment Sarai was repelled, Kurtz was already gone. His figure vanished from its place without warning. His orger had been unsheathed at some point, no earth-shattering sound, only a faint spatial ripple where it had emerged. Grossum felt an aura of death settle over him instantly. It came from behind. Instinct took over. He spun, raising the demonic sword to block. His arm had only just begun to rise. Excruciating pain. A sharp, white-hot line of agony shot through his right arm. He looked down. His entire right arm, from shoulder to fingertip, was gone. The holy sword it had held tumbled toward the ground. And Kurt stood behind him, a blade gleaming with dazzling light in his hand. "How is this possible?" Grossum screamed, his voice cracking with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. What method had this human used? His speed was impossible. Grossum had just gained enough power to repel Sarai, and he couldn't withstand a single move against this man. As his severed arm fell, Kurtz reached out to catch the falling holy sword. "Don't even think about it." Intense pain ignited Grossum's fury. He detonated the corrupted crystal, the one buried deep within the holy sword's core, still consuming its essence. Schlacht had prepared for this contingency. If Grossum succeeded in corrupting the sword but couldn't escape with it, the crystal would serve as backup. It contained not only corruptive power, but a preset teleportation array. The array would send the holy sword directly to another location. Schlacht would retrieve it from there. As Grossum triggered the detonation, a sharp crack came from the stone platform beneath the holy sword. Boom! A shockwave erupted violently from the center of the platform. It wasn't meant to attack, only to create chaos and distance. The blast pushed Kurtz back several meters. Then a spatial rift tore open. Grossum grabbed the falling holy sword and threw it directly into the opening. "Stop!" Sarai acted instantly, firing light arrows at the blade, trying to knock it from its trajectory. But Grossum threw himself in front of the attacks, his body shielding the sword as it passed unobstructed into the spatial rift. "Kurtz!" Sarai shouted his name. He was closest. If anyone could disrupt the teleportation array and keep El's light, it was him. But Kurtz stood motionless, watching silently as the spatial rift swallowed the holy sword and sealed itself shut. Sarai fired several more light spears, but they only passed through residual energy ripples, striking empty stone beyond and detonating in a series of explosions. "Hadohata." Grossum's laughter was the only sound left. "You were one step too late. With the holy sword in his possession, Lord Schlacht will be invincible." His right arm severed, his body riddled with light arrow wounds, Grossum lay on the ground unable to move. Yet his laughter continued unrestrained, echoing through the basement chamber. Sarai stared at where the spatial rift had vanished, killing intent blazing in her golden eyes. The sight of Grossum still laughing nearby only intensified her rage. She turned sharply toward Kurtz, her gaze demanding answers he had yet to provide. Chapter 187, Kurtz's Scheme. Wild laughter echoed in the empty space. Grossum collapsed to the ground, black blood gushing from his wound, staining him completely dark, yet his face bore a twisted, victorious smile. Holy Sword El's light had already been teleported away. Once it fell into the hands of Schlacht, the core objective of the plan would be achieved. This feat was enough to etch his name into the entire history of the demon race. His Majesty the Demon King shall rule the world. Ha ha ha, listen. His wild laughter was interrupted by violent coughing, and foul blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth. Having endured several enhanced light arrows from Sarai, coupled with the severe injury of his severed arm, his life was rapidly ebbing away. Sarai stared intently at where the spatial rift had vanished, leaving only ripples of space shattering and then repairing itself. The holy sword was stolen right under her nose. To let these demons so easily snatch the holy sword was an utter humiliation. And the culprit was right beside her, still letting out that grating, wild laughter. Killing intent instantly locked onto Grossum on the ground. Sarai raised her hand, and light began to condense at her fingertips. She wanted to utterly erase this damned demon, along with his filthy soul, from this world. Wait, Sarai. However, Kurt stopped her attack before it could even be unleashed. Sarai paused her movements and turned to look at Kurtz, a hint of questioning in her eyes. Because she had clearly warned him just now, but he had done nothing, allowing Holy Sword L's light to be taken. What exactly was he thinking? Kurtz met Sarai's gaze, his expression still calm, his eyes briefly lingering on Grossum on the ground before turning to where L's light had vanished. Why? Sarai questioned. With your ability, you could have completely stopped L's light before the spatial rift fully closed. Flam was also startled by Teacher Sarai's question. Everything that just happened was too fast. From the holy sword being corrupted, to Grossum repelling Teacher Sarai with the sword, and finally to Teacher Kurtz instantly severing his arm and detonating the crystal to teleport L's light away. All of this happened in just a few breaths, so fast that she didn't even have time to cast a single spell. She had originally thought that Teacher Kurtz hadn't had time to prevent L's light from being teleported away, but now it seemed there was another scheme at play. Even Grossum on the ground looked at Kurtz with surprise and uncertainty. Kurtz did not immediately answer Sarai's question. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. A faint pale golden thread of light, as if alive, appeared and coiled in his palm. You see, the connection between me and L's light has not been severed. L's light was his first holy sword. Kurtz had participated in both its initial forging and its later reforging. Not to mention, the magic for storing faith power inside it was designed by him, so he had long since established a connection with it. Sarai narrowed her eyes. As a top-tier mage, she immediately sensed the essence of that thread of light. It was the magical resonance between L's light and Kurtz. Extremely faint, but definitely present. This meant that although the holy sword had been corrupted and even teleported away, it still maintained some mysterious connection with Kurtz. So what? Sarai's confusion did not disappear, but instead intensified. The holy sword has been corrupted and even taken by the demons. Can you stop them from using the faith power inside it across endless space? If the demons had simply taken L's light, Sarai wouldn't have been worried. Sometimes, letting the demons become a little stronger adds some fun to this world. But the prerequisite was that this power had to be controllable. Faith's power was too strong. As someone who had personally fought the goddess alongside Kurtz back then, Sarai naturally understood how terrifying the power of faith could be. Undoubtedly, now that the age of myths had ended and gods no longer existed, faith power was the strongest power in this world. And now, this power had been seized by the demons. Look at him, Sarai pointed at Grossum on the ground. He only used a tiny fraction of faith power just now, yet it was enough to repel my attack. If Schlacht, or that so-called new demon king, gains control of all the faith power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her words struck Flam's heart like a heavy hammer, and a hint of triumph flashed in Grossum's eyes. Rest assured, Sarai. Kurtz's tone was very gentle, as if comforting a startled Hakami. What Grossum just called upon was only a tiny wisp of faith power that leaked from L's light's surface. It was but a single hair of its true power. But he became stronger by relying on that power. I thought you'd be happy to see that, Kurtz hinted. This is different, Sarai shook her head. Controllable chaos and chaos with unpredictable outcomes are not the same thing. Is that so? I see, Kurtz paused. But don't worry, have you forgotten? 1,000 years ago, when I was adding magic to L's light, what restriction did I place on it? This sentence made Grossum on the ground suddenly widen his eyes, and even Flam cast a curious glance. A restriction, huh? The surfacing of distant memories suppressed Sarai's anger. It seems there was indeed something like that. She remembered. Kurtz had told her about it back then. It was when they were helping the Allied forces break the siege, and Kurtz had mentioned it when he created the pseudo-god strike magic. To prevent this magic from being misused, he would add a restriction to it, allowing it to be used only against demons and in battles to save the world. And the reason El's light could absorb human faith power was because it contained not only magic for storing faith power, but also the magic runes for pseudo-god strike. Only then could El's light be used to turn the tide of battle at a crucial moment. But what if the demons can break your seal restriction? They can, of course. Kurtz's words made Sarai's brow furrow again, but the following sentence made it relax. However, that will take a very long time. I don't think it's possible to complete without several hundred years of effort. The pseudo-god strike magic he created was not that easy to break. The magic in the spellbook written by Norn was open source. He had originally hoped that learners could freely adapt and develop upon it. However, magic like this, pseudo-god strike, was heavily encrypted. Unless your talent also lies in creation, just understanding this magical formula would take decades of effort. Chapter 188, The Deceased 7 Sages of Destruction. So, in reality, the demon race is completely unable to mobilize the power of faith within a light fully. Exactly. At most, they can only apply a buff like Grand Void Profound Ice to themselves, just like this guy, and it even comes with side effects. What is Grand Void Profound Ice? Sarai was a bit confused by the strange term Kurtz suddenly blurted out. Nothing much, just a magical item that can increase one's strength threefold. But his strength wasn't just boosted threefold, it was much more than that. Sarai pointed at Grossum. In her eyes, this demon was clearly not a magic user particularly skilled in combat. Judging from Fidel, who had been staring blankly the entire time, Grossum was likely a demon with a talent for some form of mental magic. Yet such a demon, with the blessing of the power of faith, was able to repel her temporarily. It was clear how mighty the power of faith was. But the consequences are also severe, aren't they? Don't you find it quite amusing? After all that scheming and sacrificing so many of their subordinates, all they gained was a slightly sturdier holy sword. The demon race polluted its outer shell, stole its form, and could even utilize the power that overflowed from the pollution. However, they could never touch its core, nor could they truly mobilize that torrent of faith accumulated over 1,000 years. The threads of light in Kurtz's palm gently swayed, as if confirming his words. Sarai finally understood the confidence Kurtz had in letting the holy sword be taken away. It turned out that what the demon race obtained was merely a powerful empty shell, a weapon that required specific conditions to activate, and they were destined to be unable to meet those conditions. So you let it go. Sarai's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. I did it on purpose. This is a good opportunity to follow the clues, find their lair, locate the so-called new demon king, and clarify some matters. Their conversation did not avoid Grossum the entire time, and as Kurtz's plan was fully laid out, the other party's expression grew increasingly grim. In Kurtz's view, there was no need for him to hide from the other party. Because some people were destined not to see tomorrow's sun. Of course, the main reason is that I've already let Schlacht escape from my grasp twice. Third time's the charm. This time, I'd like to see how he runs. Kurtz finished speaking and walked towards Grossum, each step seemingly treading on the other party's heartbeat. He squatted down, ignoring the complex gaze in Grossum's eyes, his sight falling upon his tattered body. Moreover, I'm very curious. Kurtz's voice carried a probing tone. I sensed an extremely familiar power during the process of El Light being corrupted. The essence of that power carried a contradictory sense of defilement, yet holiness. It reminded me of something, an existence that should have completely dissipated. You just said it, didn't you? That you found remnants of the first Demon King's power in the ruins of the first Demon King's city. This power, it couldn't possibly be fragments of the goddess's residual power, could it? Kurtz seemed to be asking Grossum, but in reality, he was also explaining to Sarai. The goddess, Sarai furrowed her brow. Flam even covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The goddess, the residual power of the goddess, rumored to have been killed by the god Slayer. Grossum lay on the ground, listening to Kurtz's calm words and looking at the all-knowing gaze in his eyes. A chill deeper than death instantly gripped him. So all of this was within the other party's calculations. Letting the holy sword go was intentional. The other party even detected traces of the goddess's power from it. How is this possible? This man, who exactly is he? You, who exactly are you? Grossum shouted with his last ounce of strength. How could you possibly know so much? Even though they had spent decades inferring that this power originated from the goddess. Yet this man in front of him recognized it with just a glance. Me? Kurtz looked at the collapse in Grossum's eyes and said calmly, just an old friend who is very interested in the new toy you have found. He changed the subject and continued, compared to who I am, I'm more interested in how you withstood the power of faith. Tell me, Grossum, what method did Schlacht use to allow you to bear that power temporarily? Was it some kind of magic, or a special body modification, or was some kind of item directly implanted? Grossum's pupils widened. The other party wanted to know even this. This was the core secret of the demon race. It was a technique that Lord Schlacht had researched for many years. Kill me, I won't tell you anything. His Majesty the Demon King will avenge me, you will all. His words were cut short. Kurtz extended a finger, light condensed at its tip, and countless tiny light arrows directly plunged into Grossum's brain. These light arrows instantly pierced into the depths of Grossum's consciousness. As if directly attacking the soul, Grossum's body convulsed wildly. That pain surpassed the limits of the physical body, reaching directly to the core of his soul. Speak, what method did you use? No. Grossum's consciousness collapsed in agony, but the demon's instinct made him resist desperately. Kurtz's fingertip pressed down slightly. Under this soul-targeted attack, Grossum completely broke down, leaving only mechanical replies. It's fragments. Lord Schlacht found something in the ruins of the first Demon King's city, and, through magic, integrated a small portion of those fragments into my body, thereby granting me the ability to temporarily bear the power of faith. Kurtz frowned slightly after hearing this. This method was too dangerous. He had never even considered experimenting with it back then. But he hadn't expected Schlacht actually to accomplish this. In that case, could he perhaps use this magic to rewrite the formula of life? Only this much? Is there a complete magic? Kurtz pressed, strengthening the power at his fingertip once more. No more, it was all personally handled by Lord Schlacht. Only Lord Schlacht knows this magic. Seeing that no more valuable information could be extracted, Kurtz withdrew his finger. Grossum slumped down like a pile of mud, only faint twitching and instinctive gasping remaining. His already severely injured body, under Kurtz's further attack, was now exhaling more than inhaling. Kurtz stood up and looked at Sarai, nodding slightly. Now you can make your move. These words were like unlocking the final restraint. Sarai, who could no longer suppress her towering killing intent, immediately acted. A condensed light spear instantly appeared, flying directly towards Grossum. In Grossum's pupils, the last reflection was this light, representing death. The light spear directly pierced through his head. Grossum's body tilted backward, completely losing all signs of life. This great demon, one of the 7 sages of destruction within the demon race, died just like that. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Let the holy sword fly for a while. With Grossum's death, Fidel's mental control was also lifted. However, the entire process of the holy sword being taken remained in his memory. He let out a desperate, broken wail, "Holy sword, my holy sword." He instantly collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Kurtz shook his head helplessly at the sight, only able to comfort the mentally collapsed Emperor Fidel for now, as he still needed the other party to face the provocation from the Southern Unified Empire. At least until the El country's royal city was temporarily stable, Kurtz was not in a hurry to track the teleported El light immediately. Let the bullets fly for a while. Kurtz looked in the direction where the spatial rift disappeared. The wisp of light in his palm swayed gently like a compass before pointing steadily in one direction. As long as this connection remains, they can't escape. If we chase them directly now, it might only startle the mouse and make it run away. It's better to let it safely carry the cheese back to its nest. Sarai's killing intent receded, and she understood Kurtz's consideration. Schlacht was too cunning. He had already escaped from their hands twice. If they tracked him now, it was very likely he would just hide again, making it troublesome. Only by casting a long line could one catch a big fish. It would be better to wait until the other party safely returned to his nest with the L-light and met the so-called new demon king before they made their move. It would not be too late. However, what Sarai didn't know was that, for Kurtz, the so-called new demon king was far less important than the information Grossum revealed before his death. Remnants of divine power. A physical body carrying the power of faith. This almost overturned Kurtz's understanding from 1,000 years ago. Back then, he and his companions had joined forces, paying a huge price to kill the fertility goddess and completely sever her connection with the demon clan. Even the seed symbolizing the core of her authority had withered and left this world with the life goddess. Theoretically, there should be no remaining power of the fertility goddess in this world. Yet that trace of contradictory aura, a mix of defilement and sanctity that had leaked out when the L-light was contaminated. Grossum's mention of the first demon king's remnant. The other party's ability to temporarily bear the power of faith through fragments. All of it pointed to a possibility Kurtz was unwilling to believe, but had to confront. Back then, perhaps a highly faint fragment of the fertility goddess's power. Or rather, a fragment of the power of that former demon king, his own past companion Eric, had been left behind in the depths of the first demon king's city ruins in some unknown way. Schlacht had not only found these power fragments, but had possibly created a way to utilize them. And that was what Kurtz truly wanted. The technique Schlacht possessed, which used these fragments containing divine power as a medium to allow people to bear the power of faith through their physical bodies. This was a completely new path to the composition of the life formula that Kurtz had been seeking for 1,000 years. If he could master this technique, perhaps he could find the key to rewriting the life formula and breaking through the human life limit. After all, each reincarnation was taking longer and longer. Kurtz could not guarantee that every reincarnation would proceed smoothly. If even once there is even a slight error, leading to a failed reincarnation, the consequences would be simply unimaginable to him. The power of faith, this was also what Kurtz was most familiar with. He had come into contact with quite a lot of it back then. Whether it was dealing with the demon clan, the goddess, or helping Eric find release, it was all through this power. However, he had always released these powers through the Holy Sword and had never thought of integrating them into his body. Unless, of course, he was tired of living. To explain with a very simple example, taking all creatures in this world as an example, whether the Skywing clan or the elves, none could bear the power of faith, a power exclusive to gods. If one wanted to bear this power, the prerequisite was that the physical body must at least be at the demigod level. Theoretically, Kurtz, who mastered the authority of life, could rewrite his life formula when reshaping his body, allowing it to reach the demigod level and become an immortal existence like the elves. But that was only in theory. To rewrite the life formula, one must have god-level power. To master god-level power, one must have at least demigod-level physical strength. Therefore, it fell into a vicious cycle, a closed loop that Kurtz could not solve. And now, Schlacht had solved it for him. Kurtz was already eagerly anticipating what kind of surprise this familiar old friend would bring. After the matters on the L country's side were resolved, or rather, when the Southern Unified Empire once again sent troops to invade, the elf Miss appeared on the battlefield with an overwhelmingly powerful stance. By virtue of her title as the strongest mage in the world, she actually forced the Southern Unified Empire to retreat. Of course, it might also be due to the demon clan behind the other party withdrawing their hand. Having lost the help of the demon clan, the Southern Unified Empire knew it could not contend with the L country, especially now that Sarai, the elf saint, was also involved. If not handled well, it may even lead to earning the displeasure of the elf kingdom, and that would be the same as hitting an axe on your leg. Thus, the Southern Unified Empire went with the flow and directly withdrew its troops. Let's go, Kurt said, sensing his connection with the L-light. It's time to pay a visit to our old friend. Sarai nodded slightly, saying nothing more. After living for thousands of years together, she could easily sense the interest beneath Kurtz's calm face. Although she had little interest in the divine power fragments Kurt spoke of, this was absolutely something Schlacht could not meddle with. If Schlacht had not meddled with this thing, then the other party would still be within her solvable range. She could very well let the other party continue to use schemes and tricks just to add some fun to this boring world. But once Pandora's box of divine power was opened, everything would lead to an outcome that Sarai could not foresee. Without alarming anyone, not even taking Flam, two figures quietly left the L country's royal city, heading in the direction indicated by Kurtz's palm. Several months later, in a desolate land in the north, Kurtz and Sarai floated silently high above, and beneath them lay a grotesque castle. The new Demon King city. It was not entirely newly built. It seemed to have existed for some time. The black giant stones forming the city walls bore many traces of age and, from their appearance alone, resembled the magnificent cities built by the dwarves. Moreover, the entire city was enveloped by a visible dark purple magic shield, clearly some kind of barrier magic. Chapter 190, Sarai's Curiosity. Heh, Kurtz let out a slow sigh, his gaze sweeping over the castle that was both familiar and strange. It has some semblance of the Demon King's city from 1,000 years ago. It seems Schlacht not only dug up a treasure, but also learned the architectural style quite well. Sarai, on the other hand, had a flicker of disgust in her eyes. It looks a bit sickening. But then she looked at Kurtz, her tone carrying a hint of eager curiosity. Since we've found their lair, how about we deal with them like we did with the first Demon King's city back then? I remember you said you summoned the Divine Kingdom and used centuries of accumulated faith power to erase it from the map, right completely. Can we replicate that again? Sarai was very curious. Although she hadn't experienced it personally, based on Kurtz's description, the scene of the entire Skywing clan's accumulated faith power transforming into a light of judgment, instantly engulfing the Demon King's city, had always made her curious. That was truly a power worthy of the name Funeral. She regretted not going along with them back then. Just listening to Kurtz and Kraft recount it had made her incredibly envious. Now, 1,000 years later, appearing again above the Demon King's city, it was the perfect opportunity to replicate it. Upon hearing this, Kurt slowly shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the Demon King's city below. It's different, Sarai. He shook his head and began to recall. The Divine Kingdom is not a tool that can be summoned at will, it is a complete nation. That strike 1,000 years ago was based on a special foundation. Kurtz explained. The Skywing clan itself had accumulated centuries of immense, unimaginable faith power, which not only provided the power source for the teleportation array, but also supported the casting of the magic. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the new Demon King city below. But what about now? The Skywing clan has long since departed with the life goddess. In this world, there is no second nation that can gather such vast and pure faith power to be wielded. Moreover, given the current state of the Divine Kingdom, another summoning would likely cause it to disintegrate completely. Let's not, and leave Olivia a place to settle. Then what magic did you use back then? A magic similar to pseudo-god strike, only it used faith power instead of magic power to drive it. Speaking of faith power, isn't a light down there? How about we try it? Clearly, the elf miss hadn't given up. It seemed she really wanted to witness the sight of that faithful light devouring everything. To this, Kurtz merely patted her head. All right. You go snatch a light in front of all the demons, and then I'll tell them in front of them that I'm about to unleash a big move, and they need not to hide and interfere with me. That really won't work then. Sarai slapped away Kurtz's presumptuous paw. She grudgingly tolerated one pat, but this audacious fellow dared to pat her several times. It was truly infuriating. However, after hearing Kurtz's joke, the hint of curiosity in Sarai's eyes extinguished, replaced by a touch of understanding. The scene from back then truly couldn't be replicated. So, what do you say? Should we force our way in? Isn't that a bit too bold? Kurtz hesitated. What, are you scared? Sarai looked at him provocatively. Hey, don't use reverse psychology on me, but just in case, I'll set up a teleportation array. Kurtz drew order, preparing to use its power to build a teleportation array. Sarai, seeing this, seemed to remember something suddenly and asked, "By the way, can't we just use order to give them a full release?" The scene of Kurtz using a fully released order to crush the Skywing clan head-on was still vivid in her mind. A power that could even defeat the world's most potent offensive magic, let alone breaking through the barrier of the Demon King's city, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could directly level the entire Demon King's city. We can, but don't you want to do it yourself? Kurtz smiled at Sarai, but his eyes hid his own plan. Mainly, he was worried that if Orger's full release couldn't kill the new Demon King and instead forced him into a second phase, things would get a bit troublesome. After all, according to Grossum, the new Demon King had fused with fragments of the former fertility goddess's power, thus gaining mighty strength. Kurtz couldn't even imagine how powerful someone would have to be for demons to proclaim him their Demon King willingly. Moreover, this situation was different from the original story. At least the Demon King that Himmel faced in the canon back then was definitely not as strong as this current one. Kurtz wasn't sure how much his arrival had changed in the world line. The elves, who should have dwindled to just a few villages, were still thriving normally and, as a bonus, were the most powerful kingdom on the continent. There was nothing wrong with expecting that even the Demon King's power must have changed, and with his past adventure, this demon would probably be much stronger than in the canon timeline. Kurtz suddenly wondered if he could still pull out that hero's sword now. Kurtz didn't know and didn't bother to try. He already had enough swords to play a game of mahjong. For him now, the most important thing was to capture Schlacht alive and extract the information he wanted from him. Under this premise, he naturally didn't want just to blast them with a light cannon. If one shot reduced the opponent to dust, he would suffer a significant loss. Indeed, a long-awaited chance to get some action isn't bad. Sarai stretched her petite body, completely forgetting her recent rampage on the battlefield. Don't rush, wait until I finish constructing the teleportation array. Just as Kurtz and Sarai hovered high above, discussing how to deal with the new Demon King's city, the atmosphere in the deepest hall of the castle below was equally tense. This was the council hall of the new Demon King's city. In the center of the hall, a vast black throne hung empty. It seemed the new Demon King had not appeared here. Below the throne was a large round table, surrounded by several chairs. On 3 of these chairs sat 3 figures, each emanating a distinctly different, yet all heart-stopping aura. These 3 were the current 7 sages of destruction: Burst the Immortal, Mact of El Dorado, and Finn the Dead. Slightly below these 3 7 sages of destruction sat a slightly burly demon. He was the demon general rival, commanding the Demon King's city's most elite legion, and also the strongest warrior among the demons. A little further away from them, on a stone platform near the edge of the hall, Schlacht stood with his back to everyone, his full attention on a light in front of him. Complex magic arrays surrounded the sword, clearly indicating he was attempting to break the restrictions Kurtz had left behind. Chapter 191. The Demon King's high-ranking officials. At this moment, General Rival's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of imperceptible playfulness. Schlacht, you promised back then that we could use El Light's power, but now it seems you can only mobilize a small portion of its excess power. Schlacht slowly turned around, his usually calm face now showing obvious anxiety. He glanced at Rival, his gaze sweeping over the 3 silent 7 sages of destruction, finally resting on a light, and shook his head. Rival, it's just a small problem. He pointed to a light. I didn't expect that Godslayer Kurtz would add such complicated restrictions to a light back then. Although we did manage to corrupt its core and gain control over it, we can only utilize the superficial energy fragments that dissipate from the corruption, just as Grossum did in the end. It's true, deeper power can still not be called upon. Of course I know that, Rival said impatiently. As early as when Schlacht brought back this holy sword, he couldn't wait to try using it. The first time he held it, he almost couldn't hold it steady. Only after Schlacht reminded him to inject magic power into it to reduce Light's weight could he use it freely. However, this holy sword did not grant him the powerful strength he had anticipated. In his hands, it was merely a relatively sturdy longsword. It was only after Schlacht's explanation that he understood there was a deeper restriction within Light. Schlacht continued, "This is a type of sealing magic I've never seen before. It firmly locks away the power of faith accumulated over thousands of years within, and I currently have no method to break it." Burst of the Immortal slammed the table heavily, his voice impatient. "Schlacht, you expended so many resources, even sacrificed Grossum, and even used the fragment of God bestowed by His Majesty the Demon King, just to get this ornament." His words were filled with undisguised doubt and icy sarcasm. Schlacht's face instantly darkened a few shades, but he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Burst, this is absolutely not an ornament. Even if it's just the power overflowing from the surface, its power is not to be underestimated. In the future, I foresaw, Grossum, relying on these powers, could even temporarily repel Sarai, which is enough to prove its value. Regarding the core's seal, I need time to break it." Time, Max stroked a golden ring on his hand. As someone whose innate magic was golden magic, he could turn anything into gold, even living creatures were no exception. His tone carried a hint of playfulness. "Schlacht, His Majesty won't give us unlimited time. While you're busy breaking your pretty toy, our plans here haven't stalled." He looked at Rival. "Rival, how are things on your end? Is the extermination of the elf race progressing smoothly?" In response to Mac's question, Rival smiled. "Very smoothly, no need to worry. Under Basalt's leadership, the operation against the elf race is proceeding in an orderly manner. So far, we have eliminated 17 elf villages scattered across the world, leaving no survivors or traceable magical traces. The elf kingdom over there won't be able to discover that it was us." At the mention of Basalt's name, Finn the Dead, one of the 7 sages of destruction who had been silent, slightly raised his head. "Then, where are the elf corpses I requested?" Finn, who was most proficient in necromancy, possessed a special magic that could turn corpses into undead. "None. Do you want incomplete ones? Those elves resisted quite fiercely. It's hard to get intact ones." HMPH, Finn was somewhat angry. He had explicitly told that guy Basalt to try and leave him complete corpses, but that guy still ignored him. Such incomplete corpses were useless for nothing but as material for fusion beasts. On the other side, Schlacht's eyebrows subtly twitched when he heard that number. 20 years ago, the Demon King issued the order for action against the elf race. Now Rival and his team had already eliminated 17 elf villages. This efficiency was quite acceptable. After all, to prevent the elf kingdom from noticing any anomalies, their actions had always been very cautious. Rival and Mac's plan was simple. First, eliminate the elf villages of the elf race scattered across the world. Once the elf kingdom was the only isolated city left in the entire world, they could launch a full-scale attack. And the prerequisite for all of this was that Schlacht's plan had to succeed, and they had to have a way to deal with Sarai. Now, hearing that his colleagues' plans were progressing smoothly, Schlacht felt very little joy in his heart. Instead, a hint of hidden worry arose. Could such a large-scale operation against the elves truly remain hidden from Sarai and the elf kingdom indefinitely? Not to mention that damned human swordsman was still alive. Although he didn't know how he had survived these 200 years, that guy was still alive. Sarai alone was already tricky enough. Now with another human, Schlacht felt his head was going to explode. And his colleagues were completely unaware of his worries, still celebrating the smooth progress of the plan. "Excellent," Mac clapped his hands. "Basalt did an excellent job. Letting those elves bleed out unknowingly and lose their foundation, that's a truly perfect plan, much better than wasting time on something that can't be opened." He pointedly glanced at Schlacht. Burst, however, did not join in the mockery, only stating, "Schlacht, you must speed up no matter what. The power of the holy sword is essential." Finn lowered his head again. He was only interested in corpses, and nothing else piqued his interest. Schlacht took a deep breath, suppressed the irritation in his heart, and once again turned his gaze to the projection of light before him. "I will speed up the progress," he said in a deep voice. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, "but you must be careful of that human man beside Sir Rai. His strength is terrifying, especially with the Saint Authority sword Athos in his hand. Try to avoid direct conflict with him." Rival snorted dismissively. "Schlacht, just because you're not good at fighting doesn't mean we aren't. I'd like to see how strong that man who cut off your chair leg really is." Rival was the strongest warrior of the demon race. If he hadn't only been interested in strong opponents and not in management, he would undoubtedly have had a place among the 7 sages of destruction. "Rival, don't be careless. Tell Basalt to stop the plan for now. Before the Holy Sword seal is broken, temporarily do not touch the villages near the Elf Kingdom so as not to alert Sir Rai." Although he was somewhat displeased with Schlack's overly cautious attitude, Rival still nodded. "Understood, I will convey it." In his opinion, Basalt was always very careful when choosing targets, so Schlack's warning was utterly unnecessary. Schlacht no longer paid attention to the others, turning back to fully concentrate on breaking Light's seal. Breaking this seal and mastering the power within was not only about the success or failure of the mission, but also about whether he could truly grasp the ultimate secret of the fragment of God. He absolutely could not allow failure. However, neither the 7 sages of destruction present, nor Rival, the strongest warrior of the demon race, nor Schlacht had ever noticed. Or rather, they simply couldn't notice that, directly above them, 2 figures had already arrived long ago. Kurtz and Sarai's visit had already begun their countdown. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Kurtz and Sarai brave the Demon King's city. The teleportation array is complete. It can be activated directly by injecting magic power. "Is it really necessary to be this cautious?" Sarai asked, somewhat puzzled. In her opinion, with her and Kurtz's strength, those demons had no existence that could contend with the 2 of them. Even the so-called Demon King didn't put in her eyes. After all, no matter how strong the Demon King was, could he be stronger than a god? It could only be said that the current elf Miss had already swelled to an extreme point. Kurtz naturally noticed this. It seemed that Schlacht sending so many waves had greatly boosted Sir Rai's confidence, but Kurtz had no intention of correcting her on this. In his opinion, Sir Rai had the strength to be confident. It's better to be careful in all matters. After all, no one can guarantee whether these demons have any hidden cards. Kurtz raised his hand. The wisp of light in his palm connected to light was incredibly bright at this moment, clearly indicating that light was directly below the 2 of them. "Let's go, Sir Rai." Kurtz made the first move. As soon as his voice fell, his figure quickly plunged downwards, like a falling star, directly trailing a brief trajectory behind him. He did not deliberately conceal his aura. Instead, he completely unleashed his magic power, charging directly towards the massive magic barrier of the Demon King's city. Sarai followed closely behind. The magical light around her body converged at her fingertips, transforming into a point of energy beam compressed to the extreme. This was a magic they had developed when they first met the fertility goddess, simple but very practical. And her target was also this annoying magic barrier in front of her. Almost the instant their auras erupted without reservation, the Demon King's city instantly sensed their presence. Chirp! The magic alarm instantly blared, breaking the silence. The magic barrier, personally set up by Burst the Immortal, suddenly lit up with dazzling light. Countless runes on its surface glowed, and immense magic power surged from the many mages of the demon race below, attempting to reinforce it to the extreme. "Enemy attack. Quickly go notify the 7 sages of destruction. What terrifying auras, hurry, activate all defensive magic." On the city walls, numerous demons snapped out of their shock and issued various commands. Figures soared from all over the city, including demons using flying magic, various controlled flying monsters, and even dozens of mages, unleashing various spells in an attempt to block Kurtz and Sir Rai's advance. However, their reactions seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Kurtz and Sir Rai's speed. Kurtz's figure was the first to collide with the incredibly thick, dark barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating rip sound. Kurtz's figure did not pause in the slightest. He didn't even draw order. It seemed as if he was forcefully breaking through with his bare body, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that his body was covered by a magical shield imperceptible to the naked eye. That barrier, strong enough to withstand even the most powerful magical attacks, was directly torn apart by him. Just like an armor-piercing shell, it instantly penetrated, leaving a massive hole in the surface of the barrier. Sarai, who followed closely behind, precisely touched the edge of the hole Kurtz had torn with the light at her fingertips. Whoosh! That speck of light instantly erupted and then spread out. Crack! Crack, crack! Centered on Sarai's attack, the Demon King's city's barrier shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately after, to the horrified dismay of countless demons, accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive magic barrier shrouding the entire Demon King's city shattered with a crash, transforming into a sky full of magical light particles. No! The mage responsible for maintaining the barrier let out a roar, the magical backlash causing him to spew blood and fall from the sky. The moment the barrier shattered, Kurtz and Sarai's figures had already rushed unimpeded into the interior of the Demon King's city. Stop them! The demons who had reacted swarmed in from all directions like a stirred hornet's nest. Mighty demon warriors launched their proud attacks, while mages unleashed their most potent spells. For a moment, the sky was covered with various destructive attacks. Facing this terrifying offensive, enough to overwhelm an army, Kurtz and Sarai attacked simultaneously. Sarai didn't even stop. She simply opened her left hand and, facing the surging magical attacks ahead, clenched her fist in midair. A massive silver shield instantly unfolded in front of the two of them. All attacks that landed on the shield were utterly unable to penetrate. This was Sarai's specialized shield magic. Even if she encountered that petrification magic again, it would not be easily penetrated. Then Kurtz drew order, injecting magic power and raising it above his head. He unleashed a silver-white torrent. Wherever it passed, space let out an unbearable roar. The demons blocking their path, except for those who reacted quickly enough to escape, were all swallowed by this light. You still used that move, didn't you? Didn't you say you were going to save it? After easily blasting a monster into pieces with a single strike, Sarai turned her head and said to Kurtz, "Time is tight, the task is heavy. Let's prioritize finding Schlacht, lest he runs away again. HMPH, then let me show you the new magic I just found recently." Looking at the numerous demons who were trying to block her again, Sarai chuckled twice. A cold, blue magical aura appeared around her body, and an enormous magic circle unfolded before her. From the magic circle emerged a blue torrent that was no less powerful than Kurtz's previous move. The blue torrent, like a roaring tsunami, surged towards all the obstructing monsters ahead. Its speed was so great that the monsters had no time to react. The next moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. All the monsters were frozen, along with a few demons who didn't manage to dodge. All of them turned into large ice sculptures. Then these ice sculptures instantly burst into countless crystal-clear ice shards, reflecting dazzling halos in the sunlight. With this single strike, Sarai temporarily cleared all obstacles in the area ahead, opening a path to the center of the Demon King's city. Let's go, there are too many monsters here. Although Sarai didn't mind killing all the monsters here, along with those cunning demons, Kurtz's plan was still the top priority at the moment. Moreover, they hadn't seen any true powerhouses among the demons yet. And Kurtz no longer hesitated. After a giant wall of vines temporarily blocked the various monsters attacking from behind, his figure accelerated again, using a shield to fend off scattered attacks from the flank, aiming directly for the center of the Demon King's city. There was a familiar power fluctuation belonging to the core of Light, which allowed him to pinpoint the other party's location quickly. What concerned him, however, was that deep within the Demon King's city, there was an even larger, even more peculiar aura that deeply intrigued him. "Schlacht, I'm coming, you motherless bitch." Chapter 193. The Battle Between the Seven Sages of Destruction and Sarai. Kurtz and Sarai were fast, just too fast. From breaking the barrier to their intrusion into the inner city, it took them only a few breaths at most. When the heavy, massive stone door of the council hall was blasted open by a spell and dust filled the air, the seven sages of destruction, along with General Rival, now truly realized how swift the enemy's arrival had been. Even Burse the Immortal widened his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. As the most skilled in barrier magic, and even the architect of the Demon King's city's core defensive barrier, he had sensed the moment the barrier was forcibly torn apart. But he never expected that the enemy's speed in reaching them would be so fast that he didn't even have time to stand up and set up a second line of defense. Tesk, what in the world are those useless idiots outside doing? Burse cursed under his breath, clearly displeased that so many monsters and demons outside couldn't even buy them some time. As the dust settled, two figures appeared before the assembled demons. Sarai. Upon recognizing the two familiar faces, Schlack's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He stared intently at the cold-eyed elf at the entrance, and the human beside her, with a storm already brewing in his heart. He had anticipated that they would come knocking one day, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. It was so fast that it caught him off guard. His gaze subconsciously swept towards the projected L-light magic sword suspended on the control panel, as if he had thought of something. This sword has tracking magic. He never expected it. On the other side, Mactavel Dorado, Finn the Dead, General Rival, and even Burse the Immortal all simultaneously focused their gaze on Sarai. As the most famous mage of the current era, and also the most feared existence among demons, they naturally recognized this seemingly petite figure who instilled dread in countless demons. Mac's movements paused slightly, and the arrogance in his eyes was instantly replaced by intense wariness. He saw it. In his magic perception field, the amount of magic power swirling around Sarai. Generally speaking, the stronger a mage, the greater the magic power around him or her. This was also an essential way for demons to discern an opponent's strength. And Sarai before them could no longer be described as merely dense. It was an invisible ocean, condensed to the point of almost becoming tangible, and this ocean was even subtly rippling. How immense! How terrifying! This was an existence that none of them could contend with in a one-on-one fight. Tisk, the strongest mage, Sarai, truly lives up to her reputation. Mact muttered in a low voice, his tone no longer relaxed, only grave. His proud golden magic would likely not even have a chance to be cast in the face of such vast magical power. Finn the Dead's lowered head lifted completely, his pupils trembling at the immense power of Sarai. General Rival's muscles instantly tensed. He loved battling strong opponents and had been through countless fights, making his intuition for danger exceptionally keen. The terrifying power contained within Sarai's petite appearance made his hand, gripping his battle axe, subconsciously tremble. Almost at the same instant, the four great demons reached a silent consensus through their eyes. They must join forces. Only then could they contend with Sarai before them. As for the seemingly ordinary human beside her, although Schlacht repeatedly emphasized his strength, before seeing it with their own eyes, they subconsciously ranked his threat level lower. After all, the oppressive feeling brought by Sarai's almost tangible magic power was too visually impactful. Moreover, Schlacht was most skilled in foresight magic, so they would let him stall this human. The battle erupted with a roar in the very next moment. No epic monologue, no wasted words, only the most direct, lethal attacks. Mact moved first, sharply spreading his hands. Countless dazzling golden rays of light shot out from his hands. These rays did not attack Sarai herself, but instantly covered the entire floor, walls, and even the ceiling of the council hall. Wherever the golden light shone, everything instantly transformed into dazzling gold. The next second, a cage made entirely of gold instantly formed, attempting to imprison Sarai within it. Finn also manipulated the undead, releasing countless twisted spectral claws, and Rival, roaring and wielding his battle axe, cleaved towards Sarai, forming a pincer attack from two sides. Meanwhile, Burst cast barrier magic, ready to respond to Sarai's counterattack at any moment. The combined might of the four top-tier demons was enough to defeat any legendary expert, yet they faced Sarai, an existence beyond that. Facing these attacks, Sarai not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward. Releasing her magic, an enormous three-dimensional magic shield instantly unfolded with her at its center. Mac's golden attack shattered upon contact with the shield. Finn's spectral claws were petrified entirely by the sacred magic interwoven within this magic shield. And as for Rival, he swung his battle axe and struck the surface of the shield with a heavy blow. Clang! It sounded like metal clashing. Rival felt as if he had struck the hardest thing in the world. The terrifying recoil nearly made his battle axe fly out of his hand. And Sarai's magic shield merely rippled intensely, showing no signs of damage. What an incredibly sturdy magic shield. How much effort had this strongest mage put into studying magic shields? However, their questions would remain unanswered, for Sarai's counterattack had already arrived. The silver torrent and countless light spears that had previously annihilated the monsters in their way appeared around Sarai, shooting fiercely towards the few of them. A few of them quickly cast defensive magic, barely fending off Sarai's attacks. However, the next wave of attacks followed immediately. Sarai's continuous onslaught instantly trapped the four attackers. She, by herself, forcefully suppressed them. At the same time, the battlefield on the other side erupted instantly. Schlacht, Kurtz's gaze was fixed on the figure who subconsciously retreated. This time, you probably can't run away, can you? Damn it. Schlacht's face was gloomy. Facing Kurtz, such a unique existence whose future he could not foresee at all, there was simply no chance of victory. He almost instinctively grabbed the L light beside him. He desperately needed power, even if it was just excess power. However, just as his hand was about to touch the L light, buzz! The L light suddenly emitted a repulsive force. Under Kurtz's control, a repulsion originating from its core depths was activated, directly causing Schlacht's hand to pause. It was this very pause that allowed Kurtz to act immediately. As space magic was cast, there was no earth-shattering magical explosion, only a lingering afterimage gradually disappearing from its original spot. Chapter 194, Schlacht on the Guillotine. Kurtz appeared directly in front of Schlacht, an order unsheathed, slashing towards him. The target of this sword was not the heart, nor the head, but Schlacht's hand that was trying to grasp the holy sword. Facing Kurtz, who had suddenly appeared in front of him using spatial teleportation, Schlacht couldn't react at all, only managing to release a shield in front of him. However, this shield was easily shattered by Kurtz. PTCHK. A palm, along with half an arm and several magic rings on the fingers, fell to the ground. Schlacht retreated repeatedly, trying to create distance. 200 years had passed, and this man seemed to have grown even stronger. I told you, third time's the charm. No matter how Schlacht tried to pull away, Kurtz's figure still appeared like a ghost in front of him. Even if Schlacht released magic to try and stop this man's advance, the distance between them was too close. For a pure magic user, the outcome of such close-quarters combat was already obvious. Hand over that magic that allows one to bear the power of faith briefly, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Kurtz held Order in his hand, its tip slightly raised, pointed at Schlacht's heart. Schlacht trembled all over. The pain of his severed wrist and the pressure from Kurtz made him realize that this man was also after this magic. However, at this critical moment, "Stop right there," a furious roar came from the side. It was Rival. Although he was suppressed by Sarai's magic, seeing Schlacht in mortal danger, he directly unleashed all his magic power. He forcibly withstood Sarai's attack, swinging his battle axe fiercely at Kurtz's back, trying to rescue Schlacht. At the same time, the remaining three also fought back with all their might, trying to restrain Sarai so that Rival could rescue Schlacht. Facing this sudden attack, Kurtz turned his head, and instead of raising Order, he merely moved his finger slightly. Buzz! A blue magic shield instantly unfolded behind him. Clang! Although Rival's attack caused a massive roar from the magic shield, it did not completely break through. Damn it, Rival cursed under his breath. The magic shields of these two were definitely not of ordinary level, their hardness was simply absurd. Kurtz continued to look at Schlacht. It seems your companions care a lot about you. There was no such thing as companions among demons. Kurtz's words were simply a taunt. However, to prevent further interference, Kurtz simply constructed a square cage with magic power, directly isolating him and Schlacht within this cage. The blue magic cage separated inside from outside, trapping Kurtz and Schlacht within and also isolating Rival's futile roar outside. Inside the cage, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only the faint sound of blood dripping from Schlacht's severed wrist onto the ground. Hand over that magic, Kurtz repeated the ultimatum. The magic that bears the power of faith. This is your last value, Schlacht. Schlacht, clutching his severed arm, looked at Kurtz. Hey ha ha ha, so that's it. It seems you also want to covet this power. Don't tell me you're that god slayer from 1,000 years ago. Kurtz's eyes narrowed. This Schlacht's perception was quite keen. Indeed, noticing Kurtz's subtle movement, Schlacht's mouth curved into a bitter smile. The only human who could stay by Sarai's side and live this long would be that god slayer. He should have thought of it earlier. Such a powerful human, still holding a holy sword, could only be that legendary existence. But Schlacht never dreamed that the other party could break through the limitations of human lifespan and live until now. You are very powerful. Even the limitation of lifespan has been broken by you. I am very curious. What is your purpose for wanting to covet this power? Schlacht tried to learn more from Kurtz, but the latter did not bother to explain to him. I'm not here to waste words with you. Hand over the magic. Ha 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 ha, then come and get it yourself. I have sealed this magic. Even if I die, you won't get it. He couldn't finish his sentence. Kurtz directly made his move, without hesitation, not wasting even extra movement. Orger swept across. This time the target was no longer the arm. The sword edge grazed Schlacht's neck. A head with an expression of horror frozen on its face flew high into the air. The headless body stood rigid for a moment. Then, as if all support had been drained, it softly fell backward, then rapidly disintegrated and turned into dust. Kurtz immediately reached out and grabbed the falling head. Waste of time. Kurtz sheathed Orger, released a solidification magic, and light enveloped Schlacht's head, completely solidifying it to prevent it from turning into dust like the body. A demon's head, preserving its expression from before death, became a specimen in Kurtz's hand. Well, if he wouldn't say, then he would get it himself. Although Kurtz had not yet fully developed the magic to directly read memories, especially for creatures like demons, he believed he had plenty of time. Outside the cage, the battle instantly stopped. At this moment, Rival finally broke through Kurtz's blue cage, but it was already too late. Lord Schlacht is dead. Outside the battlefield, a demon magic user's voice trembled with disbelief. Impossible, Mac's exaggerated face was filled with horror. Schlacht was the most cunning among them, and also the one with the strongest life-saving ability. He was just killed like that, and by that seemingly unremarkable human. Sarai also temporarily stopped suppressing the 3-7 sages of destruction, looking at the head in Kurtz's hand. A hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. The entire council hall fell into an eerie silence. In the Demon King's city, Schlacht's status was second only to His Majesty the Demon King. Now, his death was like a basin of ice water, extinguishing all the luck and fighting spirit in the hearts of the powerful demons. Only then did they truly realize that the man standing beside Sarai was by no means an ordinary person. What Schlacht said was true. Kurtz casually wrapped the solidified head in cloth, tied it to his waist, and slowly came to Sarai's side, during which no demon dared to step forward to stop him. I'm done here, what about the rest? Kill them all. Sarai nodded slightly, killing intent rising again in her eyes, and her magic power was unleashed once more. However, just as Kurtz took a step, preparing to resolve the remaining trouble with Sarai. Buzz! An indescribably terrifying pressure descended without warning. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, The Fused Demon King. The entire council hall shook violently, and then a spatial rift slowly opened, from which a figure emerged. It was an exceptionally beautiful woman, with faint dark golden patterns visible beneath a face that seemed divinely crafted. Upon closer inspection, her features vaguely resembled those of the fertility goddess. That transcendent elegance, that indifference overlooking all beings, all hinted at the appearance of the fertility goddess in the past, but even more so, there were completely different elements. This was her unique aura, born from fusion and distortion, an aura that was neither sacred nor dark. With just one glance, Kurtz realized that she was not a puppet created by the fertility goddess's assimilation. When she appeared, all the remaining magical traces from Sarai instantly vanished, and the suppressed 7 sages of destruction broke free from their restraints, allowing them to distance themselves from the two. "My lord, the Demon King." Rival was the first to speak, his voice tinged with reverence. For Rival, who believed in the supremacy of strength and was the strongest warrior of the demon race, to willingly submit, the Demon King's power was unimaginable. Burse, Macht, and Finn all bowed, offering their utmost respect to the Demon King who had suddenly arrived. However, the new Demon King's gaze did not linger on her kneeling subordinates for a moment, but instead bypassed Sarai and fell directly upon Kurtz. She curved her lips. "1,000 years seem to have left few marks on you, Kurtz the God Slayer." The Demon King spoke. Moreover, she directly called out Kurtz's name, revealing the identity that could shake the entire continent, the God Slayer. Sarai's eyes widened. She looked at Kurtz, then at the newly appeared Demon King, her face filled with shock. This new Demon King actually knew Kurtz. Kurtz's gaze also became incredibly solemn the moment she called out his name. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Orger at his waist, and the magic within the sword began to unleash slowly. The familiar aura emanating from this Demon King, and those purple eyes that seemed to see through the future, were still there. The moment their eyes met, he understood. "So that's it," Kurtz's voice lowered. "It's not inheritance but fusion. You not only absorbed fragments of the fertility goddess's power, but also fully integrated them into your body. You resisted her attempt to control you. Instead, you assimilated her, allowing you to witness events from 1,000 years ago. Truly remarkable." This so-called new Demon King had not simply acquired the power of the first Demon King, nor had she merely received the blessing of goddess fragments. She had undergone some deep-level fusion between herself and the power fragments left by the fertility goddess, which contained the authority of life. She was both a Demon King and an inheritor of a goddess's power. An unprecedentedly powerful existence. "How impressive, just one glance and you've guessed so much." The Demon King chuckled softly, extending her fair, delicate hand to applaud him. "However, you're mistaken about one thing. The goddess fragment, to me, is a gift of destiny, an inevitability of her remaining power seeking a new home after her demise. And I merely happened to become that vessel." She raised a hand and came next to a light, her fingers gently brushing the sword's blade. The dark red blade, under her touch, actually ceased its repulsion. What an incredible seal. The moment she touched it, the Demon King sensed the powerful seal within a light's blade, as well as the faint connection between it and Kurtz. Schlacht was still too careless. If he had checked more carefully, he might have discovered the connection between this sword and you. No sooner had the Demon King's words fallen than Sarai, who had been ignored all this time, finally erupted. She could not tolerate being treated as a mere backdrop, nor could she tolerate the other party's seemingly all-controlling demeanor. HMPH, acting all high and mighty, Sarai's rage transformed into a tangible attack. As she unleashed her magic, the temperature of the entire council hall instantly plummeted, and countless blue light spears appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying pressure that could freeze everything and fiercely pierced towards the Demon King. This was Sarai's test of the Demon King, and also her unreserved attack. Facing Sarai's attack, the expression on the Demon King's face remained unchanged. She merely raised her hand and pointed gently in Sarai's direction. Boom! All the light spears released by Sarai instantly froze several meters away from the Demon King's body, as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Immediately after, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the light spears, which then directly disintegrated and dissipated, turning into countless tiny particles that merged into the air. HMPH, Sarai was very displeased. She felt that her unleashed attack, upon contact with the opponent's shield, was directly forcibly broken down and then assimilated. Sarai, your strength is considerable, but it's not enough. The Demon King's voice remained calm, then she turned her gaze to Kurtz. Do not interrupt my conversation with the God Slayer. Suddenly, Kurtz made his move. The moment Sarai's attack was blocked, he had already prepared his attack. Orger was fully unsheathed, and the magic hidden within it was completely unleashed. The sword blade erupted with an unimaginably brilliant light at this moment. As Kurtz quickly filled it with magic, a sword light flew towards the Demon King. Wherever it passed, space groaned under the strain. This sword strike, seemingly simple and straightforward, contained Orger's god-slaying power, and its target was the Demon King's head. Facing this sword strike, a hint of seriousness finally flashed in the Demon King's eyes. She no longer acted overconfidently. She raised both hands, and a massive golden barrier instantly unfolded before her. This was no longer a simple defensive magic, but a much more powerful barrier magic beyond that. Clang! A deafening crash, impossible to describe in words, resounded. The sword light fiercely struck the center of the golden barrier. With the point of contact between the sword light and the barrier as the center, the surrounding space rippled wildly, like a lake into which a huge stone had been thrown. An unimaginably violent energy current instantly erupted, sweeping through the entire council hall like a storm. The incredibly sturdy obsidian walls shattered like paper, and even the gigantic stone pillars supporting the dome snapped inch by inch. And the dome of the entire council hall was directly blown off by this energy, allowing the dim sunlight to shine directly down, reflecting on each of the varied expressions on their faces. Countless shattered stones shot out like cannonballs. Rival and the 7 Sages of Destruction were forced to use various magical spells to try to stabilize themselves amidst this energy shockwave. Even Sarai was forced to raise her magical shield, which couldn't completely envelop her entire body, causing her golden hair to dance wildly in the wind. But she still tried to steady herself, her eyes filled with shock. How much magic power did that guy pour into the sword light? And how could that Demon King actually block this move? Chapter 196, That's Enough for Today. At the center of the storm, a figure had appeared at some unknown point. It turned out that Kurtz had taken advantage of the raging energy to charge forward directly, once again brandishing Orger and fiercely striking the magical barrier. Even the Demon King had not expected Kurtz to be so daring. Her barrier was originally strong enough to withstand that man's attack, but as Kurtz exerted his strength, it shattered directly. The moment Orger cleaved through the golden barrier, Kurtz did not hesitate in the slightest. His entire body, like an arrow released from a bowstring, directly lunged in front of the Demon King. The surrounding demons, seeing this scene, simultaneously let out a cry of alarm. They had never imagined that this godslayer would be so insane. Even as the turbulent magical currents, which had almost shattered space itself, had yet to subside, he dared to advance instead of retreat, pushing through the powerful shockwave to launch such a rapid close-quarters assault. Isn't he known as the oldest human mage? Why does his fighting style resemble that of a mindless warrior? Facing Kurtz's attack and seeing Orger so close, the Demon King was shocked. She had not anticipated that Kurtz's offensive would be so straightforward and decisive. However, her battle instincts still made her react. Instead of dodging or casting a more potent defensive magic, she raised her slender right arm, her wrist meeting the tip of Orger's blade. A dull thud of flesh being pierced came. When the energy turbulence finally ended, it revealed a scene that made the hearts of all 7 Sages of Destruction and demons stop. The holy sword Orger in Kurtz's hand, the weapon that had once slain gods, had clearly pierced through the Demon King's right wrist. The sword tip emerged from the other side of her wrist, and dark golden blood slowly trickled down the blade, reflecting an eerie luster under the dim sunlight. The scene was full of powerful visual impact. The silver blade, piercing through a slender, fair wrist, presented a strange beauty. However, on the Demon King's beautiful face, there was not a trace of pain. She even tilted her head slightly, looking at her pierced wrist, and a hint of playfulness appeared in her eyes. "Truly decisive," she said slowly, her voice steady with a touch of praise. "Seizing every chance, not even hesitating to risk danger to achieve a one-hit kill, truly fitting of you." However, unlike her calm demeanor, a storm was raging in Kurtz's heart. He had imbued this sword strike with magic, but the moment it pierced into the opponent's wrist, he felt as if he had stabbed into an unimaginably dense, viscous object. The blade, after piercing the wrist, could not move another inch. What startled him even more was the extremely strange sensation transmitted from Orger's blade. The dark golden blood within the opponent's body seemed to possess life and terrifying assimilative power. As soon as it touched the blade, the sacred power contained within Orger emitted a faint wail. The brilliant light flowing on the blade visibly dimmed, as if being polluted by some powerful force. Through his connection with Orger, he could clearly feel that the strange power contained within the blood was trying to spread along the blade, like a living thing, eroding Orger's essence, intending to merge it, to become part of the opponent's power. Not good. Without hesitation, his internal magic instantly erupted, forcefully pouring into Orger's blade, making it burst forth with dazzling light again to dispel that strange aura. At the same time, he exerted force abruptly, forcefully pulling Orger out of the Demon King's wrist. The moment the blade left the body, it brought out a string of dark golden blood beads, like molten metal liquid. But the wound did not gush blood. Instead, under everyone's horrified gaze, the dark golden patterns beneath the skin began to squirm, and the wound healed at a visible speed. In an instant, it returned to its original state, leaving only a shallow white mark. This self-healing ability had already surpassed the scope of ordinary creatures, closer to a kind of life-level reconstruction. Kurtz's figure retreated several steps, instantly putting dozens of meters between himself and the Demon King. He looked at the Demon King's intact wrist, and the solemnity in his heart climbed to its peak. This new Demon King, after fusing with the goddess's fragment, had become a life form that completely exceeded common sense. "Did you see Godslayer?" The Demon King raised her recently pierced wrist and lightly moved it. "This is the true perfect creation." She then looked at Orger in Kurtz's hand and praised, "As expected of a sword that can slay gods, Orger can actually contend with my power, even if briefly." Orger hummed lowly in Kurtz's hand, its tip pointing at the Demon King, radiating strong hostility. Kurtz did not answer. He slowly adjusted his breathing, preparing to strike again. This time, he would not hold back. This attack would mobilize all his power. However, just as Kurtz was mobilizing the magic within Orger's blade. "Enough." The Demon King suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. She looked at Kurtz, her eyes carrying a strange feeling. "Kurtz and Sarai," her gaze swept over the two. "Let's stop here for today." As soon as these words were uttered, not only did Kurtz frown, but even Sarai, who was preparing to strike with Kurtz, showed an incredulous expression. Having fought to this point, with Kurtz about to use his true ultimate move, the opponent actually said she wanted to stop the fight. "What are you kidding about?" Sarai's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable anger. The Demon King ignored Sarai's anger. Her gaze remained on Kurtz, as if Sarai's thoughts were not important. "I know what you are looking for, Kurtz." The Demon King's voice carried a strange resonance. "The formula for the composition of life, you have pursued it for 1,000 years, yet you have always lingered outside the door, unable to advance an inch." She actually knew this. How? Kurtz tightened his grip on Orger, his eyes flickering, considering whether to go all out and make this Demon King disappear completely. An enemy who not only knew him, but also understood him so well, was truly terrifying. The Demon King naturally noticed Kurtz's small gesture and then spoke to reassure him. "Kurtz, you have already obtained the key to cross this great door. Isn't continuing to fight me to the death meaningless? I think it's very meaningful. After all, no one wants someone in this world to covet them, right? Ha, the Demon King chuckled, shaking her head. Schlack's achievement to you is a key to immortality, but to me, the Demon King's lips curved into a meaningful arc. It's useless. Our paths, though they intersect, have completely different destinations. She raised her hand, pointing at Kurtz, then at Sarai, and finally at the devastated Demon King's city council hall. Today you destroyed this place, killed Schlacht. Are you still not satisfied? I think it's still not enough, Sarai said coldly. She was infuriated with this posturing Demon King, and really wanted to hit her face with a few light spears to shatter that stupid smirk on her face. Chapter 197, The Demon King with a Goddess's Aura. Kurtz, what do you think? The Demon King continued to look at Kurtz, her tone very familiar. We shouldn't be that familiar, should we? Kurtz frowned slightly. In his initial conjecture, this Demon King in front of him had fused the fragmented power of the former fertility goddess, thus seeing the scene of his battle with her back then. This would also explain why the other party recognized him. But now it seemed not to be the case, but a more mysterious existence. It seems you don't remember anything. The Demon King shook her head, her expression full of regret. You know, I hate riddle makers the most. Of course, I hate them too, but when you are the riddle maker yourself, isn't it quite interesting? The Demon King spoke with a smile, as if she truly found it interesting. Your fun is built upon my suffering. Then let you and this world feel the suffering. The question and answer between Kurtz and His Majesty, the Demon King, were very natural, and the onlookers, including Sarai, showed expressions of confusion. However, Kurtz had figured out some things, but he still needed some confirmation. Kurtz, our game has just begun. You have plenty of time to explore the truth of this game slowly, and now, don't you have something else to do? Are you showing weakness? You can think that. Kurtz's expression was solemn. He suddenly felt that none of this was a coincidence. Schlack's death and the Demon King's sudden appearance, could they all be within her calculations? A chilling coldness instantly overwhelmed the joy of finding a way to change the life formula. This feeling was more troublesome than facing the fertility goddess at her peak, because of the unknown, because the other party seemed to know everything, while he was like looking at flowers in a fog. On the other side, seeing Kurtz still hesitating, an indescribable, terrifying aura surged around the Demon King Annalise. It was not the sheer magnitude of pure magic, but an existence above that. Just a hint of the aura that leaked out made the space of the entire ruined council hall groan under the strain, directly developing fine cracks like glass. Sarai's face was solemn, her magic instantly erupted, and she looked at Kurtz, waiting for his decision. To fight, or, as the other party suggested, to leave with the head and the holy sword. Kurtz remained silent. His gaze was fixed on Annalise. He could clearly perceive that the power within her, which had not yet been fully revealed, was the power of a god. I understand, Kurtz spoke as calmly as possible. Next time we meet, I won't hold back. At that time, I hope you can still maintain this high and mysterious demeanor. He chose to retreat temporarily, at least on the surface. That might be a long time from now. The smile on Annalise's lips carried a hint of playfulness, as if she had already anticipated his choice. Give me a light, Kurtz extended his hand unceremoniously. This was one of his objectives for this trip. If you want it, then you. Annalise seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head gently. Never mind, here you go. She flicked her finger, and the L light, which Schlacht had schemed for a long time, even at the cost of one of the 7 sages of destruction and his own life, flew steadily towards Kurtz. Kurtz grabbed the familiar hilt, no longer looking at Annalise, and turned to Sarai. Let's go. Although Sarai was unwilling, out of trust in Kurtz, she glared fiercely at Annalise, then said nothing, and turned to follow Kurtz's footsteps. Your Majesty, why did you let them go? Your Majesty, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they are left behind, humanity will have no power to resist. Behind them, Rival, Burse, Macht, and Finn, the 4 great demon race members, could no longer hold back and spoke out. their voices filled with confusion, even hinting at a trace of doubt towards her. Watching Kurt's and Sarai's figures turn into two streams of light and disappear into the sky, their emotions became even more agitated. However, Annalise just stood quietly in place, letting Kurtz and Sarai leave, ignoring the questions of the 7 sages of destruction behind her. However, what no one expected was that Kurtz and Sarai did not leave just yet. Kurtz, who had previously restrained his aura and seemed to accept the suggestion, suddenly stopped his figure, and an incomparably violent torrent of magic instantly erupted around him. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his magic, letting it completely surge forth. This magic did not originate from Orger, but from himself. The human magic power that had accumulated for 1,000 years, reincarnated countless times, and had long been integrated into the essence of his life. Now, standing before that pretentious demon king, was the ancient human mage who had lived for over 1,000 years. "Sarai, hold this for me. You don't need to do anything." Kurtz threw the newly acquired light, along with Orger, to a stunned Sarai without looking back. Sarai subconsciously caught the 2 holy swords. They felt heavy in her hands, and she quickly infused them with magic to barely hold them. She was stunned. What was Kurtz going to do? Kurtz suddenly turned around, facing the Demon King's city below, and his magic began to converge and compress within him. "Hello, we meet again." Kurtz's voice echoed throughout the ruins and clearly reached Annalise's ears. Kurtz slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spread, his palm aimed at Annalise. Without any chanting or visible magic circles, with just this simple action, the space in front of his palm suddenly compressed, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Having played the warrior class for too long, it seemed these people had truly forgotten that his title was not just God Slayer, but also the ancient human mage. A torrent of light appeared out of thin air from Kurtz's palm, fiercely blasting towards the Demon King's city below, including Annalise within it. Boom! Wherever the magic passed, the ground was forcibly plowed into a huge gully. Everything that stood in its way, whether hard stone or monsters that couldn't dodge in time, was completely annihilated the moment they came into contact with this power. For the first time, Annalise's eyes showed undisguised shock. She seemed to have never expected that Kurtz would directly turn back, and even more unexpectedly, that he would abandon the holy sword and instead launch an attack with pure magic. This completely exceeded her script. In a hurry, Annalise quickly released countless dark golden magic runes. These runes intertwined in front of her, forming a dark golden torrent that collided with Kurtz's attack. Boom! The 2 forces intertwined, producing a deafening explosion. The violent energy turbulence erupted, leveling the already crumbling remains of the council hall, along with the surrounding buildings. Even Annalise was pushed back several steps by the impact. A trace of solemnity flashed across her face, indicating that Kurtz's blow far exceeded her estimation. "Good, very good." Annalise steadied herself, the surprise in her eyes fading, replaced by a hint of fighting spirit. As expected of the one chosen by her, this pure source of magic power is probably already comparable to the power of a god. Seeing that Kurtz was already brewing the next wave of attacks, countless light arrows appeared in the sky above the entire Demon King's city. Annalise waved both hands, and an equal number of dark golden runes transformed into energy light spears, colliding with the light arrows released by Kurtz. Annalise's attack was not over. With a wave of her hand, countless energy chains pierced towards Kurtz from all directions. Facing the incoming attack, Kurtz abruptly clenched his right fist, then slammed it down fiercely into the void. Centered on his body, an invisible, powerful spatial shattering field instantly expanded. Those chains, imbued with a powerful binding force, began to disintegrate the moment they came into contact with the spatial field, eventually turning into ethereal energy dust. This was a magic Kurtz created after initially mastering spatial power, referencing an old man who liked to adopt people as sons. It was similar to directly using shattered space to destroy enemy attacks, and it could also be used in reverse for offense. So Kurtz's left hand made a grasping motion towards Annalise from afar. The space around her instantly became like a shattered mirror. The space began to misalign, and the terrifying cutting force it contained was enough to cut any existence into pieces. Annalise's face changed slightly. She felt the spatial fluctuations around her, let out a low growl, and the dark golden patterns beneath her skin erupted with dazzling light. A surge of ancient life aura burst forth. Around her body, within those shattered spatial fragments, countless dark golden, strange vines and flowers actually grew. These energy-composed plants were incredibly tough, stubbornly resisting the cutting of the shattered space and even enveloping those shattered spatial fragments, forcibly mending them back into place. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. Various earth-shattering explosions and dazzling light and shadow effects caused the entire Demon King's city, starting from the council hall, to become utterly dilapidated. The entire floor was directly reduced to dust, and then, under Annalise's magic, bizarre crystallized plants grew wildly. Space was at times shattered like a mirror, and at other times forcibly stitched back together by thorny life vines. This fighting style, which surpassed the comprehension of the 7 sages of destruction, left them dumbfounded. Rival clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. His proud strength and even his powerful physique seemed so pale and powerless in front of that invisible spatial magic. Sarai gripped Orger and a light in her hands, focusing intently on the battlefield, while secretly guarding against the 4 great demon race members nearby, lest they interfere with the battle between Kurtz and His Majesty the Demon King. Her heart was also in shock. The powerful spatial magic Kurtz displayed was even stronger than she had imagined. She knew that Kurtz had always been researching spatial magic, including the teleportation magic they had recently used frequently, which were all his masterpieces. However, Sarai had only learned teleportation magic and had not yet learned the deeper levels. She decided that after this battle, she would ask Kurtz to teach her. But that Demon King's power was also very strange. Sarai even felt a sense of familiarity from her, reminiscent of her battle with the fertility goddess back then. After a fierce magical collision, both retreated several steps. At this moment, Kurtz was still flying in the air, and although his breathing was still steady, his eyes were extremely solemn. He stared intently at Annalise opposite him, whose aura was somewhat chaotic, and even the light of her dark golden patterns began to dim. His confusion increased. No. This was definitely not as simple as merely fusing with fragments of the fertility goddess's power. The application of that life force, the depth of her understanding of magic, especially the extremely subtle aura of power that leaked out when she forcibly mended space just now. Who are you exactly? What is your relationship with the life goddess? Annalise slightly calmed her breath, and after the light of the dark golden patterns stabilized again, she looked at Kurtz. Do you want to know, Kurtz? Her voice still carried a hint of playfulness. Then defeat me completely first. She raised her hand again, and a constantly shifting dark golden liquid condensed in her palm, emitting a terrifying assimilative aura. Come, let me see if the ancient human mage can touch the truth. As you wish. Kurtz no longer hesitated, unleashing his most powerful magic, which was also his and Sarai's original magic. Centered on him, an absolute domain that could devour all light instantly spread out. The domain expanded at an incredible speed, instantly engulfing Annalise. Upon discovering that her surroundings had instantly turned pitch black, Annalise's expression finally changed drastically. She could feel that Kurtz's domain was continuously devouring the dark golden substance in her palm, and even the light of the dark golden patterns on her body was dimming at a visible speed. Your Majesty. Seeing the Demon King being swallowed by Kurtz's dark domain, several demon race members could no longer care about anything else and unleashed their magic, preparing to rush into it. Stop. Sarai, seeing this, directly swung Orger, and a golden sword chi instantly stretched across their path, forcibly forcing them back. Whoever dares take another step dies. Sarai's voice was filled with killing intent, and her vast magic firmly suppressed the 4 great demon race members. Although she was shocked by Kurtz's never-before-seen domain magic, at this moment, Her duty was to ensure that this duel remained undisturbed. Within the magic domain, Annalis's body began to become transparent. She tried to mobilize her power to resist, but her essence was these glowing dark golden runes, and now, in front of Kurtz, her natural enemy who could devour all light, she was completely suppressed. Even her proud power of fusion seemed so powerless at this moment. A suppressed groan escaped Annalis's lips, and her body trembled violently. Just as the power within Annalis's body completely erupted, Kurtz captured it. Deep within the core of that body, a trace of aura originating from the life goddess leaked out, and this aura had even become filled with corrupting defilement due to the fertility goddess. These powers cannot be allowed to leak out like this. Otherwise, the entire world will face an even more terrifying disaster. Kurtz immediately made a decision, and that magic domain instantly receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Thud! Annalis's figure knelt on one knee, gasping for breath violently. Her face was as pale as paper, and the dark golden patterns on her body were almost invisible. Annalis raised her head and looked at Kurtz, a smile appearing on her lips. "You really didn't dare to gamble." Kurtz stood in place, panting slightly from forcibly stopping the magic. He stared intently at Annalis, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kurtz's voice carried a hoarseness he hadn't even noticed himself. He took a step forward, seemingly wanting to press for answers. He. Annalis, however, let out a low laugh. She struggled to her feet, and the wounds and faded patterns on her body slowly began to heal under the influence of the authority of life. "In the end, you still won, Kurtz." She did not answer Kurtz's question, her gaze sweeping past him to the several 7 sages of destruction who were firmly suppressed by Sarai in the distance, and then to Sarai, who stood ready behind Kurtz. "Now you can leave, can't you?" Kurtz stood in place, silent for a long time, and finally turned and left. Chapter 198, Flam's Adventure and Farewell. Annalis quietly watched Kurtz's retreating figure. She understood that this time, the man would not return. As long as the man hadn't found a suitable way to deal with her, he wouldn't kill her just like that. After all, she was the one who represented an alternative outcome, didn't she? "Your Majesty, are you all right?" 7 sages of destruction hurried over to ask. However, Annalis ignored their questions. A ripple of almost nostalgic sentiment flashed deep within her eyes. Truly dazzling, her gaze shifted to the place where Schlacht had died, now empty. "I hope you like this gift I've given you." Just then, a vibration, silent yet powerful enough to shake the soul, came without warning from a highly distant direction. This vibration was not a physical earthquake, but acted directly on the spiritual plane. Annalis suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixed on the direction from which the vibration came. That was a sacred place, far from the demon race territory, and even far from the human kingdom. At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the demon king's city. This was not the territory of any kingdom, but a forbidden area protected by powerful magic. Inside the mountain, a deep cave was hidden, and its interior, contrary to expectations of darkness and dampness, was filled with a soft glow. The cave walls were smooth as a mirror, covered with ancient magical runes long forgotten, and in its deepest part, a stone platform stood quietly. On the stone platform, a sword was inserted. Beneath its seemingly ordinary appearance, it subtly exuded a warm, jade-like texture, its blade long and sleek, as perfect as a divine masterpiece. This was the legendary Third Holy Sword, the Savior's Sword Xuanhuan, renowned alongside Orger, Sword of Divine Authority, and the Saint Authority Sword Athos. It was not forged by dwarves or any other creature, but a materialized product condensed by the world's will in a certain timeline, representing the balance and order of the world itself. It had no specific master, and would only awaken in response to a crisis that truly threatened the world's foundation. In other words, it was the true hero's sword. At this moment, this holy sword, which had been dormant for countless years, suddenly awakened. Buzz! The sword began to tremble violently. The soft light flickered, and the entire stone platform vibrated with it. The ancient magical runes on the cave walls lit up one by one with dazzling light, as if activated. Asterion had sensed it. The power capable of destroying the world had appeared. The source of this power was the wisp of aura that had leaked out during Annalis's battle, with Kurtz in the Demon King's city just now. Annalis stood on the ruins, and despite the tens of thousands of miles separating them, her powerful perception, fused with the goddess's power, still clearly captured Asterion's trembling. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling the hostile warning directed at her, originating from the world's fundamental will. "Do you feel it, Asterion?" She seemed to be talking to herself, her voice audible only to her. "But you can't do anything, can you?" She slowly opened her eyes, her purple irises now held only indifference, and even the corners of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. Annalis sensed the futile trembling of the savior's sword Asterion. The world's will's warning was ultimately futile. "A sword that no one can draw, no matter how sharp, is just a decoration," she murmured, as if seeing certain scenes in her purple eyes. "So that's how it is. Interesting." She no longer paid attention to the distant hero's sword, turning her gaze to the kneeling figures. Rival, Burs, Macht, Finn, these renowned powerhouses of the demon race, could not even conjure a thought of resistance before her at this moment. "Rise," Annalis's voice broke the silence. "Rebuild this place. As for Schlack's vacancy, Macht will temporarily fill it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mac's heart tightened, and he immediately accepted the order. The other three also quickly responded, their hearts filled with surprise and uncertainty. Her Majesty, the Demon King, seemed to have no anger or regret over Schlack's death. This calmness was too eerie. "Rival, you are responsible for investigating every move of Kurtz and Sarai. No need for any contact, just observe from afar. Especially Kurtz, he is of utmost importance." Annalis's gaze turned to the strongest warrior. "As you command, Your Majesty." Rival responded, a hint of belligerence flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. He understood that observing meant being forbidden to act. Although for a battle-hungry person like him, dying at the hands of that god-slayer would be an honor, he dared not defy the Demon King's command. "Burs, Finn, you will assist Macht." Annalis gave her final instruction, and her figure silently vanished from the spot. The four great demon race members looked at each other, seeing a hint of apprehension and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Clearly, the mind of this new Demon King was truly unfathomable, and no one could guess what she was thinking. Another year passed. In the forest where Kurtz and Sarai lived in seclusion, this place was enveloped by Sarai's powerful barrier magic, myriad manifestations of the forest, with its core magical power provided by the Saint Authority Sword Athos. This barrier cut off all external prying. Incidentally, this name was given by Kurtz. At first, Sarai thought it sounded too long and unpleasant and didn't want to call it that, but in the end, she couldn't win against Kurtz and had to compromise. She was clearly the creator of this magic, yet this guy gets to choose the name. What a bold human. Sarai made another note about Kurtz in her mental notebook. The reason she didn't use actual paper was that if she were to record everything that had happened over the past 1,000 years, one book would be far from enough. In the small house in the center of the forest, Kurtz sat cross-legged in the center of a magic circle inscribed with complex runes. Schlack's head floated before him. Although Kurtz had created the magic to probe magical memories, he had no subjects to experiment on. As for experimenting on real people, he couldn't bring himself to do that. Of course, if it were a demon race member, that would be another story. At this moment, Schlack's head was his best experimental subject. His magic, like the most precise probe, carefully explored the residual magical imprints within the head, trying to find what he needed. Orger, Sword of Divine Authority, was placed quietly to the side. A small portion of that strange power from the previous demon warrior still remained on the Orger blade, and Kurtz had spent considerable effort to remove it. Sarai sat by the window. Outside was a scenery she had long grown tired of. No matter how beautiful the scenery, after 1,000 years, it would eventually become boring, but Sarai would still idly stare at it in a daze. She held a cup of fruit tea in her hand, but her gaze wasn't on the beautiful scenery. Instead, she was staring distractedly at a spot not far away, where her two students, Flam and Ayla, were preparing for their departure. Ayla had returned during the time she and Kurtz went to the Demon King's city and happened to meet Flam, who was left guarding the forest. If it weren't for the magic personally taught by Sarai as proof, it was possible Ayla would have mistaken Flam for an intruder. But now, their relationship has already grown to a close level, if not too close. Not long ago, she and Kurtz officially decided to let Ayla take Flam to experience the world. Although in human terms, the Flam before her seemed to have just come of age, in Sarai's eyes, she was already a suitable, even powerful, magic user. The reason Ayla was asked to go along was also out of concern that Flam might encounter unsolvable problems alone, which Ayla, as the big sister, could resolve for her. Currently, Flam was carefully checking her backpack. She had changed into a dark brown travel robe suitable for travel, covered by a short mage robe, and held the magic staff Kurtz had forged for her. Ever since personally participating in the actual war at White Fortress, Flam's desire to become stronger had never been so intense. She yearned for power, yearned to stand beside Kurtz instead of being just a protected child. Therefore, she immediately accepted the adventure task arranged by her two teachers. Beside her, Ayla appeared much calmer. She simply carried a small backpack containing only a few essentials. The only item she carried that was the same as Flam's was the magic staff in her hand. As an elf, her long life gave her a perception of time vastly different from humans. This outing felt more like a daily stroll to her, and she had experienced many such strolls. However, she noticed Flam's slightly nervous expression, so she secretly decided to protect her, especially since teacher Sarai had secretly told her to. Finally, Flam finished her preparations, took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the treehouse. Ayla quickly followed. Inside the treehouse, Kurtz temporarily ceased his investigation of Schlack's head, and Sarai also turned to watch her two students enter. "Master Kurtz, Master Sarai, I've come to bid you farewell." Ayla also nodded slightly. "Master Sarai, Mr. Kurtz, we are ready and can depart at any time." "Oh, I know, I understand. Do you want to betray me now?" Kurtz instinctively interjected. "We are born of the blood of old gods." His words were cut short by a sharp rap on the head from Sarai. "What nonsense are you spouting?" After subduing the troublesome person, Sarai walked over to Flam, her tone unusually gentle. "Remember what I taught you, Flam. Magic is not just mindless brute force. When facing an enemy, calmness is more powerful than anger." "Yes, Master, I remember." Flam nodded vigorously. Sarai's gaze turned to Ayla, her tone becoming very serious. "Everything is up to you." Ayla also nodded heavily. Although Sarai didn't explicitly say it, she already understood the meaning. It was truly unexpected that Flam would be so much cared for by Master Sarai, even specifically asking her to protect Flam. Ayla felt very unfamiliar with teacher Sarai, who valued her disciple so much. On the other side, Kurtz walked up to Flam, observing her from head to toe, and frowned slightly. "How about I get you some armor? I remember there are a few sets of top-grade armor forged by the dwarves in the warehouse." "What kind of magic user wears armor? I disagree with that suggestion." Sarai directly rejected Kurtz's idea. "The most important thing for a magic user is mobility. Wearing inconvenient armor would be a complete negative effect." That makes sense too." Kurtz pondered for a moment, his gaze involuntarily turning towards the depths of the forest, as if looking at the Saint Authority sword athos that supported the entire forest barrier. He hesitated for a moment, then still proposed. "How about you bring along athos? After all, this thing has the strongest defensive magic in the world. Although it is currently the core of the forest barrier, I can temporarily replace it with other methods for a period of time." As soon as Kurtz finished speaking, the temperature inside the treehouse seemed to drop by several degrees instantly. A wave of magic power, filled with strong displeasure, flowed out from Sarai. Her usually calm eyes instantly sharpened, shooting a fierce glare at Kurtz's back. Even the wall of the teacup in her hand quietly developed several faint cracks. Flam, standing in front of Kurtz, clearly saw Sarai's gaze. She quickly waved her hands. "No need, Master Kurtz, I can protect myself." She had to become stronger so she could stand on the same starting line as teacher Sarai. Kurt seemed to realize something as well, turning his head just in time to meet Sarai's displeased gaze. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but under Sarai's oppressive stare, he ultimately swallowed his words. Cough, cough, all right. Kurtz cleared his throat, wisely no longer mentioning Athos. But he was clearly still worried, his gaze turning to Isla, and he instructed. Isla, Flam has little practical experience. You need to pay more attention. Remember, safety comes first. Isla was a little surprised, instinctively glancing at Flam, curious about her junior sister's special nature. Not only did she receive joint instruction from teacher Kurtz and teacher Sarai, but they also specifically told her to protect Flam. However, she still nodded and said, Mr. Kurtz, I understand. Kurtz seemed to want to give a few more instructions, but Sarai finally couldn't bear it anymore. All right, they're not children, they can protect themselves. Kurtz looked at Sarai's, tried to nag again gaze, and finally closed his mouth. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Kurtz took a deep breath, seemingly trying to ease the tension, or perhaps remembering something more important. He looked at Flam, his expression very solemn. Flam, when you go out this time, if possible, visit more of those elf villages. Flam was startled, a little confused. Elf villages? Why? Does Mr. Kurtz want me to learn the elf's natural magic? Don't worry, Sister Isla will teach me. She thought teacher Kurtz wanted her to go to the elves to learn their magic, but that was completely unnecessary. Kurtz shook his head. Not entirely. Just simply go and see. Perhaps you will encounter some unexpected people or things. He couldn't explain it clearly, but the true protagonist destined to become Flam's disciple might currently be living as a child in some peaceful elf village. Chapter 199. Chapter 199, Sarai's Lap Pillow. He didn't intend to intervene directly, but he could push the wheel of fate a little to increase the chances of them meeting. Flam looked at his hesitant expression. Although she was puzzled, she didn't press for answers out of trust in Kurtz. She simply nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Kurtz. Kurtz looked at Flam's young and energetic face, and then looked at Ayla, the elf beside her, who had a calm expression and a long lifespan. A thought suddenly popped into his mind without warning. An elf and a human girl, together, embarking on a long journey full of unknowns. Doesn't this picture look familiar? An indescribable sense of déjà vu, as if from the future, instantly struck him, causing his mind to waver slightly. He seemed to see another similar pair 1,000 years later, walking on completely different yet vaguely connected destinies. He shook his head, discarding the far-off vision and returning his attention to the present. He looked at Flam, his tone becoming more serious, even emphasizing. Also, Flam, remember, this adventure doesn't have to last too long. About 5 to 10 years will be enough. Flam and Isla both looked at him, somewhat confused. Shouldn't the duration of an adventure be determined by the goals and encounters of the experience? Kurtz's gaze lingered on Flam's young face. Isla is an elf. Her time scale is different from ours. Traveling for decades might seem like a snap of a finger to her, but Flam, you are human. A few decades of time may be only half a lifetime for a human being. Power is certainly important, but don't get lost in the pursuit of power and forget the way home. Flam looked at Kurtz seriously. For the first time, she felt so clearly the gap in lifespan between humans and elves, as well as the weight in Kurtz's words. A hint of complex emotion flashed in Isla's emerald eyes. She understood what Kurtz meant. For elves with long lives, they often unconsciously overlook the short lives of their human companions, which are like summer flowers. If Kurtz hadn't been able to stay with Sarai through constant reincarnation, he and his former companions would have become legends long ago. I understand, Mr. Kurtz. Flam nodded vigorously, her eyes more determined. Sarai listened from the side and watched Kurtz's final instructions to Flam. The inexplicable irritation in her heart seemed to dissipate a little. After all, what Kurtz said was indeed right. But fortunately, this rule did not apply to him, and she was grateful for this exception, which allowed him to accompany her for such a long time. Sarai stared blankly at the back of this human, unable to help but feel a little dazed. She didn't even hear the farewells of her two disciples until Kurtz reminded her. "They've already left, hope everything goes well." Sarai came to her senses and stood beside him in silence. She glanced in the direction where the two disciples had departed, then turned her head slightly and looked at Kurtz's face. She thought of the mysterious Demon King in the Demon King's city, so she asked, "Do you have any clues about that Demon King?" Kurtz turned around, met Sarai's gaze and slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed. "Not yet. Her existence itself is a huge mystery. Her power comes from the life goddess, mixed with a bit of the fertility goddess's power. When I detected her aura," Kurtz paused, as if searching for the right words, and finally said in a deep voice, "I feel that the danger she poses is far greater than I expected. Her body, or rather, her form of existence, is more like a chaotic collection full of corrosion and pollution. Once she dies, that power would erupt completely, enough to drag the entire world into the abyss. I chose to stop, not because I couldn't, but because I didn't dare to risk the consequences." Sarai's pupils shrank slightly. The potential danger was self-evident, evident enough that Kurtz didn't dare to gamble and chose to stop directly. She was silent for a moment before she said, "So, what are you going to do?" "Let's wait and see for now, but the most urgent thing is to master Schlack's magic first." "But it might take me a long time," Kurtz said, looking at Sarai with honest eyes. "This process might be very long, 50 years, 100 years, or even longer. I can't be certain of the exact time." Sarai listened quietly, with no surprise in her eyes, just nodded to show that she understood. For an elf like her, who possesses nearly eternal life, time is the least valuable thing. 50 years, 100 years, they are but a tiny piece of the puzzle in the vastness of time. If you succeed, then you won't need to reincarnate again. Well, then I'll have the same lifespan as an elf. Hearing Kurt say this, irrepressible joy rose in Sarai's heart. This meant that this man would no longer need the uncertain reincarnation, and would have the same long lifespan as her. And she wouldn't have to endure waiting for a long time every 100 years, worrying about problems with the reincarnation ritual. They could walk side by side. No longer would she watch from the shore of time, waiting for Kurtz to row over and then leave every time, but truly exploring the endless mysteries of magic together until the end of time. Over the past 1,000 years, the time Kurtz spent on reincarnation accounted for almost 1/3 of it. During those periods alone, she studied magic by herself. Although she was used to it, she still felt a little lonely deep in her heart. If this man had not been with her all the time, Sarai would have gotten used to the passage of time long ago. But it was precisely because of this man's existence that she began to have different feelings in her heart. Although her joy was almost beyond words, Sarai did not say anything. She just nodded slightly to show that she understood. However, the slightly raised corners of her lips still revealed a hint of truth. At this moment, Kurt seemed to feel a little tired from the magic research just now, and subconsciously raised his hand to rub his temples gently. Sarai noticed this subtle movement. She came to Kurtz, sat behind him, crossed her legs, and patted them. The gesture was self-evident. Seeing this, Kurtz didn't hesitate and lay directly on the elf lady's lap. Enduring the itchiness caused by the friction of his hair, Sarai raised her hand. A flash of frost passed through her fingertips, and she gently pressed on his temples and began to massage. Her fingertips had a slightly cool touch, and the pressure was light but just right, causing Kurtz's body to relax instantly. He closed his eyes, feeling the comfort and peace brought by the cool fingertips, and inhaling the natural fragrance of the elf lady. The cabin fell into a strange silence. Sarai massaged with great concentration, without any resistance, but with a sense of almost cherishing. Her eyes were lowered, and her long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyes, concealing the emotions surging within them. "Why do I feel a little uneasy?" Miss Elf didn't know, she just thought she might be sick. Chapter 200, Washing Sarai's Hair. Time flows quietly in the forest. This time, Kurtz and Sarai returned to their original starting point, a world just for the two of them. Kurtz was immersed in exploring Schlack's magic, keeping his mental strength at a high level. Occasionally, when he felt tired, he would stop and close his eyes to rest, or walk to the window and gaze at the eternally unchanging scenery outside the house. Should I go out for a walk with Sarai? Kurtz remembered that the last time he went on an adventure with Sarai was more than 200 years ago. As for the trip to the Demon King's city not long ago, the two of them had no time to spare because time was too tight. And Sarai beside him was as quiet as ever. She would occasionally flip through ancient magic books and sometimes make flower teas with strange flavors. Kurtz didn't know when Miss Elf started liking this, or maybe she just did it to pass the time. The only thing that made Kurtz uncomfortable was that after Sarai made a new flavor of flower tea, he would be the first person to taste it. The taste was really unacceptable. It smelled delicious, but when he drank it, it tasted completely different. In the end, Kurtz could only attribute it to Sarai's unique talent. One ordinary day, when Kurtz stood up from the center of the magic circle, his eyes inadvertently fell on Sarai by the window. The elf lady was holding a thick magic book, her long golden hair softly draped over her shoulders and dropped to her waist. It sparkled in the sunlight, causing Kurtz to take a second look subconsciously. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the luster of the long hair seemed a little dimmer than before, and there were faint traces of slight burns from magical energy at the ends of the hair. Maybe she didn't even notice. Because this hut was covered with large-scale magic, the concentration of magic here was much higher than outside. Although it would not cause any major damage to him and powerful magicians like Sarai, it was obvious that the elf lady's long golden hair was not among them. He walked over. Sarai raised her eyes from the book and looked at him with a hint of inquiry. Is it over? For now, Kurtz's eyes were still fixed on her long hair. Is there something wrong with your hair? Sarai felt a little concerned and subconsciously reached out to touch the hair on her shoulders. She felt a familiar smoothness at her fingertips, but didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's all right. A cleansing spell will take care of it. As she spoke, a faint magical glow lingered on her fingertips, ready to cast a cleansing spell. This magic can instantly remove dust and dirt and restore cleanliness. Very useful magic. No, Kurtz's voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. He reached out and gently pressed down on her wrist as she was about to cast a spell. Sarai's movements froze instantly. The touch on her wrist made her heart skip a beat, and the magical light at her fingertips dissipated. She looked at Kurtz with confusion, not understanding why he wanted to stop her. Cleaning magic only removes surface dust. It can't repair the internal magical burns. Let me help you. What are you going to do? Wash your hair. What? Sarai was completely stunned, and for the first time, an obviously flustered expression appeared on her usually cold face. Let Kurtz wash her hair. She suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable panic. No, thanks, I can do it myself. She tried to pull her wrist away. After all, if she asked Kurtz to help wash her hair, she would have to lie in front of him, and she was not used to exposing her most vulnerable side to others. I said no. Kurtz's hand was still holding her wrist. Although he was not using any force, it had a strange strength that made it impossible for her to break free. Sarai, be obedient. Kurtz leaned forward slightly, close to Sarai's ear. Otherwise, I will have to use some tough measures. Sarai's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She looked at Kurtz's face, felt the warmth from his palm, and a mixture of shame and anger, mixed with something indescribable and thrilling, surged in her heart. This man always liked to be stubborn about such small things. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was overbearing. What a bold and arrogant human being. If she could beat him, she would pin him down and beat him up to vent her anger. Finally, Sarai opened her mouth to say something, but under Kurtz's gaze, she just pursed her lips. The light pink at the base of her ear quickly spread across her cheeks. She turned her head away, avoiding his sight, and uttered an almost inaudible fine, which was her compromise. A hint of triumphant smile appeared on Kurtz's lips, but it quickly disappeared. He still did not let go of the elf lady's wrist. Instead, he brought her to a natural pool connected to the earth's water flow in a posture that was almost like holding hands. From the cabin, Kurtz retrieved a floral shampoo that he had made in his spare time. Of course, hair care essential oil was also essential. After everything was ready, he turned to look at Sarai, who was still frozen in place. "Come here." Sarai took a deep breath and walked over with slightly stiff steps, as if she was going to the battlefield. She sat down with her back to Kurtz, and then let him lay her upper body flat. Her long golden hair fell into the water, spreading out like a water lily. She tried to straighten her back, placed her hands on her stomach somewhat helplessly, and tried not to make her expression strange. But her tense shoulders and red ears revealed her inner tension. Kurtz naturally noticed these things, but did not point them out. If he angered the elf lady, it would be more trouble than gain. He took a bucket of water of suitable temperature and wet Sarai's long hair. The moment the water touched her head, her body trembled slightly. "Don't be nervous," Kurt soothed her, and his touch relaxed Sarai's tense shoulders a little. As the water completely soaked the long hair, Kurtz poured an appropriate amount of shampoo into his palm, rubbed his hands to make foam, and then covered the wet long hair, gently massaging and rubbing it. A soft moan escaped from Sarai's tightly pursed lips. This human seemed to have used some kind of sacred magic, and that feeling was very comfortable. Every massage could dispel the subtle fatigue accumulated in her mind. The intoxicating comfort was far warmer and more real than anything else. Her tense body began to relax little by little, involuntarily. She even closed her eyes, leaving only her long eyelashes trembling slightly, enjoying the care brought by his own hands. Kurtz performed each step with great concentration. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sounds were the flowing water and the breathing of the two people who were close to each other. Chapter 201, Kurtz's First Dream. Kurtz untied the soft towel wrapped around Sarai's long hair and looked at the golden strands that exuded a soft luster and faint fragrance. He nodded with satisfaction. His fingertips brushed against a strand of falling hair, and the delicate touch made his heart move slightly. Then his eyes fell on the scenery not far away that he had already grown tired of seeing, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" He turned around and looked at Sarai, who was sitting on a chair and wiping her hair with a towel. Sarai tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Now. She had just experienced a completely unexpected and sudden action, and now all she wanted was to stay quietly in her little room. "It feels like it's been ages since we last went on an adventure like we used to." Kurtz walked over to her, naturally took the towel from her hand, and helped her dry her hair. Sarai let him play with her hair, feeling the slight tingling sensation of his fingertips accidentally brushing against her neck. The blush that had just faded from her ears seemed to be coming back again. She tried to make her voice sound as calm as usual. "Didn't you just go out a while ago? Wasn't that noise in the Demon King's city loud enough?" She paused, her lips suddenly curling up in a dangerous arc. "Or perhaps you finally understand the joy of fighting demons, even slaughtering them. That's a good idea." She even began to think, if Kurtz really wanted to go on a killing spree, where should she take him to look for demons? "Life is more than just fighting and killing," Kurtz laughed and gently pinched her ear to signal her not to overthink it. "It's also about poetry and distant places." "What?" Sarai glared at the man who suddenly said strange words. "Let's not talk about the distant future for now. What about poetry? Are you going to be a bard too?" She really couldn't imagine the oldest magician of mankind, who had killed gods, singing and playing the harp in a tavern. "No," Kurtz shook his head. "The poetry I'm talking about is not the same as those bards who wander around with their harps." He looked at Sarai's confused and slightly disgusted expression, and the smile on his face widened. "But it doesn't matter. Changing roles occasionally seems nice." Sarai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "What story are you going to sing?" Kurtz put the towel aside. Sarai's long hair was no longer wet and was spread out softly. He thought for a moment, then spoke. "What I want to sing is about a heroic team that existed in a distant, mythical era." Sarai paused slightly, her golden eyes fixed on Kurtz. "They are composed of 3 humans, a dwarf, and a proud but gentle elf lady." Kurtz's voice was not loud, and he slowly outlined a vague but familiar silhouette. One of the humans had exceptional magical talent, but far inferior to the others in the team. However, He not only personally compiled the first magic book in human history, but also personally founded humanity's first great nation during the mythological era. That nation, like a ray of light in the darkness, became the ideal nation that everyone on the continent longed for. The corners of Sarai's mouth rose slightly. She thought of the taciturn human. Kurtz continued, "There's another human being who's cheerful and helpful. He values his companion's safety above all else and is willing to risk everything to protect what he holds dear." Kurtz's tone took on a subtle heaviness. However, fate is always full of irony. The hero who slays the dragon eventually becomes the dragon himself. In a place that represents darkness, this hero who once brought light finally met his own end. Light is swallowed by darkness, and warmth turns into icy confinement. Sarai's eyes dimmed for a moment. Eric, the guy who was usually carefree, ended up like that. And the dwarf in the team who dreamed of becoming a powerful warrior, Kurt said with a hint of helplessness and a gentle smile, has, by some twist of fate, accidentally sat on the throne he had no intention of fighting for. The free will is fettered, and the warrior's soul is ultimately shackled by responsibility. Somo, Sarai thought of the odd one out among the dwarves who had no beard, and eventually became the new king of the dwarves. As for the elf lady in the team, Kurtz's gaze finally landed completely on Sarai's face, her figure reflected in his eyes. She carries the hopes of her fallen companions, constantly moving forward through the long years, as if there is no end in sight. Sarai's heart trembled suddenly. "There's one thing I need to add," Sarai muttered. "That elf wasn't traveling alone." "Yeah," Kurtz responded, his eyes filled with unknown thoughts. There was a brief silence in the room. Sarai looked at Kurtz. What about the remaining human? Of course, she knew that the last person was Kurtz, who was standing in front of her. She wondered what role he himself played in his own poem. Kurtz looked at her, and the smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a calm expression tinged with self-mockery. "The remaining human," he shook his head slightly, "he's probably just a simple fool." Sarai was slightly startled. "He has no great ideals, no lofty goals, and not even a strong desire to protect the world." Kurtz's gaze met Sarai's calmly. He joined the team and embarked on that legendary journey. From beginning to end, he had only one simple and direct wish. He paused and said word by word. He just wanted to be with someone for a while longer, and then move forward together into eternity from now on. Sarai felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and then suddenly released. The violent beating sound instantly filled her chest. She felt her face burning. The blush could no longer be concealed, spreading quickly from her ears to her entire fair face. Even her neck was dyed with a faint pink. "Stupid, isn't it?" He laughed self-deprecatingly, but his tone was somber. "Just a guy without big ideals and goals, but in the end, he accidentally saved the world. It's just." He leaned forward slightly, approaching the elf lady who was frozen in place. Thankfully, this guy's dream finally came true. Sarai felt her mind go blank. She lowered her head suddenly, not able to look at Kurtz again. Her long golden hair fell down, covering her red cheeks and hiding the myriad thoughts in her eyes. She even forgot to respond, just stood there stiffly, her hands unconsciously clutching the corners of her clothes. Chapter 202, Leisure Journey. Kurtz looked at Sarai's rare escape, and the smile on his lips deepened, but he did not move closer. He knew that his feelings had been conveyed well. The next step was to stand quietly beside her, waiting for the turbulent emotions to subside slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Sarai finally raised her head, forcing herself to maintain her usual cold expression. "Then let's go for a walk." She tried to keep her tone calm. "It's a good opportunity to find some new magic books. I'm basically tired of all the magic books here." She found a seemingly perfect excuse for herself. Kurtz nodded in understanding. "Yes, although I've already acquired Schlack's magic, I need new ideas to perfect it. Perhaps I can find new ideas during this trip." He also gave a reason that sounded very reasonable. So, on a day that seemed like any other, a crack quietly opened in the barrier in the forest. Kurtz and Sarai walked out, side by side. There was no earth-shattering magical fluctuation. They were like two ordinary travelers, setting foot on this land that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. This time they had no target, no demons to hunt down, and nothing to protect. Even Kurtz didn't bring Ordger with him. After all, as long as he needed him, he could use teleportation magic to summon Ordger, and there was no need to carry him around. He changed into a gray traveler's casual attire, casually covered with a cloak, while Sarai wore a white wizard robe, but unlike Kurtz, she wore a hooded cloak on the outside. The hood covered most of her face, leaving only her chin and a few wisps of falling blonde hair visible. They moved slowly along the trade route. Occasionally, farmlands could be seen on both sides of the road. It was late autumn, and the golden wheat fields had a mature fragrance. Occasionally, a caravan of horse-drawn carriages carrying goods passed by. The drivers looked at the travelers curiously, but quickly looked away. It's changed a lot. Sarai looked at a human town in the distance, her voice tinged with emotion. The last time Kurtz and I could walk so leisurely on this land was 200 years ago. Even then, the two of us were looking for traces of demons, which was completely different from the aimless journey we are on now. Sarai remembered that there was no such town here at that time, but it appeared here in just 200 years. Well, humans' territory is always expanding, Kurtz replied, his eyes sweeping across a patch of newly reclaimed farmland. Their vitality is very tenacious, and it is precisely this tenacity that has allowed them to survive from the mythological age to the present day. There was only an air of objective matter-of-factness in his tone. Of course, it was also related to his and Sarai's plan to contain the demons. However, human development would never be so smooth. On a sunny afternoon, they walked into a town market. There was a wide variety of stalls. This is the right feeling. Kurtz nodded with satisfaction. This is the real flavor of another world. In the mythological era, there were not so many dazzling things. Just these fresh fruits and vegetables, freshly baked bread, and various colorful fabrics made Kurtz exclaim that they were just right. There was even a bard performing not far away, singing unknown ballads, drawing cheers from the crowd. Kurtz was so moved that tears were about to fall. On the other side, Sarai's attention was attracted by a stall selling crystal jewelry. The ornaments on the stalls were not magic crystals, but were made of special minerals that reflected light like ice crystals in the sunlight. Kurtz noticed her gaze. He walked forward and picked up a necklace inlaid with 5 teardrop-shaped emeralds. "Do you like it?" he asked in a low voice. Sarai glanced at it and feigned indifference. Just some crude stuff, no magical energy at all. But she didn't show any intention of looking away. Kurtz smiled, ignored her duplicity, and directly paid for the necklace. Under the kind gaze of the old stall owner, he pulled Sarai in front of him. Her body stiffened instantly, and she subconsciously wanted to escape, but Kurtz would not allow the elf lady to escape so easily. He carefully placed the necklace around her neck. "Wear it," Kurtz's voice was filled with laughter. "At least it looks good." Sarai touched the emerald on the necklace, feeling the slight discomfort of wearing jewelry for the first time. She looked at Kurtz's smiling face, pursed her lips, and said nothing in the end, just letting the necklace remain on her neck. When night fell, they did not look for an inn, but camped in a wooded area far away from human habitation. Instead of using magic to make fire, Kurtz started a bonfire with flint bought from the town, like most ordinary travelers. "Why not use magic?" Sarai asked curiously. She still remembered Kurtz's fire-making magic. At first, he was just worried about creating fire magic, but he accidentally created the magic of making fire. But now that the man had learned proper fire magic, this old magic seemed redundant. "I just want to experience how a non-magic traveler adventures." "I feel like people like that won't live long," Sarai retorted subconsciously. Even though this world was much more peaceful than the mythological era, there were still many potential dangers. Occasionally, there would be monsters attacking caravans, bandits ruling the mountains, and so on. If someone dared to walk on this land without some strength, Sarai would just think that the other party was tired of living. "Isn't there a special case standing before you?" Sarai paused. After a long moment she spoke, "You're just a lucky guy." Kurtz smiled and said nothing more, but took out the pie he bought from the market and handed it to Sarai. Sarai hesitated for a moment, but still took it and ate it in small bites. It tasted better than she had imagined. But she was a greedy elf. "I want grilled mushroom skewers." "Okay, I'll make it for you next time." Hearing the man's promise, Sarai narrowed her eyes and looked very happy. Even the pie in her hand tasted better. In the silence, Sarai sat by the campfire, hugging her knees, her chin resting on them, quietly watching the dancing flames. But below her knees, she stretched out her hand, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the emerald necklace on her chest. "Sarai," Kurtz's voice suddenly sounded. Sarai didn't raise her head, but just responded softly. "This is good, too." Kurtz's voice was filled with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Don't think about anything. Let's just walk around and enjoy what we see." Sarai was silent for a moment before she softly said, "Ahem." She raised her head, looked at the night sky, and stared at the stars. Today, she felt that she finally understood what Kurtz meant by poetry and distance. Chapter 203, Hello, Voting. Now comes my idea, and I know you like this. We have debated this so many times. Option 2, Writer's Chaos Universe, the MHA crossover. This is the experimental path, what I like to call the writer bullshit universe. Here, the world of My Hero Academia connects with the legacies of Marvel and DC, either through cosmic rewriting or time fracture. It's unpredictable, creative, and meant to explore how different definitions of heroism clash when the timelines blur. Punisher, let us go. Cough cough, Sori got excited. There are 3 possible starting routes within this concept. Route A, the Summoner Rewrite. The MC transmigrates into the MHA world, with a strange system that can summon heroes and villains from Marvel and DC. Each summon changes reality itself, blending myth and history until the MHA world becomes the future of those universes. Society evolves, legends reappear, and the world begins to remember what it once was, or what it could have been. Route B, the Forgotten Past. In this version, MHA already exists far in the future, long after the age of Marvel and DC has faded into legend. Our MC is a relic from that forgotten past, awakening in a new age where quirks replace the idea of heroes. He's discovered near Japan, maybe sealed in a hidden base, or found washed ashore. The authorities and heroes question who he is and what the fuck are those mega machines. The story unfolds as the mysteries of Marvel and DC's past are rediscovered, and the future finally meets living relics of the past. There are many immortals. I am looking at you, Kansas boy. Route C, the Era Collision original concept. This is the true form of chaos. Something, an experiment, a villain scheme, or a cosmic accident shatters time itself. Now, either the heroes of Marvel and DC's past awaken in the quirk-dominated future of MHA, or the MHA generation is thrown backward into the golden age of capes and gods. Both sides find themselves questioning their ideals. The heroes of the old world see what heroism has become, while the new generation faces what it once meant. Our MC stands at the center, the only one who understands both eras and the danger of what's been set in motion. And yes, our MC will already have an existing history in the Marvel or DC world. He will also be the first one to interact with the MHA cast. The past and future of heroism just shook hands, and neither liked the other. Vote. Comment your choice below. 1. Traditional world DC/Marvel. 2. Writer's Chaos Universe. A. Route A, Summoner Rewrite. B. Route B, Forgotten Past. C. Route C, Era Collision. Chapter 204, Commission to Clean the Statue. I'm not happy. Miss Elf said the same lines as a certain dark-haired guy. On a sunny day, in the city's central square, stood a statue of the renowned saint King Norn. In front of this statue, 2 figures were busy at work. Time, wind, and rain had left their marks on the stone. Dark green moss crawled between the cracks, and tiny fissures had begun to spread at the base. At this moment, Sarai was hovering above the statue, with delicate blue magic threads lingering on her fingertips, peeling off the hard-to-reach moss on the stone peak without damaging the statue itself. She moved quickly, but her face, hidden under the hood, was filled with obvious impatience. Below her, Kurtz was responsible for cleaning stains and repairing minor cracks on the statue's base. The method he used was very simple: a bucket, a few rags, and some mud to fill the cracks, looking like an ordinary worker. Kurtz, Sarai's voice came from beside him. It turned out that she had cleaned the moss and stains from the top of the statue and landed lightly on the ground, coming to Kurtz, who was bending over to scrape stains off the base. Kurtz didn't even raise his head, not noticing the unfriendly expression on the elf lady's face. I need an explanation. Sarai's voice rose a little. Why should I use my precious magic to clean the stains and moss off a statue's head? This was simply the most boring thing she had ever done in her long life, even more difficult to accept than when Kurtz forced her to wash her hair. Kurtz stopped what he was doing, stood up slowly, and looked at the elf lady beside him, who was emitting a low, dangerous pressure. He didn't answer immediately, but slowly took out a deflated wallet from his pocket. Under Sarai's puzzled gaze, he poured the contents into his palm and showed it to her. There were a few soft metallic sounds. Sarai looked down and saw several small dark metal discs lying in Kurtz's palm. They were black, dull, and looked very inconspicuous. What are these black things? Where did you dig them from? This is not something I dug out from anywhere, but it's for our upcoming travel expenses. Kurtz answered seriously. Travel expenses? Sarai's brows furrowed even deeper. Is this money? Human tastes are becoming increasingly strange. She simply couldn't understand the logic behind humans using such magicless, even dirty-looking pieces of metal, as a medium of exchange. Yes, it's money, Kurtz explained patiently. In human cities, you need this to eat and buy things. Don't you have any with you? I remember that over the past 1,000 years, you have occasionally collected some shiny treasures and high-quality magical gems. She remembered that Kurtz had placed a large pile of gold coins and gems in a corner of the room. Last time, she almost threw them away because they took up space, but he stopped her. When he asked me to take the risk, I thought he didn't even bring any money with him, right? I did bring some, Kurtz sighed, his tone full of helplessness. I brought some gold coins out, but... He paused, his expression indescribable. The currency is not universal. Although gold is a hard currency, most of what I brought was minted by dwarves, mixed with other metal ores to increase hardness. The purity isn't as high as the gold coins currently in circulation among humans. Moreover, times have changed. Human kingdoms now recognize their officially minted gold and silver coins more. My dwarven gold coins either need to be sold at a specialized exchanger for a steep discount, or they can only be sold as low-purity gold raw materials, greatly reducing their value. He weighed the few pitiful copper coins in his hand. As for gems, I only brought a few. I can't just take one out every time I need to buy something, right? It would be too conspicuous, and I can't find any place to sell them. Sarai looked at the few shabby coins in Kurtz's palm and imagined the scene of Kurtz taking a gem to exchange with a roadside vendor. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. This was indeed unrealistic. So, Kurtz spread his hands and pointed at the tall Norn statue in front of him. When I entered the city yesterday, I happened to see a commission looking for a magician to repair and clean this statue. I thought it was quite interesting, so I accepted it. Interesting? Sarai's voice rose again. I don't think it's interesting. Don't you have any commissions like clearing monsters? Rather than cleaning statues, Miss Elf would rather clean up monsters, which would be more interesting. Kurtz smiled and looked at the statue in front of him. Don't you think it's nice to do simple things like this every now and then? And his tone was tinged with nostalgia. Looking at this guy's face, don't you feel anything? Sarai followed his gaze and looked at the familiar face on the statue. Norn, the guy who used to be silent by the campfire, but had been quietly preparing everything for everyone. He seemed almost lost when Kurtz first asked him to establish a kingdom. His ideals, his persistence, his final farewell. An indescribable complex emotion quietly replaced the disgust in Sarai's eyes. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, "It's a little too old." The Norn in the statue was a middle-aged man with a dignified and steady image, which was far from the spirited young man in their memory. Yeah, being a king is tiring. Kurtz shrugged, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. But this guy only built such a big statue for himself. It's really too much. What about us? There's not even a shadow. He spoke in a deliberately complaining tone, but there was something deeper underneath. To Kurtz's surprise, Sarai spoke up to defend Norn. These statues were erected long after his death by his descendants to commemorate him. She paused, as if trying to recall a detail. I heard about it later. When Norn was in power, he wanted to erect a statue for all his companions who had adventured with him. He made sketches and hired craftsmen, but... Sarai's gaze fell on an inconspicuous spot on the base of the statue, where inscriptions about Norn's achievements were engraved, now blurred by time. But regarding your statue, she looked at Kurtz, her previous impatience replaced by memories, he was never satisfied with the finished image. He revised the design draft again and again, but he was still not satisfied. In the end, it was put aside. It fits his serious, but somewhat hesitant personality quite well. There were only two things in Norn's life that he had never hesitated about. One was the decision to go on an adventure with Kurtz and Sarai. The other was to agree to Kurtz's request to establish a kingdom. Kurtz shook his head with a smile and picked up the rag on the ground. This guy had very high standards. Forget it, since he had such good taste, I'll clean it up for him today. Sarai watched Kurtz return to work, then looked at the statue in front of her. The slight unhappiness in her heart seemed to dissipate quietly in her memories of the past. Chapter 205, Flam's Letter. To the respected teachers Kurtz and Sarai. I hope that, when this letter reaches you, the forest will remain peaceful and your magical research will go smoothly. Everything is going well with my adventure with Sister Ayla, so please don't worry. I am writing this letter because I need to report something to you, Master Kurtz. Do you still remember that, when we parted, you specifically told me to visit the elves' villages more often? I have always kept it in mind and have been trying hard to find them. However, we have not encountered any elf villages along the way. At first, I thought it was just that the route I chose was remote and there were no elf villages. So I started asking the caravans and fellow travelers I met along the way. Some of them had passed through elf villages and guided us. But when we followed their instructions and arrived at the place described, we found only emptiness. The strangest time was when we met a young elf adventurer in a small town. He talked to us enthusiastically about his hometown village and clearly pointed out the route. We followed the route he told us to take and found the exact place he described. However, there was nothing there. No villages, no elves, not even any signs of life. Sister Ayla also felt very strange. As an elf, she has strong magical perception and can vaguely feel the magical marks left by elf activity here, but we can't find any physical traces. Teacher, this is so weird. Once is a coincidence, twice is an accident, but 3 or even 4 times. We went to different locations based on various intelligence sources, and the results were the same. It's as if those villages never existed, or as if they disappeared collectively at some point. Or is there some powerful force preventing outsiders from finding them? I tried using detection magic to search for any remaining spatial fluctuations, but found nothing. Teacher, you specifically told me to go to the elf villages. Did you anticipate something, or would you happen to know anything about this? This strange situation makes me very uneasy. Big Sis Ayla and I will continue our journey and keep watch for clues, but I must let you know about this. I hope you can give some guidance. We will continue to explore and learn, but we will also be mindful of safety and return to the forest before the agreed time. Your student Flam. P.S. Ayla said she also felt that this matter was very strange and had never encountered a similar situation before. She asked me to say hello to both teachers on her behalf. What did Flam's letter say? In an elf village, Kurtz and Sarai were resting here. The magic of sending letters cast with the help of magic power can accurately deliver messages based on the recipient's magical connection. However, it consumes considerable magic power. Kurtz rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. Someone is targeting the elf villages, Sarai said coldly, handing the letter to Kurtz. Kurtz took it and read it with a frown. It's obviously the work of the demons. Demons? Sarai's grip on the cup tightened instantly, causing a crack to appear in it. What arrogant fools! How dare they act so brazenly? Angry magical aura emanated from her uncontrollably, making the atmosphere around her tense. It's not done openly. Kurtz shook his head, his fingertips tracing the air as if sketching a map. It's done behind the scenes, quietly. Thinking back, we've encountered several elven villages along the way, including this one, which is larger and closer to the core area. All of them are safe, which means our direction is not within the demon's plan. The direction Flam and Isla are venturing in is far from the continent's center and relatively remote, especially far from the Elf Kingdom's sphere of influence. Even if the demons attacked these villages, the news wouldn't spread quickly, or might not be discovered at all. Kurtz's gaze returned to Sarai. They're very cautious, choosing targets that are weak and isolated, unlikely to attract the Elf Kingdom's attention or ours. And their range of action, at present, is limited to the direction Flam and Isla are heading. Sarai instantly understood Kurtz's reasoning. Is it a coincidence, or is there another purpose? She had never imagined that Flam and Isla's adventure route actually aligned with the demon's plan. When she thought that they might become targets, Sarai felt she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Probably just a coincidence. Kurtz's voice remained calm, soothing Sarai's mounting rage. If they were specifically targeting Flam, there'd be no need to attack those elf villages. However, to accomplish this so perfectly, they must not be ordinary demons, but at the level of a great demon. Could the great demon be on the level of the 7 sages of destruction? Sarai still remembered the 7 sages she and Kurtz had fought when they went to the Demon King's city. Probably not. Kurtz felt the demon general's strength hadn't reached that level. Besides, the 7 sages of destruction aren't synonymous with the strongest among demons. Rival, though not one of the 7 sages, was equal to any of them in strength. Forget it, let's just go find them. Sarai stood up suddenly, the cup in her hand shattering with a bang, purple juice flowing down the back of her hand. Find and kill all those hiding rats. Calm down. Kurtz's voice was low, but it carried a strange, penetrating power. He came to Sarai's side and said, "Sit down first." Sarai shot him a sharp, questioning look. Kurtz met her anger calmly and took out a towel to wipe the other's juice-wet hand. With Flam and Isla's current strength, unless they encounter a sneak attack from a 7 sage of destruction-level demon, ordinary demons, or even great demons may not be able to do anything to them. Flam has very high magical talent. With your and my guidance, and with Isla as an experienced senior, we should have more trust in them both. He paused and continued his analysis. Besides, if we rush over now, we may not even find them. They're constantly on the move. By the time we arrive, they might have already encountered and dealt with the demons. That would be a wasted trip. In the end, this is a rare experience. Rather than us clearing the way for them every time, let them weather the storm themselves. Sarai pursed her lips. She understood Kurtz's reasoning, but she still felt worried about Flam and Isla subconsciously. Sometimes, Miss Elf is unexpectedly soft-hearted. What if they encounter not ordinary demons, but powerful demons on the level of the 7 sages of destruction? Or worse, that strange demon king herself. The 2 of them wouldn't be able to stop her. Kurtz looked at the subtle worry in Sarai's eyes and felt that although the elf lady usually spoke tough in front of her disciples, she was actually deeply worried about their safety. He gently held the other person's slightly cold hand. "I have a backup plan, Sarai. Before the younger generation goes out to gain experience, how can the elders not give them some life-saving insurance?" Although Kurtz couldn't make his mental clone travel across vast distances, he could still arrange certain protections. Before Flam left, I left a space magic on her containing Orger's full liberation attack. This magic is usually in a completely silent state and cannot be detected by any means of detection, including the Demon King's perception. It activates instantly when Flam's life is threatened. Therefore, as long as the Demon King doesn't attack personally, Flam and Ayla are more than capable of handling most dangers. However, Kurtz's tone suddenly turned cold, and his eyes shifted to something distant and deadly. Before he could finish his words, a murderous intent swept over like an invisible storm, but Kurtz precisely controlled it within the room without alarming any elves in the village. This murderous intent was so pure and so terrifying that it made Sarai's heart palpitate. "If that demon king really dares to come down in person," Kurtz continued, his voice terrifyingly calm, "then I won't have any scruples anymore. Even if I have to use my body as a carrier of the seal, I will completely wipe her out from this world." Seeing the unprecedented murderous determination in Kurtz's eyes, Sarai's worry and anger miraculously subsided. She knew he wasn't exaggerating. But she didn't expect that Kurtz had actually secretly left a space magic on Flam without her noticing it at all. For some reason, this concern and desire to protect made her feel a little unhappy. "I understand." Sarai tried to restore her usual coolness. "So, should we write them a reply?" "Yes, I should reply." Kurtz suppressed his terrifying, murderous intent. "Tell her that all this was done by the demons. Be cautious. And if she finds any traces of demon activity, she should not make contact rashly. Instead, she should protect herself first. Also, we can warn the elf villages in this area and ask them to visit the village chief. I've inquired about this village. It's the core elf village in this area. They should have a way to pass on information." Sarai nodded. This was indeed the safest option. Kurtz walked to the window, a trace of magic with a faint golden glow lingering on his fingertips. The magic power condensed and transformed, eventually turning into a magical messenger, emitting light that resembled a firefly. The corresponding information had been injected into it. The messenger gently flapped its wings, turned into a stream of light, and silently blended into the night. After doing all this, Kurtz turned around and looked at Sarai. The necklace on the elf lady's neck reflected faint light. "Let's go," Kurtz extended his hand, "and visit the village chief here." Sarai glanced at him, but didn't refuse his outstretched hand. She placed her hand in Kurtz's warm palm and let him hold it. The two walked down the house side by side, heading towards the center of the village. The communication with the elven elders didn't take much time and ended quickly. The situation was just as Kurtz had expected. The elders of these core villages didn't have close daily contact with the small villages on the outskirts. Fortunately, the connections between the small villages in this area hadn't been cut off, and there were still occasional exchanges. This alone was enough to show the demons hadn't yet extended their reach in this direction. At first, the elders didn't take Kurtz's warning seriously. Although Kurtz could have asked Sarai to reveal her identity, he chose not to. He directly said that a large number of elf villages had disappeared in the northwest, and hinted that it might be related to demons. He suggested they verify it themselves. Although the elders remained somewhat skeptical, they promised to report the matter to the Elf Kingdom and strengthen vigilance in the surrounding area. On the way back, the night grew darker. Most of the lights in the village were out, leaving only the blue-green glow of plants under the moonlight. The two walked side by side, neither speaking. Sarai didn't know what she was thinking. She kept her head down, and her loose golden hair shone with soft color in the moonlight. Kurtz could feel the chill emanating from her, greater than usual. It was not magic released deliberately, but the breath that naturally flows out when one is depressed. He turned his head, and his eyes fell on Sarai's furrowed brows. Still worried, Kurtz took the initiative to break the silence. Sarai didn't answer immediately, but paused slightly. After a moment, she whispered, "I wonder what the elves would be like now without you." "What do you mean?" Kurtz was confused by the elf lady's strange remark. "I'm thinking, if it weren't for you, the elves would have been on the verge of extinction, right?" "Why do you suddenly think like this?" Kurtz was secretly surprised. How did Sarai suddenly think of this? "Look," Sarai replied seriously, counting on her fingers. "The elf forest is gone. If it weren't for your intervention back then, the elf kingdom might have disappeared into the dust of history long ago. Now the demons have begun attacking the elf villages scattered around the world. I vaguely guess that the reason they don't expand the scope is that they're afraid of attracting the elf kingdom's attention. All of this should be blamed on you." Chapter 206, the warmth in my arms. I always feel like your reasoning is a bit off. Everything I've done has been for the good. Sarai was silent for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging Kurtz's statement. What about you? Would you sit by and watch something like that happen? I probably would. Sarai, uncharacteristically, didn't hesitate. Instead, she answered earnestly, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't interfere with such trivial matters. In my long life, only magic has ever captured my attention. Beyond that, just occasionally teaching a few talented apprentices. Sarai didn't know if what she was doing was right. She clearly wasn't the type who was keen on saving the world or others. Facing Sarai's confusion, Kurtz smiled. Sarai, don't overthink it. Besides, the man who saved the world is standing right in front of you. You knew his original intention when he embarked on that journey, didn't you? Kurtz was referring to what he'd told Sarai before. The reason he initially set out on his adventure was simply to spend more time with her. At the thought, the elf felt her cheeks flush. But I still feel it's wrong. Being with you from the past to the present, I'm subconsciously striving to save the world. This isn't like me. Kurtz sighed quietly. He stopped, facing Sarai directly. His tall figure blocked some of the soft moonlight, casting a deeper shadow over her. Sarai stopped as well, looking up at him with confusion. Kurtz said nothing. He reached out naturally, without hesitation. His fingertips brushed across Sarai's smooth cheek, carefully tucking a stray strand of golden hair behind her ear. When his fingertips grazed her sensitive ear, it brought a subtle, electric tingle. Sarai's body stiffened. Her eyes widened slightly. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but Kurtz's other arm had already wrapped around her waist, holding her in an undeniable embrace. Don't move. Kurtz's gaze remained fixed on her face. His fingertips didn't leave the area behind her ear, but slid gently to her taut nape. Sarai felt her heart begin to race. For some reason, being this close to him always made her feel strange now, a heat she couldn't quite explain. She hadn't been like this before. The warmth of Kurtz's palm seeped through the fabric to her waist, and his fingers caressing the back of her neck felt like they were performing sacred magic. As he gently pressed, an indescribable warmth spread from where he touched, dispelling the gloom in her heart. She tilted her head slightly, forced to look at Kurtz's face, so close to hers. The moonlight outlined that familiar yet youthful face. His eyes were filled with undisguised tenderness. I know what you're thinking. Kurtz's voice was soft, almost a whisper, his warm breath brushing the stray hairs on her forehead. You're afraid the self you imagine, emotionally detached, uncaring about your kin's lives, someone who wouldn't step forward when the world faces a crisis, is completely opposite to who you are now, traveling the world to save it. Kurtz was referring to the initial Sarai, an elf who didn't understand human emotions. The current Sarai was different. After 1,000 years of his efforts, Sarai had become someone who understood human emotions, a grandmaster of them, really. Though perhaps petite grandmaster was more accurate. So Sarai's current confusion, though sudden, was understandable. I don't know if this version of myself is right or wrong, but... Kurtz cut her off before she could finish. There's nothing wrong at all. Sarai looked at him in surprise. Life finds its own way. We aren't born saviors. We have no obligation to save this world. From beginning to end, I've only done my best to save it, nothing more, nothing less. So don't overthink it. Kurtz lowered his head, gently pressing his forehead against hers. Their breaths mingled in the space between them. No matter which version of you, you're not wrong, as long as you follow your true heart. He pulled back slightly, gazing at her. His eyes clearly reflected her hazy image. You just need to remember, don't let that darkness devour your true heart. True heart? Sarai's heart trembled. She looked at herself, reflected in Kurtz's eyes. That's right. From beginning to end, she'd always stood on the side of humans or elves in this world. Even when she first made up her mind, it was because she didn't want the demon race to dominate everything. She had no reason to feel confused about this. She no longer resisted. Her body relaxed completely, yielding to Kurtz's embrace. She even turned her head slightly, gently pressing her cheek against his hand of her own accord. Her cool skin touched his warm palm, bringing a strange comfort. Kurtz felt her reliance. His arm tightened, holding her more securely. His other hand lifted, no longer pressing, but gently resting on the golden hair cascading down her back. They stood silently like this in the middle of the moonlit path, embracing in the enchanting night. Around them, silent trees. Above, the starry river and bright moon. No intense movements, no deliberate words. Only the sound of their heartbeats, steady and sure, transmitting to each other. Sarai closed her eyes, burying her face in Kurtz's chest, breathing in his familiar scent mixed with faint fragrance. That lingering melancholy seemed to disappear little by little in his warm embrace. In its place came an unprecedented sense of peace. As if, as long as he was by her side, she didn't need to think too much at all, didn't need to question herself. She could no longer leave this man, it seemed. Kurtz's chin rested gently on top of her head, feeling Sarai's rare docility in his arms. He tightened his hold silently, as if to engrave this warmth deep into his soul. After a long while, Sarai's muffled whisper came from his shoulder. "Your hand is rough." Kurtz chuckled softly. "Haven't I been training as a swordsman recently? Hands that hold swords are bound to be like that." He paused, his voice carrying a teasing lilt. "But the effect isn't bad, is it? At least it's much better than when I was braiding hair." Kurtz was referring to his use of sacred magic to ease Sarai's melancholy. Sarai punched him lightly in response, the force weak, like a kitten scratching. She didn't lift her head, only buried her face deeper. The familiar blush at the base of her ears was faintly visible in the dim light. This time, she didn't retort. Chapter 207, A Human Wedding. After leaving the elf village, Kurtz and Sarai's journey continued. They still followed an aimless path, occasionally deviating from the main road to enter unknown but uniquely scenic valleys, where they would stay for several days. Flam's reply had been received. The letter stated that they had heightened their vigilance and would continue searching for the elf village as planned. Even Kurtz himself hadn't expected that his unintentional act of trying to make Flam meet her elf apprentice earlier had, by sheer chance, uncovered the demon race's schemes. It was an arrangement of fate, it seemed. In the days that followed, because the space magic they left behind showed no signs of being triggered, the two temporarily set aside their worries about their apprentices. One afternoon, they followed the main road and arrived at a human town. Before even entering, they could hear melodious orchestral music and the cheers of a crowd from afar. "It's a bit too noisy." Sarai frowned slightly, looking at the crowd at the city gate with displeasure. She preferred quieter environments and instinctively felt repulsed by such excessively boisterous places. "It looks like a celebration," Kurtz observed with interest. "Shall we go in and take a look? We can restock our supplies and also see if there's any good food, like that pie from before." He remembered that Sarai had given a decent review to that simple human food. Although Sarai seemed to prefer eating her own grilled mushroom skewers, she couldn't eat them every day. While Sarai herself didn't seem to mind, Kurtz couldn't stand it. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables was key to a healthy life. Although discussing healthy living in a magical world felt a bit odd, given that the sacred magic in this world had developed to the point of limb regeneration. Minor issues like nutritional imbalance were completely insignificant. However, for now, satisfying their cravings was paramount. The two entered the town with the flow of people. In the town center, the windows and balconies of the houses on both sides were packed with onlookers, and the main street had been cleared and paved with a brand new red carpet. At the end of the red carpet stood a small, spired chapel, its doors wide open, with melodious singing drifting out from inside. "It's a wedding," Kurtz quickly deduced from the excited chatter around them, "a human bonding ceremony." Sarai looked at the small chapel, then at the excited crowd on both sides of the street, continuously scattering petals. A trace of pure incomprehension crossed her eyes. Incomprehensible. So many people and so much material wasted just to announce the union of two individuals. Humans' preferences are truly strange. In her long life, elf unions were typically quiet and private affairs in the forest, never attracting so many unrelated onlookers. I think you might have misunderstood something. It's just a simple ceremony to tell everyone that the two of them are going to be together." Still can't understand. Kurt smiled, his gaze sweeping over the faces around them. Perhaps, for them, it's not just a ceremony, but also a way to share their joy, receive everyone's blessings, and spread this happiness. He pointed towards the chapel entrance. Look, those should all be their relatives and friends. Just then, the chapel bell rang out loudly. The crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. The chapel doors opened completely, and a couple in elaborate attire slowly walked out, surrounded by their relatives and friends. The groom wore a black suit. Although Sarai had never seen such a form-fitting black suit before, she had seen similar garments, so she didn't find it too strange. And the bride? Sarai's gaze was instantly drawn to her. The bride was wearing a pure white wedding dress. It was a garment Sarai had never seen before, but it was extremely intricate and magnificent. Layers of lace outlined a slender waist. The wide skirt flowed with a pearl-like luster in the sunlight. A veil covered her pinned-up hair, its edges adorned with crystal decorations that refracted fragmented light as the bride walked. She wore a shy but radiant smile on her face. Sarai had never seen such a smile before. It was beautiful as a blooming flower of life. Kurtz's gaze also involuntarily fell upon the bride, simply appreciating that most beautiful moment belonging to a human girl. Looking at the pure white wedding dress, symbolizing vows, a thought suddenly emerged without warning. He turned his head to look at Sarai beside him and instinctively spoke. Sarai, a hint of playfulness in his voice, I'm suddenly a little curious. What would you look like if you wore this outfit? Sarai was focused on examining the bride's wide gown, which she found beautiful but completely impractical for movement. Hearing his words, she turned her head to look at Kurtz. A flicker of surprise first crossed her eyes, which then turned into a look as if she were staring at an idiot. Me, she pointed to herself, then to the bride who was moving cautiously, even needing her bridesmaid to help hold up her skirt. Her tone filled with disdain. Impossible. This outfit, besides looking good, is utterly useless, and the material looks like just ordinary cloth. A simple fire spell could turn it to ashes. She paused, then concluded, it has no practicality whatsoever. Kurtz was amused by Sarai's series of evaluations, all based on a battle mage's perspective. He imagined Sarai wearing a magnificent wedding dress, yet seriously explaining the inconvenience of a wide skirt for evasion, and how even the veil on her head would obstruct her vision. That scene had too much contrasting cuteness. Cough, cough. Kurt suppressed his laughter, but his eyes held an undeniable expectation. But I want to see it. Those simple 5 words seemed to carry a certain magic. Sarai, who was about to continue her evaluation of the wedding dress's uselessness, suddenly had her words caught in her throat. She looked at the undisguised expectation in Kurtz's deep eyes, and her heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something, skipping a beat. She fell silent. Time seemed to pause for a few seconds amidst the noisy wedding background. Sarai lowered her gaze, and the stray strands of hair on her head cast a small shadow on her fair cheek. She seemed to be thinking very seriously, weighing the impracticality of fighting, while wearing this outfit, against the importance of satisfying Kurtz's boring wish. Finally, as if having made some kind of decision, she looked up again. Although the disdain in her eyes hadn't completely vanished, there was a hint of something else, an indescribable compromise. She avoided Kurtz's gaze, her eyes drifting elsewhere, and said in as flat a tone as possible. If you insist on seeing it, she paused, as if making a difficult decision, it's not impossible. Kurtz's smile instantly deepened, almost overflowing. Chapter 208. Just like the wedding between you and me. He was about to say something, but Sarai had already swiftly turned her gaze to the groom, who was waving to the crowd with the bride. There was no such thing as being at a disadvantage in Sarai's dictionary. She raised her finger, pointing precisely at the figure in the black suit, and looked at Kurtz with the principle of fair exchange. Then you have to wear that too. Kurtz followed her finger and saw the well-tailored black suit on the groom. Then, seeing the serious look on Sarai's face, he was first stunned, then an even more ambiguous thought came to mind. He leaned down slightly, close to Sarai's ear, his breath brushing against it, and in a voice only the two of them could hear. Then I wear that and you wear this. He pointed to the groom, then meaningfully gestured towards the bride. Wouldn't it be like the two of us are having a wedding? Boom! As soon as Kurtz's words fell, Sarai's brain seemed to crash. All her thoughts, all her rational analysis, all her principles of not suffering a loss, all disappeared without a trace. Having a wedding. Herself and Kurtz. This thought, like the most powerful magic, instantly broke through all her mental defenses. She had only been thinking about not being at a disadvantage herself, completely unaware of the deeper meaning represented by these two outfits combined. Kurtz's lighthearted jest, however, accurately struck a hidden corner deep within her heart that she had never realized existed. An indescribable feeling of panic began to spread, mixed with immense shyness and a deeper kind of warmth. They rushed from her feet to the top of her head in an instant. Sarai felt her cheeks burning hot, inexplicably hot, and even her ears and neck grew incredibly hot. She abruptly lowered her head, trying to hide her instantly flushed cheeks beneath her flowing golden hair, but her increasingly erratic breathing betrayed her emotions. Kurtz observed Sarai's reaction. Although he couldn't see her face because she had lowered her head, the mere sight of her flushed neck and ears already conveyed everything. It seemed he was one step closer to his goal. The little grandmaster, who didn't understand love, was gradually beginning to comprehend this emotion. On the other side, Sarai tried hard to control the tumultuous emotions in her heart, not letting them spill out even a little, wanting to maintain her usual composure. But it was useless. She could even feel Kurtz's gaze on her, that amused expression. That gaze made her feel more at a loss than any high-level magic lock. The noisy wedding scene seemed to recede instantly. Everything around them gradually disappeared, and the whole world was left with only her and the man beside her. After a long while, long enough for the newlyweds to have already boarded their carriage and begun their city tour, long enough for the scattered petals to have landed on her shoulder, Sarai finally managed to suppress the wave of shyness that almost overwhelmed her. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to raise her head. The blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, but she tried to make her eyes appear calm and unwavering. She looked at Kurtz, finding that he was still looking at her, his gaze so gentle. Sarai's heart rate accelerated uncontrollably once more. She looked at Kurtz, at his eyes reflecting her current embarrassed state, and a thought surfaced with extreme clarity. Was this man, what he just said, was it really just a simple joke? Her voice was much softer than usual, and she asked cautiously, "Are you serious?" Her voice was very light, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise. But Kurtz heard it clearly. The smile on his face began to recede, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He didn't answer immediately, just gazed at her quietly. His eyes filled entirely with her figure. In Kurtz's world, there was only the elf before him, who had accompanied him for 1,000 years, whose emotions were faint yet who had given all her exceptions to him, and who was now beginning to understand love. Time seemed to freeze again. But this time it didn't last too long, yet in Sarai's eyes, it felt like an eternity. She felt her heart pounding so fast it almost stopped, and she silently waited for Kurtz's answer. Finally, Kurtz reacted. He didn't answer with words, but reached out and picked up a pure white petal from Sarai's golden hair. His fingertips brushed against her still burning earlobe, then he leaned down slightly, close to her ear. "As long as you wish, Sarai." "Any time." Not yes nor no, but as long as you wish. An answer that put the choice back in her hands. Sarai was slightly stunned, and then a surge of joy and excitement overwhelmed all her tension and shyness. As long as she wished. An incredibly bright smile blossomed uncontrollably on her face. At some point, the man's arm had quietly wrapped around her waist. But Sarai showed no intention of breaking free. She even began to lean a little closer towards him. The lively wedding procession slowly passed by them, enjoying the praise and blessings of the onlookers. And at the edge of the crowd, in an unnoticed corner, the little grandmaster nestled in the man's embrace. There were no words between them. Their millennium of tacit understanding and companionship was stronger than any words. They embraced for a long time, long enough for the touring carriage to have returned to the small church entrance. According to human wedding customs, an important moment was about to begin. That was the bride turning her back to the crowd and throwing her bouquet. It was said that whoever caught the bouquet would be the next lucky person to find happiness. The crowd instantly erupted, surging forward in excitement. "What are they doing?" Sarai lifted her head from Kurtz's shoulder, looking at the chaotic crowd ahead with puzzlement. Hadn't these people already blessed the bride and groom? Why were they all crowding together again now? Could it be some mysterious ritual? "Throwing the bouquet," Kurtz explained softly. "It's a custom. The person who catches the flowers is believed to be the next lucky one to find happiness." He paused. "It's a kind of beautiful blessing, I suppose." Sarai raised an eyebrow, noncommittally. Happiness? Could a bouquet of flowers decide such an ethereal thing? She didn't believe it. However, seeing the pure anticipation and excitement on the faces of those humans, she didn't say anything. The bride on the stage took a deep breath, raised the pure white bouquet high in her hand, looking as if she was about to throw it. The cheers from the crowd also reached their peak. Chapter 209, Throwing the Bouquet. "Throw it to me. Over here, over here." Under countless expectant gazes, the bride turned her back to the crowd and forcefully tossed the bouquet in her hand backward. The bouquet arced gracefully through the air, carrying everyone's blessings and expectations as it flew toward the back of the crowd. The bouquet was falling quickly, seemingly about to land in the hands of a girl in the crowd. Just then, Kurtz's fingers, wrapped around Sarai's waist, moved slightly. There was no incantation, no flash of magic, only a subtle ripple. Just as the bouquet was about to fall, an extremely delicate breeze brushed the bottom of it, as if it were gently nudged by an invisible hand, causing its trajectory to shift slightly. It avoided all outstretched arms, soared over the heads of the dense crowd, seemingly guided by the hand of fate, and flew towards the edge of the crowd, towards the blonde elf who had no interest in this scramble. Sarai was frowning slightly, watching what she considered a somewhat childish farce, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Suddenly, a patch of pure white entered her vision. She instinctively raised her hand. Plop! The pure white bouquet, symbolizing happiness and blessings, landed squarely and steadily in her arms. The bustling noise in the square quieted for a moment, and countless gazes converged on her. In their eyes, she was a serene, golden-haired elf, like a moonlight goddess, who had been quietly standing at the edge of the crowd. How could it be her? Everyone was a little surprised. Even Sarai herself was stunned. She lowered her head, looking at the sudden, faintly fragrant bouquet in her arms, feeling a bit at a loss. This feeling surprised her even more than Kurtz's teasing just now, especially after he explained the meaning of the bouquet. She looked up at Kurtz beside her, trying to find a solution. Kurtz wore an expression as if he knew absolutely nothing, even clapping like those around him, but a deep, uncontainable smile played at the corner of his mouth. "See, this is the will of the gods." Hearing Kurtz's obviously fabricated words and seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Sarai instantly understood. What will of the gods? Bah! It was clearly this man's doing. That faint magical fluctuation from him just now might deceive others, but how could it deceive her? A warmth once again uncontrollably rushed to her cheeks. This time, it was purely out of anger. Sarai was both embarrassed and annoyed. She really wanted to smash this bouquet directly into this human's face. However, the countless gazes focused on her, as well as the joyful gaze of the bride who had just thrown the bouquet and was looking over, made her forcefully suppress this impulse. She, Sarai, hailed as the strongest mage of modern times, couldn't possibly act impulsively over a bouquet, could she? If that got out, it would be too embarrassing. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shame and annoyance in her heart. Then, expressionlessly, and even with a hint of disdain, she held the bouquet in her arms a little further away, as if it were a hot potato. The surrounding crowd reacted then, erupting in even more enthusiastic cheers. "Congratulations. You must be happy." Hearing these words of blessing, Sarai felt her cheeks grow even hotter. Kurtz looked at Sarai's feigned composure, trying his best to hold back from laughing out loud, lest she truly lash out in embarrassment and anger and punch him. He reached out and took the bouquet from Sarai's hand. It seems, Kurtz's voice, laced with amusement, sounded in Sarai's ear, audible only to her. Even the goddess thinks our joke just now was a good suggestion. He lowered his head to sniff the flowers, a subtle, inexplicable meaning in his gaze towards Sarai. Sarai glared fiercely at him, her voice also audible only to the two of them. "I'll settle accounts with you later." She ultimately didn't snatch the flower back to smash it. After speaking, she pouted and turned her face away, no longer looking at Kurtz's smug expression. However, the bouquet held in Kurtz's hand was like a silent brand, deeply engraving the various emotions witnessed today, along with the aura of the man beside her, into her heart. The clamor of the crowd gradually faded, and the newlyweds had already departed, leaving only Kurtz and Sarai. "Let's go," he said softly. "Find a quiet place to figure out what to do with this, or perhaps find a vase to keep it." Sarai didn't answer, but simply nudged him gently with her elbow, not with much force, but expressing a silent protest. She didn't break free from his embrace, letting him lead her and holding the unexpectedly acquired happiness as they left the square. Meanwhile, in the northwest direction of the continent, a place beyond the reach of both the elf kingdom and the human kingdoms. Although this area was not as prosperous as other regions, due to being occupied by the Demon King's army 1,000 years ago, many races still lived here. At the same time, this was also the direction Flam and Isla chose for their adventure. In a vast wilderness, Flam tightened her travel cloak and squinted into the distance at the undulating mountains. Isla stood beside her, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The number of monsters in this direction was clearly greater than in other regions. She and Flam had encountered many monsters along the way and even encountered a demon once. However, that time the opponent did not engage them in battle. They merely exchanged glances from a distance before fleeing. Several months had passed since they received Teacher Kurtz's warning letter. They continued to move closer to the extreme north as planned, diligently searching for news of elf villages along the way. However, their efforts remained futile. Even when they visited several human villages, the clues they gathered about nearby elf settlements ultimately pointed to perplexing emptiness. Sister Isla, still no sense of any elf presence. Flam's voice carried a hint of imperceptible weariness. She had just received news from an old dwarf that there used to be a small elf village on the shaded side of the valley past the mountain ahead, and he had visited it a few times when he was young. However, when they arrived, it was still nothingness. Isla closed her eyes in concentration for a moment, her pointed ears twitching slightly. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and shook her head. No, only the scent of rock and sand, no signs of life or magic, just like the previous villages. Flam's heart sank. Another elf village had vanished from their information, as if it had never existed. When are we going to find anything? She clenched her fists in frustration, facing another dead end. Chapter 210, Discovering Clues and Creating Magic. No, Flam. Isla's voice suddenly sharpened. She squatted down, her finger brushing against an inconspicuous black stone half buried in the sand and gravel on the ground. The stone's surface was smooth, with an unnatural charred blackness. "Look at this." Flam leaned in to look and immediately realized. This was not a natural stone. This was clearly the residue of some building material that had melted at an extremely high temperature, and then naturally cooled. There was even a faint trace of dark magic erosion remaining on it. "This is the material from the elf village's buildings." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Flam remembered that Teacher Kurtz and Teacher Sarai's secluded cottage had similar materials. Finally, it wasn't empty, they had finally found a clue. Moreover, the magical aura of this residue had not completely dissipated, indicating that the incident had not happened too long ago. Hope ignited like wildfire in both their hearts. They immediately began to search meticulously around this residue as their center. Soon, a little further from the elf village, they found more similar charred stones, as well as collapsed and broken ancient trees, and some building ruins that hadn't been cleared away in time. Evidently, this elf village had just been destroyed, and the demons hadn't had time to thoroughly clear and cover up all traces. These damn bastards. Isla looked at the ruins before her. Even for an elf with somewhat weaker emotions, murderous intent surged within her at that moment. Just then, several figures flashed out from behind a pile of rocks in the distance. The horns on their heads indicated their demonic identity. It seemed they were a demon squad clearing the last traces. "Who's there?" The leading demon was the first to spot Flam and Isla standing at the edge of the ruins. However, when he saw the faces of the two, or rather, when he saw the magical aura emanating from them, his eyes instantly widened. In his vision, the magic around the human girl, though not abundant, was extremely dense, while the elf beside her possessed an incredibly vast amount. Such a quantity of magical power could only be accumulated by an elf mage who had lived for hundreds of years. These were definitely not beings they could provoke at their level. They might even be mages on the level of the 7 sages of destruction. "Retreat first." The demon turned and fled without hesitation. Although the other demons didn't understand why, seeing their captain in such a state, they instantly reacted and desperately fled in different directions. "Wanna run?" A cold glint flashed in Flam's eyes. How could she let these executioners escape so easily? She immediately cast a spell, one of the spells teacher Sarai had taught her. Vine thorns. Rumble. The earth began to shake. Countless thick magical thorns instantly burst out of the ground. They grew wildly and then precisely wrapped around the few demons who were slightly slower in their escape. These 2 unfortunate souls were caught off guard and were instantly tightly entangled by several thorns. The barbs pierced their flesh, instantly incapacitating them. However, the leading demon and 2 other quick-witted individuals quickly cast spells to temporarily repel the thorns Flam released, just before the thorns could entangle them. They dared not fight. Using the surrounding terrain as cover, they disappeared from sight in a few leaps. "Damn it!" Flam swung her staff unwillingly. Her spell's range was limited. The opponents scattered and fled, and also cast spells to obstruct, ultimately allowing a few of them to escape. Isla, on the other side, had already appeared directly in front of the 2 demons who were tied up like dumplings by the thorns. Kurtz once invented a unique mental magic for interrogating demons, which could directly use mental shock to destroy the demon's will, forcing them to reveal everything they knew. When he questioned Grossum, he used this magic. However, this magic had significant side effects. After only a few questions, the target would completely lose the ability to speak, eventually becoming mentally incapacitated. Kurtz originally did not intend to pass on this magic, but seeing that Isla was Sarai's disciple, he still taught it to her. So Isla did not hesitate and used this mental magic on the 2 demons. The initially somewhat clear eyes of these 2 demons instantly became vacant, clearly indicating that Isla's magic had taken effect. "Answer my questions." Time was pressing, so Isla directly asked, "Who sent you? What is your purpose? Where is your next target?" "General Boutzert's orders." One of the demons instinctively replied. "He is responsible for clearing out elf villages in the northwest direction, leaving no survivors, and also erasing all traces to prevent discovery." "Boutzert." Flam walked over quickly, her brows tightly furrowed. She had never heard that name before. "Is he one of the 7 sages of destruction?" she asked in a low, solemn voice. Flam remembered Teacher Kurtz and Teacher Sarai mentioning that the 7 sages of destruction were the 7 most powerful demons, each possessing immense power. Although for the other teachers, these so-called 7 sages of destruction might not be difficult opponents to deal with. For ordinary mages, they were already formidable foes. Flam was no exception. However, she remembered that whenever the 2 teachers mentioned the title of the 7 sages of destruction, Teacher Sarai would inexplicably glare at Teacher Kurtz. Sometimes she would even say, "This is all you're doing." Flam was very puzzled by this, but she dared not ask too many questions. Now, facing a situation where one of the 7 sages of destruction might be personally leading a team, she was not confident of victory. "General Boutzert is not one of the 7 sages of destruction," another captured demon replied blankly. Although General Baltzert is powerful, he is not yet one of the 7 sages of destruction. The 7 sages of destruction are beings like Macht and Bose. General Baltzert is merely one of His Majesty, the Demon King's direct legion generals. Not one of the 7 sages of destruction. Flam and Isla exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. Since he wasn't the top-tier combat power among the demons, that was good news. However, being able to command such a large-scale covert operation and handle it so perfectly that they only found clues now, this General Baltzert was certainly not to be underestimated. "What is your next target? Where is that Baltzert now?" Flam pressed on. General Baltzert usually leads teams himself to purge elf villages. His next target is an elf village about 3 days' journey to the northwest. Having obtained crucial intelligence, Flam and Isla no longer hesitated and quickly dealt with these 2 demons. "Let's go quickly," Flam urged. They had to arrive before the demons and prevent another tragedy. She absolutely could not allow the tragedy of her own village to happen again before her eyes. Flam made a silent resolution. "Let's use flight magic. Walking is too slow," Isla suggested. Both she and Flam knew flight magic, but they rarely used it during normal travel, mostly relying on walking. Flight magic consumed a considerable amount of a mage's magical power, so most mages would not use it unless absolutely necessary. "All right." The 2 immediately set off, speeding towards the northwest. Along the way, Flam's brow remained furrowed. The scene of the demons immediately fleeing upon seeing them replayed in her mind, and this had already happened once before. She vaguely recalled Teacher Kurtz's teachings. Demons can perceive a mage's magical power through their magical senses, thereby choosing a more advantageous fighting style. The 2 teachers never concealed their magical aura, because they were very powerful and familiar enough with demons not to easily give them a chance to escape. But she, as she was now, could not do that yet. She was not strong enough yet. "The aura of magic," Flam murmured to herself, a thought flashing through her mind like lightning. "Since demons can perceive the strength of an opponent by the magic they emit, can I disguise my magical power?" She pondered as she flew. If she could completely suppress her own magical power, making it impossible for demons to detect, or even more subtly, disguise herself as a weak existence. Lure the enemy in. "Sister Isla," Flam suddenly spoke, "you know the technique of suppressing your life aura and merging with nature. So, can magic also achieve a similar effect?" Isla's eyes flashed with surprise at her words. Elves can indeed, to a certain extent, merge with nature through their innate talent, thereby reducing their presence, but that's more like a disguise. "What do you mean?" "I want to use magic to suppress or disguise my magical power, to make myself appear weaker." Isla instantly understood what she meant. This was to prevent demons from easily detecting her strength through their senses. "Flam, your idea is very bold. But for a mage's fundamental magical power, to completely suppress or alter its external form is extremely difficult. I have never heard of magic with a similar effect. Perhaps it would require an entirely new magical framework and formula." "That would be equivalent to creating magic," Flam interjected. "Exactly, it's complicated. Besides Teacher Sarai and Teacher Kurtz, I haven't seen any other race capable of creating such entirely new magic. In fact, a large part of humanity's current magic system is derived from the magic that Teacher Kurtz created." "Ah, you should know about this, right? About Teacher Kurtz's matters." Isla suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked Flam if she knew that Teacher Kurtz was humanity's oldest mage. "Yes, I know, and I've also seen the original magic book that Teacher Kurtz helped compile." "That's good. Anyway, it's a challenging thing." "I know it's difficult." Flam's eyes were firm, carrying an unyielding spirit, but what just happened is the best example. If our magical power weren't so obvious, perhaps we could approach our targets better, instead of having them flee as soon as they see us. And just like Teacher Kurtz, he always gives off an unfathomable feeling. It's tough to concretely perceive how terrifying the power hidden within him truly is. Flam recalled Teacher Kurtz's seemingly ordinary, yet terrifyingly powerful figure, which was precisely the realm she aspired to. She clenched her fists, and a clear goal formed in her heart. I want to try and create a new magic. A magic that can hide or disguise one's magical aura. Isla looked at the determination in Flam's eyes, merely smiled, and said nothing more. The growth rate of this human girl and her talent in magic always surprised her. She suddenly understood why Teacher Kurtz also wanted to take her as a disciple. After leaving the bustling wedding, Kurtz and Sarai's journey continued. They did not deliberately quicken their pace, they maintained their leisurely rhythm. In Kurtz's hand, the bouquet symbolizing good fortune was preserved by a solidification spell and lay quietly in his backpack, becoming a special presence on this journey. A few days later, they arrived at a large human city renowned for its magical research. Humanity's first magic academy was located in this city, and simultaneously, the first magic book co-authored by Saint Kingnon and Godslayer Kurtz was also preserved here. In the center of the city stood a magnificent white building, with ancient magical runes and a relief of an open book carved above its main entrance. Clearly, this was a building similar to a library. Want to go in and see? Kurtz looked at the tall building before him, a faint hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Sarai nodded. In truth, she had little interest in human books, but since Kurtz wanted to see them, there was no harm in accompanying him. Upon entering the library, a solemn atmosphere enveloped them. Beneath the towering dome were layers upon layers of enormous bookshelves, extending as far as the eye could see. The sheer scale of the bookshelves suggested that all books in human history were likely stored here, perhaps even including some foreign texts. There were many people inside, scholars in white robes or apprentices consulting books, who would deliberately lower their voices when conversing to avoid disturbing the solemnity of the place. Sarai was quite satisfied with this quiet environment. She strolled casually, her gaze sweeping over the book titles on the shelves, mostly uninteresting things like history and philosophy. "Are there no books on magic?" she asked Kurtz, who was currently flipping through a history book. "Probably upstairs. After all, magic isn't something that can be openly displayed like this." Sarai nodded in agreement. She still believed that magic was a special existence, not something just anyone could learn. Although this notion had softened considerably under Kurtz's influence, her core belief remained unchanged. The two walked up the stairs, but were stopped at the entrance. "Ahead is the magic books area. Only mages are allowed to enter. Please show your mage qualification certificates," one of the guards said. What's a mage qualification certificate?" Kurtz frowned. He suddenly understood how FRIEREN felt in the original story, when she was stopped and asked to show her mage certificate. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. Kurtz is both light and human. "It's a certificate issued after testing by several court mages," the guard patiently explained. After all, the two people in front of him both looked extraordinary, especially the golden-haired elf, who was clearly a powerful mage. As the guard responsible for the entrance to this area, he had seen countless mages and trusted his intuition. "We don't have that. Is there another way to get in?" The guard looked troubled. After a moment's thought, he said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go call Ekafu." Before long, the guard returned, followed by a middle-aged man in a mage's robe with a badge pinned to his chest. His gaze swept over Kurtz with a scrutinizing look. But when his eyes fell on Sarai, he paused noticeably, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, as if sensing the extraordinary magic fluctuations within her. "Are these the two who wish to enter the magic district?" The guard respectfully replied, "Yes, Akafu, but they do not have mage qualification certificates." Akafu raised his hand to interrupt the guard, his gaze refocusing on Kurtz and Sarai. "I am Akafu, in charge of the magic archives. According to the regulations here, entering this area requires proof of mage qualifications. Since you two do not have certificates, please perform a spell in front of me to prove you are mages." Kurtz shrugged helplessly and looked at Sarai. Sarai was expressionless, finding this method of proof both troublesome and somewhat ridiculous. She didn't even bother to raise her hand, merely moving her mind. Buzz! A light spear, emanating a sharp aura, instantly materialized beside her. It floated silently, showing no intention of being launched, and the surrounding air rippled with its presence. Akafu's eyes widened, and his slight doubt was instantly replaced by shock. Such skilled light magic was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mage. He could even feel the destructive power within the light spear being perfectly restrained. This level of control was terrifying. Elves' light spear magic? Truly impressive. Akafu took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart, and his tone became much more solemn. It seems the elf is indeed a powerful mage. Can we go in now? Kurtz asked. Sir, you also need to cast a spell. Akafu's gaze turned to Kurtz. Kurtz had intended to say he was just accompanying her, but seeing Akafu's persistent gaze, he could only raise his hand. With a slight circulation of magic within him, a light spear, very similar but much smaller than the one Sarai had cast, also instantly materialized, hovering above his palm. Although much smaller in size, in the eyes of a mage like Akafu, the power contained within this light spear was not to be underestimated. However, compared to Sarai's naturally perfect light spear, Kurtz's version seemed to lack a bit of the most original flavor. But this was also normal. Light spear magic was originally unique to the elves, and when cast by the elf in front of him, it was naturally the most perfect version, while others' versions were more like perfect imitations. Nevertheless, this was enough to prove his identity as a mage. And the most crucial point was that neither of them was a disguised demon. While demons could disguise their appearance, in this city protected by a complete barrier, their magical aura could not be faked. Since El Country's holy sword was lost some time ago, all human countries on this continent, especially their holy cities of human magic, had strengthened their vigilance against demons. The tragedy of El Country must not happen again. Very good, Akafu completely dispelled his doubts, even showing a hint of respect. Please come in, both of you. Please forgive any offense. These are iron rules established when the library was first built. Magical knowledge, especially the magic developed by humans over the years, contains immense power and comes with corresponding dangers. Restricting access is both a protection of knowledge and a responsibility for the safety of the seekers themselves and the entire city. He stepped aside, opening the path, and pointed to the area ahead. The magic book section is straight ahead. Please observe the rules, maintain quiet, do not damage books, and do not take them out of here. Kurtz nodded in understanding. I understand. Sarai merely glanced at Akafu indifferently and stepped forward first, with Kurtz following closely behind. The magic book section was completely different from downstairs. The magical concentration in the air was higher, and the books on the shelves were not ordinary paper, but special paper made with complex techniques, able to last for hundreds or thousands of years without decay. Some were even displayed directly as magic scrolls or ancient stone tablets. The number of people here was also much smaller. The few mages present were all engrossed in their own studies, oblivious to everything around them. This place, Sarai's eyes gleamed with intense light. It's a mage's paradise. So many magic books, although a large portion of them she probably already knew or had even read. As long as she could occasionally discover one or two she hadn't, that would be a pleasant surprise. She suddenly felt like staying here and not leaving. Kurtz, however, did not notice the light in Sarai's eyes. His gaze swept over the ancient books on the shelves, finally stopping at an area protected by a special magic barrier. Found it, Kurtz said, then walked directly to that area. The bookshelves here were made of dark ironwood to prevent corrosion, and the books displayed on them mostly bore the marks of time, but were meticulously maintained. Kurtz's gaze finally settled on the top shelf, on a display stand protected by barrier magic. There, quietly lay a book that looked remarkably unremarkable, its cover bound in some reddish-brown leather. There were no ornate decorations on it, only a title written in the common language of the mythical era, appearing so plain and unadorned. Kurt stood before the display, looking up at the book, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Sarai had walked to his side at some point. She followed Kurtz's gaze to the ancient book placed at the highest point, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. She recognized that book. Or rather, she recognized the manuscript form of that book before it was bound. The Origin Codex. Author Kurtz Norn, "This is the one you wrote back then?" Sarai asked softly. She still remembered the two figures exchanging magical insights by a flickering campfire 1,000 years ago. It all felt like yesterday. McCurts responded, his voice tinged with reminiscence. "I didn't expect it to still be here, placed in a spot like this." His tone seemed calm, but Sarai could sense the thoughts within. Just then, Akafu, who had tested their magic earlier, came near the display, seemingly to consult some material. He saw Kurtz and Sarai standing still, gazing, and especially seeing Kurtz intently staring at the Origin Codex. A knowing smile appeared on his face. "Awe-inspiring, isn't it?" He walked up to Kurtz and spoke, his tone full of reverence. Origin, as later mages are accustomed to calling it, the cornerstone of human magical civilization and the first lighthouse to illuminate humanity's path in exploring magic. Kurtz and Sarai both looked at him. Akafu's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at the ancient book within the barrier magic. Before Kurtz, magic was a power humans simply could not grasp. No mage had ever appeared among humans, and those powerful magics were controlled by various races who would never teach them to other races. Humans didn't even have the chance to come into contact with them. He gestured to the vast magical books around them. But Kurtz, he accomplished an unprecedented feat. He learned the magic of various races, and on that basis, created all sorts of new magics, and together with Saint King Norn, compiled humanity's first magic book. In this book, he first elucidated the essence of magic, what magic power truly is. It is not a divine gift, but a special energy that exists in all things in the world and within ourselves. He even proposed a clear theory of magic talent, explaining why different people excel at different magics. Akafu's tone gradually became excited. More importantly, Kurtz's magic system laid the foundation for all subsequent magic. Whether it's elemental magic, arcane magic, defensive magic, or even advanced fields like holy magic, their core magic operation formulas cannot deviate from the magic system designed in Kurtz's book. The greatest magic academy in human history, Saint Cadia, and even other magic academies on the continent, their first introductory lesson is invariably the study of Kurtz's Origin Codex. Akafu's voice echoed in the quiet library, filled with heartfelt reverence. Several passing magic scholars also stopped, quietly listening to this story so familiar to all mages. Kurtz listened quietly, his face devoid of expression, but Sarai saw a fleeting hint of emotion deep in his eyes. If Norn could have seen this day, it would have been wonderful. The magic book he and Norn had co-authored would be so revered by future generations and have such a profound impact. Not only that, Akafu seemed to open up, the magic system established by Kurtz also profoundly influenced the research direction of all subsequent human mages, and even other races came to read it by reputation. Magic is not limited to destructive and annihilative aspects, but leans more towards convenience, more conducive to the development of human civilization. And the source of all this lies within this Origin Codex. He finally sighed. Kurtz, he is not merely the embodiment of wisdom, but a deity who guided human civilization to a new chapter. It's just a pity that there are too few records about him personally, like a myth, leaving only this immortal work and those vague legends. Akafu shook his head, hugged his book, and left, leaving Kurtz and Sarai still standing before the display. Sarai turned her head, looking at Kurtz's profile. He was still looking up at the ancient book, his gaze seeming to penetrate 1,000 years of time, seeing his past self. "How does it feel?" Sarai asked, with a hint of the teasing tone this man often used, "to be revered like a deity?" Kurtz slowly lowered his head, a self-deprecating yet immensely relieved smile on his lips. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the scholars studying magic around them, finally returning to Sarai. "You know, I didn't think this way at first. This feeling," he paused, as if considering what analogy would be best, "it's very strange. It's like accidentally sowing a seed, and when you return 1,000 years later, you find it has not only grown into a towering tree, but has also extended into an entire forest." He stretched out his hand, and across the void, his fingers lightly caressed the book's cover. I simply wanted magic to be learned by more people, to free humanity from its wandering fate, that's all. But I am still delighted. Not satisfied by being revered as a deity, but by seeing future generations develop such brilliant and diverse magical knowledge on the foundation of the magic I compiled, and seeing magic truly integrate into human society, rather than becoming a high-end mighty ornament. I am satisfied by that. Kurt searched for appropriate words, trying his best to describe his current mood. When he and Norn wrote this magic book together back then, did he foresee this outcome? The answer was undoubtedly yes. But at that time, Kurtz had no idea of eternal life, so he naturally wouldn't consider a situation like today's. Sarai listened quietly, watching the contentment and peace in Kurtz's eyes, stemming from humanity's achievements on the path of magic. She suddenly understood. Why this man, even after possessing the power to be a godslayer, and even after achieving the possibility of eternal life, still obsessively pursued perfecting that magic formula that might change the essence of life. This pursuit of magic was his most precious possession. The talent for creating magic was a mutual journey for the two of them, and only Kurtz could truly unleash this talent to its fullest. Just like the Origin Codex he co-authored back then, it brought not only a new way for humans to learn magic, but also a completely new understanding of magic for all races in the entire world. Let's go, Kurtz withdrew his gaze, taking one last deep look at the ancient book that changed the world, then turned to Sarai and said, "This place is good, but it's all in the past now. One cannot always look back, and besides, for now, it's outdated." He took Sarai's cool hand and held it in his palm. "The future," he looked at the sunlight refracting through the window, "still has new chapters waiting for us. This is the direction we should be heading." Sarai let him hold her hand, feeling the warmth from his palm. She cast one last glance at the Origin Codex, protected by barrier magic and even enshrined by humans, then looked at the living godslayer beside her. He didn't need to be enshrined on an altar. He himself was that constantly advancing radiance. And she would always walk with him. Chapter 212, I Am You. In the northwest of the continent, there was an absolutely forbidden zone known to the world as the Godfall Land. This was once the world's scar, the place where gods fell, a battlefield where space shattered and divine power raged, and also the site of Godslayer Kurtz's final confrontation with the gods. The immense divine power that leaked out when the gods died was not a blessing, but rather carried the corrosive, destructive properties of defilement, covering a vast expanse of land. It was not a pure and harmless force like magic, but a viscous, pitch-black mud, as if it possessed life. It spread rapidly, displacing the initial black mist, becoming the new master of this region. If, in the time before the decisive battle, the edges of the Godfall land were dangerous, yet with powerful defensive magic, top-tier mages or warriors possessing special items could briefly approach to observe this perilous area. Now that was utterly impossible. Just approaching it, one could feel the terrifying power contained within this mud-like, divine energy. For 1,000 years, any life that dared to approach this place, whether mighty magical beasts or adventurers, was all corrupted by this divine power, transforming into rampaging monsters heading towards destruction. Its terror had long surpassed physical destruction, escalating to a negation of existence itself. However, this region, symbolizing death, was quietly undergoing a drastic change, and this change had been ongoing for over 1,000 years. In fact, in recent years, the changes here have become particularly noticeable, even being detected by some daring adventurers. The mighty power of time was the greatest mage in the world, and in this land, there was also an existence that deliberately interfered. Under the influence of both, the originally thick, unyielding black mist gradually thinned over the long years, and its corrosive power receded, bit by bit, like a tide. The absolute darkness that once covered the site now allowed glimpses of twisted, charred rock formations deep within, and even the suffocating aura of pollution had become faint and intermittent. One could even see the ancient battlefield left behind from the great war between the Godslayer and the gods. The black mud there was once the densest part, but now it was as thin as mist. Those adventurers discovered all of this, though the news had not yet fully spread. Finally, on a seemingly ordinary day, the last wisp of black mist, thin as smoke, completely dissipated. The shackles that had bound the land for 1,000 years were silently undone. After a millennium, the long-absent sunlight once again fell upon the scorched, cracked earth. There was no greenery, no life, only a desolate wasteland, so dead it was unsettling. This was the true face of Godfall Land, a completely barren ruin and a colossal tombstone, recording the brutal battle that ended the Age of Myths. Right at the very center of this desolate ruin, a subtle ripple appeared in space. Immediately, a figure emerged as if from water, clearly materializing. The Demon King, Analyze. She walked barefoot on this desolate land, yet her feet left no trace, as if her very existence resonated in some mysterious way with the earth. Her appearance was not much different from before. She still possessed that exquisite face, yet the aura around her had subtly changed. And now she carried a heavy, heart-stopping sensation around her. She was no longer standing on the Godfall Land. She herself was the condensation and manifestation of the Godfall Land's 1,000-year corrosive power. She was what remained after this forbidden zone disappeared, a mobile core. She stopped, not looking back at the barren land that had seen daylight again because of her, but stood still, carefully sensing the complete power within her body. 1,000 years, she murmured, finally, completely fused. Her birth itself stemmed from an impossibility. Analyze was not an original demon. In the god-slaying war 1,000 years ago, to escape the pervasive corruption of divine power, Kurtz was forced to abandon his old body. However, that discarded body, which should have been completely corroded and dissolved by divine power, by chance encountered the corrosive divine power that leaked out when the gods fell. Kurtz's body had once carried the authority of the life goddess, containing immense vital potential. The divine power of the fertility goddess, on the other hand, was dark and corroded. Two opposing forces, in the core of the Godfall Land, like two dying beasts, began a process of mutual devouring and fusion. This was not a conscious union, but a desperate struggle driven purely by instinct. The residual will in the fertility goddess's divine power did not want to die like this. It hoped to use Kurtz's old body for a resurrection. And the life goddess's divine power was its natural enemy. The two were like fire and water, completely incompatible. But the will Kurtz had abandoned in his body still contained a strong instinct for survival, an instinct that even transcended these two divine powers. Eventually, a deformed balance was achieved. Kurtz's body provided a stable container for the raging divine power, while the powers of the two gods endowed this container with unimaginable strength and the characteristic of eternal life. A new yet twisted consciousness was born within this body. She was Analyze. She was Kurtz's discarded past, the residual corrosion of the gods, a special existence born from both at the brink of destruction. These 1,000 years were not a slumber for her, but a long fusion. Using herself as a vessel and magic as a guide, she gradually integrated the corrosive divine power, left behind after the gods fell and capable of polluting the entire world, into herself, drop by drop. For ordinary people, this was impossible. But she did it. What sustained her was not some noble ideal, but an extreme obsession with life itself, stemming from the dual imprints of Kurtz's body and the fertility divine power. She did not want to die. And the residual fertility divine power here was the best antidote to keep her body from descending into chaos and destruction. Now she had succeeded, and the price was that she had become a walking collection of pollution. Within her now was highly concentrated corrosive divine power, accumulated from the leakage when the gods fell 1,000 years ago. This power was like a miniature Godfall Land opened within her body. It was her source of power, the symbol of her authority, and a sword of Damocles hanging over the entire world. Once she died, this power would instantly lose control and erupt, with its scope and pollution intensity far exceeding those of the original Godfall Land, enough to plunge the entire continent into eternal darkness. This was the fundamental reason Kurtz chose to spare her at that time. Kill her, Then the price would be the destruction of the world. Once this vessel, which had fused the Godslayer's body and corrosive divine power, collapsed, the corrosive divine power within it would instantly erupt and spread at an unimaginable speed. The extent and intensity of its pollution would far exceed the forbidden zone formed by natural leakage back then, enough to plunge the entire continent into eternal darkness in a very short time, with all life twisted and assimilated. That would be a true, world-ending disaster. Seal her. Something that couldn't be done 1,000 years ago, only allowing time to slowly dissipate the divine power of the Godfall land. Now, attempting such a thing would only be more challenging. Kurtz's scruples were well understood by Annalise. This was her greatest protective charm, and also the confidence with which she dared to appear before him. She slowly raised her hand, palm facing upwards. A wisp of energy thread, as black as ink, coiled around her fingertips. The air touched by this energy thread emitted a faint, sizzling sound, as if space itself were slowly corroding. "It's still not stable enough," Annalise murmured to herself, a little displeased. Although the fusion was complete, it would still take time to fully adapt to and control this powerful force at will. She slowly lowered her hand, and the dangerous energy thread silently retracted into her body. Her gaze pierced through space, directed towards a point on the continent, the direction Kurtz and Sarai were heading. "They are there," this was the news rival reported to her not long ago. "Didn't go to find that guy Baltzert." Baltzert's secret elimination of elf villages, attempting to wipe out the elf race slowly, naturally couldn't be hidden from her. But she didn't care about it at all. The only thing she looked forward to was Kurtz and Sarai stopping Baltzert, then killing him, which would be a nice aftershow. However, Kurtz once again deviated from her script. He did not, as she had guessed, go to stop Baltzert's plan, but instead leisurely traveled the world with Sarai. Did he not know about this, or did he have other arrangements? Annalise didn't know either. From the moment she awoke in the Godfall land 1,000 years ago and gained self-awareness, to her first meeting with Kurtz in the Demon King's city, every choice Kurtz made seemed to deviate from the trajectory she had deduced based on their common origin, perception. Actively leaving that forest, traveling the continent like an ordinary traveler, was far removed from the Godslayer Kurtz of 1,000 years ago, who had a clear goal and would stop at nothing to kill the gods. Or was it that her perception had been wrong all along? "Why?" Annalise lowered her head, looking at her fair palms, her voice tinged with a confusion that came from the depths of her soul. "We were originally one existence." She raised her hand, gently pressing it against her cold chest, feeling the heartbeat beneath the body that originated from Kurtz, but was now completely unrecognizable. "Your choices, your path, are all of the same origin as mine. After all, my birth stemmed from your abandonment. My body was your past vessel. Even the source of my power is an existence you once fought against and came into contact with. I am your discarded past, the shadow of your power, the other side of your existence." Her voice gradually rose, carrying a certainty that was almost frenzied. "I am you." Now she couldn't understand Kurtz's leisure. Just as this corrosive divine power could drive one to madness, Annalise, under 1,000 years of solitude and power fusion, was also gradually heading down a path of obsession and madness. However, she overlooked one fact. She was merely the product of the fertility goddess's instinctive corrosive divine power, unwilling to die, coincidentally encountering the discarded body, and thus mutually devouring and fusing. But in her subconscious perception, that man and she were originally the same person. And that man was forced to abandon his body to save the world, which made her stubbornly believe that he would once again be obsessed with saving the world. But she completely overlooked one thing. She and the other person were two individuals with completely different souls. Kurtz's soul had long since left that body, taking with it his will and emotions, spending 1,000 years in that forest with Sarai. And she, Annalise, was a twisted anomaly born in that contaminated husk, from the god's corrosive will and the body's residual instincts, in the chaos of mutual devouring. She was not Kurtz's clone, nor was she another Kurtz. She was merely a pathetic and terrifying monster, born out of misfortune in the conflict between Kurtz's discarded body and the powers of two gods. Kurtz, what exactly are you looking for? Or rather, what exactly do you want to do? Analyze's figure gradually faded in place until it disappeared. Whatever Kurtz did, it didn't matter. She could wait. Waiting for the day he would decipher the formula of life. Waiting for him to appear before her again, thus heading towards that fated end, and then to save this world once more. And now, let him roam freely across this continent. He would eventually come to her, and they would reenact that final battle from 1,000 years ago. On the other side, beneath the library's dome, Kurtz walked slowly outwards, holding Sarai's hand. However, this leisure did not last long. Just as they had not completely left this magical area, a slightly sharp voice abruptly interjected. Wait! Kurtz and Sarai stopped, looking towards the sound. They saw a male mage, wearing glasses, a wrinkled white robe and messy hair, hurrying over, clutching an incredibly thick parchment notebook. His eyes, magnified by thick lenses, were fixed on Kurtz. Akafu, attracted by the commotion, walked over with a frown. Carlo, shouting is forbidden in the library, what are you doing? The scholar, called Carlo, seemed not to hear Akafu's reprimand. His entire attention was focused on Kurtz. He rushed to a few steps in front of Kurtz and stopped, his chest heaving violently, pointing at the towering origin codex not far away, his voice trembling with excitement. What did you just say? It's outdated. Carlo's voice was particularly jarring in the quiet area, drawing curious glances from several mages in the distance. Sarai's eyes instantly turned cold, a hint of displeasure surfacing. This human not only eavesdropped on their conversation, but also questioned Kurtz with such an arrogant tone. Who did he think he was? What an arrogant fellow. Sarai's fingertip moved slightly. She already had the idea of teaching this human a lesson. Kurtz noticed her movement and gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to calm down. He calmly looked at the excited, flushed young scholar in front of him. Is there a problem? Chapter 213, A Dedicated Magician. Problem? Of course, it's a huge problem. Carlo waved the notebook in his hand, looking determined. How dare you speak of Kurtz with such a casual tone? Do you even understand the Origin Codex? Do you know how much effort and dedication Kurtz poured into this book? Your attitude is an utter blasphemy against Kurtz. His voice grew louder. I don't think he himself would mind such a thing. If he has an opinion, he can tell me to my face, Kurtz said helplessly. Huh? Carlo's eyes widened. What kind of attitude is that? What's with the expression on your face? Are you even a qualified human mage like this? Seeing Carlo getting more and more agitated, Akafu's face darkened. He stepped forward, placing himself between Kurtz and Carlo. He sternly admonished, Carlo, watch your words. Apologize immediately. Apologize? Carlo bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Akafu, didn't you hear him? He actually dared to say the Origin Codex is outdated. This is a magic book Kurtz personally participated in compiling. What right does he have? Enough! Akafu's voice carried a hint of magical pressure, making Carlo instantly choke, his face turning red and his voice unable to come out. Your research is putting too much pressure on you and is affecting your mind. Go back and calm down immediately. Carlo was overwhelmed by Akafu's aura, but his eyes still burned with unwillingness, staring fixedly at Kurtz. Kurtz watched the scene unfold, finding it somewhat amusing. It's fine, Mr. Akafu, Kurtz said, breaking the deadlock. His gaze fell on the notebook Carlo clutched tightly. It was densely filled with various magic formulas, some of which gave him a familiar feeling. This Mr. Carlo seems to have a deep understanding of the Origin Codex. Akafu, relieved that Kurtz wasn't pursuing the matter, sighed. Carlo is one of our most obsessive scholars when it comes to researching the origin and Kurtz's early actions, but sometimes he's overly fanatical. He let out a helpless sigh. When Carlo heard Kurtz mention his research, the anger in his eyes was replaced by a hint of pride. Clearly, in his view, his actions were an extraordinary achievement. However, he quickly reined in his pride, still stubbornly holding his neck stiff. I have studied all available records and later annotations concerning Kurtz's early magical theories. I firmly believe that the magic Kurtz created is not limited to the Origin Codex. There must be more, deeper things waiting for me to explore. He excitedly opened his notebook, pointing to a page filled with complex magic circle sketches. Look here, this is a magic formula I restored from an extremely ancient manuscript. Although it's only a small part, it shares the same fundamental structure as the core magic power formulas in the Origin Codex. This must be a draft left behind by Kurtz. More importantly, the magic formula on this draft introduces completely different formulas at key nodes, pointing to a brand new type of magic. Kurtz's gaze instantly became serious. That sketch, that magic formula, that unique method of magic construction was too familiar. This was definitely a draft he had left behind when he was creating magic he had deduced countless times, and then discarded countless times due to conflicting magical energies or unstable effects. He hadn't expected it to have been passed down and even partially discovered and restored by later generations. Sarai also noticed the subtle change in Kurtz's aura. She gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes clearly asking a question. Kurtz shook his head. He couldn't tell what kind of magic this small fragment of a magic formula was, nor did he think this man could restore it. Absurd, Akafu looked at Carlo's sketch, his brows tightly furrowed, his tone carrying an undisguised sense of denial. Carlo, you're researching these baseless things again. The origin of that draft is questionable to begin with, and the formulas on it don't even make up 1% of a complete spell. While Kurtz is undoubtedly great, his greatness lies in establishing clear, transmissible magic, not these vague, insubstantial things. Akafu turned to Kurtz and Sarai, explaining apologetically, I apologize for letting you both witness this. Carlo has always been obsessed with unearthing Kurtz's early, possibly uninherited magic, even attempting to prove that Kurtz possessed certain forbidden magical knowledge. These are all just baseless conjectures, even erroneous rumors. Mages should not pursue those unverified legends. Carlo's face turned pale from Akafu's reprimand, but the obsession in his eyes did not extinguish. Akafu, history is complex. Kurtz's legacy cannot possibly be limited to just the Origin Codex alone. This formula is definitely one of his uninherited spells, and it must point to some kind of. It points to a path that even Kurtz himself might have abandoned. Kurtz suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it silenced the two arguing individuals. He looked at Carlo. Being fixated on the past, especially the overly dangerous parts, can sometimes become an obstacle for you. The development of magic is a continuous progression. It never relies on restoring some formula left behind by an ancient mage. Sometimes, older magic isn't necessarily stronger. Kurtz's words seemed to be an evaluation of Carlo's research, and also a statement about humanity's millennia of continuous exploration and progress in magic. Carlo was stunned. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary mage to say such words. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't find the right words for a moment. Kurtz's gaze swept over the sketch, finally resting on Carlo's face, his tone softening slightly. However, your spirit is commendable. You just need to distinguish your direction and learn to accept the imperfect parts. Kurtz, he was never that perfect. With that said, Kurtz did not linger for much longer. He nodded slightly to Akafu and, pulling Sarai along, left. Akafu watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. The black-haired man's tone, when he spoke, just now carried an inexplicable sense of vicissitude, and his attitude towards the Origin Codex was also unusual. All of this made him feel a strange, indescribable sensation. Carlo, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, watching them leave. He then looked down at his treasured notebook. The phrase Kurtz was never that perfect, hitting him like a splash of cold water. But then, an even stronger surge of unwillingness welled up. How dare he say that? He muttered to himself, his eyes growing even more resolute. I must prove it, prove Kurtz's perfection, prove that this magic truly existed. Even if it takes my entire life, it will be worth it. This small interlude in the library, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, was soon forgotten by Kurtz and Sarai. Chapter 214, News about Godfall Land. Kurtz pulled Sarai along, quickly leaving the magic grimoire area filled with historical charm. Carlo's unwilling gaze behind him was also blocked by layers of bookshelves. That formula just now, Sarai spoke softly, and to prevent anyone else from hearing, only Kurtz could hear her this time. Kurtz nodded slightly. It is indeed my work. It should be one of the discarded formulas I casually recorded while creating magic during my travels back then. Is it highly complete? What type of magic is it? Can't tell, Kurtz shook his head. It should be a very complex magic, less than 1% complete, making it impossible to identify. So low in completeness, Sarai was a little surprised. Given Kurtz's profound talent in magic, theoretically, he only needed to see a relatively complete magic formula to understand the entire magic. After all, it's just a discarded draft. I didn't expect it to have been passed down and found by that young man. Kurtz's tone carried a hint of helplessness. That thirst for knowledge and spirit of restoration are truly commendable, but unfortunately, he probably won't succeed. He doesn't look like he'll give up, Sarai said indifferently, recalling the almost fanatical obsession in Carlo's eyes. Everyone has their own path, Kurtz sighed softly. We can't choose for others. I hope that Akafu can keep an eye on him and prevent him from going astray. He tightened his grip on Sarai's hand. Let's go, there's nothing we need here for now. Kurtz and Sarai passed through the initial layers of the outer bookshelves, once again standing in the soft sunlight, streaming through the glass windows on the first floor. The atmosphere here remained the same, and the subtle heaviness brought by the fervent scholar gradually dissipated after they left. Where to next? Sarai asked after they walked out of the magic library. Kurtz took a deep breath of fresh air and smiled. Let's just wander around. Since we've come to this magic city, how can we not explore? I heard that magic materials from all over the continent are gathered here. Sarai had no objection to this. In fact, she had limited interest in human creations, but exploring with Kurtz and observing his interest in these things was a joy in itself. Moreover, they might also discover some rare magic materials that were not available in the elf forest. The two merged into the bustling crowd and arrived at an area similar to a marketplace. It was composed of countless large and small stalls and temporary shops, and what they sold were not ordinary goods, but various magic items and corresponding magic materials. Kurt stopped in front of a stall selling basic magic books, listening with interest as the stall owner boasted to a young magic apprentice about how his improved lighting spell was labor-saving and efficient. Sarai's attention was drawn to several strange, star-emitting flowers at a nearby stall. "Miss, you have a good eye," the old stall owner grinned, enthusiastically introducing. "These are starlight flowers. They only bloom at the roots of trees near specific magic nodes after absorbing enough starlight. They are the best material for making high-grade magic recovery potions, and they are not easy to collect, as their blooming period is very short." Sarai nodded. She occasionally learned some plant knowledge in addition to studying magic and knew that what the stall owner said was true. But she was clearly more concerned about other aspects. Is it bitter? The stall owner clearly didn't expect Sarai to ask such a question, and after a moment of being stunned, she replied, "It shouldn't be bitter. The magic recovery potion made from it will have a hint of sweetness." "Then I don't want it." A magic recovery potion that wasn't bitter wasn't an authentic potion. Sarai firmly believed this. Seeing Sarai about to turn and leave, the stall owner quickly spoke. Please wait. If you want it to be bitter, you can add some star grass during the making process. The magic recovery potion will then become incredibly bitter." "Good, I'll take it, and pack me a portion of this star grass too." Sarai spoke without hesitation, her decisive manner leaving the stall owner dumbfounded. Humans had spent thousands of years constantly optimizing the formula for magic recovery potions, making them as easy to drink as honeyed water. This was the first time she had encountered a customer who actively requested it to be incredibly bitter. But the stall owner immediately packed it quickly and handed it to her. Sarai didn't ask for the price immediately. After all, her wallet was still on the other side. It wouldn't be too late to pay after that human finished browsing. Just then, her gaze inadvertently swept over an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner of the stall. Inside the box were casually piled some black fragments that looked like ordinary stones, completely out of place with the other items on the stall. However, Sarai sensed something was off. She calmly picked up a fragment. It was cool to the touch, very hard in texture, but had little weight. Inside the fragment, in a place imperceptible to ordinary people, there seemed to be a very faint but familiar feeling remaining. "What is this?" she asked the stall owner. The stall owner glanced at it and waved her hand. "Oh, they are just worthless trinkets. They are broken stones that a few adventurers picked up from the outskirts of the Godfall land in the west. They said that the black mist there had recently dissipated a bit, and these small black stones fell out from inside. I found them curious, so I collected a few as a souvenir." "Miss, do you want them? Then I'll give this to you." The stall owner pointed to the black stone in Sarai's hand, looking unconcerned. If it weren't for those young people's persistent persuasion, she wouldn't have taken these things. Sarai rubbed the stone in her hand, her brows tightly furrowed. The black mist of the Godfall land had begun to dissipate. She subconsciously looked at Kurtz. Kurtz also noticed the movement here. He walked over, his gaze falling on the black fragment in Sarai's hand. His expression seemed to remain largely unchanged, but Sarai could feel that the aura around him instantly solidified for a moment. Kurtz extended his hand, and Sarai handed him the fragment. Kurtz's fingertips lightly traced the edge of the fragment. Without injecting magic, merely by perceiving the familiar power, he touched the remnants of divine power within the fragment. Although it was so faint as to be negligible, its nature was of the same origin as the power of that demon king. "It came out of the Godfall land?" Kurtz asked. "It seems the black mist there has already begun to dissipate," Sarai explained from the side. "I heard it's already light enough to see inside. Those adventurers even plan to go in and explore once the black mist completely dissipates," the stall owner interjected. Kurtz and Sarai exchanged glances, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. From a temporal perspective, the black mist of the Godfall land shouldn't have dissipated so quickly. Could it be? Kurtz suddenly guessed a possibility. Chapter 215, Moving Natural Disaster. Why does that demon king possess such terrifying dark power within her body? Why does that force feel so familiar to me? Could it be that the power within the other party's body is the result of fusing with the corrupting divine power from the land of fallen gods? Once the idea takes hold, the possibility becomes increasingly strong. This means that the threat level of that demon king has reached an unprecedented level. "Grandma, how many of these stones do you have left?" Although he was old enough to be the ancestor of the stall owner in front of him, Kurt still asked in a gentle tone. The old woman's eyes lit up as she noticed his interest. "Not much, just this small box. I got them from those reckless young adventurers. They're always active in the western regions, and they're foolishly bold." According to her, the adventurers had ventured to the outer edge of the land of fallen gods, about a dozen miles away. They discovered that the central black mist had dissipated considerably, and the ground was scattered with broken stones and strangely shaped monster bones worn by erosion. They brought back some samples. The bone fragments sold for a high price, but the stones found no buyers. "Are they in town now?" Kurtz pressed. The old woman paused in thought. "They usually stay at the hotel for quite a while, but young man, I advise you not to ask too many questions. That's where the Godslayer and the gods fought their final battle. It's a forbidden zone for life. Those adventurers were lucky, otherwise, just getting close would drive anyone mad." "Thank you," Kurt said with a smile, placing a gem on the stall. It was enough to buy the materials Sarai had selected and the small box of black stones. "We'll take them all." He pocketed the box and turned toward the street. After leaving the stall, the atmosphere between the two became noticeably heavy. "What are you thinking about?" Sarai asked coldly. Judging from Kurtz's series of questions and his purchase of the stones, she had guessed that he must have figured something out. "Do you remember? I told you that the Demon King Queen had a familiar aura, and she possessed strong, corrupting magic." Sarai nodded. "Yes, that's why you didn't choose to kill her back then." I suspect that the corrupting magic in her body is the eroding divine power left over from the goddess of fertility in the land of fallen gods. Sarai's breath stopped for a moment. She had personally experienced just how terrifying the corrosive divine power there was. Even Athos's barrier couldn't withstand this power. How could anyone in this world possibly contain such power within their own body? How is that possible? She retorted instinctively. How did she do that? I don't know, Kurtz shook his head. Is it possible that they used the Schlacht method? Sarai offered carefully. She was referring to magic that allowed a person's body to temporarily bear the power of faith and strengthen them, even overriding the attribute conflict between dark magic and faith within a demon's body. It's different, Kurtz explained. The power of faith is a passive form of destruction. As long as you don't try to bear it with your body, it generally won't cause too much damage. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to use the Light of El to bear this power. The Light of El was currently located in the secluded cabin they shared. The main reason for not returning it to the Kingdom of El was to guard against that mysterious and unpredictable demon king. When the moment came that he had no choice but to kill that demon king, he would need to use the power of the three holy swords, Athos, Org, and El Light, simultaneously to seal the corrupting forces within him. Kurtz had even begun to consider searching for the legendary sword of the hero. After all, that demon king had clearly affected the existence of the entire world. Theoretically, the conditions for the other party to pull out should have been met. He continued, the power of erosion is completely different. It is an active form of destruction. Not to mention using the body to bear it, even a holy sword will be eroded in reverse and collapse. Then how did she manage to do it? Sarai asked, frowning. Kurtz hesitated. Unless she herself is the embodiment of these powers. No, never mind what I said. Miss Elf pouted. She hated it most when this man would only say half of what he meant. Kurtz's gaze remained distant. If it really was her who did it, then she is probably close to completely merging with the power of the fallen god land. He didn't look up, his eyes distant. That's troublesome. It means that she is now a true moving natural disaster. He weighed the wooden box in his hand, feeling the negligible traces of erosion. These fragments are remnants left after divine power polluted the earth, like ashes after a fire. What do you think she'll do next? A sharp glint flashed in Sarai's eyes. Will she come for revenge? I don't know. Kurtz's gaze fixed on the west, toward the land of fallen gods. Then now, Sarai looked at him expectantly. Let's wait and see, Kurtz said, his gaze sweeping across the market before settling on a specific direction within the city. Let's go to the inn the stall owner mentioned and ask those adventurers what they saw. Sarai nodded in approval of his approach. The northern part of the mainland. In stark contrast to the bustling magic city, this place was filled with the tranquility of a primeval forest, where even life was scarce. An elven village sat peacefully in the forest, a settlement that had existed here for thousands of years, living free from worldly strife. But at this moment, that tranquility shattered completely. Demonic flames crashed into the village like meteorites, instantly igniting several treehouses. Thick smoke billowed upward, and flames shot into the sky. The defensive magic hastily erected by the elves was teetering on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of attacks, threatening to shatter at any moment. On an open space not far from the village, a tall figure stood watching silently as his men launched their assault. Baltsac, the most bloodthirsty general in the Demon King's army. His body, covered in black armor, exuded a nauseating stench of blood. He grinned maliciously, and with each spell he cast, the elves' defensive magic shattered effortlessly. Some elves who hadn't even had time to erect a defense were blasted away, their fates unknown. Weak, too weak, Baltsac's voice dripped with disdain. This so-called legendary race most skilled in magic, they're utterly pathetic. He glanced at the white-haired elf, slumped helplessly beneath a nearby tree. You're strong, you actually forced me to use the Demon King's blessing, but that's enough for now. Now, just watch how I destroy this village. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The surrounding magic gathered within it, forming a continuously compressing dark purple energy ball. This was clearly some innate magic of his. Chapter 216, Flam's Battle. This power was enough to raze the entire village to the ground. The elves present were filled with shame and desperately cast defensive spells, but a sense of despair still overwhelmed them. The village's most powerful mage had been defeated, and those present were mostly ordinary elves and miners, who were no match for this demon's attack. Just as the devastating attack was about to be unleashed, boom! A thick, blazing white beam of light descended from the sky without warning, striking Balzac with perfect accuracy. Although Balzac sensed the attack immediately, he was still thrown back by the violent shockwave. He crashed through several thick trees before finally coming to a stop. Then, a figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Isla. The attack just now was naturally unleashed by her. After knocking Balzac away, she immediately turned her attention to the demons attacking ordinary elves. Her movements were swift, each beam of light hitting the demons with precision, turning the tide of the battle in just a few seconds. "Don't panic." Isla's clear, cold voice rang out across the chaotic battlefield like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the elves' morale before it collapsed entirely. Under her leadership, the surviving elven warriors began to launch an organized counterattack and cover the villagers' retreat. "Damn it, what are those scouts up to?" Balzac struggled to his feet, his armor covered in charred marks, though the damage was superficial. He stared intently at Isla, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. "You think you can stop me all by yourself?" Although he didn't know where this elven mage had come from, Balzac didn't care. As long as this elf was killed here, Mac's plan could still proceed. He roared and stomped his foot hard against the ground, charging toward Isla. Balzac was not only a magician, but also a warrior skilled in melee combat. When facing someone like Isla, who appeared to be a dedicated mage, he didn't hesitate to close the distance. Once near, he would have 100 ways to kill this seemingly weak elf. However, just as he was about to rush in front of Isla, a figure stepped in front of him faster. Flam. She had landed some time earlier, and now stood directly in Isla and Balzac's path. Holding her wand, her face no longer bore its usual timidity. Instead, an unprecedented solemnity had settled over her features. Her magical aura began to manifest, swirling around her like a vortex. "Your opponent is me." Flam's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. Because of Flam's sudden appearance, Balzac's charge stalled abruptly, his massive body stopping just a few steps in front of her. He sized up the human who had suddenly appeared before him. After recognizing the magical aura surrounding her, he burst into deafening laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, a human mage? You think you can stop me? Get out of my way." He drew the greatsword from his waist and slashed down at Flam without mercy. He was determined to cut this reckless human ant in front of him, along with the elf behind her, in two. When Isla saw this, she instinctively moved to help. Although she knew that Flam was someone valued by Mr. Kurtz and Teacher Sarai, the power of the demon general before her was extraordinary, and she worried that Flam alone would not be able to defeat him. But before she could step forward, Flam's voice cut through the moment. "Sister Isla, please go and deal with the other demons. Leave this to me." Flam's voice was slightly hurried, yet unusually firm. Without even turning around, she released a defensive spell in the blink of an eye, blocking Balzac's powerful attack. Isla's movements came to an abrupt halt. She saw Flam block the strike and felt the pure magic surging around her. She instantly understood Flam's intention. She wanted to face Balzac alone and prove herself. "Be careful," Isla said quietly. After giving her instructions, she turned and rushed toward the demons ravaging the other side of the village. She chose to believe in this human child, recognized by Teacher Sarai. "You're asking for death." Balzac's rage intensified when he saw that Flam had not only blocked his attack, but also allowed his companion to escape. He increased the force of his downward strike. Click! The shield released by Flam was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks and shattered completely in the next second. The greatsword slashed down directly at her. However, just as that terrifying blade was about to touch Flam's body, she moved. Flam unleashed her magic once more. She waved her wand, channeling her magic, and the aura surrounding her erupted with blinding light. Gravity stagnation. Buzz. An invisible, magical aura emanated from Flam. Balzac's attack came to an abrupt halt not far from her. Not only his attack, but his entire massive body, along with the greatsword in his hand, was pressed directly to the ground by an invisible force, rendering him unable to move. Gravity magic. This was a powerful spell that Flam initially mastered and later refined under Kurtz's guidance. Although the gravity magic she could release with her current abilities had a limited range, short duration, and consumed enormous amounts of magic power, it was enough to turn the tide of battle at crucial moments. Balzac lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, his eyes revealing disbelief and horror for the first time. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. Under this pressure, even the circulation of magic power within his body became extremely difficult. How could this human possibly possess such powerful magic? Flam's face paled for a moment. Forcibly suppressing someone of Balzac's caliber, even for just a few seconds, consumed an extremely terrifying amount of her magic power. But she did not waste this precious opportunity. Just before the gravity effect disappeared, Flam waved her wand once more. This time, it was no longer a defense, but an all-out attack. The Frost and the Sun spear appeared simultaneously, not just two, but dozens. Flam unleashed two completely different pure elemental magics at once. Under her skillful control, they formed a torrent of blue and white elemental energy that slammed fiercely into Balzac's chest in an almost fusion manner. Rumble. An explosion even more violent than the previous beam of light erupted across the battlefield. Chapter 217, Walking Under the Stars. The noisy tavern was left far behind. The night was deep, and even the wind carried a chill. There were no pedestrians on the streets, and only the occasional magical light briefly illuminated the way ahead. Kurtz and Sarai walked side by side, silent to each other. Sarai clutched the black pebbles from the land of fallen gods tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white. The worst outcome is that she succeeded. Sarai's voice was clear on the quiet street. Just now, the two of them had gathered more information about the land of fallen gods from those adventurers. I'm afraid that Forbidden Zone has completely merged with her. Sarai had even imagined the Demon King standing on that desolate land that had just shed its darkness, emanating the same corrosive aura. Kurtz did not answer immediately. His gaze remained distant as he processed the information. From the adventurers' incoherent descriptions, he had pieced together some of the truth. The black mist in the land of fallen gods had dissipated to the point of being almost invisible, and the Demon King had been born from it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why her power contained corrosive divine power. Moreover, she had existed for a very long time, possibly even since that decisive battle 1,000 years ago. The only thing troubling Kurtz now was what she had been born from. The remaining power of the goddess of fertility could not possibly create another Demon King. She had to erode Eric's mind over a long period to make the first Demon King in history. Without a vessel, the corrupting divine power would be destined to cause no real trouble. Could it be that, during the final battle, some other life forms had accidentally entered the land of fallen gods? Perhaps they had even been able to bear the power of the goddess of fertility. However, this theory was too far-fetched, but it seemed to be the only possibility. Kurtz finally responded, his voice revealing little of his thoughts. Yet Sarai could sense the emotions surging beneath his calm exterior. This is troublesome. I'm afraid her power has reached a completely new dimension. Dimension? Sarai stopped abruptly and turned to look at Kurtz, her golden eyes flashing with obvious displeasure. We've even killed true gods. Why should we fear something born from their remnants? She weighed the pebbles in her hand. What are you worried about? I'm worried that our power isn't enough. Kurtz stopped and turned to face her, speaking with unusual frankness. That Demon King's body is full of chaos. She is fused with the corrupting instincts of the gods, and after 1,000 years of fermentation, she is extremely unstable. He reached out and gently touched one of the pebbles with his fingertips, carefully sensing the faint trace of remaining power. It was an aura imbued with a pure desire for destruction, originating from the same source as the power within that demon king. Unstable, Sarai caught the keyword, her brow furrowing. Forcibly fusing such a massive power is no easy task. Kurtz withdrew his hand. She needs time to adapt to and tame this power. During that time, she could lose control at any moment. He looked directly at Sarai, his eyes filled with complex emotion. This is what I'm most worried about. Once she completely loses control, I'm afraid that with our current strength and methods, we won't be able to seal her away completely. Sarai remained silent, processing his words. Kurtz's analysis did indeed illuminate the concern behind his calm demeanor. So, what should we do? She asked directly. Continue looking for more clues, or should we go to her? When the latter was mentioned, her aura instantly sharpened. Kurtz did not answer directly. His gaze passed over Sarai and landed in the distance, as if looking beyond the present moment. Elite Org Athos, he murmured the names of the 3 holy swords, as if confirming some trump card. Add to that the legendary sword of the hero. Theoretically, using all 4 swords together might be able to completely purify the world before the power that erupts at the moment of her death corrupts it. He paused, then gently shook his head. But this is just theory. Everything is still unknown. His gaze returned to Sarai's face. What do you think we should do now? For once, Kurtz proactively asked Sarai what to do next, an unusual gesture. Faced with such a tricky, unknown situation, although many solutions existed, Kurtz could not decide which was foolproof. He needed her counsel. Sarai met his gaze directly, and the slight curve of her lips suggested she understood the weight of this moment. Of course, I choose to go directly to that person. Her voice carried unwavering resolve. Since she is so dangerous, we can't let her act freely any longer. Even if we forcibly seal her with the power of the holy sword, it's better than sitting and waiting to die. Kurtz looked at her quietly. Sarai's method was direct and simple, but it was also undeniably correct. Killing that demon queen would mean dragging the world down with her, which was not the outcome he wanted. If another possibility existed, no matter how slim, it was worth pursuing. Ha ha, Kurtz laughed, a genuine sound that momentarily lightened the heavy mood between them. Sarai smiled slightly in return, understanding the meaning behind his laughter. You're right. Although it was a method he had already considered, since the elf lady had decided for him, Kurtz naturally didn't hesitate any longer. Sitting idly by and waiting to die is not our style. He reached out, but not to touch the pebbles. Instead, his fingers brushed a strand of golden hair that had been ruffled by the night wind away from Sarai's cheek, a movement perfectly natural. Even if the power of the holy sword is not enough, I have other ways. At least, I won't let things get to the worst. Sarai felt the warmth of his fingertips and the unquestionable authority in his words. The coldness in her eyes faded away, replaced by a hint of warmth. She nodded and said, "Okay." Kurtz withdrew his hand, but his gaze remained fixed on Sarai's face, carrying a deeper emotion that lingered between them. Then he suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming much lighter. But before that, Sarai, look up. Sarai looked up and saw nothing but a sky full of stars. She looked at Kurtz with initial confusion, but then seemed to understand. Both of them carried heavy burdens about the future. But at this moment, in this brief night, he was inviting her to stroll under the stars and share a moment of leisure for travelers, a rare moment of calm before the storm. She didn't say anything, but simply put away the pebbles in her hand. Then she took Kurtz's hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, it was as if a silent understanding was flowing between them. "Let's go." Sarai's voice remained indifferent, but her grip on Kurtz's hand tightened slightly. The two fell silent, took each other's hands, and walked side by side under the stars. The shadows lurking in the darkness had not yet dissipated, but at this moment, they were just 2 ordinary travelers, enjoying a brief moment of peace. Chapter 218, Taking Action. City of the Extremis. As one of the few major human cities in the north, it possessed a mighty legion, a defensive barrier that covered the entire city, and even a magnificent temple. Otherwise, It would have been impossible to establish a city in this monster-infested north and exist for hundreds of years. Sunlight streamed onto the city's tallest building, illuminating the temple's white spire and massive arched windows with a dazzling array of colors, hinting at a sacred aura. This was where humans worshipped the goddess and learned sacred magic. All who served here were priests who had mastered various forms of holy incantation. Flam carried FRIEREN on her back. The girl's body was cold, and her breathing was like a candle flickering in the wind. It was as if the weight on her back was constantly getting lighter, though it might just be her imagination. Flam understood that FRIEREN needed treatment as soon as possible. Isla followed closely behind, observing the magnificent human architecture with some curiosity, though her attention mainly remained focused on the injured girl ahead. Although Flam's magical healing had barely stopped the bleeding from the wound on FRIEREN's abdomen, the corrosive magic remaining from Balzac was not eliminated. This magic was still slowly destroying her life force. No herbs or elemental healing magic could address it, only the highest level of holy magic could completely purify it. "FRIEREN, hang in there," Flam whispered to the girl on her back, but received no response. The temple doors were tightly shut. 2 guards in silver armor stood solemnly before them. As Flam and Isla approached, the guard's eyes instantly turned wary. "Halt," one guard commanded, stepping forward and raising his longsword to block their path. "This is sacred ground. Entry is prohibited." His gaze swept over Flam and Isla, finding the combination of a human and an elf somewhat unusual. When he looked at FRIEREN, whose white hair was stained with blood, his brows furrowed. "We come from a border village and were attacked by demons," Flam explained quickly. "This elven girl is seriously injured and requires high-level holy magic to heal her. We beg the holy clerics of the temple to help us." The guard remained unmoved, his tone icy. "The temple only provides healing to human believers who follow the light. That's the rule. As for the elf, an elf injured by dark magic at that, you should go find the elven priests and leave immediately." Since Kurtz had opened up the sacred magic of the Skywing race 1,000 years ago, holy magic was no longer exclusive to them. Any race with the corresponding talent could learn it and become a priest. However, thanks to their reproductive advantage, humans had quickly gained the first-mover advantage in researching holy magic, becoming the race most skilled in it and possessing the most priests. But beneath this radiant surface lay a hidden reality. Whether holy or ordinary magic, only a small fraction of humanity could access and learn it. Magic academies seemed to admit to teach to any human with talent, but only a tiny percentage actually had access and could afford to study. Yet even this small group continued to drive magical development forward. It was simply still a little short of the great magical era that Kurtz had dreamed of. Upon hearing the guard's undeniable refusal, Isla's eyes blazed with anger. She instinctively reached for her magic, her hands trembling with barely contained rage. Although humans had begun to believe in the goddess of life, the goddess's teachings surely wouldn't allow a life to pass away unchecked. These people had completely forgotten the true purpose of their holy magic. Flam quickly stopped her, placing a hand on Isla's shoulder. She suppressed her own anger and anxiety, taking a deep breath before pleading again. "Goddess above, isn't the goddess's teaching one of redemption and mercy? She is just a pitiful victim. Please let us in to see a high-ranking priest." If only I had spent more time learning holy magic back then, Flam thought bitterly. Unfortunately, to master offensive magic first, she had slightly delayed her study of holy magic. After all, it was challenging to get started with, complex to progress, and even more difficult to achieve mastery. Although Flam was very talented, she couldn't learn all the magic in just a few years. Advanced spells in holy magic, especially, require time to accumulate. Rules are rules. Another guard stepped forward, his attitude firm. "No one may enter without an introduction. Moreover, this involves injuries caused by dark magic, which must be decided by His Holiness the Bishop himself. His Holiness is very busy. You can't just see him whenever you want. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Flam wanted to say something more, but was forcibly interrupted by the guards once again. "You," Flam trembled with anger, opening her mouth to respond. However, before she could finish speaking, the figure beside her moved. It was Isla. The suppressed rage in the elven girl's eyes erupted instantly. She had long since reached her limit with the arrogance and indifference of the human temple. Such an existence was simply a defilement of the goddess's faith. Why waste words with these bastards? Isla unleashed her magic without hesitation, not killing magic, but pure, targeted offense. Og! A sharp cry rang out as the two guards felt sudden pain in their wrists. Their longswords flew from their hands. Isla was so fast that the guards didn't even see her casting the spell. The next attack struck them squarely. Thump! The two guards, who were acting big and holy, imposing just moments before, were instantly sent flying backward. They crashed into the gate and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand for a moment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had never expected this seemingly gentle elven woman to be a magician. "Sister Isla," Flam exclaimed in surprise. She had never expected Isla to take such direct action. This was going to be troublesome. Sure enough, the next second, an alarm sounded from inside the temple, a loud, wailing cry that echoed across the courtyard. Clearly, the area was covered by detection magic that had sensed Isla's magical fluctuations. Before long, dozens of fully armed temple guards rushed out of the open gate, wielding longswords and shields. They swiftly surrounded Flam and Isla, their weapons pointed outward in a unified wall of steel. Based on the alarm and the two guards lying nearby, it was clear to them that these two women were attempting to force their way into the temple. Without hesitation, one of the guards, the captain, identifiable by his bearing, issued an order. "Take them down. If they resist, kill them on sight." Dozens of guards responded in unison, their formation tightening steadily around the two women. Chapter 219, Helplessness. Flam's expression turned serious. She took out her wand. Although her magic had not fully recovered, she still had enough to cast a flight spell. Isla, on the other hand, showed no fear and seemed even eager to fight the guards. She hadn't expended much magic power in the battle just now, and dealing with these guards, even if there were 10 times as many, would be no problem. The only real trouble would be with the clergy within the temple. The air was thick with tension. A battle could break out at any moment. At that moment, an aged voice suddenly rang out from deep within the temple gates. "Stop!" The sound seemed to possess a strange magic, causing all the guards to halt in their tracks. They instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. An elderly man dressed in a simple white robe emerged from the temple's depths, accompanied by 2 young clergymen, the bishop of this temple, Cassalius. The bishop's gaze swept calmly over the tense guards, then fell on Flam and Isla, who were surrounded in the center. Finally, his gaze settled on the unconscious FRIEREN behind Flam. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes when he saw the bloodstains on her abdomen. "Put down your weapons," Bishop Cassalius commanded. The captain of the guards looked troubled. "But Your Excellency," they attacked the guards, attempting to force their way in. "I said, put down your weapons." The bishop's tone remained calm, but the weight it carried sent a chill down the guard captain's spine. He dared not hesitate any longer. "Yes, Your Excellency," the captain replied quickly, issuing the order immediately. The encirclement broke up instantly. Although the guards still kept a watchful eye on Isla and Flam, they lowered their weapons. The bishop came to FRIEREN's side. He moved past the alert Isla without hesitation and reached out his hand, hovering it above FRIEREN's wound. A soft light began to appear beneath his palm. "It's useless," Isla said coldly. "Ordinary healing magic won't work. Otherwise, we would have healed ourselves long ago." The bishop ignored her, and after a moment of confirmation that his healing magic was indeed ineffective, asked with a serious expression, "Can you tell me why this elven girl is so badly injured?" He did not ask why they had forced their way into the temple. Perhaps he already understood everything when he saw the injured FRIEREN. As Flam looked at the peaceful old man before her, she felt the pure light emanating from him, unlike the cold guards she had encountered. She immediately gave a brief account of what had happened, mentioning the demon General Baltsac. Isla stood warily to the side, her eyes fixed on the bishop, awaiting his decision. Bishop Cassalius listened quietly to Flam's explanation, his gaze returning to FRIEREN's wound. During the attempted treatment, he naturally sensed the dark power deep within, a force so strong that even he was alarmed. A moment of silence followed. Everyone awaited his answer. Finally, Bishop Cassalius made his decision. Where the goddess's light shines, every life has its value. Regardless of race or faith, no one should stand by and watch someone die. He turned to the guard captain. Bring this elven girl in, along with the other two. The captain hesitated briefly, then accepted. Yes, Your Excellency. Flam's tense nerves finally relaxed at this moment. Thank you, she said sincerely to the old bishop. Even Isla temporarily sheathed her sharp edge, offering a hint of apology. I apologize. Bishop Cassalius nodded slightly. It's all right, I understand your feelings. Saving lives is what believers of the goddess should do, but... His tone became very serious. This force is extraordinary, and even I am not entirely confident. You should be prepared for the worst. Having said that, he turned and walked into the temple. Flam and Isla hurried to follow, but the hope that had just been ignited in their hearts was already overshadowed by the bishop's warning words. The temple's healing center. FRIEREN was placed on a stone platform. After carefully examining her wounds, Bishop Cassalius's expression became extremely solemn. He began casting the highest level of holy magic available to him. His palm hovered above FRIEREN's wound, his magic surging visibly through the air. A ball of milky white holy light, dozens of times more concentrated than the one Flam had previously cast, condensed in his palm. Holy light slowly poured down, enveloping FRIEREN's entire body. The moment it came into contact with the wound, it made a sizzling sound as the two opposing forces met. The black energy at the wound seemed to have a life of its own. It began to surge and resist wildly, even attempting to counterattack against the pure light. Upon seeing this, the bishop's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and continued casting, refusing to relent. Time passed second by second. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had expended tremendous energy. Yet, although the dark energy at FRIEREN's wound was suppressed and the wound itself began to heal, a dark aura still lingered beneath her skin, deep near the core of her internal organs. Like roots taking hold, it was weakened and suppressed under the holy light's influence, but it could never be completely eradicated. A dozen minutes later, Bishop Cassalius slowly withdrew his hand. The light emanating from FRIEREN's body dissipated. Well, he sighed wearily, looking at FRIEREN's still pale face. He shook his head, his eyes filled with deep fear and helplessness. I apologize, you two, the bishop said, turning to face Flam and Isla. The dark power afflicting this young lady is far too strong and bizarre. I have never encountered such a corrupting force in my life. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. Although the highest level of holy magic can temporarily suppress and slow its spread, it cannot be completely eradicated, unless someone were to continuously cast holy magic, which is only a temporary solution. His voice grew quieter, heavier. Her life force is still being slowly eroded. She probably won't last more than 3 days. Just 3 days. Flam's voice trembled as she looked at FRIEREN's face, which was as calm as if she were sleeping. A strong sense of resentment welled up within her. Even the bishops of the human temple are powerless. Isla sighed softly. In the end, they were still unable to do anything. Seeing the two of them looking conflicted, the bishop shook his head and abandoned what he had initially wanted to say. Theoretically, if one encountered such an unknown dark force, the best decision would be to leave it in the temple for research purposes. Given the pace of human progress in magic, within a few hundred years, magic capable of countering this dark power might be created. However, considering Isla's previous actions, the old bishop abandoned the idea entirely. Chapter 220, A Bold Proposal. After all, angering a powerful elven mage would bring them no benefit. Moreover, the old bishop sensed a familiar feeling from the magic released by Isla. In his youth, he had traveled across the continent and encountered that legendary being among the elves somewhere. And Isla, standing before him, bore a striking resemblance to that figure. Finally, under the complex gaze of Bishop Casalius, Flam silently picked up FRIEREN again. Isla followed her without a word, and the two walked out of the magnificent hall step by step. Flam carried FRIEREN on her back and walked aimlessly through the city streets, with Isla following beside her. Isla wanted to speak several times, but kept quiet after seeing Flam's expression. The rigid set of her shoulders, the careful way she braced FRIEREN's weight, it all spoke of determination wrapped around fear. FRIEREN's life was slipping away like sand in an hourglass. For some reason, Flam felt a strong sense of resentment and frustration welling up inside her. Even though it was only their first meeting, why was she so drawn to the elven girl before her? Flam didn't know either. All she knew was that she couldn't save her, and even renowned clergy among humans couldn't save her. The helplessness gnawed at her, a feeling she thought she'd moved past. Flam, Isla finally spoke, her voice hesitant. Maybe we should just forget about it. Isla couldn't understand why Flam cared so much about an elf she had just met, especially when the other party was beyond help, and giving up was clearly the best option. No, Flam slowly shook her head, her tone resolute. I must save her. Even she herself didn't know why. Isla finally shut her mouth. Humans were truly a strange species, valuing lives they encountered for the first time so much. She wondered how Sarai and Kurtz had been able to get along for 1,000 years. Just as Isla's thoughts drifted, the same realization seemed to strike Flam as well. As if suddenly remembering something, Flam stopped in her tracks. Teacher Kurtz, Teacher Sarai. Her voice rose with sudden hope. Yes, the teachers can definitely do it. They're so strong, they've even killed gods. They must have some way to purify the corrupting power within FRIEREN completely. Flam's voice trembled with excitement. However, Isla's response came coldly from beside her. But where are they? The two teachers had already left the forest and embarked on a journey just like them. There was no way to know where they were now. We can use magical letters, Flam said, grasping at the idea. Their magical letters to Kurtz had a location tracking function that could be used to find the two teachers. Too far, Isla replied sharply. Judging from the dates of their letters, they're probably thousands of miles away from us. FRIEREN only has 3 days left. She let the weight of those words settle. Even if we travel day and night using the fastest flying MAGYC, it's absolutely impossible to get there in 3 days. Besides, she glanced at FRIEREN, still unconscious on Flam's back, her breathing shallow and labored. Her current condition can't withstand such a long and bumpy journey. Flam did not reply. Isla was right, it was too far. Are we really just going to have to watch FRIEREN die like this? Just then, Isla's gaze inadvertently swept across the sky above the city. There, a massive magical barrier, like an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire metropolis. The barrier's light was highly stable, drawn from the vast magical power accumulated by all the magic arrays throughout the city, with unimaginable reserves. Looking at Flam's unwilling expression, an incredibly bold idea instantly formed in Isla's mind. Flam, did Teacher Sarai teach you teleportation magic? Yes, and I was also taught the highest level of directional teleportation magic, but it's basically useless. After all, the required magic power is too enormous. A single mage simply cannot withstand it. Look there, Isla pointed upward to the sky above the city. Flam followed her finger and saw the massive magical barrier. She paused for a moment, then her eyes widened as she instantly understood Isla's intention. You mean, Flam said in disbelief, to use the magic of this barrier. That's right, Isla nodded emphatically. Her voice carried conviction, though even she didn't fully understand why she had suddenly conceived such a bold idea. Perhaps she had been inspired by Flam's desperate desire to save the elven girl before her. Something in that stubborn refusal to accept defeat had shifted something in her own thinking. The magical power contained within this city's barrier is unimaginably vast. If we can draw upon a portion of it, it would be enough to support a long-distance, targeted teleportation spell. We could send FRIEREN directly to Kurtz and Teacher Sarai. Targeted teleportation magic was a modified version of regular teleportation, created by Kurtz over 1,000 years ago in a moment of inspiration. He wanted to be able to summon Ordre anytime, anywhere. However, Because the magic power consumed by any teleportation magic was so frightening, he had only used it once during an experiment. As for teleporting living people, he had never attempted it. Now, what Isla was proposing was to use this magic to teleport FRIEREN to Kurtz's side. This idea was insane. Leaving aside how to obtain the heavily guarded barrier's magic source secretly, the sheer complexity of building a teleportation array capable of precise positioning across millions of miles was terrifying. Although Flam had learned this magic, she had no confidence that she would succeed. Once the magic went out of control and the teleportation array collapsed, FRIEREN would be instantly torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. No, this is too dangerous, Flam objected instinctively. Putting aside the consequences of stealing the magic source here, if we fail, FRIEREN will be torn to shreds by the spatial power. Then she can only wait to die, Isla said coldly, her words sharp and unavoidable. She has no time left. She'll die in 3 days, and she'll die if the teleportation fails. Besides Kurtz and teacher Sarai, who else in this world can save her? She paused, letting her gaze rest on Flam. Flam, the decision is yours. Whatever you decide, I have no objection. Isla's words left Flam speechless for a long time. She looked down at FRIEREN's pale, sleeping face and felt her breath, so faint it was almost imperceptible. She remembered the girl's eyes, which had asked, "Why are you so strong?" Eyes that held the same kind of devastation she herself had once known. Is this girl, who, like herself, has just experienced the destruction of her home, going to be deprived of even her last hope of survival? Flam was caught in the midst of a fierce internal struggle, her expression reflecting the weight of the choice before her. Every second felt stretched. Each breath FRIEREN took on her back a reminder of how little time remained. Isla didn't urge her further, but simply looked at Flam quietly, waiting for her answer. Time seemed to stretch. It might have been just a moment, or it might have felt like an eternity. Finally, Flam raised her head. The hesitation in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by an unusual determination. Her gaze swept across the city's protective barrier, finally settling on FRIEREN's face. Sister Isla, let's do it. Chapter 221. The operation begins. The city's sewers. The damp air was filled with a foul, putrid stench. The only source of light was the luminous orb that Flam had conjured at her fingertips, which barely illuminated the moss-covered wall ahead. Be careful, there are many detection spells here. Isla's voice was barely audible, her magical perception extending like threads into the depths of the passage, capturing the barely perceptible magical fluctuations. These spells were not only for defense against external enemies, but also a special self-protection mechanism. Any abnormal fluctuations in magical power would trigger an alarm. Flam followed closely behind, with the still unconscious FRIEREN in her back. So many detection spells mean we're almost at our destination. After walking for a while, Isla stopped. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings for a moment before nodding. Yes, the density and intensity of the detection magic are increasing, and the source is right above us. You should have sensed it too, right? At this moment, above them both, through the thick layer of soil and bricks, there was an undeniable surge of powerful magical energy. Clearly, the power source of the barrier magic was directly overhead. The vast magical power carried a strong sense of oppression, passing through layers of barriers. Both mages could clearly feel that heart-palpitating force pressing down upon them. This is a bit troublesome. Flam frowned, looking around at the confined space. With so many detection spells, we'll be detected as soon as we start casting. It was fortunate that the mages hadn't set up any defensive magic in the sewer itself. The only problem was that although it was hidden, once discovered, there would be nowhere to escape. We can only try our best to shield it. Isla took out a magical item with special effects from her personal space bag. I will set up a small-scale barrier to try to cover up the fluctuations when we cast spells. However, when we start to draw magic power on a large scale, this barrier won't be able to conceal it. Their plan was already outrageous. Exposure was inevitable. They could only hope to buy enough time to activate the teleportation spell. I understand. I will activate the teleportation magic as soon as possible, Flam said firmly. The two no longer hesitated. Isla quickly released her magical artifacts around her, and a thin energy membrane slowly opened, enveloping the small area where both stood. At the same time, Flam took action as well. Following the complex spatial runes that Kurtz had taught her, she began to inscribe magic circles on the ground rapidly, her movements precise and practiced. Isla also began preparing to draw magic from the source above, while keeping watch on her barrier. Time ticked by in a state of high tension. Isla had to maintain the barrier simultaneously, inscribe the magic circle that would draw magic from the source above, and keep an eye on Flam's teleportation work. The complexity was immense. The teleportation destination was the location of Kurtz and Syria, and the coordinates had to be precise. Moreover, Kurtz's unique magical runes had to be inscribed at specific coordinates to achieve directional tracking. After an unknown amount of time, a massive magic circle with a highly complex structure, composed of countless alternating magical runes, was finally completed. The intricate patterns seemed to pulse with potential energy. "It's done." Flam wiped the sweat from her forehead, which had formed from intense tension and concentration. "Amazing," Isla praised sincerely, glancing at the completed work. "To create a teleportation spell so quickly is something even. I would find it difficult in such a short time." The two stood at the edge of the magic circle and exchanged a glance. Without needing to say a word, their next steps were already understood. Now came the most crucial moment. Isla took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood on the magic circle she had just drawn. Her magical power began to fluctuate at an unprecedented rate, and the barrier that had been concealing their presence was instantly shattered. As Isla fully activated her magic, a powerful force instantly pierced through the soil and bricks, precisely attaching itself to the vast magical source of the barrier above. Boom! The entire underground passage shook violently. Soil rained down from above as the ground itself trembled with the force of her magic. At the same time, above the city, the enormous barrier that enveloped the entire metropolis began to flash intensely before quickly dimming. Not good, the barrier's magic power is rapidly dissipating. In the city's core area, all the magicians responsible for maintaining the barrier paled in shock, their voices rising in alarm. "They're here," Flam's heart tightened. She was ready. Just as Isla successfully reversed the flow of magic power from above, causing it to replenish the teleportation magic circle continuously, Flam did not hesitate. She immediately activated the teleportation. Buzz! Isla's power instantly drew down the entire teleportation magic circle, and its immense magical reserves were fully unleashed. The complex runes began to intertwine as if they had come to life, eventually forming a spacetime gate made of pure energy. A massive energy surge, like a tsunami, spread wildly in all directions from the circle's center. The entire sewer system, along with the surrounding walls, trembled constantly, and even cracks began to appear in the thick brick walls. The space itself seemed to warp under the pressure. "The magic is still a little short," Flam shouted at Isla, her voice strained. She had underestimated the magic required for this teleportation spell. The magic that Isla had drawn down was far from enough to complete the transfer safely. Having come this far, Isla had no choice but to frantically draw more magic from the city's barrier and pour it into the teleportation array. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she pushed harder. The blue magical teleportation array became even more dazzling, its light nearly blinding in the confined space. The barrier above the city flickered violently again, and even the edges began to thin, becoming almost invisible. Just then, a magical attack suddenly struck the mud above their heads, creating a hole. With the help of detection magic, it was not difficult for the mages to locate Isla and Flam. Dozens of fully armed temple guards and barrier maintainers dressed in mage robes jumped down through the opening, surrounding the two in a tightening circle. "Stop your crimes immediately," one mage roared, waving his staff and sending a blazing fireball hurtling toward the magic circle. "Sister Ayla," Flam called out urgently. She was currently unable to act. All her focus had to remain on maintaining the stability of the teleportation magic. "Leave it to me." Isla responded immediately, her voice cutting through the chaos. At the same time, she released a beam of light that precisely shattered the incoming fireball. The shockwave from the explosion churned through the underground passage, scattering dust and debris. However, more magic rained down upon them. Isla was forced to unleash a wide-ranging defensive spell, barely managing to withstand the coordinated assault. But the mages seemed determined to forcibly interrupt the two, so along with the guards, more magic and arrows were shot at them in rapid succession. Isla stood alone, having to maintain her magic channeling, so a few stray arrows grazed her body, nearly hitting her directly. A line of blood appeared on her arm as one arrow clipped her skin. "How much longer?" Isla asked urgently, her voice tight with pain and effort. The guards were closing in, and the situation would become even more dangerous once they got close enough for melee combat. 10 more seconds. Flam was wholly focused on calibrating the precarious spatial passage. There was no room for distraction, no margin for error. If the coordinates shifted even slightly, the spell would fail catastrophically. Chapter 222. A little sister fell from the sky. The light from the magic circle grew brighter and brighter. The portal gradually became clearer, even revealing a blurry figure on the other end. "Good." Isla plunged her wand into the ground, and a barrier made of countless vines instantly rose up, temporarily blocking the tidal wave of attacks. Once a vine was broken, a new one appeared to take its place. For a time, all the mages and guards present were unable to break through. But this obviously wouldn't last long. "Found it." More guards and mages suddenly appeared from the other end of the passage, completely surrounding them in multiple layers. "Flam," Isla's voice carried a hint of urgency. She saw it. Above them, a mage was already casting a binding spell. Once released, neither of them would have any chance of escaping. Just then, Flam finally completed the teleportation spell. "FRIEREN, go." The portal floating in the center of the magic circle burst forth with blinding light, and powerful spatial forces instantly locked onto FRIEREN, who Flam's weak magical shield had protected. The unconscious girl, along with the faint light shield enveloping her, was instantly sucked into the rotating light gate and vanished. It was a success. Both Flam and Isla felt a sense of relief. However, the mage above them had also completed the binding barrier, leaving the two with no chance of escape. At this moment, the light of the magic circle went out completely, leaving only charred marks on the ground. The air was filled with the burnt smell of excessive magic power dissipation. Dozens of temple guards and mages dared not be careless. Although they temporarily stopped their attack, they still surrounded Isla and Flam in multiple layers, weapons and staffs held at the ready. Isla retracted the defensive vines, exposing the two of them to everyone's view. "This is troublesome. There's a magic barrier up there, so we can't fly," Isla said to Flam, her expression hardening. If Flam had completed the teleportation spell a few seconds earlier, they could have used flight magic to escape. However, she didn't blame the other party. After all, it was already quite an achievement to complete a directional teleportation spell in such a short time. "FRIEREN, she's been sent away, that's enough." Flam shook her head, and her wand fell to the ground. Isla immediately understood what she meant. Although the two of them could easily break through in their current state, doing so would mean they would have to deal heavy blows to the human guards and mages performing their duties, and might even cause greater chaos, affecting innocent people. This goes against their original intention to save FRIEREN, and it is far from what they wanted to see. "We surrender." Flam looked at the high-ranking mage leading the group. "We are willing to compensate for the unauthorized use of the barrier's magic, but please believe me, we have no intention of destroying the city. We are only trying to save people." The leading mage's face was ashen. He looked at the two who had almost drained the barrier's magic power with a complicated expression, then at their surrender, and finally snorted coldly. "HMPH, take them away and keep them under strict guard. They will await the bishop's and the council's decision." If it weren't for the fact that neither of them was a demon, this mage wouldn't have listened to their explanations and would have already mobilized all the mages and priests in the city to kill them both. The guards quickly stepped forward, shackled the two's wrists, and led them outside. The sound of their chains echoed through the stone passages. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, Kurtz and Sarai had long since left the magical city and embarked on their journey back. Suddenly, the two of them almost simultaneously looked up. They sensed an extreme spatial fluctuation, located right above their heads. That was, a hint of doubt flashed in Sarai's eyes. Before she could finish speaking, the space directly above them began to distort violently, tearing through the air with a sound like breaking glass. A small portal of light opened instantly. The next moment, a slender white figure, as if thrown out, fell straight down from the portal. Seeing that it seemed to be a shadowy figure, Kurtz reacted instantly. His form blurred, leaving an afterimage in place, and he appeared below the point of impact and spread his arms. Thump! The white figure landed precisely in his arms. Wow, a little elf master fell from the sky, Kurtz teased instinctively. But when he looked down and saw the girl's face in his arms, his smile froze on his face, turning into pure astonishment. "Frieren," he muttered to himself. The unconscious girl in his arms was none other than the future great mage, the elf with gorgeous long silver-white hair, FRIEREN. However, her face was so pale it was almost transparent, and her breath was so weak it was nearly imperceptible. What's going on? Kurtz was utterly dumbfounded. In the original story, at this point in time, Frieren should still be in some elf village. How could she appear here in this way, and with such severe injuries? It's a directional teleportation spell, cast by Flam and Isla. It was just a bit rushed, and even the coordinates were slightly off. Syria appeared silently beside Kurtz. Her senses were far more acute than Kurtz's, allowing her to detect a familiar aura within the magical fluctuations. Isla and Flam, Kurtz was taken aback again. Could it be that Flam has found the village where Frieren is, but that some change has occurred that he is unaware of? He carefully sensed it, but none of the life-saving items on Flam's body seemed to have been activated. Kurtz briefly inquired about Frieren's condition. The power of erosion? His eyes narrowed. This is not ordinary demonic power, but rather it carries the characteristics of the land of fallen gods, and it is now frantically devouring her life force. How about trying holy magic? Sarai suggested. No, any holy magic cannot eradicate this power. At most, it can only be delayed. Well, this guy is really unlucky. He's beyond saving. Give up. Sarai ruthlessly pronounced the death sentence on the elven girl in Kurtz's arms. No rush. Since Flam and Isla are willing to go to great lengths to send her here, they naturally hope that the two of us can save her. Kurtz speculated that Flam and Isla had somehow encountered an enemy carrying the power of the Demon King, most likely the general from the original story. Frieren was seriously injured, and the two were unable to save her. So he had no choice but to use a directional teleportation spell to send Frierento himself and Syria. Although the position was slightly off, resulting in Frieren being teleported above them, it was still a success. Did my appearance cause such a drastic change in the world line? Kurtz muttered to himself. In the original story, Frieren defeated the demon general all by herself, and she wasn't in this near-death state now. It seems that my appearance has caused the demons to strengthen themselves. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 223, Girl, You're Awake. If that blue-haired hero from 1,000 years in the future were to face this demon king who had just merged with the power of the fallen god's land, could he win? In an instant, Kurtz conjured up an image of the blue-haired hero, his face resolute, shouting, "My victory is inevitable," before charging forward. Forget it, I'd better not trick him. Kurtz muttered to himself, then shook his head, dismissing the inappropriate thought. The most urgent task was to save lives. How do you plan to save her? Sarai asked, looking at Kurtz's solemn expression. She could sense that the power within Frieren was extremely troublesome, something even she herself was unwilling to be tainted by. It's a bit troublesome, but there's always a way. Kurtz carefully laid Frieren flat on the ground. 2 methods. The first method would be to use the power of Orger's holy sword or the power of faith of the Light of El, which were of the same level, to dispel it forcibly. But summoning Orger and the Light of El would cause too much of a commotion. It is not worth it for such a minor injury. Kurtz's tone was calm, yet carried an indescribable confidence. Sarai gave him a wary look. This little injury, then what do you suggest we do for this little injury? She sensed that this man already seemed to have a plan. Simple. Kurtz crouched down, a soft light slowly gathering in his right palm, then hovering above FRIEREN's abdomen. I'll transfer these corrosive forces directly into my own body. What? Sarai's expression changed drastically, and she immediately objected. No, are you crazy? That's the corrosive divine power from the land of fallen gods. It's too dangerous to introduce it into your body rashly. Don't worry. Kurtz looked up and smiled at her. I've dealt with this stuff before, and this amount isn't enough to corrupt me. I can suppress it completely and then deal with it when I get to Orger. It'll be a piece of cake. Kurtz was also conducting experiments. His body was approaching the perfect life form, and each reincarnation guaranteed a lifespan of at least 100 years without aging. Now that he possessed Schlack's magic, he could use his current amount of corrupting divine power for experiments. However, he didn't tell Sarai any of this, perhaps because he didn't want to worry her. Although the man spoke of it casually, Sarai knew that the risks involved were far more serious than he made them out to be. That was, after all, the power leaked out after the death of a god, and it was extremely dangerous. She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him further, but seeing Kurtz's calm eyes, she swallowed back all her words of advice. She knew him. This was something he had already decided, and he always seemed able to do things that others thought were impossible. HMPH, do as you please. Don't expect me to save you if anything happens. Sarai turned her head away, her tone stiff, but her nervous sidelong glances betrayed everything. At the same time, another question arose in her mind. Why was Kurtz so concerned about this unfamiliar white-haired elf girl? He didn't even hesitate to draw that dangerous power into himself. Could it be that he was considering taking on another apprentice? Did he want to put this FRIEREN under his wing? At that moment, Kurtz's palm was already close to FRIEREN's wound. As the magic was cast, an invisible suction force emanated from his palm. The corrosive divine power that had been entrenched deep within FRIEREN's body, as if summoned by some force, began to be forcibly drawn out bit by bit and then disappeared into Kurtz's palm. As the corrosive power was withdrawn, FRIEREN's pale face seemed to regain a bit of color, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Kurtz's expression remained unchanged. The light around his palm flickered briefly. How is it? Sarai finally couldn't help but ask. Everything is going well, and I estimate that she will wake up soon. No, I asked. Never mind, it's nothing. Sarai gritted her teeth, feeling a bit like biting the man in front of her. Even though he knew perfectly well that she wasn't asking about the white-haired elf girl in front of them, he deliberately brought her up. However, judging by the way this man was acting, it seemed this corrosive force didn't have much effect on him. Sarai wasn't sure either. Speaking of which, where did those two find the magic source to cast teleportation magic? The magical power required for teleportation magic was extremely large, not to mention the directional teleportation magic created by Kurtz, which required an astronomical amount of magical power. Even if you multiplied Flam and Isla's magical power tenfold, you probably still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Judging from the teleportation fluctuations just now, it seems quite crude, as if it were constructed under some kind of emergency. Sarai lowered her head, carefully analyzing the traces of the teleportation magic. Could they have run into some trouble? I don't know, let's ask her when she wakes up. As if summoned by Kurtz's words, FRIEREN's eyelids twitched slightly, clearly indicating that she was about to wake up. Ahem. FRIEREN slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a completely unfamiliar face. Hey, young lady, you're awake. Congratulations, you're now a mother of two. Unable to stand it any longer, Sarai punched the man in annoyance before asking FRIEREN, "What's your name?" FRIEREN, she repeated her name, her voice quiet. She remembered that demons attacked her village, and then a red-haired human mage and an elf mage appeared and saved her village. At that time, they had even carried her, seriously injured, on their backs. As for what happened next, she only had a vague recollection. Very good, where are Flam and Isla Frieren? Flam and Isla? For Frieren, who had never heard these two names before, the realization that the two mages who had saved her village bore these names made her blink in confusion. You should have seen them before, right? The red-haired human is Flam, and the elf is Isla. Kurtz explained considerately from the side. Judging by Frieren's puzzled expression, she didn't know the two people's names. Yes, those two saved my village. A look of realization flashed in Frieren's emerald eyes, so the two women were named Flam and Isla. She struggled to sit up. Although the pain from the wound in her abdomen had subsided, it still brought waves of weakness. Kurtz reached out and gently pressed his hand on her shoulder. Don't rush to move. I just cleared the power from your body, but you're still very weak. Just lie down and talk. Frieren obediently lay down, her gaze shifting between Kurtz and Sarai. Who are you? My name is Kurtz and her name is Sarai. We are their master. Chapter 224. Her master is Flam. Sarai and Kurtz, Frieren murmured the two names. Could it be the elven saint Sarai? Most correct you are. Sarai didn't want to admit her identity, but when she saw Kurtz answer for her first, she closed her mouth again. Every time she appeared before the world, she attracted a wave of adulation, even from the emotionally detached elves. However, unlike the passionate gazes of other races, elves preferred silent observation. Especially when a circle of elves surrounded you without saying a word and just stared at you, that feeling made Sarai even more uncomfortable. To Sarai's surprise, Frieren didn't react much when she heard her name. She simply nodded. This reaction was very good. It suited Sarai's taste perfectly. She had even begun to ponder what kind of magic she should start teaching if Kurtz asked her to take Frieren as an apprentice. However, her plan was destined to fail, because Frieren's master had already been arranged by Kurtz. Kurtz, Frieren turned her gaze to Kurtz again. Could you be Kurtz, the Godslayer? Oh, Kurtz was somewhat surprised. This was the first time someone had heard his name and didn't think it was just someone with the same name, but the real person. Strange, why would you think that? That Kurtz is a human, he shouldn't have lived that long. Kurtz decided to probe the reason why Frieren thought that way. Because you possess magical power, as immense as Sarai's. Sarai raised an eyebrow. You can actually see that. No, Frieren shook her head. It's just a gut feeling. It seems to be some kind of innate magic, but she herself is unaware of it. Having studied magic for over 1,000 years, Sarai immediately realized that Frieren must possess some kind of special magic that allowed her to sense the magical power of others, just like demons. However, this magic was hidden, and even Frieren herself couldn't detect it, because she relied entirely on her subconscious intuition to observe. Interesting, quite a talent. Sarai looked at Frieren before her, increasingly pleased. Let her be my disciple. She spoke up, not even waiting for Kurtz to make the request. No, you've misunderstood. Her master is someone else, Kurtz quickly explained. If Sarai were actually to take Frieren as her apprentice, wouldn't she be driven crazy by Frieren in the future? Although under his influence, Sarai was no longer so obsessed with war and would work hard to save the world, just as he did. However, Frieren and Flam's understanding and attitude towards magic were destined to contrast with Sarai's. This was a future that even Kurtz couldn't change. Someone else, who? Sarai's eyes sharpened instantly, as if she wanted to compete with the other party. Of course it's Flam. What did you think, me? Flam, Sarai was a little confused. Are you serious? That child is far from being a teacher. Because of Kurtz's appearance, the timeline had accelerated somewhat. At present, Flam was not as experienced and powerful as she had been when she met Frieren in the original timeline. She was just a barely decent magician. However, Kurtz had no intention of breaking up the master-disciple relationship between Flam and Frieren. After all, it was much better for these two to be together than for Sarai to be there. Let her learn at her own pace. It's something she'll have to go through sooner or later anyway. HMPH. Sarai stared at Kurtz for a while longer, and realizing that the man didn't seem to be joking, she could only snort helplessly and turn her head away. Meanwhile, FRIEREN had overheard the entire conversation between the two, since Kurtz and Sarai had no intention of hiding anything from her. Now, upon hearing that they wanted to make Flam her master, FRIEREN felt somewhat conflicted. She was a self-taught mage, learning magic only through occasional encounters with other mages in the village and from some magic books. She had never received any formal magical instruction. Now that she was suddenly being asked to be someone else's disciple, she inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. But before she could refuse, Kurt started questioning her again. "By the way, FRIEREN, do you remember what happened before you came here?" "Flam and Isla saved me," FRIEREN began, trying to recall the memories in her mind. Although she had appeared to be unconscious, she still retained some awareness of the outside world. "I remember they seemed to activate a very complex magic circle, and then I was surrounded by many people, and then I didn't know anything after that." Kurtz and Sarai exchanged a glance. Those two were actually surrounded. Could it be that the magic power needed to activate the teleportation spell had been stolen by them? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the past, in order to fight against the gods, Kurtz had created a magic that could intercept the power of faith, and a simplified version of this magic had been taught to Isla by Sarai. "They used teleportation magic to bring you here," Sarai explained succinctly. No wonder the process seemed so difficult. Judging from the magical traces, they were already surrounded. "Are they in danger?" A hint of worry appeared on FRIEREN's small face. "Is it because of me?" "The specifics are still unclear." "Don't worry," Kurt said, reassuring FRIEREN. "What you need to do now is tell us everything you know so we can decide how to help them." He paused, then added, "Don't worry. Since they dared to do this, they must be confident they can get away with it." This was partly true and partly comforting, but Kurtz did have a certain degree of confidence in his students and Sarai's student, Isla. With their abilities, they could escape at any cost. He was worried that the two would be too timid and surrender directly, which would be tantamount to handing their lives over to others. Upon hearing this, the worry in FRIEREN's eyes dissipated, and she began to try to recall and recount. "My village was attacked by a demon general, led by a..." She recounted in broken sentences the destruction of the village, her defeat and serious injury in battle against rival, and the appearance and killing of rival by Flam and Isla. These were all things she had witnessed firsthand, so they were naturally crystal clear. Her memory of what happened after that was a bit hazy. Flam must have carried her to a city where she received treatment. Although it didn't completely cure her, she felt much better, and even her consciousness became clearer. "Later, I vaguely felt that I was placed in a damp place, surrounded by a powerful magical aura. Then I lost consciousness and woke up here." After speaking, FRIEREN closed her eyes wearily, clearly having exhausted herself from recalling the events. Kurtz and Sarai listened quietly and had already gained a general understanding of the situation. They remained silent for a moment. As expected, they had encountered that demon general. But FRIEREN's injuries were far more severe than expected. The corrosive power was clearly the work of that demon king. Chapter 225. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be punished severely. It seemed that the other party had used some special means to bestow it upon the demon general under their command. And then FRIEREN had unfortunately become the unlucky one. Judging from her account, it should have only been used once. Otherwise, Flam and Isla might also have been affected. But these two were incredibly audacious to seize the city's magic forcibly. They were either wanted by the authorities or already in jail. "What's the name of that city?" Sarai asked quickly. "I'm sorry, I don't know." FRIEREN herself had kept her eyes closed the entire time and only knew about the events happening outside through some faint senses. How could she possibly know the name of that city? "Calm down, Sarai," Kurtz gently patted her head. "There aren't many cities in the north and even fewer with priests. It's easy to find one. I mainly think that given their personalities, they're very likely to surrender without resistance." Sarai knew her two apprentices very well. Although Isla usually seemed quiet, she occasionally did some very bold things, and Sarai even suspected that Isla was the one who had come up with the idea of intercepting magic. Under Kurtz's tutelage, Flam had developed into the kind of good person that Sarai disliked the most. Once they realized they were in the wrong and didn't want to harm innocent people, they might simply surrender. That's certainly possible. It seems we need to get there as soon as possible. Sarai snorted coldly. I'd like to see who gave them the guts. However, before we go, Kurtz's gaze turned to FRIEREN and he pondered for a moment. We need to settle her in first. She needs rest. Sarai also looked at FRIEREN, her brows furrowing. Indeed, bringing her along would be a burden, but leaving her here alone wouldn't be safe either. Just then, FRIEREN tried to sit up. I want to go with you. She didn't want to delay her rescuer's time because of herself, and she also wanted to know if Flam and Isla were safe. Nonsense. Kurtz pointed lightly, and a gentle magical force pressed FRIEREN back to the ground. You can barely walk now, little lady. How are you going to go? He looked at FRIEREN's stubborn expression and suddenly smiled. Not bad. It seems that Flam and Isla didn't save you for nothing. Since you want to go so much, let her carry you. Kurtz pointed to Sarai, who was standing to the side. Huh? Sarai's eyes widened slightly. Shouldn't you be the one doing this? I've heard that elves are quite resistant to contact with strangers. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Don't worry about what she thinks. Sarai didn't care about any of that. In her opinion, FRIEREN was so weak and still wanted to be with them, so she shouldn't bother with all that nonsense. She wouldn't have cared about all this when she was adventuring with Kurtz back then. Of course, this only applied to Kurtz alone. FRIEREN pursed her lips, but finally nodded obediently. If Lady Sarai, you don't mind the trouble. All right. Kurtz turned to Sarai and said, you stay here and look after her. I'll be right back. Sarai was taken aback. Where are you going? Didn't you say you were going to get there as soon as possible? We need to find a means of transportation first, and also gather some information. Are you planning to fly all the way there? Before Sarai could ask any more questions, Kurtz's figure vanished entirely from the spot, leaving no trace of magical energy. Sarai looked at the spot where Kurtz had disappeared and pouted. Always so mysterious. What mode of transportation? He just went to find a source of magic. However, she still moved FRIEREN to a more comfortable position. FRIEREN stared in shock at Kurtz's sudden disappearance. Just how powerful were the teachers of these two benefactors? Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Sarai beside her. This elven girl was as beautiful as the legends described, with her long, flowing golden hair cascading down her back. She was as beautiful as a goddess of old, but at this moment, she exuded a cold aura that kept strangers at bay. FRIEREN asked softly, Lady Sarai, has Lord Kurtz always been like this? Without looking up, Sarai replied, don't worry about him. He's always like this. He likes to be mysterious and does whatever comes to mind without caring whether others are worried or not. Although her tone was disdainful, FRIEREN still keenly caught the familiarity and affection hidden within it. Oh, FRIEREN nodded as if she understood and didn't ask any more questions. On the other side, in an interrogation room. Name? Isla replied weakly. She was handcuffed to a chair and had been placed under some kind of restrictive magic, making it impossible for her to use any magic. And the gender? Woman, can't you tell? Isla glared at the mage in front of her, annoyed. Cough, the mage coughed lightly and continued. HGRM, and what about race? Isla... Mage, looks away. Isla wanted to complain at this moment. Does this human female mage have bad eyesight? Can't she see my long, distinctive elf-pointed ears? Answer my question honestly. The mage slammed her hand on the table, trying to appear more authoritative. Elf. The female mage was writing rapidly in the book, but her uneasy expression clearly betrayed her true thoughts. When faced with an elf, especially a powerful one, no one dared to use harsh methods to interrogate them. Nowadays, the relationship between elves and humans is not very close. Although the two races had enjoyed a honeymoon period after the establishment of the Kingdom of El, the balance of power between them had clearly shifted as humanity rapidly developed. Because the elves had lost their ancestral land, they had inevitably entered a period of decline, and their population grew extremely slowly. But they were still one of the strongest races in the world, and a powerful mage like Isla must be a well-known figure in this race. If she was not handled properly, the consequences would be far beyond what a mere novice mage could bear. Those seniors, of course, knew this well, so they had passed the buck to each other, ultimately foisting the responsibility of interrogation upon her. So she could only ask some basic questions as a matter of routine to buy time. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room. Unlike Isla's situation, the room where Flam was imprisoned was more humane, although the number of guards outside the door remained unchanged. Opposite Flam at this moment sat the city's duke, a middle-aged man in noble attire. His personal visit demonstrated the importance he attached to this incident. "Miss Flam, is that so?" The duke's voice seemed calm, yet it carried the authority of a superior. "I am surprised that, given your human identity and magical abilities, you would do something so reckless with that elf." Chapter 226, Your Teacher is Sarai. Flam was treated slightly better. Although her magic was also restricted, she was not shackled, and there was even a glass of warm water in front of her. "Your Grace, we did not intend to damage the city's barrier." She told the Duke in detail that she had needed the magic source of the barrier to release the teleportation magic, without any intention of hiding anything. Just this, Duke Hohenheim raised an eyebrow slightly. Why not seek help from the temple? "We already asked for help, but they said they were powerless to help." "But just to teleport an elf away," the Duke said, somewhat speechless. He couldn't quite understand the young mage's thoughts. This matter had caused such a huge mess, even involving an elf, which gave him a real headache. A hint of guilt flashed across Flam's face. "There was no other way. We had to take the risk and use the magic of the barrier to cast a teleportation spell to send her to the only person who might be able to save her." "The only person who can save her?" The Duke grasped the crucial information. "Who is it? Why are you so certain that person can save her?" Flam hesitated for a moment. Mentioning her teacher's names might bring about a change in the situation, but it could also cause unnecessary trouble. However, seeing the city lord's probing gaze and thinking of Isla, who was still imprisoned, she ultimately chose to confess. "He is our teacher," Flam said softly. "Isla and I are from the same school." "Oh," the Duke became interested. "To be able to teach such a powerful mage like you, and even that elf, your teacher, must be no ordinary person. What's his name?" The Duke was already recalling in his mind those famous mages from all over the continent. But he'd never heard of anyone taking people of different races as apprentices. Flam took a deep breath. Although she wanted to say Master Kurtz's name, she knew it was too frightening, so she uttered another name: Sarai. "Sarai." The Duke, who had been as composed as a mountain, suddenly stood up from his chair, his face filled with disbelief, even a hint of fear and shock. You mean, the elven saint Sarai, the one who stood shoulder to shoulder with the legendary godslayer Kurtz." He couldn't help but be shocked. Sarai's name was like a living myth among the upper echelons of humanity and top magicians. She represented the unattainable pinnacle of magic and ancient wisdom. Her disciple, that was quite a frightening identity. It was important to know that in this era, Sarai hadn't formalized the practice of taking on apprentices. She would occasionally teach others a few spells based on her own whims, and her only true apprentices were Isla and Flam. Flam nodded firmly, yes. The Duke slowly sat back in his chair, his chest heaving violently, and it took him a while to process this astonishing information. He stared intently at Flam, trying to find a trace of lying on her face, but all he saw was composure. "Evidence?" The Duke's voice trembled slightly. "What proof do you have that you are a disciple of that elven saint? You must know that impersonating such a revered person can become a crime punishable by death." Flam remained silent. She thought back carefully and realized that she really didn't have any tokens that could directly prove her lineage. Lady Sarai had never given her anything that represented her identity. Her knowledge and understanding of magic were the best proof, but how could she show this to outsiders? Surely she couldn't just perform some of the elven race's most famous light arrow spells for this Duke. But this magic had already been written into the magic books by Master Kurtz, so it wasn't a rare thing anymore. Any magician could use it to some extent. She shook her head, somewhat helplessly. I don't have any specific token. My teacher has never given me anything like that. Duke Hohenheim frowned again. Without evidence, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or false. But he had never heard of Lady Sarai ever issuing any badges or similar certificates to her disciples, so what the girl said made sense. Moreover, he had heard of the girl's magical prowess. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, it seemed plausible that she had apprenticed under a legendary master. He was caught in a deep dilemma. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Bishop Caesalius of the temple walked in slowly. He had already checked the condition of the barrier core and carefully examined the traces at the sewer site. You've arrived, the Duke nodded in greeting. Bishop Caesalius nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Flam before turning to the Duke. How is the situation? The Duke whispered about how Flam claimed to be Sarai's disciple, but could not prove it. The bishop's expression shifted slightly, and he subconsciously muttered to himself, no wonder. However, this emotion quickly vanished as he turned to Flam, the mage he had met just yesterday, and asked, Did you use teleportation magic to send that elven girl away? Yes, Flam had a good impression of the bishop, who had previously been willing to treat FRIEREN. The spatial fluctuations left at the scene are extremely complex, and they're slightly different from the teleportation magic commonly found on the continent today. It seems to be an improved version. It's really amazing. He first praised it, then paused and looked at the Duke. Your Grace, the barrier has stabilized, but there is a certain shortage of magic power. Fortunately, it has not been damaged at its core. It will take about a month to restore it fully. That's good. There are still 3 months before the monster tide, so there's plenty of time. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief. The city's protective barrier was the foundation upon which it stood on this dangerous continent. Any problem with it would endanger the city's inhabitants. But the fact that it will take a month to recover is quite a loss. Your Grace, the bishop interrupted him, shaking his head slightly as if to convey a certain meaning, this loss is not irreconcilable with the 2 disciples of Sarai, especially given that one of them is an elf. The Duke was startled. Your Excellency, do you mean? She wasn't lying, at least that's what I think, Bishop Caesalius calmly concluded. That level of teleportation magic is strong proof in itself. Moreover, their goal had clearly been to save lives, not to cause destruction, and they had not caused significant damage to the city. The bishop's meaning was clear. After confirming that the 2 mages in front of him were very likely disciples of the elven saint, he suggested that the matter be minimized. Although they were in the right and had ample reason to punish the 2 people in front of them, they might also incur the dissatisfaction or even anger of the elves or that Sarai. However, the dark, corrupting power within that elven girl who was teleported away is troublesome even for me. They teleported her to Lady Sarai. Does she perhaps have some special method? The bishop was also very curious about what level of holy magic the elven saint possessed that could heal such a level of dark power. The Duke's headache worsened. He didn't care at all about the elf girl who had been teleported away. He only cared about the 2 people in front of him. If this human was indeed Sarai's disciple, then the elf was obviously so as well, since it made much more sense for an elf to become the disciple of an elven saint than for a human. But this made their identities too sensitive. Detaining or even trying them might anger the legendary saint, Sarai. The Duke felt a chill of goosebumps run down his spine at the thought of facing the wrath of a magical progenitor who had lived for countless years. Then, in your opinion, what should we do now? He posed the challenging question to the bishop. The bishop pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Releasing them is clearly against the rules, as they did cause damage. But punishing them severely would be riskier, and given the circumstances, it's unnecessary. Perhaps we could temporarily imprison them, restricting their freedom, while immediately dispatching messengers to the Elven Kingdom to verify their identities and their relationship with Lady Sarai. It seemed that even the bishop, who was quite wary of that Sarai, was not willing to release Flam and Isla directly for the time being. After all, these 2 had caused quite a commotion, almost draining the entire barrier's magic power. it would be unreasonable not to punish them. But for Sarai's sake, the punishment was changed to a temporary sentence of imprisonment. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best course of action at the moment. Upon hearing this, Flam felt somewhat at ease. Although she would lose her freedom, at least she wasn't being thrown into a dungeon and subjected to any torture, and they were willing to verify, so there was hope. She was a little worried that it would be awkward if they couldn't verify the information. Hopefully, Isla had a backup in the Elf Kingdom. "What do you think, Your Excellency the Mage?" The Duke looked at Flam, his tone much gentler, no longer carrying the oppressive aura of a superior. "I agree to this arrangement," Flam replied, "but please do so as soon as possible. We are very concerned about whether the elven girl, FRIEREN, has arrived safely." Bishop Kazalius nodded. "We will make arrangements as soon as possible. As for the elven girl, we hope she can receive medical treatment." After the decision was made, the atmosphere eased considerably. Flam was taken to a quiet, more comfortable cell, and Isla was brought there shortly afterward and locked in the cell next to her. Chapter 227. Liberation once again after 1,000 years, 3-in-1 chapter. Crescent City, the most powerful human city in the far north, was always shrouded in the glow of a barrier. Even though it would be hit by a monster tide every now and then, it was always able to survive thanks to the protection of the powerful barrier. However, at this moment, the city was shrouded in unprecedented panic and despair. A piercing, high-pitched magical alarm blared throughout the city, signaling the highest level of disaster warning. On the edge of the city, the defensive barrier that had been suspended like a glass dome was now flickering and flashing violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. It turned out that just outside the barrier, beneath the city walls, countless ferocious monsters, like a black tide, were frantically attacking the blue light barrier in front of them, trying to deplete the barrier's energy continuously. Even the sky was obscured by swarms of flying monsters, casting terrifying shadows. "Quickly, have all the mages channel magic into the core node of the barrier. Quickly." On the city wall, the commander roared hoarsely, but his voice sounded so weak amidst the howls of the monsters. In the past, when faced with a monster horde, they would open a small section of the barrier, let the monsters in, and then have all the mages and soldiers unleash their firepower on the opening, thereby reducing the pressure on the barrier. But they couldn't do that now. Because the barrier's magic power was insufficient, each time a gap was opened or closed, it consumed the limited magic power within the barrier. Now they were forced to cower behind the city walls, placing all their hopes on the barrier. Inside the city, numerous mages, regardless of rank or whether they came from official or civilian backgrounds, gathered in the temple, desperately channeling their magic power into the core node in an attempt to restore the depleted magic power of the barrier. Given that they couldn't leave now, this was the only option left to them. Beams of magical light of various colors flowed into the base of the barrier, attempting to make up for the huge deficit. However, it was ultimately just a drop in the ocean. The total amount of magic power that Flam and Isla had forcibly extracted was far too enormous. Or rather, the amount of magic power required to cast the targeted teleportation spell was astronomical, which had almost shaken the very foundation of the barrier. Even if all the mages in the city tried their best to replenish the barrier, it would only slow down the collapse slightly. Cracks had begun to spread across the surface of the barrier, like shattered glass, constantly assaulting the senses of all the soldiers on the city wall. Underground prison. Flam and Isla suddenly stood up and went to the window at the same time. They clearly felt the ground trembling beneath their feet, and even the deafening alarms and monster roars outside reached their ears. Seeing the flickering light of the barrier not far away, the two of them knew something was wrong. "What happened?" Isla's expression changed, her pointed ears trembling incessantly due to the violent energy fluctuations from the outside world. A young guard assigned to watch over them, his face pale and his voice trembling with tears, replied, The monster tide has broken out ahead of schedule, and it's on a scale far exceeding anything we've seen before. The barrier is about to collapse, all because we don't have enough magic power." He didn't say the rest, but Flam and Isla understood instantly. It was because of them. It was because they had forcibly extracted the barrier's magic power from its core that its defensive power was greatly reduced, leaving it unable to withstand this sudden, premature monster tide. An overwhelming sense of guilt surged into their hearts, gripping their souls like an invisible hand. In their attempt to save FRIEREN, they had dragged the entire city into a hell of destruction. "Let us out!" Flam turned around abruptly and shouted to the guards at the door, her voice filled with urgency. "We are also mages, and we can help." The guard looked troubled. Without orders from his superiors, he dared not release them without authorization. "Go and inform the city lord and that bishop," Isla said sternly, her imposing manner sending a chill down the guard's spine. "We have a responsibility to make amends for the mistakes we have made." The guard hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran to report. Soon, the news reached the Duke and Bishop Caesalius, who were in the midst of an emergency command. The two were in a state of utter distress, and were taken aback when they heard Flam and Isla's request. "Nonsense, what use are they now that they're out here?" the Duke instinctively objected. Although these two people were likely disciples of Lady Sarai, they were not her in the end, and could not play any significant role in the current situation. "Release them, your grace." Bishop Caesalius waved his hand wearily, a complex light flashing in his eyes. "They are quite powerful, and it's always good to have more strength. This will also make them feel better, and perhaps the barrier can be extended for a while longer." "All right." Seeing that the bishop had said so, the Duke naturally no longer objected and immediately issued the order. After the guards hurriedly left, Flam and Isla waited anxiously. Outside the prison, the roars of monsters and the humming of the barrier, which was under immense strain, mingled together, causing even the walls to tremble slightly and shed a considerable amount of dust. "It's all because of us." Flam's voice was filled with deep self-reproach. She had never imagined that her attempt to save FRIEREN would bring such a massive disaster to the city. Isla gripped the iron bars tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Now is not the time for regrets. We must do something to make amends." Time seemed to pass exceptionally slowly. Finally, heavy footsteps approached, and the guard returned, followed by a solemn-looking temple guard. The other party took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it, making a piercing sound. "The city lord has ordered that you two be temporarily released to assist in the defense," the knight said rapidly. The restrictions on Flam and Isla were lifted, and the long-lost magic surged within them once more. They didn't even have time to thank the guards. They took the wands from them and rushed out immediately. As the two walked along, they came to a barrier control node near the city wall, where several mages were working hard to keep the barrier from breaking. The Duke and Bishop Caesalius were also present, their faces so solemn they could drip water. The barrier's light flickered violently in the air, and through the increasingly thin membrane of light, one could clearly see the demons surging towards them like a black tide. They came in all shapes and sizes and attacked the barrier frantically, each impact dimming the light. No, the barrier's magic recovery rate can't keep up with the consumption. It won't last long at this rate. A mage responsible for monitoring the state of the barrier shouted, his voice filled with despair. The Duke suddenly looked at Flam and Isla. "Weren't you going to help? Hurry up and go to the temple to infuse the barrier with magic." "That's a completely ineffective solution," Isla immediately retorted. "With the magic power of the two of us, we can only delay the barrier from breaking by a few minutes." "Then what do you suggest we do?" "We need to go outside," Flam answered without hesitation. "Staying inside won't effectively reduce the pressure on the barrier. We must clear out the monsters on the outside." "No," the Duke exclaimed. "The barrier's magic power is already limited. If we give you an opening, the constant opening and closing will only accelerate the barrier's collapse. Besides, there are so many monsters outside. If you go out, you'll likely die a horrible death." "This is the most effective method right now," Isla said firmly. "We have the ability to protect ourselves." The city lord wanted to say something, but the bishop beside him gave them a deep look, a resolute glint in his eyes. "I agree. Opening a gap the size of a person won't consume too much magic power, and besides, it's the best way right now. He chose to believe in these two mages who might have been disciples of legends, and he also believed in the unwavering resolve on their faces. Besides, it would be a waste of their talents to have them use their magic to replenish the barrier's magic power. Perhaps these two really could create a miracle. The old bishop couldn't help but think this. After a moment's hesitation, the city lord agreed, and his gaze toward Flam and Isla softened considerably. Although the current situation was partly due to the two of them, and partly due to the premature outbreak and the fact that the monster tide was far larger than ever before, at least the two of them were willing to make amends for their mistakes. At that moment, the two mages swiftly manipulated the barrier, painstakingly opening a small opening, just wide enough for one person to pass through, in the violently fluctuating light wall. Without the slightest hesitation, Flam and Isla simultaneously cast flight magic, transforming into two streaks of light and darting out of the gap like lightning. "Close the passage," the city lord ordered immediately. The gap closed instantly, isolating the inside and the outside once again. As soon as the two rushed out of the barrier, countless demonic creatures focused their bloodthirsty gazes on them, especially the flying demons in the air, which swarmed towards the two who dared to leave the barrier. "Sister Isla, I'll handle the ground," Flam shouted. "Okay," Isla immediately understood. The next moment, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupted above the monster horde. As Flam's magic was unleashed, countless thick golden arrows of light crashed down like hailstones, even exploding directly in the areas where monsters were most concentrated, instantly turning large swathes of monsters into charred remains. Isla also began to act, with dozens of blue vines emerging from the magic circle. As if they were alive, they rushed out in all directions, easily lifting the flying monsters and squeezing them, causing them to explode into clouds of blood mist in the air. Their powerful firepower immediately drew the attention of many monsters, which reduced the barrier's direct impact to some extent. Even the soldiers guarding the city walls, witnessing this scene, began to have the unrealistic fantasy that the two before them could actually save the city. The Duke and Bishop Caesalius also looked surprised. They knew these two were quite strong, but they didn't expect them to be this powerful. The ability to annihilate large numbers of monsters with a wave of the hand was far beyond the reach of ordinary magicians. "Such strength, it seems they truly are that lord's disciples," the Duke murmured. The bishop did not speak, but looked solemnly out of the city, his face showing little joy. Those two mages were indeed incredibly brave, and their magical power was astonishing. Each time they attacked, they could clear out a large area. However, there were simply too many monsters. They seemed endless, constantly surging in from the distant wilderness, instantly filling the places that had just been cleared with new monsters. Flam and Isla quickly realized this as well. Their magic was being consumed at an alarming rate. They had slain thousands of monsters, but as far as the eye could see, the black tide showed no signs of abating. "No, there are too many." The two briefly reunited in the air. Isla was panting, her face pale from casting high-level magic repeatedly. Although Flam had cleared out the flying monsters, these monsters only accounted for a small portion of the monster tide and had no impact on the overall battle situation. She gritted her teeth and unleashed several more beams of light, blasting away more than a dozen monsters, but more monsters immediately took their place. The light from the barrier is getting weaker and weaker. Their efforts were in vain. The light of the barrier had dimmed to its lowest point. Finally, with a crisp, resounding crash like shattering glass, the powerful barrier that had protected this city for countless years shattered, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. The city's last barrier had vanished. "The barrier has broken." On the city wall, the desperate cries sounded so clear. Unburdened, the horde of monsters roared deafeningly, charging towards the city walls and the city like a flood bursting its banks. "Prepare for close combat." The Duke drew his sword, his voice slightly hoarse. The soldiers raised their shields and spears, and the mages that still retained some of their power prepared to unleash a final, desperate attack. Every face was filled with resolve. From the air, Flam and Isla looked down at the terrifying waves surging towards them, their hearts filled with a sense of powerlessness and deep regret. In the end, it's all because of us. 2 tears slid down Flam's cheeks. Just then, in the center of the battlefield, space began to distort violently without warning. A magic circle, radiating an aura far exceeding that of the teleportation magic previously cast by Flam and her companions, suddenly unfolded in the air. A beam of light shot into the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even the frenzied horde of monsters was stunned by the astonishing aura emanating from the magic circle, and their offensive stalled. The next moment, 3 figures slowly appeared in the dazzling light. The blonde elven woman at the head of the group had a cold expression and exuded a chilling aura, which intensified when she saw the horde of monsters beneath her feet. She was clearly SOUSOU. The black-haired young man beside her, with a white-haired elven girl on his back who looked nervous and was clinging tightly to his shoulders, was none other than Kurtz and FRIEREN. Feeling the tension in the girl's body behind him, Kurtz was somewhat speechless. Why was FRIEREN still afraid of heights at this time? Oh, it's so lively. Kurtz raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the horde of monsters below, which resembled a black carpet. Teacher Kurtz, Teacher SOUSOU. When Flam and Isla saw the 2 of them, they were overjoyed as if they had seen saviors and immediately flew over. Teacher FRIEREN, Flam asked anxiously. Kurtz immediately interrupted her. The little guy is fine now. She's lively and energetic, just a little afraid of heights. He even deliberately bounced FRIEREN on his back, causing her to let out a short gasp and tighten her grip on Kurtz's shoulder. Don't move, FRIEREN whispered. Besides, I'm not a child, I'm almost 100 years old. Then you're still just a child, only a little over 100 years old. Kurtz released FRIEREN, but underestimated the girl's strength. Loosen your grip a bit, it's time to switch. FRIEREN finally let go, allowing Kurtz to place her in Flam's arms. Now, let's deal with the immediate trouble. It seems we've arrived just in time. Flam and Isla blushed instantly, lowering their heads in shame. I'm sorry, it's all because of us. All right, let's talk about your problems later. SOUSOU interrupted her coldly, her golden eyes sweeping over the demonic tide about to surge into the city below, a hint of disgust and fighting spirit flashing in them. So many filthy things, they're an eyesore. I'm sorry, it's our responsibility. Flam's face was filled with guilt, and Isla looked at SOUSOU with the same apologetic gaze. Kurtz ruffled Flam's hair. All right, why do you look like you're about to cry? Since it's my lovely apprentice's request, how could I refuse? SOUSOU glanced at him, then lowered her hand that had just been raised to cast a spell. She had already guessed that this man was about to take action himself. Since that was the case, she wouldn't compete with him. Kurtz casually stretched out his palm, as if summoning something in the void. A ripple like water suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and a minor but extremely complex teleportation magic circle instantly unfolded. Amidst the flashes of light, a few faint cracking sounds could be heard. There were several high-quality magic ores in SOUSOU's package, which Kurtz had found and which were the power source for them when casting teleportation magic. Magic ores like these were extremely precious, existing only once every tens of thousands of years in the mythical era. It was like every piece used was one less available. Now, these high-quality magic ores had been completely squeezed dry and turned into dust. Immediately afterwards, 2 silver-white longswords containing unimaginable and immense power slowly emerged from the spatial ripples. It was the divine sword Orger and the holy sword Athos. Kurtz handed Athos to SOUSOU. Help me set up a barrier to protect the city and prevent the monsters from sneaking in. SOUSOU took Athos, gave a soft hum, seemingly slightly displeased at being ordered around, but her movements were not slow at all. She arrived directly above the city and activated the power within the holy sword. Buzz! An enormous, emerald-green barrier instantly expanded outwards from her, enveloping the entire Crescent City once again. Several monsters that rushed too fast crashed into it, instantly feeling as if they had hit an impenetrable wall. They screamed as the life force naturally contained within the barrier repelled them or even purified them into powder. On the city wall, the people who were prepared to fight to the death were stunned by this miraculous scene. The Duke gaped, and Bishop Caesalius trembled with excitement, for he could feel the terrifying power contained within the barrier. This was the legendary Holy Sword of the Elves, Athos, which possessed the most potent defensive magic in the world. What is that? A new barrier, such powerful energy. They did it. Hope had been rekindled in people's eyes. Kurtz, on the other hand, grasped the Holy Sword order. He didn't even strike a majestic pose. He simply pointed the tip of his sword casually at the horde of monsters below, which resembled a black ocean. "Let's have some fun after all this time," he muttered to himself, as if talking to the sword. Then, the pure white blade of the Holy Sword order suddenly burst forth, with a light that could eclipse everything else. Vast magical power surged wildly into the sword, and the release after 1,000 years caused Orger to let out a light, joyful cry. All liberated. An indescribably massive, blazing white beam of light, like divine punishment, surged from the tip of Orger's sword, forming a dazzling beam of light. The size of this beam of light far exceeded everyone's expectations. Its width covered almost half of the battlefield. Wherever the light passed, all the demons were instantly annihilated upon contact, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. There were no explosions, no screams, only pure and utter destruction. The light lasted for several seconds before slowly fading away. On the battlefield, a huge trench, several kilometers wide and bottomless, appeared. The tens of thousands of monsters that once filled this area had disappeared. Just one strike. In just a moment, the seemingly endless and despairing monster tides vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The distant monsters seemed utterly terrified by this devastating attack, letting out horrified howls as they quickly retreated, fleeing this terrifying place they could not comprehend. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. On and off the city walls, inside and outside the city, everyone, including Flam and Isla, stared in disbelief at the empty battlefield and the black-haired young man who seemed to have created all of this with a casual strike. Their minds had almost stopped thinking, and they were unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. What kind of terrifying power was this? Was this the power of the Godslayer, Master Kurtz? Although they already knew their teacher was incredibly powerful, they were still deeply moved whenever they witnessed it firsthand. Holding Flam, FRIEREN's mouth gaped open in an O shape, her emerald green eyes filled with shock. What did she see? Was this an attack by the gods? Kurtz, the protagonist of all eyes, seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial matter. He casually put Orger away, yawned, and said, "Done. The magic control was all right. I didn't break through the ley lines." Sarai retrieved Athos, and the green barrier disappeared with it. All you do is show off. She glanced at her two stunned disciples, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What are you still standing there for? You've caused such a huge mess that we have to clean it up. I'll settle accounts with you when we get back." Although her tone was indifferent, there was no real anger in her voice. "All right, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat first. We can talk about their issues after we've eaten," Kurtz said from the side. Flam and Isla finally came to their senses. Looking at their two teachers, they were overwhelmed with a mixture of joy at surviving the ordeal and deep remorse, leaving them speechless for a moment. In the distance, the Duke and Bishop Caesalius exchanged a glance, both seeing lingering fear and a hint of relief in each other's eyes. These two were indeed the disciples of Lady Sarai. That blonde elf was probably the legendary Sarai, but who was that young, dark-haired man? Could he also be her apprentice? The two dared not be negligent in the slightest, and immediately led a group of people to greet the figures in the center of the battlefield, whose identities were probably terrifying. At least the city was saved. Chapter 228, Flam, an Apprentice. "I'm a little hungry." Kurtz's words, "I'm a little hungry," silenced everyone. Even the Duke and his entourage who had rushed over were stunned. One of the soldiers, whose knuckles were white from tension, swallowed unconsciously. He glanced at his equally dumbfounded companion, then at the excessively clean wasteland outside the city. And finally, His gaze settled on the black-haired man carrying the holy sword in front of him. "Eat," the soldier muttered to himself, his mind still reeling from the transition from despair to the thought of eating. Not only him, but even the Duke and Bishop Caesalius were in a state of unreal trance. One moment, they were preparing for a desperate battle. The next, powerful reinforcements arrived and easily repelled the monster army, only for the first thing the rescuer said to be, "Eat." The contrast was so stark that everyone stood there, stunned, unsure how to react. In the end, it was Bishop Caesalius who was the first to come to his senses. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed to Kurtz and Sarai. "Bishop Caesalius of Crescent City, thanks you both for saving my life." The Duke, realizing what was happening, quickly bowed and said, "Duke Horde of Crescent City, I am deeply grateful." His back was now soaked with cold sweat. He was incredibly grateful that he had heeded the bishop's advice and hadn't mistreated Flam and Isla otherwise. The thought of facing their wrath made his legs go weak. Kurtz waved his hand with a smile. "No need to be so polite. After all, it was my apprentice who caused this trouble. As her teacher, I have to help clean up her mess." He spoke very casually, as if what he had just done was no big deal at all. These words made Flam blush even more, and she lowered her head even further, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Even Isla blushed slightly, mainly because Kurtz's words were too strange. Even though she knew what he meant, couldn't he have used a different adjective? Sarai, however, spoke up directly, expressing Isla's thoughts. "What a strange metaphor. Couldn't you have come up with a nicer one?" "The words may be crude, but the principle is sound." Sarai glared at Kurtz, but didn't say anything more. She just scrutinized Flam and Isla in front of her, especially lingering on their pale faces for a moment. A hint of concern flashed in her eyes, but her words remained icy. "I'm ashamed that you can't even handle such a small matter, but at least you're not dead." Hearing this familiar way of speaking, Flam and Isla felt a warmth in their hearts. "Teacher Sarai, They wanted to tell Sarai the whole story. "We'll talk about it later," Sarai interrupted directly, saying that everything would be discussed after Kurtz finished eating, as these were all minor matters. Who made this man hungry? However, she turned to Bishop Caesalius and Duke Horde, nodding slightly in return. "I am Sarai, and he." Sarai looked at Kurtz. This time, she didn't intend to fabricate an identity for this man. Instead, she handed the choice to him. "I am Kurtz." "Sarai." She looked at the man in front of her, with some disbelief. Wasn't this guy always reluctant to reveal his identity? Why did he suddenly come clean this time? "Kurtz." Duke Horde was taken aback when he heard the familiar name. "It's a coincidence that you share the same name as that Godslayer." Clearly, even after witnessing Kurtz's power, even after seeing him appear beside Sarai, and even after he called himself Kurtz, the Duke did not associate him with the Godslayer from 1,000 years ago. After all, no one could have imagined that a human could live for 1,000 years. This was the common view of most people, while those who calmly accepted the fact that Kurtz was the Godslayer, like FRIEREN, were in the minority. Kurtz, the bishop's gaze was hesitant. Although his first thought was that the person in front of him, Kurtz, was someone with the same name. But this combination of power and coincidence was completely unbelievable. But for now, the bishop could only keep this doubt to himself. At least, the Sarai in front of him was the real deal. Everyone had witnessed the barrier she had just created. With such a powerful barrier and the holy sword in her hand, there was no doubt that the golden-haired elf in front of them was Sarai herself. Unfortunately, Kurtz had put Ordre away before landing. Otherwise, the bishop would probably have had even more suspicions. So it's Lady Sarai and Lord Kurtz. The two became even more respectful, even showing a hint of fear. Kurtz didn't react to their respectful attitude, but simply stretched and said, "All right, no need to be so polite. Could you arrange a place for us to rest? And get us something to eat? I think this child is hungry, too." He pointed to FRIEREN, who was standing beside him and was too embarrassed to be hugged by Flam anymore because there were too many people around. When FRIEREN was suddenly called out, she was stunned by the stares of so many people, especially Sarai's cold gaze. I didn't." She tried to explain, but no one listened. Of course, Duke Horde quickly replied. I will make the arrangements immediately. Please wait a moment. He personally led the way, with a very amiable attitude, without any airs of a city lord. After all, this was Sarai, the most powerful being in the elven race, whose status was even higher than that of the elven king, made him, as a duke, feel utterly inferior. Bishop Kazalius smiled and said, Please rest assured, we will make careful preparations. He glanced at Flam and Isla and added, You two should come along as well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless people filled with awe and curiosity, Kurtz and his party followed the city lord and the bishop into the city. The remaining soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Although there wasn't much to clean up, since all the monsters had been wiped out, the ditch outside the city still needed to be repaired. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to enter and exit each time. During the repair process, countless soldiers were enthusiastically discussing Kurtz's attack just now. The names of Kurtz and Sarai, and their incredible power, were destined to spread throughout the city tonight, and soon shake the entire continent. Crescent City, in the banquet hall. The long dining table was laden with all kinds of delicious food and wine. Duke Horde sat in his main seat, but seemed somewhat uncomfortable at the moment. He had intended to give the position to Kurtz or Sarai, but both of them had refused. Kurtz simply didn't want to steal the spotlight. Besides, although they were the ones who saved the city, the trouble was caused by Flam and Isla, so he was still quite reasonable. As for Sarai, she wasn't interested in the seating arrangement. The two were sitting on the far right. Kurtz had already begun to enjoy a perfectly roasted lamb chop, while Sarai sat next to him, slowly savoring the wine in front of her, clearly showing little interest in the food. FRIEREN sat between Flam and Isla, nibbling on the dessert in front of her, her big eyes occasionally stealing glances at Kurtz and Sarai before quickly lowering her head again. Flam and Isla had little appetite, their hearts still filled with guilt. The atmosphere at the banquet was subtly quiet. Finally, Kurtz broke the silence. He swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked at Flam and Isla. All right, now tell me, what exactly happened? How did you cause such a commotion and attract such a large group of monsters? His tone was calm, without blame, just a simple inquiry. Flam and Isla exchanged a glance, and Flam began to recount the events in detail. From the attack on FRIEREN's village to FRIEREN being severely injured and forced to draw on the barrier's magic to teleport her to safety, then imprisoned, until the monster tide broke out and they volunteered to fight. After listening to the account, Kurt stroked his chin and looked at FRIEREN. As expected, they've strengthened it. Looks like that guy hasn't been idle. He was naturally referring to the Demon King Schlacht. Sarai put down her glass and said coldly, 2 idiots. Their method was clumsy, but it's somewhat forgivable. Her words, though seemingly critical, were in fact a characterization of their behavior. The initial intention was good, but the process was reckless, and the result left them cleaning up the mess. Duke Horde and Bishop Kazalius quickly replied, Your Excellencies were only trying to save lives. The situation was urgent. We understand, we completely understand. Having witnessed Kurtz and Sarai's strength, they dared not pursue the matter further. It was already a stroke of luck that they didn't delve into the issue of their detention. Kurtz smiled and looked at the bishop and the city lord. This monster tide is earlier and larger than usual, probably not entirely because the barrier is weak. I sense an unusual guiding aura hidden deep within the monster tide, as if it has been artificially catalyzed and driven here. Bishop Kazalius's expression hardened. Lord Kurtz means, it's most likely the work of the demons, probably at the level of a 7th-rank sage. Kurtz said meaningfully, they sensed your barrier was weak and took the opportunity to kick you while you were down. Even without my disciple's incident, you would probably be in serious trouble this time. These words sent another chill down the spines of Duke Horde and Bishop Kazalius, while also slightly easing the guilt in the hearts of Flam and Isla. It turned out that the abnormal monster tide was not entirely their fault. I see, Bishop Kazalius said respectfully. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the 2 lords, Crescent City would have already fallen. Please forgive any slight offense we may have caused Miss Flam and Miss Isla. Hey, let's not talk about this anymore. Kurtz immediately waved his hand. Speaking of which, I should thank you for not making things difficult for my two troublesome apprentices. Well then, he said, tapping the table lightly with his fingers as if he had just thought of something, as compensation and to thank you both for your hospitality, I'll help you fill up that deficient barrier. What? Duke Horde and Bishop Cazalia stood up abruptly, their faces filled with ecstasy. Replenishing the magic deficit at the core of the barrier, Kurtz spoke of it so casually. Kurtz ignored their shock, stood up, walked to the banquet hall window, and looked towards the barrier tower in the city center. He extended his right hand, palm facing that direction, with a barely perceptible glint in his eyes. He didn't cast any spells, but noticeable magical fluctuations emanated from him. Sarai, who was standing to the side, also stopped what she was doing. Although the man had concealed himself very well and no one present could detect it, she could see it very clearly. Kurtz was using the magic power inside Orger to fill the gap in the barrier. Even Orger had been thrown into the sky above the barrier tower by this man at some unknown time. Boom! A vast torrent of magical power seemed to appear out of thin air, but it was actually released from within the blade of Orger. However, because the light was so intense and Orger was completely enveloped in it, no one noticed its existence. This torrent of magic was precisely injected into the core of the barrier in the distance. Everyone in Crescent City could feel a powerful magical force instantly filling the city's air, and the previously dim barrier above suddenly burst forth with a blue light more dazzling than ever before. The newly formed barrier was so thick it was almost tangible, and the energy fluctuations it emitted were even greater than before it was extracted. In just a few breaths, the deficit in the core of the barrier was completely replenished. Duke Horde and Bishop Cazaelius were completely speechless, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement. This was simply a miracle. No, it was even beyond a miracle. Kurtz withdrew his hand, and Orger was recalled by him. I also reinforced it for you, so it should hold out a little longer next time you encounter a monster tide of this size. Now we're even right. Flam looked at her teacher's calm and composed demeanor with eyes full of admiration. Sarai subtly pursed her lips, seemingly finding Kurtz's flamboyant behavior somewhat amusing. FRIEREN stared wide-eyed, her fists clenching involuntarily. That's incredible. The atmosphere at the banquet finally relaxed completely. Afterwards, Kurtz and the others were arranged to rest in the most luxurious guest rooms of the city lord's mansion. Inside the room, Kurtz and his group were gathered together, including FRIEREN. Teacher, I'm sorry. Flam and Isla apologized again. We'll punish you when we get back, Sarai said from the side. Don't be so reckless next time. Kurtz waved his hand, not blaming them further, but instead looked at FRIEREN. By the way, I forgot to ask, how are you feeling? Have you felt any discomfort? Experiencing 2 teleportation spells in quick succession would usually cause a mage to feel dizzy or disoriented. No, but I'd like to know how my village is doing. Only about a third of the people survived, and almost half of the houses were destroyed, Flam replied from the side. She and Isla had only brought FRIEREN to the city after they had settled things in her village. What are you planning to do next? Although he had already said that he would have FRIEREN become Flam's apprentice, Kurt still wanted to ask for her opinion. I want to go back to the village and then, FRIEREN's eyes flickered with confusion, then seemed to have made up her mind. I want to go with you. Kurtz and Sarai exchanged a glance. Sarai said calmly, your magical aptitude is not bad, it's just a pity you're a bit slow. Flam's eyes lit up, as if she understood something, and she looked at the 2 teachers expectantly. Could it be that Master Kurtz was going to take FRIEREN as his disciple as well? In that case, you shall learn magic from Flam from now on. Flam. From now on, she will be your disciple, Kurtz said to Flam. Well, Master Kurtz, I've never been a teacher before, and Flam seemed a little flustered. She herself wasn't even a fully fledged mage yet, so how could she be someone else's teacher? Besides, FRIEREN was already a mage so that she couldn't teach her much more about magic. What are you afraid of? Sarai glanced at Flam, her tone icy, seemingly tinged with displeasure. Give it a try. If she's too stupid, just throw her out. I will try my best, FRIEREN nodded very thoughtfully. Although Flam still wanted to say something, seeing that her two teachers had made up their minds, she had no choice but to accept the fact that she had gained an apprentice. Chapter 229, Drunkenness and a Sudden Kiss. Outside the city of holy radiance during the day. Just as the pure white beam of light tore through the earth and silently wiped out the monster tide, a pair of eyes hidden under a hood suddenly narrowed in a cave dozens of kilometers away. Finn, the deceased one of the 7 sages of Demon Queen Analyze, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. After realizing that the power of Crescent City's barrier had weakened, he spent countless efforts. He even used the precious power bestowed by Her Majesty to bring about this devastating disaster ahead of time. He originally intended to destroy Crescent City along with its weakened barrier as a generous gift to Her Majesty, while also obtaining countless corpses as raw materials for himself. However, all the scheming and ambition vanished into nothingness under that beam of light. Power so overwhelming it no longer belonged to this world. He could even feel his spiritual power, which had been attached to the monster horde, evaporate instantly when it faced the attack of the light cannon, without even a trace of pain being transmitted back. That power was far beyond his comprehension. Kurtz the Godslayer, Finn practically spat out the name through gritted teeth. His aversion to the title of Godslayer and his fury at his failed attempt distorted his face. This man not only destroyed the possibility of demons dominating the world 1,000 years ago, but also severed their connection to the gods. It was unknown what methods he used to survive for thousands of years, and even today, he was still working on plans against the demon race. Even the current demon queen must temporarily avoid his sharp edge. Finn had initially thought that the power bestowed upon him by the demon queen would be enough to realize his plan. But now he understood. Before the Godslayer Kurtz, he was like a clown on a stage, believing he was in control of the situation. But in reality, his life and death were entirely in the other party's hands. Leave. It would have no meaning other than becoming another wisp of dust, dissipating under that beam of light. Finn let out a sound of extreme resentment, then turned and left. He had to immediately report Kurtz's appearance here, and the terrifying power he had displayed to Her Majesty. The game of chess in the future must be played by Her Majesty herself. Time passed, and it was late at night in Crescent City. All was silent, save for the cold moonlight that fell without a sound. Kurtz quietly opened his eyes in the room. He was not asleep, but was only in a state of light rest. The aura emanating from Sarai in the next room had changed. It seemed she had left. He immediately stood up, and, following the familiar fluctuation of magical energy, arrived at the open terrace at the back of the mansion. Sarai was sitting alone on the terrace railing. She wore only a simple white robe, her long, radiant golden hair loose and flowing freely, shimmering softly in the moonlight. However, the few overturned bottles of wine at her feet seemed somewhat out of place. The air was filled with the rich aroma of alcohol, and even the pungent scent of the dwarves' unique spirits. Kurtz frowned slightly. This elf lady seemed to have drunk quite a bit tonight, and she had specifically chosen drinks with high alcohol content. He walked slowly closer. Sarai seemed unaware, or perhaps she was aware but too comfortable to turn around. She simply gazed up at the bright moon. Her eyes were not as clear as usual. Instead, they were veiled with a hazy, watery light, and her focus was somewhat unfocused. The moonlight outlined her delicate profile, revealing a languidness and confusion unlike anything she usually exuded. "Can't sleep," Kurtz's voice was soft as he stopped beside her. Sarai slowly turned her head, trying to focus her eyes on Kurtz, and blinked. She didn't answer immediately, but instead raised her wine glass and swirled it at the moon. Her movements were slightly sluggish due to her intoxication, and she even looked limp. "The moon," she murmured to herself, her voice soft and sweet, quite different from her usual cool and aloof tone, and inexplicably carrying a hint of allure. Kurtz couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the elf lady was quite drunk. He reached out to take the glass from her hand and said gently, "All right, give it to me." If you drink any more, you'll regret it tomorrow. Sarai instinctively pulled her hand back to protect the cup, like a child unwilling to have her candy taken away. She glared at Kurtz, trying to make a fierce expression, but in her drunken state, she only appeared charming and even cute. "It's fine if you don't give it to me," she pouted, even trying to straighten herself to prove she wasn't drunk, but she lost her balance. She almost fell off the railing. Kurtz, feeling helpless, stopped insisting and simply leaned against the cold railing, maintaining a slightly intimate distance from her. After a moment of silence, Sarai suddenly spoke, her voice heavy with intoxication and a hint of undisguised confusion. "Kurtz, tell me, isn't this kind of thing boring?" "Boring?" Kurtz turned to look at her. "There's a demon queen outside that we haven't dealt with yet. How can this be boring?" "You're here," Sarai said matter-of-factly, with an almost blind trust. She tilted her head slightly, leaned against the cold stone pillar, and looked at Kurtz. "Anyway, you'll definitely be able to handle it in the end. I won't even have a chance to help." "What if I can't solve it?" Kurtz gave the elf a slight flick on the forehead in an attempt to bring her to her senses, but it clearly had little effect. "Well, there's nothing we can do about that then." Sarai lowered her head, paused, and said, "I've been in the forest for too long. I can cast spells with my eyes closed, and I've even read through the magic books several times. New research is as slow as a snail's pace." "I see," Kurtz thought. He understood now. Eternal life and magic, that had long since reached their peak, left this elven lady feeling an overwhelming sense of weariness and emptiness. Even though external threats still existed, deep down, she was convinced that he could handle everything, which only intensified this feeling of idleness. "So, you don't want to go back to the forest?" Kurtz did not continue to discuss whether he could defeat the demon queen. Perhaps, as Sarai said, she knew he had to deal with the other party and bring this 1,000-year-old story to a perfect end. Sarai nodded vigorously, her golden hair slipping down with the movement, brushing against Kurtz's hand and causing a slight tickle. "It's boring. I want to find something different to do." Seeing Sarai shed all pretense and reveal a rare moment of confusion, honestly expressing her innermost thoughts, Kurtz felt a slight stirring in his heart. A long-gestating idea had now clearly emerged. He smiled and said, "Since you're feeling bored and want to find something interesting to do, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Sarai strained to focus her gaze, looking at him curiously. "What are you thinking?" "Let's create an organization." Kurtz's gaze drifted to the night sky. "A magic association that transcends national and racial boundaries and includes all magicians on the continent." "The Magic Association?" Sarai repeated the unfamiliar term, a hint of interest seemingly igniting in her eyes. "Yes, look, the ranking of mages on the mainland is currently in complete chaos. Human court certifications, the rankings of various magic academies, the ancient traditions of the elves. The standards varied, making it difficult to measure true superiority or inferiority. We can establish a unified evaluation system for mages that is recognized by all intelligent races." "Why would anyone else join your system?" Sarai asked the most crucial question. Without certain benefits, other mages simply wouldn't participate in the evaluation of this magic system. "It's very simple. As long as a mage passes our final test, we can grant them any spell they desire. And this highest level, representing the pinnacle of the magical path, shall be called a first-class mage. And this level of examiner is unique and has the final say." He paused deliberately, creating suspense. Sarai's eyes widened completely, her drunkenness seemingly dispelled by the incredibly tempting suggestion. She subconsciously leaned forward slightly. "It's me." "Yes," Kurtz laughed. "Who is more suitable than you? You have the title of the strongest mage on the continent, and your immense magical power is enough to make any examinee intimidated before the exam even begins. In this association, you will meet mages from all over the continent, possessing all sorts of magical talents and even mastering different magical systems. You can freely choose whoever catches your eye to teach, and you can also freely explore magical realms that you may have never explored before." Sarai was captivated. Those eyes, hazy from intoxication, now shone with an astonishing brilliance. All boredom and confusion were swept away, replaced by an excitement akin to rebirth. It had to be said that Kurtz's suggestion really appealed to her. The only examiner for a first-class mage, she murmured these words, a smile creeping onto her lips that finally broke into a light, pleasant chuckle. Sounds interesting. She excitedly stood up abruptly, wanting to express her agreement. However, she clearly overestimated her physical abilities at that moment and underestimated the aftereffects of the alcohol she had just drunk. She felt her legs buckle, and her body fell uncontrollably downward. If nothing unexpected happened, the elf girl would likely fall to the ground in a rather undignified manner, and obviously, Kurtz would not let that happen. He reacted very quickly and reached out to catch her. With his speed and strength, he should have been able to pull her back easily. However, perhaps because the moonlight was too beautiful, his movements were inexplicably slow by a mere half-beat. He. Their figures overlapped, and they both fell to the cold ground. Kurtz was below, Sarai was above. The expected pain did not come. Sarai only felt herself being caught by a firm but soft cushion. But even clearer than the cushion was the soft touch on her lips. Kurtz lay on the ground, Sarai nestled against his chest, both of them completely frozen in place. Their lips were pressed tightly together. Sarai's long golden hair cascaded down like a golden curtain, enveloping the two in a small space filled with their scents and the rapid beating of their hearts. Accident. Kurtz's mind went blank for a rare moment, the scent of Sarai lingering around his nose and the slightly sweet aroma of alcohol on his lips. Sarai was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, all her drunkenness vanishing instantly from the sudden kiss. She could clearly feel the warmth emanating from Kurtz's chest beneath her and the heart-pounding touch on her lips. A complex, chaotic emotion instantly filled her, making her stiffen and even forget to breathe. A second or two felt like an eternity. Tilda! Sarai finally came to her senses, hurriedly propping herself up from Kurtz and sitting on the ground, scrambling back 2 steps. Her cheeks quickly flushed an unnatural red, which then spread rapidly to her ears and neck. She pointed at Kurtz, wanting to say something, but her words were incoherent from the turmoil in her mind, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Kurtz sat up and touched his lips, where the soft touch seemed to linger, and a lick appeared to carry a faint smell of alcohol. Seeing that Kurtz had even licked his lips, Sarai was both angry and annoyed. She grabbed a nearby wine bottle and threw it at Kurtz's thigh, though not with much force. He coughed lightly, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. It was purely accidental. You lost your balance, I was trying to catch you. Although he had been a beat too slow at the end, he didn't say it aloud. Is that how you respond, and do you think I'd believe that? Sarai clearly did not accept this explanation. Given the man's physical abilities, catching her should have been an easy task. How could he have allowed her to tackle him to the ground, and at such a close distance? She felt her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. This feeling was so unfamiliar, so strange. Okay, it's my fault. A smile involuntarily crept onto Kurtz's lips. Unexpectedly, his first kiss with Sarai had been by accident. However, this version of Sarai was quite novel. He wanted to see it a few more times. Sarai glared at him, but her gaze was devoid of any threat due to the complex thoughts in her mind. She turned around, her back to Kurtz, trying to calm her disordered breathing, and asked with feigned composure, What's the first step for this magic association you mentioned? She abruptly changed the subject, trying to banish the thoughts that had arisen from the earlier accident from her mind. However, out of Kurtz's sight, she subconsciously licked her lips, as if savoring something. Looking at the bright-reddened ear tips, Kurtz didn't bring up the matter again and continued, First, we need to establish a rigorous set of level assessment standards. The levels can be ranked from 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, and so on, with 1st class being the highest. The assessment location can be set in major cities, but for the final assessment of a 1st-class mage, he looked at Sarai's back and said, Why not set it in the capital of El? Given Sarai's historical status, it would be enough to convince everyone. Although Sarai didn't turn around, she pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, but the standard has to be high enough. A mage isn't something that just anyone can become. That's natural, Kurtz laughed. At that time, all the mages on the continent will undergo magic-level assessments to gain recognition and aim to become first-class mages. Just imagine how many eccentric individuals would desperately research magic for this goal, and how many novel ideas would emerge. Sarai imagined such a scene, and the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Indeed, this was much more interesting than staying in the forest. She even began subconsciously thinking about what kind of abnormally strict assessment methods to set up. The initial panic caused by the unexpected kiss seemed to be temporarily overshadowed by her anticipation. But a rapidly growing affection could no longer be contained. All of this was observed by a figure in the corner. Chapter 230, Flam, My Chest Hurts. Inside a guest room in the city lord's mansion in Crescent City. Flam awoke from a nightmare. Dreams are a continuation of reality, and her dream was exactly what had happened during the day, except that the arrival of Kurtz and the others was missing, replaced by distorted images of the shattered barrier's light and the monsters attacking the city. This was also her biggest fear, but thankfully, Teacher Kurtz had been there. Her throat was sore and dry. She tiptoed out of bed, glanced at FRIEREN, who seemed to be sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, and gently pushed open the door, intending to go downstairs to get some water. The corridor lights were all off, but fortunately, the moon was very bright tonight, illuminating the corridor. Rubbing her throbbing head, she was about to head toward the stairs when she faintly heard voices drifting from the direction of the distant terrace. One of the voices was clear and calm, yet also had a soft, gentle quality. Was it Teacher Sarai? Then the other voice must be Teacher Kurtz. What were the two teachers doing on the terrace so late? A strange curiosity seized her. Flam instinctively slowed her pace, approaching slowly and hiding herself in the shadows cast by the pillars, holding her breath as she peered out. The moonlight clearly illuminated the view on the terrace. Ms. Sarai was wearing a simple white robe. Her posture was not as upright as usual, but instead had a touch of laziness, and several wine bottles were lying haphazardly at her feet. Mr. Kurtz was standing right next to her, very close, and was talking to her while looking down. The atmosphere between the two was the same as in the cabin in the woods. There was an indescribable closeness and tacit understanding between them, which Flam had witnessed many times before. But if that were all, she wouldn't think much of it. However, for some reason, her heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable premonition made her uneasy. Then she saw Ms. Sarai suddenly stand up, and then the accident happened. The intoxication caused the elf to lose her balance, and her body fell backward uncontrollably. Kurtz immediately reached out his hand. Teacher Kurtz should be able to handle it, right? Flam thought to herself. With Teacher Kurtz's abilities, catching Master Sarai should be a piece of cake. However, the next scene was not what she had expected. For some reason, Professor Kurtz's movements seemed to slow down for a moment, something that shouldn't have happened, but it was this momentary slowness that led to a different outcome. Their figures overlapped, and they both fell to the ground. What made Flam's pupils shrink even more was that their lips were pressed tightly together. The moonlight mercilessly magnified every detail, which Flam could see very clearly. Boom! She felt her mind go blank, and then a chilling coldness suddenly appeared and spread throughout her body. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent the gasp from escaping. Her body slumped backward uncontrollably, then crashed heavily against the wall and slowly slid down, shrinking herself entirely into the shadows. Why does my chest hurt so much? The pain was so intense that it felt like she couldn't breathe. She opened her mouth wide, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, but she couldn't feel a breath of air. Only the excruciating pain seemed to tear her whole body apart. She had thought she had a chance. Yes, she had already seen through her own heart. She liked Kurtz. His wisdom, his strength, his occasional teasing, and his gentleness toward her. All seemed like the sweetest poison, causing her to fall hopelessly into it. She strove so hard to become stronger, not only to live up to expectations, but more importantly, because she longed to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to become an indispensable part of his life, like Teacher Sarai, or even more. She had even harbored a sliver of hope. Elves have incredibly long lifespans, and consequently, their emotions were often weak. Perhaps her own human-like emotions could. But the scene before her eyes in the moonlight shattered all her hopes. A millennium. Between them lay 1,000 years. Those were long years that she could never reach in her entire life. Her few short years of companionship seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of this 1,000-year bond, as laughable as a presumptuous dream. It turned out that her position had been predetermined from the very beginning. She was just a student. She could never, ever truly reach the existence she longed for. Tears welled up like a burst dam, blurring everything and obscuring Flam's perception of the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, until the sounds from the terrace completely disappeared, Flam stood up dejectedly and returned to her room. Inside the guest room, FRIEREN had actually woken up when Flam got up. She watched as Flam walked in, dazed and confused, her face pale, her eyes red-rimmed, and an indescribable aura of sorrow surrounding her. "Flam," FRIEREN sat up and called softly, her eyes filled with pure confusion and instinctive concern. "Did you have a nightmare? Why do you look like you're about to break down?" She couldn't find a more suitable word to describe Flam's state at that moment. Flam raised her head and looked at FRIEREN, her heart filled with an overwhelming sorrow. She shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just that I think I've fallen for someone I shouldn't, and I'm facing an opponent I'm destined to lose to. There's no chance of winning." FRIEREN was even more confused, and her pointed ears twitched slightly. Like rival battle. She couldn't understand the meaning behind Flam's words, nor could she comprehend these complex human emotional entanglements. In her naive mind, if you like someone, you should get close to them. If you didn't like someone, you should stay away from them. Why shouldn't you? Why must one suffer so much if one can't overcome it? In a battle, if you knew you couldn't win, shouldn't you retreat? As an elf whose emotions were almost identical to those of Sarai 1,000 years ago, FRIEREN was utterly unable to empathize with Flam's feelings at this moment. But she could clearly sense the sadness emanating from Flam. She frowned, trying to comfort the other person in her own way, and awkwardly began to speak. "Is it because the opponent is too powerful, like Lord Kurtz and Lady Sarai?" She paused, thinking hard. "But even the most powerful beings have things they can't do, right?" FRIEREN's meaning was simple. Even beings as strong as Kurtz and Sarai had things they couldn't do, so it was okay if you couldn't beat them. It wasn't a big problem. "FRIEREN, you don't understand. This is an emotion unique to humans." "Yes, I really don't understand. For elves, these human emotions are indeed hard to comprehend. Sometimes, even if an elf tries to hint at it or even states it directly, they still can't understand the emotions they can't comprehend, and in the end, they'll only get a rejection, right?" FRIEREN seemed to comfort Flam, or perhaps to offer a rational explanation of the characteristics of her race. But these words, heard by Flam, who was in a state of extreme sensitivity, instantly illuminated a certain direction for her. Chapter 231, Misguided Determination. "Yes, elves. FRIEREN is an elf. Teacher Sarai is an elf too." Flam suddenly raised her head. The light in her eyes had already returned. Just as she had thought, elves are emotionally detached, and their long lifespans have led to a lack of perception and understanding of many fleeting human emotions. What does 1,000 years matter? What does 1,000 years of tacit understanding matter? Do they really have the kind of love they imagine between them? There shouldn't be any, right? Even if there were, Teacher Sarai wouldn't be able to detect it. But I am different. I am human, just like Professor Kurtz. Only I can truly understand Professor Kurtz's human side. Sarai may be powerful, and she may have accompanied Kurtz for 1,000 years, but does she really understand what love is? Just like FRIEREN in front of her, she couldn't understand her own feelings at the moment and could only say meaningless, even counterproductive words of comfort. In an instant, all the sadness vanished completely, replaced by a determination born from being strongly misled. She cannot rival Master Sarai in terms of power and time, but she can open up an entirely new battlefield. A realm that only she, Flam, could enter. "Frieren, thank you." Flam suddenly grabbed Frieren's hand. Although her words of comfort had no real effect, it was precisely because of Frieren's insensitive remarks that she found a new direction to strive for. At this moment, a near-mad determination burned in Flam's eyes. The tear stains from before were still there, but a do-or-die courage completely covered them. "I think I understand completely. I understand where I went wrong, and I understand what I should do." Frieren was startled by her sudden and drastic change. Her hand was gripped so tightly it hurt, and she blinked her big eyes. What did you understand? She had absolutely no idea what strange switch her words had triggered in Flam. "I understand where my strengths lie, and I understand how I should fight." Flam released her hand, stood up abruptly, took a deep breath, and said, "Good night, Frieren, thank you again." After saying that, she quickly lay back down on the bed and closed her eyes tightly, but the violent heaving of her chest showed that her mind was far from calm. Frieren looked at the overly excited Flam, her little head filled with big question marks. Human emotions are 1,000,000 times more difficult to understand than the most complex magic. In the end, she decided to give up trying to solve this problem, which was far beyond her comprehension. She turned away and settled back into sleep, leaving Flam to her restless vigil. The rising sun dispelled the long night. However, for Flam, the night was incredibly long. She barely slept all night, her mind replaying the scene on the terrace and the fighting spirit that followed, fueled by Frieren's unexpected conversation. As dawn broke, she quietly got up, trying not to disturb the girl on the bed next to her, though all of this still couldn't escape the gaze of the equally awake girl behind her. Facing the mirror in the room, she carefully tidied her appearance, running her fingers through her fiery red hair, trying to smooth down the few stray hairs. The girl in the mirror had dark circles around her eyes from lack of sleep, but her green eyes shone brightly with the determination in her heart. Flam had never really dressed up, but when a young girl suddenly started dressing up carefully one day, her intentions were obvious. Through the mirror, Flam discovered the gaze that had been fixed on her. You're awake?" Flam asked with a hint of apology. She intended to avoid waking Frieren, but unexpectedly, she still woke her up. Rather, I didn't sleep much." Frieren yawned, still lying in bed, looking like she had no intention of getting up. The way Flam tossed and turned in bed last night kept her awake, too, and now she feels very sleepy. Therefore, she had no idea what Flam was thinking at that moment. Why is she up so early and sitting in front of the mirror fiddling with herself? What is she going to do? Is she going to fight? Then you can continue sleeping and don't go out. I'll have someone bring breakfast over later. Emma. Seeing Frieren turn around, Flam took a deep breath and, like a warrior about to step into battle, pushed open the door. The corridor was silent, stretching empty before her. She first approached Lady Sarai's door cautiously, like a thief, and put her ear close, holding her breath to listen carefully. There was no sound from inside. Very good. Lady Sarai drank so much last night. Given her constitution, even if she doesn't have a real hangover, she will definitely need a long rest to break down all that alcohol. A secret thrill rose in her heart. She even went out of her way to find a maid and solemnly instructed her. Lady Sarai discussed important matters with Lord Kurtz very late last night and needs to rest. Unless she wakes up on her own, you must not disturb her. The maidservant respectfully agreed. As for Isla, actually, she's pretty lazy too, and she's probably still sleeping right now. Frieren, that little girl. Before I left, I specifically told her to stay in her room and wait for breakfast to be brought over. She definitely wouldn't come out. Everything was arranged perfectly. Now, it's time that belongs only to her and Professor Kurtz. She practically skipped to Kurtz's door, her pulse quickening with each step. She raised her hand, intending to push the door open and enter, but at the last moment, she held back and instead knocked on the door rather hastily. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was like the beating of a heart within her. A short while later, the door opened, and Kurtz appeared in the doorway. He seemed to have just gotten up. His black hair was slightly messy, and he wore a comfortable robe with a refreshing mist on his body, indicating he had just washed up. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw Flam outside the door. Flam, so early. His voice was a little hoarse, but to Flam it was just right. Flam tried to make her smile look natural. "Good morning, teacher. I'd like to have breakfast with you." Her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of nervousness, which Kurtz noticed but didn't pay much attention to. He glanced at the end of the corridor. Where are the others? Them? Flam's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be relaxed. Sister Isla should still be sleeping, and so should FRIEREN. I'll have someone take breakfast to their rooms later. Kurtz nodded and then asked naturally, "Where's Sarai? She probably hasn't gotten up yet, has she?" He moved towards Sarai's room. "I'll go wake her up." Flam's smile froze for a moment, almost unable to hold on.